Vhumad God Chapter 65:34 to Chapter 66:18. The figure in the ghost parade fell to the ground and a ghostly aura disappeared. When the ghost the arch saw this scene, he was stunned. "Who are you?" He was extremely shocked. "How could this 8-year-old boy be so terrifying?" Nameless Sword snorted coldly. "A dead man doesn't need to know so much." He charged forward with his sword. The ghost the arch roared angrily and waved his hand. The remaining ghostly figures quickly rushed over. However, Nameless Sword's sword aura surged into the sky. When the ghostly figures arrived beside him, they all stopped. They could not get close. The two collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. It was a fatal sword. Nameless Sword shouted coldly. His sword technique suddenly changed, bringing with it a powerful killing intent. With every strike, a ghostly figure fell. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ghostly figures had fallen at his feet. Then, with a sword in hand, he quickly charged in front of the ghost the arch. The ghost the arch's expression was cold. Courting death. He personally attacked. The light in his eyes turned into two balls of ghostly fire that charged towards Nameless Sword. Die. As the ghost the arch, his sole attack was extremely strange. However, Nameless Sword was a peerless swordsman. His soul was extremely powerful. His gaze turned into sword aura and directly shattered the ghostly fire. The ghost the arch's expression changed. He felt as if his soul was about to split open. He roared and used his ultimate move. The two fought. Not long after, the ghost the arch was split apart by the sword. He let out a miserable cry. "How is this possible? How can you be so strong?" He turned around and fled. "You want to leave?" Nameless Sword snorted coldly. He activated the divine artifact, the white jade sword. A white sword beam flew out from his body and slashed down like a crescent moon. The ghost the arch's figure froze in midair. "Impossible. What kind of power is this?" He screamed in agony as he shattered into pieces. He was reduced to ashes by the sword. The fall of the great emperor caused a phenomenon. Blood rained down. The people around Qingyuan City all looked up at the sky. They were shocked. Is the great emperor dead? Heavens, which deity is attacking again? Previously, there had been so many land immortals, but none of them had fallen. Now that the great emperors had begun to fall, did that mean that the land immortals had already started fighting? In Qingyuan City, the ghost the arch frowned. Dead. He could sense that the ghost emperor had fallen. His ghost parade had also been broken by the other party. Who was it? Did he meet Lin Wudi? Immortal technique, Ghost Eye. Ghost Immortal formed a hand seal, and immortal chi spread out from his body. At the same time, the bodies of the fallen ghost emperor and the 100 ghosts Nightwalker suddenly split open, transforming into bloody ghosts that constantly jumped about. Then, it condensed into a blood-red eye, looking incomparably ferocious. Powerful soul energy burst out, sweeping across the land. Instantly, he looked at Lin Xian and Nameless Sword. Upon seeing Jian Wuming's youthful appearance, the red ghost eye immediately charged toward him. Nameless Sword raised his sword to block, but he was sent retreating. Not good, this is the power of an earth immortal, he can't resist. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the immortal slaying sword slashed towards the bloody eye like a peerless divine light. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The blood-red eye let out a furious roar and shot out a blood-red light. Its killing intent soared into the sky. Lin Xian coldly snorted, "Ghost Immortal, if you come with your real body, you can still fight against me. With just one eye, you're still far from being able to fight me from afar." Lin Xian sneered. Sword technique, lightning dragon attack. On the sword, there was an extremely terrifying power, transforming into a lightning dragon that roared in all directions. The lightning had a destructive power, and as soon as it appeared, it destroyed everything. An endless black hole appeared in the sky, it was extremely terrifying. The blood-red eye was enveloped by the lightning that filled the sky. "Damn Lin Wudi, just you wait." Ghost Immortal's voice sounded. The blood-red ghost eye cracked open and everything disappeared. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took Nameless Sword and soared into the sky. "Let's go." Their tracks had been discovered. Ghost Immortal and the others would definitely not let this matter rest. Perhaps they would surround and kill him. He had to be one step ahead. The sword light on Lin Xian's body surged into the sky as if it had transformed into a dragon of light. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh. He tore through the void and instantly arrived at Qingguang City. In an instant, he entered the triple gates of hell. Everyone only saw a flash of light. Who went in just now? They were all stunned. On the celestial realm side, the Golden Lion King also exclaimed, Lin Xian's aura, has he found the 100-year-old genius? Before he could ask anything, the figure had already disappeared. Qingguang City. Ghost Immortal's face was cold. He wanted to attack and stop Lin Wuti. However, the Crimson Dragon and the others moved faster. The Crimson Dragon received Lin Xian's voice transmission and immediately found trouble with the Ninth Prince. Several arrays appeared, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, and rushed toward the palace where the Ninth Prince was. With a loud boom, the palace was torn to pieces. An angry roar came from inside. Damn it, who dares to sneak attack us? These people were crazy. They rushed out, and when they saw the Crimson Dragon, their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn it, it's you. They recognized each other. Isn't this Lin Xian's people? Where's Lin Wuti? He wants to sneak attack us. The Ninth Prince frowned. He said to Ghost Immortal, don't attack first. Take me and Irin away first. Don't lose her. Ghost Immortal's face was ugly. Damn it, Lin Wuti attacked first. He had no choice but to take the Ninth Prince and Irin away first. The rest of the strong masters would deal with the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon looked at the Ninth Prince and said, don't run. If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. Ben Huang will kill you with one slap. The Ninth Prince was so angry that he vomited blood. The strong masters under him snorted. Why do we need the Ninth Prince to kill you? You're just a snake. I'll kill you. You? Who do you think you are? It's not that I look down on you, but you are all ants. Trash. The Crimson Dragon was very arrogant and didn't take these people seriously at all. The people around him were angry. There were a total of 5 people here. The weakest was a great emperor, and there were even 2 super great emperors. How powerful were they? The dragon in front of them was only a great emperor. Where did he get the courage to say such words? Kill him. A great emperor rushed out, the flames on his body burning up the sky and illuminating the earth. He was the beast fire great emperor. The divine fire on his body was condensed from the fire of countless demon beasts. He was also a demon beast. He slapped out with his flaming palm. You? You're just trash. The Crimson Dragon sneered and waved his dragon claws, sending him flying. Come on, let me teach you how to be a man. The Crimson Dragon sneered and was extremely arrogant. He directly cast an array and enveloped the 5 people. How dare you trap us with a mere array? Even the super great emperors were angry. They attacked aggressively. However, the array contained the power of space. The divine fire and immortal chi they released were all transferred to the universe. Thunderous roars resounded. Lightning, flames, saber lights, and sword images started appearing in the formation. There was even a terrifying poisonous fog that spread out. Blood-curdling screams rang out. The 5 experts inside were in a miserable state. Fight with your life. The 2 super great emperors shouted angrily. One of the super great emperors took out a white bone. He said, "This is the bone of my ancestor. Ancestor, please bless me." This white bone emitted a biting cold light. Heaven and earth shook violently. The other super great emperor took out a gourd. After opening it, there was black blood beating inside. It emitted an extremely cold aura. This was a woman. She sneered, "This is a treasure that I spent a long time begging from Senior Ghost Immortal. Watch me break your array formation." Black blood flew out and swept between heaven and earth. The light of the surrounding array formations dimmed. Not good. The Crimson Dragon's face changed. This thing, the ghost blood, actually had the power of corrosion. His array formation seemed to be losing its effect. He didn't expect that these people would have something from a land immortal. Not long after, the array formation split open, and 2 super great emperors charged out. The other 3 great emperors also sneered. "Snake, if you continue to be arrogant, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you. I'll make you into a belt. I'll use his dragon blood to light a lamp. I haven't eaten dragon meat yet." A series of ferocious voices sounded. The crimson dragon snorted coldly, and the power of a spatial array formation appeared on his body. He said, "Do you think you're the only ones with a land immortal behind you? When little Lin comes, he'll kill you with one palm." Lin Wudy? I think at this moment, the ghost immortal should have contacted others to target him. Lin Wudy might be beaten to death on the way, and you still expect him to come and save you. "I'll kill you first, then I'll kill Lin Wudy." The 5 of them sneered and walked over. At this moment, a faint voice sounded, "Kill me, is it? I'm standing here. Try it." This voice sounded in the air. Immediately, the 5 people's expressions changed. "Who is it? Is Lin Wudy here?" They were facing a great enemy. The next moment, light bloomed, and 2 figures walked out. A young man and a teenager. "Lin Wudy, it's really you." The 5 of them almost fainted from fright. "Go." They turned around and left. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" With a wave of his arm, the dragon claw struck out and turned a great emperor into a mist of blood. The others were scared out of their wits. He was too powerful, completely surpassing them. They split up and fled. Several people fled in all directions. The crimson dragon snorted, "Where do you think you're going?" He stopped a great emperor. Another great emperor ran to the other side. Nameless sword waved his sword, "Stop. That kind of great emperor sneer, stupid kid, go to hell." He felt that his luck was really too good. This young man was probably not even a king realm cultivator. How could he block his attack? The might of the extreme path divine art burst forth from Zhang Xian's body. It was as if a huge mountain was crushing down on Zhang Xian. Jian Wuming executed the sword of the heavens and starlight shone from his body. A star, like a sword of stars, shot forward. The power of the extreme Tao was instantly torn apart. The great emperor was knocked back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was dumbfounded. Was this guy really a teenager? How could he be so powerful, an 8-year-old great emperor? Could it be that this was the young genius that Lin Wudy had found? Oh no, the 9th prince and the others are in danger. This information must be spread. Since you know the secret, I can't let you live. Lin Xian's voice sounded. He used the Eye of Reincarnation and the 6 paths of reincarnation to envelop the great emperor. The great emperor resisted with all his might, but his soul was soon controlled. "Buzz, destroy," Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the great emperor's soul was instantly destroyed. "Ah!" A miserable cry sounded. The others were also in a difficult situation. Especially the 2 super great emperors. Their expressions were extremely ugly. One of them used the ancestor's bone to its peak. The other surrounded the drop of black blood. They resisted with all their might. Lin Xian summoned the phantom of the Sword of Reincarnation. With one sword, he injured the souls of the 2 super great emperors. At the same time, he erased part of their memories. The 2 super great emperors hugged their heads and screamed. They realized that they couldn't remember some things. "How dare you?" the 9th prince shouted angrily. When they heard the screams, they rushed over from afar. When they arrived, they found that 2 great emperors had already fallen. The other 3 were also hugging their heads and screaming. Obviously, their souls were severely injured. "Lin Wudy, you injured them." The 9th prince's eyes were burning with anger. Ghost Immortal also came. His face darkened. "Lin Wudy, you are a peerless expert with the strength of an Earth Immortal. Don't you feel ashamed that you attacked these great emperors?" Lin Xian burst into laughter. "Shame, I'm less than 5,000 years old now. These people have lived for at least 30,000 years, and some have even lived for 100,000 years. I'm just a young boy in front of them. I'm a young genius. What's there to be ashamed of challenging the older generation? On the other hand, you guys have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and are still so weak. I think you guys are the ones who are embarrassed, right?" Ghost Immortal was so angry that his whole body trembled. Is that so? Then I'll teach you a lesson. Ghost Immortal took a step forward, his body filled with ghost chi. In the distance, the figure of an Earth Immortal seemed to appear. Xianxia and the Empress also came. They came to Lin Xian's side and said, "They want to kill us. Don't fight them head-on." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. Then, he looked around. The reincarnation light in his eyes became even more terrifying. A reincarnation eye appeared in the sky, looking down at the world. He said indifferently, "These 100-year-old geniuses were gathered by you with great difficulty, right? I wonder if you'll be heartbroken when I destroy their souls in the battle later." "Damn it, how dare you!" Their faces changed drastically. Was Lin Wuti threatening them? Lin Xian snorted. "Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then get lost. Who dares to block my way? I'll destroy their geniuses. Let's go to the true dragon chess game." With that, Lin Xian's sword chi soared into the sky. He turned into a dragon and rushed forward with Xianxia and the others. "Get out of the way and let them pass." Ghost Immortal roared, but no one stopped him. "Let's go to the true dragon chess game too. Who does he think he is? Look at the geniuses I found and destroy them." Cold snorts sounded one after another. Everyone gathered at the true dragon chess game. Finally, they came to Wufeng Mountain again. In front of them, the old pine tree shook its branches. "You're finally here. Have you found the right geniuses?" "Ready, we've found them." The princes spoke one after another, each with a confident smile on their faces. The eldest prince was very happy. He had found 2 saint kings. The 7th prince was extremely arrogant. He had supreme saints on his side, the 9th prince, the 3rd prince, and the others were also full of confidence. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, they looked around. Xianxia exclaimed, "Are they all saint kings? Why do I feel that the 7th prince's side is even more terrifying?" Lin Xian said, "It's okay. These are all trash. The people I found can kill them instantly." Ants, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression turned ugly. The eldest prince snorted, "Lin Wuti, why are you so arrogant? This is a competition between the 100-year-old geniuses, not you. No matter how strong you are, you can't find a genius who can defy nature." The 3rd prince shook his head and said, "You are too confident. Not everyone is like you. They don't have the dragon sword soul. No matter how strong they are, how strong can they be? Besides, the people I have prepared are equally terrifying." The 7th prince sneered, "Trash? Let's see who is the ant then." He said to Wind Shadow, "Later, when you see Lin Wuti's men, kill them. It's best if you can kill him instantly." Wind Shadow smiled and said, "Don't worry, 7th prince." He already knew that the others were all saint kings, and he was a supreme saint. In his opinion, this battle was not a challenge at all. He could easily kill the others. Nameless Sword hid his strength well. He had been reincarnated and had a lot of experience. He had concealed his cultivation level completely. If he were to reveal his cultivation level as a sword sovereign now, these people would probably be so scared that they wouldn't dare to enter. That would be boring. When he entered the true dragon chess game, he would let these people know what despair was. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go, open their eyes. Show them what a real peerless genius is. Don't worry." Nameless Sword waved his small hand and said, "I don't care about these trash. I'll give them a chance to join forces." The surrounding princes were furious, this is getting more and more ridiculous. Join forces? The 7th prince gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and enter the true dragon chess game." The eldest prince also waved his hand. He didn't want to see such an annoying guy again. He had to kill him. The geniuses walked forward one after another, and they passed through the barrier very smoothly. They came to the true dragon chess game. Song Song waved his hand, and the chess pieces on the true dragon chess game shone and turned into rays of light, enveloping these geniuses. In the next moment, these geniuses entered the chessboard. They entered the game and broke the array. The true dragon chess game kept expanding as if it had turned into an ancient battlefield. The princes outside took a deep breath and watched the battle. They began to watch the battle, although they were very confident. However, they didn't dare to be careless before the outcome of the battle was decided. Nameless Sword felt his surroundings turn upside down as he looked around in astonishment. Was this the Zhenlong chess game? Was this the method of a venerable sovereign? He was indeed strong. Even with his experience as a demigod, he was still shocked. The other geniuses were even more curious. At this time, Ren's eyes flashed and he smiled. Who should I attack first? His aura as a sage king continued to erupt. Humph, why don't you try? Shouted Bingpa coldly. She also released the chi of a saint king. On the other side, Gu Outyen roared as well. His killing intent soared to the sky. He was like a peerless demonic beast. The experts outside exclaimed in surprise, it's indeed the aura of a saint king. The princes were also surprised by each other. It seemed that they were all tough competitors. This time, the first prince laughed and said, Gentlemen, thank you for letting me win, because I found 2 saint kings. As expected, on the first prince's side, apart from Ice Spirit, there was also a woman, Moon Spirit, who also displayed the power of a saint king. This was enough to suppress the others. The first prince laughed out loud. He had finally turned the tables. He could finally hold his head up high and feel elated. Damn it. The 9th prince's face changed drastically. So did the 3rd prince. He frowned. He thought that he could turn the tables with Xianxia. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He looked at the 9th prince and said, 9th brother, do you want to join forces? The 9th prince nodded. They transmitted their voices to each other. Xianxia and Ren teamed up to fight the 1st prince. 7th brother, join forces? The 3rd prince asked. The 1st prince also looked at the 7th prince and said, join forces with me. The 7th prince shook his head slightly. Join forces? No need. I can defeat all of you alone. Brothers, you've underestimated me. The people I've found are not people you can imagine. Then, he transmitted his voice to Wind Shadow. Let them see your power. The 3rd prince frowned. Not only did he refuse to join forces, he even dared to speak so arrogantly. The 1st prince snorted. I want to see who you have found. If he is weak, I don't mind breaking his neck. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. The 7th prince laughed out loud. Inside the True Dragon chess game, Wind Shadow heard the order and stepped out. In the next moment, the power in his body exploded. A boundless storm swept out as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. At this moment, Ice Spirit, Gu Outyen, Moon Spirit, and the others all trembled. Their faces were full of horror as they kept retreating. Ren's eyes widened. He exclaimed, the energy of a supreme saint. You are a supreme saint. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The 1st prince's face changed drastically. That's impossible. How did you find a supreme saint? The 3rd prince's face also turned pale. Damn it. The 7th prince is too lucky. The 9th prince's face also turned ugly. They had the upper hand, but now it seemed that they had lost it. The 7th prince smiled. Thank you for letting me win. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. In the True Dragon chess game, Wind Shadow displayed the power of a supreme saint and defeated everyone. He stared at Nameless Sword and said, the 7th prince ordered me to kill you first. Do you have any last words? Stay. Outside, the 7th prince also smiled. He looked at Lin Wudy and said, feel despair. Lin Xian also smiled. You are the one who will feel despair. The Crimson Dragon also snorted. Idiot, you still don't understand the situation. Soon, you will all feel despair. He had seen Nameless Sword injure a great emperor with one strike. He was definitely a sword monarch. How could the few people inside be able to withstand it? Even a boundary emperor would have to kneel, let alone a supreme saint. Idiot, you are about to die. Why are you still so stubborn? The 7th prince sneered. He didn't believe it. Didn't he see the wonderful expressions on the 1st prince and 3rd prince's faces? They were scared out of their wits. Would Lin Wudy be able to find a more powerful genius? Could he be stronger than a supreme saint? What a joke. The one he found was the reincarnation of a great emperor. Lin Xian said indifferently, Nameless, show them your strength. Nameless Sword nodded. He walked out and looked at Wind Shadow. He said, later, I will make you die a horrible death. Then, the supreme power in his body burst out. The sound of a sword rang through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the true dragon chess game bloomed with endless light. Everyone was sent flying by this power. Feng Jing looked like he was struck by lightning. With a thud, his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with horror. This was the power of the supreme power. The power of a great emperor. An extreme power appeared on Nameless Sword's body, shocking everyone. Inside the true dragon chess game, the geniuses all knelt on the ground. None of them were a match for the extreme power. Impossible. The 7th prince roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He was the one with the greatest advantage. His geniuses were all supreme saints who could sweep through everything. He thought he would definitely win, but he did not expect Lin Xian to find a great emperor. An 8-year-old great emperor? What kind of joke was this? He was exasperated. The other princes were also dumbfounded. Was Lin Wudi a monster? It was one thing for him to be powerful, but how could his geniuses be so terrifying as well? Damn it, he did not want to give up. The eldest prince gritted his teeth. He had finally found 2 geniuses, but he did not expect them to be trampled on again. The 9th prince and the others also looked upset. Lin Xian said, everyone, thank you for letting me win. Lin Wudi, just you wait. This is not over. You only solved the chess game, not the sovereign spirit jade. The one who has the last laugh is the winner. Just wait and see. The eldest prince, the 3rd prince, and the others roared. Lin Xian shrugged. Are you still dreaming? I will be the one to get the sovereign spirit jade. He looked forward and said, Nameless, eliminate them all. Nameless Sword waved his hand, and Endless Sword energy danced. How could those geniuses be his match? In an instant, they were sent flying. One by one, they were sent out of the true dragon chess game. They vomited blood and their faces were pale. Had they lost? Their faces were filled with despair. However, they were defeated wholeheartedly. What a surprise. Song Song's voice sounded. I didn't expect there to be an 8-year-old great emperor. Xing'er smiled and said, Senior, did we pass this round? Of course we did. Song Song nodded. Inside the true dragon chess game, a few chess pieces bloomed with light and enveloped Xing'er. Xing'er waved her hand, and the light expanded and enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Then she said, let's go. Seeing that they were about to enter the barrier, the 7th prince shouted angrily, I don't want to give up. He wanted to tear them apart and rush in. However, it was useless. No matter how he attacked, he was blocked outside. This was the rule set by the venerable sovereign, and the 7th prince was not strong enough to break it. Don't waste your energy. Lin Xian looked at him and shook his head slightly. After entering the barrier, Lin Xian, Xing'er and the others led Jian Wuming up the mountain. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what should we do? Could it be that he was just going to watch this brat be so arrogant and proud? Join hands. The 1st prince took a deep breath. The few land immortals nodded. Yunxian, Yu Yifei, Guixian, the heavenly wolf deity, the mysterious Yin, and the others made their moves. If they joined forces, they could shatter everything. They could even overturn the universe. However, he was unable to break the barrier in front of him. Song Song said, it's no use. Don't waste your energy. You're going against the power of a venerable sovereign. These people were unwilling to give up and continued to attack. After their attacks were repelled, they spread throughout the 9 heavens. At this moment, Qingguang City shook slightly as countless people turned their heads to look. What was that? What a terrifying aura. This was the power of a land immortal, and there was more than one of them. Did so many experts from the outside world come in? That was the direction of Wufeng Mountain. Were they attacking Wufeng Mountain? Were they plotting for the power of a venerable sovereign? However, it was a pity that it was useless. Because for countless years, Qingguang City had also produced land immortals. Several land immortals joined forces, but in the end, they returned without success. This time, it would probably be the same. However, this time, there was an accident. Although the land immortals joined forces and failed to break the barrier, they shattered the world. Mysteriousine took out the spatial lock, wanting to use the power of space to resist the barrier. As soon as the spatial lock was taken out, the mysterious power of space was quickly activated. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The land immortals also attacked with all their strength. The sky broke in an instant, and a huge crack appeared. The princes and land immortals did not care. However, a figure appeared in the crack in the sky. Something fell from above. Drip, drip. A blood-colored aura spread out, and everyone's hair stood on end. A super great emperor's body cracked, and he let out a scream. That scream was so miserable that everyone was dumbfounded. They exclaimed, "Someone is attacking." "Who is it?" Angry shouts came one after another, and they were wary of each other. With another drip, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the bloody aura spread out again. This time, Heavenly Wolf God exclaimed, "It's not one of us. There's blood dripping from the crack above." A drop of blood shattered the sky and instantly crushed the super great emperor's body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of blood was this? Was it divine blood? Xianxia used the 9 heavens of Cloud Sea and quickly flew over. Heavenly Wolf God and the other land immortals also attacked. However, when their attacks struck the spatial cracks, they disappeared without a trace. It was so strange. Was this the power of space? Yes, it was the power of space. Mysteriousine gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect it to activate the power of space. Could it have something to do with the void lock?" His void lock was a divine artifact with a mysterious origin. He didn't expect that using the void lock would cause such a change. For a moment, the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were all stunned. At the same time, the powerhouses of Qinguang City were also shocked. There was an old man with white hair, and his body was as thin as a skeleton. Wearing a white robe, he looked up at the sky and saw the cracks in the sky. He also exclaimed in surprise, "The mysterious power is really surprising. These intruders had really brought about a lot of variables. Let's go." The old man took a step forward and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already around Wufeng Mountain. Behind him, there were a few young men holding incense burners in their hands. The blood-colored incense filled the air, carrying with it the smell of blood. "Who are you?" The princes felt their hair stand on end. Heavenly Wolf God and the others were also on guard. This should be a land immortal, right? And it was possible that he was a local land immortal of Qinguang City. Behind them, a young man holding an incense burner said proudly, "My master is Master Qin." On the other side, countless dreamy lights appeared. Then, a woman appeared between heaven and earth. She also had a terrifying aura. She was sitting on a flying carpet. Around her were 4 young and beautiful women, holding 4 swords in their hands. The dreamy woman looked forward and smiled, "Master Qin, I didn't expect that even you would be alarmed." The white-robed old man grinned and stared at the dreamy woman in front of him. He snorted coldly, "Meng Qianxiu, nothing can be done without you." Inside Wufeng Mountain, Lin Xian, Xing and the others had broken the true dragon chess game. They walked forward. However, this Wufeng Mountain was very mysterious. After they entered, they seemed to have lost their way. The mountain path ahead disappeared. Lin Xian used his rinnegan. He could only identify the general direction. Fortunately, Xing possessed a sovereign spirit jade. In addition to Xing bloodline power, the two of them were able to slowly advance. At this moment, they heard an earth-shattering roar coming from outside. "Those people won't break the barrier, right?" Xing shook her head. "No, if it's really Father's method, they definitely won't be able to break it. Indeed, if the Earth Immortals joined forces, they would be able to break it." The number of Earth Immortals in Qinguang City was probably no less than Yuqing City, right? Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. Lin Xian and the others ignored it and silently looked for a path. However, at this moment, a change occurred. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and then, a drop of blood dripped down, piercing through the ages. Then, a dreamy woman and a mysterious old man appeared. The Empress exclaimed, "Oh, what a terrifying aura. I feel a trace of spatial power in that spatial crack. Lin Xian, take a look and see what it is." The Empress could only capture some information. She couldn't see what was inside because the spatial crack was too mysterious. Lin Xian stopped and used his Rinnegan with all his strength to look into the distance. When his gaze landed on the spatial rift, his body trembled. What was going on? He was too shocked. He saw an unbelievable scene. There was an ancient coffin in the spatial crack. This ancient coffin was completely condensed from starlight. It was extremely mysterious. There were strange patterns engraved on it. There were mirrors, pagodas, and so on. They were all weapons. Not only that, there was an extremely terrifying spatial power coming from this ancient coffin. It was not weaker than the spatial lock. The spatial lock was a divine artifact. Could it be that this ancient coffin was also a divine artifact? For a moment, they were stunned. The first prince and the others outside were also stunned. The sudden appearance of two earth immortals made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The dreamy woman Meng Qianqiu laughed and said, "Aren't I just curious? Who would have thought that there was such a mysterious thing hidden in the void near Wufing Mountain? Master Qin, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you know what this is? Let this old man take a look." The old man, who was addressed as Master Qin, stretched out a finger and tapped forward. Universe-transforming finger. Boom, this finger stirred up the wind and clouds, causing the entire world to shake. The first prince and the others exclaimed, "What kind of method is this?" Inside the barrier, the Crimson Dragon jumped up. Taoist Master. This old man was a heavenly master. Lin Xian and the others were stunned when they heard that. They knew how terrifying a heavenly master was. They had all witnessed the heavenly circuit master's means with their own eyes. He could even trap a land immortal. Outside, the black-robed Xianin also exclaimed, "Heavenly master's means." The few earth immortals could no longer remain calm. Xianin frowned and thought, "Although you look like a Taoist master, you are not a Taoist master, are you? This friend from the outside world really knows a lot." "Yes, I am not a real Taoist master. When I was alive, I once followed a Taoist master. Now, I can be considered half a Taoist master." After hearing this, the first prince and the third prince had strange expressions. "When you were alive? Are you dead now? But why do I feel that your qi and blood are as strong as the sky? The people of Qinguang City are really monsters. Does Qinguang City think it's hell? Are the people who come here all existences after death?" For a moment, everyone was confused. Master Qin stirred up the wind and clouds with one finger. With his other finger, he made a strange hand seal, as if he was calculating something. The surrounding people quieted down and no longer spoke. They waited silently. The blood-colored incense behind Master Qin kept changing shape, turning into one strange and mysterious rune after another. Suddenly, with a boom, the incense disappeared. Master Qin retracted his finger and exclaimed. He said, "Is this the legendary void coffin?" "Void coffin, what is that?" The princes frowned. Next to the first prince, an old man said, "As far as I know, a great emperor once appeared in our true spirit world. Great emperor of the void. Is this his ancient coffin? Can a mere great emperor's ancient coffin surprise an earth immortal? Are you kidding?" The seventh prince sneered, not believing it at all. Ghost Immortal frowned and said, "What if it's not a great emperor, but a heavenly emperor? This is the Void Heavenly Emperor's ancient coffin. Am I right? Void Heavenly Emperor." When this name came out, many people's expressions changed. Especially Ghost Immortal, whose expression was extremely serious. Because in the past, the Void Heavenly Emperor and their supreme palace had a great battle. And, more than once. It could even be said that it had accompanied the Void Heavenly Emperor for his entire life. They were sworn enemies. Now that he saw it again, he couldn't wait to smash this ancient coffin. "That's right." Master Qin nodded and said, "This is indeed the Void Heavenly Emperor's ancient coffin." "Heavenly Emperor?" The princes exclaimed in surprise. The eldest prince frowned and said, "Although the Heavenly Emperor is powerful and his power is extremely terrifying, it's not what we want. We only want the power passed down by father. That's the most suitable for us." "That's right." The ninth prince and the others also nodded. Obtaining father's inheritance is the most important thing. But now they couldn't enter because they were blocked by the barrier. Are you the descendants of the sovereign? Xianxia's beautiful eyes swept across the princes. Suddenly, the prince's soul shook. The heavenly wolf deity snorted. Don't even think about it. Yunxian also sent out a sea of clouds to envelop the eldest prince. Yue Fei said, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes? Just now, they could clearly feel that Xianxia had used a soul illusion to attack the princes. Haha, look at how nervous you are. Xianxia rolled her eyes at them and said indifferently, how many princes are you? You're too stubborn. You can't enter the barrier at all. And the Void Heavenly Emperor controls the power of the void. Perhaps he can directly open a space passage. Send us into Wufeng Mountain. How can you be so dismissive of this? How ridiculous. What? How could such a thing happen? Is the Void Heavenly Emperor's power really that powerful? The princes were all stunned. Master Qin said, if we can really open this ancient coffin, perhaps we can break the sovereign's barrier. After all, the power of space was very mysterious. The Void Heavenly Emperor had once mastered a peerless power of space. Master Qin and Xianxia's words stunned the princes. The next moment, they became excited. Even in their dreams, they wanted to enter the barrier in front of them. However, they had failed in the true dragon chess game. Even with several Earth immortals working together, they could not open the barrier. They were already in despair, but now, hope appeared again. They could use the power of space to enter the barrier. This was their best chance. They had to open the ancient void coffin. The princes clenched their fists. The next moment, they asked the Earth immortals beside them to help. Yunxian, Sirius deity, and the others began to attack the spatial rift. The battle broke out instantly. This time, it was even more terrifying than the previous attack on the barrier. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, spreading to the 9 heavens. Qingguang City shook violently again. At this moment, countless people were shocked. Outside Qingguang City, everyone waited patiently. The Golden Lion King said, I wonder how Lin Xian and the others are doing? Did they win the true dragon chess game? He was still very worried, because he did not know Jian Wuming's cultivation level. Yi Wudao said, it should be fine. After a while, I will go in and take a look. The people around him nodded in agreement. Qingguang City's appearance was an opportunity for them. Gu Santong's expression changed. He said, why do I feel a familiar and terrifying aura? Something seems to be calling me. What's going on? Yi Wudao asked, did you find something? The Golden Lion King also looked at him questioningly. A void armor appeared on Gu Santong's body. This was the armor inheritance left by the Void Emperor to the Gu family. Now, it was on Gu Santong. Gu Santong frowned, I don't know, but I must go to Qingguang City. The void battle armor on Gu Santong's body shook slightly. The terrifying power of space spread in all directions. The people around him all stared at him. Someone exclaimed, the power of space. This person is a space immortal emperor. What an enviable power. Unfortunately, he was too weak. He was only an early-stage immortal emperor. If I could obtain this power, I would be able to defeat all my peers. The one who said this was a super-immortal emperor. He looked at the void battle armor with greed in his eyes. The Golden Lion King let out a cold snort. A powerful aura burst out from his body, scaring away that super-great emperor. It couldn't be helped. There were countless masters in the deity plane, and no one dared to rashly attack Gu Santong and the others. They could only watch with envious eyes. I'll go with you. The Golden Lion King took a deep breath and said to the people around him, you guys wait here patiently. Okay. The others nodded. The Golden Lion King led Gu Santong forward. They entered the 3 gates of hell. After paying the price, they arrived at Qingguang City. They had just arrived. The Golden Lion King sucked in a breath of cold air. Such an earth-shattering battle had actually taken place inside. Yet, when they were outside, they didn't sense anything at all. This was simply too unbelievable. These are a few Earth immortals making a move. What exactly happened? The Golden Lion King was incomparably astonished as it gazed into the distance. In the distance, there was a tall mountain range that stood between heaven and earth. The peak of the mountain range was flattened by a sword strike. The battle had taken place near the mountain range. However, the Golden Lion King discovered that these Earth Immortals weren't attacking the mountain range. Instead, they were attacking the void near the mountain range. There was a crack there that emitted an extremely terrifying spatial power. Gu Santong, who was beside him, began to tremble. The void armor on his body emitted a buzzing sound as if it was about to fly into the distance. Gu Santong looked into the distance at the crack in the sky and said with a trembling voice, "It's that kind of power that's coming from the crack." The Golden Lion King was surprised. "Could it be that your ancestor, the Void Emperor, left behind the power? I don't know." Gu Santong shook his head. Logically speaking, his ancestor was only a great monarch. Although he knew spatial magic, he wasn't a match for the Earth Immortals. Not to mention, there were so many Earth Immortals. Let's go and take a look first. You hide the aura of the space first, so as not to be discovered by others. Let's find Lin Xian and the others first. Gu Santong nodded. He took a deep breath and suppressed the power of the void armor. He also knew that if they were discovered now, they would probably be caught immediately. The two of them merged into the void and quietly rushed forward. As for the battle ahead, it was already 10% terrifying. A few Earth Immortals could definitely sweep everything away. Originally, they thought that they could easily suppress the power of space and open the ancient void coffin. However, until now, they hadn't gotten close. Their power was all swallowed up by the spatial crack. They didn't know where they were teleported to. Damn it, this was impossible. Who was buried in this ancient void coffin? How could it be so powerful? The princes went crazy. In the distance, the other great emperors and super great emperors were also stunned. They realized that they weren't qualified to make a move. Why was it like this? The heavenly wolf god roared, "Everyone, are you still not going to make a move?" These words were directed at Master Qin and Meng Qianqiu. The two of them wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it wouldn't be that easy. "Stupid, if you act rashly like this, I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Watch this old man." Master Qin snorted coldly. Then, he reached out with one hand and pointed with another finger. One finger to break the universe. The entire world began to shake violently. The surrounding spatial cracks seemed to be shaking. The power of space was stirred up. It was actually effective. As expected of a half-heavenly master. The other party hit the vital point directly. However, Master Qin's face didn't look good. His whole arm was trembling. His face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "What are you waiting for? Make a move." He was afraid that he couldn't break the ancient void coffin's power alone. The remaining Earth Immortals quickly attacked in the direction of the finger. Meng Qianqiu also made a move. With a wave of his hand, 4 flying swords quickly flew forward and killed their way into the spatial crack. A great battle broke out. The power of the void became unstable. "Great, we have a chance. Let's go." The first prince rushed over with his men. The third prince, 7th prince, and 9th prince were not to be outdone. They all attacked. As long as they could open the ancient void coffin, they might be able to be teleported in. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The princes rushed out from different directions in the world. Next to the first prince, Yue Fei opened the way. She was the fastest. She got into the ancient void coffin. "Ha ha ha ha, great." The first prince looked up to the sky and laughed. He was going to succeed. At this moment, the space shook, and a giant hand suddenly grabbed him by the neck. The crown prince felt cold all over, as if he could not breathe. "Get lost." He roared and attacked with all his might. However, it was useless. All of his attacks were ineffective. This void hand could control his life and death. "Save me." The crown prince was scared out of his wits. Yue Fei snorted and attacked with the Shantian jade hand. Buzz. The space shook and Yue Fei's figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already far away. "Damn it, was she teleported?" Yue Fei roared crazily. She quickly attacked. However, in the next moment, she was exiled by space again. Ah! The crown prince let out a miserable cry. This scene frightened the other princes. Retreat, retreat quickly. The seventh prince's hair stood on end. The third prince's face was also pale. They did not dare to move forward. Their boss's strength was the strongest among them. But even so, he was still easily suppressed. In fact, he might even die. Who dared to move forward? Not good. Yunxian's expression changed. He turned around to save the crown prince. However, a vast power came from the void ancient coffin and enveloped the few earth immortals. Yunxian seemed to be exiled by space as well. He only felt that no matter how he moved forward, he would be teleported to the same place. What a terrifying power. What kind of existence was this? Was the god of space buried in the void coffin? The crown prince was in despair. It seemed that no one could save him. With a roar, the ancient god armor appeared on his body to block the attack. An earth-shattering sound came. Although he was wearing the divine artifact, the crown prince still felt that his situation was not better. He was still held tightly by the giant hand. No, who can save me? The crown prince was in despair. He felt the threat of death. He never thought that he would be killed. He was the son of the overlord. In this universe, who dared to kill him? You can't attack me. My father is the overlord. The crown prince roared crazily, but it was still useless. The giant hand in the air seemed to have become even more piercingly cold. It was as if it wanted to tear the crown prince's body into pieces. The crown prince could only crazily activate the power of his bloodline. He had even started to burn his bloodline. He wanted to fight to the death, otherwise, he would have no way to survive. As his bloodline burned, a rune suddenly flew out of his body. That rune was like a seal. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a terrifying power. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Stop, you can't kill him." When he heard this sound, the first prince was so excited that he almost cried. This was the sound of the emperor's seal. It turned out that the sovereign's seal had left a mark on his body. However, this mark was hidden so deeply that not even the first prince knew about it. The sovereign's seal was meant to preserve the sovereign's bloodline. The power of the emperor's seal would only be unleashed when the first prince was in a life-and-death situation. Now that the first prince had ignited his bloodline, it was definitely a matter of life and death. Thus, the imprint was activated. The emperor's seal's voice was heard from the imprint. "Fellow Daoist, please stop." The great void handprint still didn't loosen, and everyone became nervous. Was it not going to give face to the prime emperor's seal, who was the one who buried him? The emperor's seal's voice rang out again. "The sovereign's power is right next to me. You don't want me to activate the sovereign's power, do you? That won't do you any good. Give the sovereign some face." Buzz. The great void handprint disappeared into the sky. The first prince coughed loudly, and tears came out of his eyes. That was too dangerous. I almost died just now. Yunxian also heaved a sigh of relief. The sovereign's face is still useful. The emperor's seal's imprint slowly disappeared. He left behind a sentence, "Do what you can. You won't be so lucky every time." The first prince's expression was ugly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and retreated. The heavenly wolf god and the others also transmitted their voices, telling the princes not to act rashly and to leave it to them. The princes retreated to the rear. They were also very surprised. The emperor's seal had left a mark in the first prince's body. Did it also leave a mark in their bodies? This should be a life-saving measure. Perhaps they had a chance to take a risk. Of course, no one dared to try it. Because even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to open the ancient void coffin. They could only take one step at a time. In the distance, two figures were hidden in the void. It was Xianxia and the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King was shocked. That's too scary. A few earth immortals working together can't open it. What's buried in this ancient void coffin must be an incredible existence. What do you think? He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said, "It must be related to our Gu family. Otherwise, the void armor wouldn't have such a reaction. But I'm not sure if it's our Gu family's great emperor." The Golden Lion King said, "It's definitely not a great emperor. It should be a celestial emperor. Is a celestial emperor buried in there? But has the Gu family ever produced a celestial emperor? He was very confused. Of course, there were some things he didn't know. After all, the Golden Lion King hadn't reached that level yet. Gu Santong, who was next to him, also didn't understand. However, the two words celestial emperor shocked him. Because the Yi family had produced a celestial emperor. The celestial emperor seemed to be an incredible existence. But what did it mean, he didn't know. The two of them continued to wait. They looked around but didn't find any trace of Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had already entered the barrier. They could also feel that a great battle had broken out outside. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "What are these people thinking outside? But we have to hurry." The group no longer paid attention to the situation in the sky. Instead, they hurried up the mountain. Their speed wasn't fast. Along the way, they encountered many dangers. Gradually, Lin Xian discovered something. He said, "Look at the surrounding mountain walls and roads. There seems to be some traces left behind by mysterious great Daos. I think we might be able to comprehend it." They looked at the ancient traces. Buzz. The Crimson Dragon glanced at it. As if struck by lightning, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. He was shocked and quickly looked away. "What is this? It's too scary." Lin Xian said, "Be careful. These were left behind by an incredible existence. It might have been left behind by a venerable sovereign. Don't be too greedy. Take your time to comprehend it." They began to comprehend it. The bloodline in Xing'er's body roared. The monarch spirit jade also bloomed with light and surrounded her. It was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. They were all envious. Xing'er had a great advantage here. Sure enough. The surrounding power of heaven and earth began to crazily rush into Xing'er's body. Xing'er entered the Saint King, Supreme Saint, and Quasi-Emperor. With a boom, she reached the Great Emperor realm. Had she recovered to the Great Emperor realm? Xing'er's eyes twinkled as a smile appeared on her face. It's not easy. There was no lightning in the sky. Xing'er was not reincarnated. She had only lost her cultivation and now she had recovered. Moreover, it was not over yet. Her cultivation had been increasing rapidly. It was as if the power of the entire mountain was rushing into her body. Finally, her cultivation soared all the way to the late-stage Great Emperor realm. With a bang, she recovered to the Supreme Great Emperor realm. At this moment, the terrifying power of heaven and earth around her slowly dissipated. Early-stage Supreme Great Emperor realm. Xing'er sighed. She was still very far away from her peak. However, she was already very satisfied. Congratulations. Lin Xian smiled. The Crimson Dragon's eyes turned red. He roared and began to absorb the power around him. Ben Huang was about to break through as well. He wanted to break through even in his dreams. However, the power of heaven and earth around him did not move. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Damn it. Why? The Empress rolled her eyes at him and said, "She is the daughter of the Overlord." Who are you, Sai? Comparisons are odious. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Beside him, Jian Wuming was also envious. He was a demigod at his peak, but now he was only an early-stage Supreme Great Emperor realm. His little eyes were also red. However, he knew that it was impossible to directly increase his cultivation. It was better to comprehend the Great Tao here. It would be very helpful for his Sword Tao. Lin Xian's gains were also great. He felt that his Great Tao had become even more complete. They continued to walk along the mountain path. During this time, he used his Rinnegan, Great Dragon Sword, and Xing'er's bloodline. Finally, they walked forward for a short distance before stopping again. Some mysterious marks appeared on the mountain wall in front of them again. From afar, it looked like a dragon and an elephant. What was this? The Crimson Dragon was curious. However, he had learned his lesson and did not dare to go forward immediately. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to cover the front. The next moment, his soul shook. He seemed to see an incredible scene. In the vast land, the sun, the moon, and the stars, a divine dragon soared through the 9 heavens. A statue of a god stood on the 4 poles, seemingly standing in the 4 corners of the universe. They were like 2 divine beasts, terrifying to the extreme. Samsara's gaze wavered. Lin Xian's body trembled. He retracted his gaze, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "What's wrong, kid? Are you hurt?" the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. The Empress was also nervous. She said, "It looks like 2 mythical beasts were drawn. Even my bloodline is frightened." The Empress had a human body and a snake tail. Her bloodline was extraordinary. However, among the super great emperors, he was still a terrifying existence. Since even she said so, one could imagine how terrifying the diagram ahead was. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. Let me test my bloodline to see if there are any changes." Xianxia bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood, which flew forward. Then, it merged into the mountain. In the next moment, there seemed to be 2 roars coming from the front. The dragon and elephant picture seemed to come alive. Everyone was shocked. This should be a peerless technique. If they watched carefully, they might be able to comprehend something. The Empress quickly reminded them. Following that, everyone focused their attention on the scene in front of them. The giant dragon soared into the sky, and the statue stood there. Everyone saw an extremely shocking scene, just like what Lin Xian saw with his samsara eyes. Moreover, there were more images. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't see some of the samsara eyes. Now, he wouldn't let go of any details. In the end, a voice seemed to ring in everyone's mind: dragon and elephant technique. Who left this peerless technique? Was it a sovereign? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Nameless Sword said, "I don't understand. Can I see it again?" Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia dripped another drop of blood and flew forward. Everyone tried to comprehend it again. After dripping 5 drops of blood in a row, Xianxia said, "No, ordinary blood can't activate it at all. I have to use my heart's blood. This consumes a lot of my origin. It's about enough. This kind of thing requires opportunity and comprehension. Otherwise, it's useless to watch it 10,000 times." Indeed, although it was called the dragon and elephant technique, there were no specific techniques. You could only comprehend it by yourself. How much could you comprehend? It all depended on your own ability. They sat down cross-legged and stopped watching. Xianxia also swallowed treasures to restore her blood. At the same time, she was also silently comprehending. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon roared and stretched out its dragon claws. Like a giant dragon, it charged forward. On the other side, he waved his dragon technique and slammed it into the ground like an elephant, suppressing everything. What do you think of Benhuang's dragon and elephant technique? I think it's quite powerful. The Crimson Dragon was proud. The Empress rolled her eyes at him. With a wave of her hand, an even more terrifying palm flew out and shattered the Crimson Dragon's dragon and elephant technique. "It's stronger than mine." The Crimson Dragon suffered a blow. At this moment, Nameless Sword also made his move. He also demonstrated his dragon and elephant technique, which was stronger than the Crimson Dragon's. The Crimson Dragon was even more shocked. "You little kid, you're also so powerful." "Hee hee." Nameless Sword sneered. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. "No, Benhuang is not good at this technique. Benhuang is good at array formations. I have to fuse this dragon and elephant technique with array formations. I have to study it carefully. When the time comes, the dragon and elephant formation that I condense will scare you to death." The Crimson Dragon began to study. "Let me see if I can fuse it with my sword technique." Nameless Sword also began to comprehend again. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not make a move, but he also had a lot of insights. Dragon and elephant technique? Interesting. Let's continue. I wonder what else is waiting for us ahead. Everyone was looking forward to it. Xianxia was also extremely excited. This mountain is really a treasure trove. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed. The faces of the people outside were extremely ugly. Several land immortals made a move. Immortal spells and supernatural powers covered the 9 heavens, but they still could not open the ancient coffin. This made the surrounding people confused. What kind of existence is it? Could it be a sovereign buried here? Impossible. The princes shook their heads. Meng Qianqiu also frowned. She said, "It seems to be a celestial emperor." A celestial emperor of the void? What a surprise. The land immortals frowned. Were they going to return empty-handed? The celestial emperor's strength was unfathomable. They were afraid that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to open it. For a moment, they all stopped and did not make a move. The void power on the ancient void coffin in front of them also retracted. It surrounded the ancient coffin, releasing a mysterious aura. At the same time, the ancient coffin shook slightly, as if it had sensed something. In the distance, the void armor on Gu Santong, who was hiding in the void, suddenly bloomed. There were endless mysterious runes flashing on it. The void armor emitted a mysterious light, and finally, it merged into Gu Santong's body and disappeared. Gu Santong felt that the summoning power was getting stronger and stronger. So, he was ready to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Gu Santong walked forward. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. These people all turned to look. Who was it? They were on high alert. When they realized that it was only a great emperor, they were all stunned. What was this kid trying to do? What an unfamiliar face. Who was he? Look, this kid is walking towards the ancient void coffin. How stupid. Even the princes were no match for it, let alone this kid. The first prince let out a cold harumph. One must know that he had nearly been killed by the giant hand in the air. He was a super great emperor, and he had a divine artifact. Even so, he was no match for it. In the end, if not for the face of his father, he would have already gone to the Yellow Springs. This kid in front of him was weaker than him, and did not have a noble bloodline like him. How dare he approach the ancient void coffin? He was courting death. The earth immortals sneered. An ant seeking death. They did not bother to attack. Behind them, the Golden Lion King also took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also extremely nervous. However, he felt that Gu Santong still had hope. So, he did not stop him, but watched silently. Gu Santong was getting closer and closer to the ancient void coffin. The first prince snorted. Next, the giant void hand will appear. Then, it will tear him to pieces. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Gu Santong was getting closer and closer to the ancient void coffin, but the giant void hand did not appear. How was this possible? The first prince exclaimed. What was going on? The third prince, the 7th prince, and the others were also dumbfounded. Even the earth immortals frowned. He was not attacked. Why was this kid not attacked? When Gu Santong walked in front of the crack, countless people were shocked. Who was this? How could he walk in front of the ancient void coffin? Even us earth immortals could not do it. He was just a great emperor, but he did it, damn it, who could give me an explanation? No one could explain. Gu Santong, however, took a step forward and entered the spatial fissure. In the next moment, he discovered that there was an ancient coffin formed by stars in front of him. There were pictures of pagodas, sabers, swords, cauldrons, and other weapons. There was also an extremely terrifying spatial energy revolving around it. You're here. Gu Santong's body shook. This voice echoed in his heart, and it was as if his soul was trembling. Was the other party waiting for him? She was indeed related to him. This should also be the ancestor of the Gu family. Gu Santong was extremely excited. He stretched out a hand and grabbed in front of him. Was this guy going to open the ancient starry sky coffin? The surrounding people also held their breaths. The first prince and the others also became nervous. Although it was different from what they imagined, the ancient void coffin was finally about to open. In the next moment, Gu Santong's figure disappeared with a flash of light. He seemed to have entered the ancient void coffin. A mysterious force flew into the ancient void coffin. How was this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. The spatial passage that they had imagined did not appear. Damn it, who was that brat? Damn it, what did he do to the ancient void coffin? Why did it feel like all the spatial energy had disappeared? This was too strange. Attack! Attack with all your might! Attack him for me, the first prince gave the order. At this moment, everyone began to move. A few of the earth immortals snorted. They felt that Gu Santong was too strange. Perhaps he was absorbing the spatial energy. This was something that was absolutely not allowed. With a roar, the earth immortals attacked. They charged towards the ancient void coffin. The battle broke out again. This time, the crowd went crazy. The ancient void coffin started to shake slightly. The boundless force of the rift burst out once again and swept in all directions. Inside the ancient void coffin, Gu Santong was also shocked. He realized that the inside was different from what he had imagined. It was extremely vast, as if it was a world of its own. More importantly, there were no corpses inside. There was blood. 3 drops of blood, each as big as a mountain, floated between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura they emitted was enough to crush 10,000 worlds. But Gu Santong could feel his heart thumping furiously. This was the feeling of being connected by blood. He knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, ancestor." Not bad, I did not expect another great emperor to appear in the Gu family. You have also gained the approval of the armor. The 3 drops of heavenly emperor's blood shone with endless light. A loud voice came from within. Next, I will pass on my power to you. However, how much you can absorb will depend on your luck. As the voice fell, Gu Santong was wrapped in spatial energy and charged towards the first blood-colored mountain. In the next moment, he was shrouded in endless light. Vaguely, he seemed to see a tall figure standing above the 9 heavens. The voice seemed to merge with heaven and earth, and would disappear at any time. At this moment, Gu Santong's eyes widened. This was the figure of the Void Emperor. He was stunned. The Gu family had always worshipped the portrait of the Void Emperor. How could he not recognize it? But when did the Void Emperor become the Void Celestial Emperor? This was too unbelievable. How much could he absorb? It will depend on your luck. The loud voice sounded. Endless light poured into Gu Santong's body. Gu Santong let out a miserable cry. Endless cracks appeared on his body. This power was too strong. It seemed to tear his body apart. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire space shook slightly. The void ancient coffin shook violently. The Sky Emperor's voice sounded, "These people are courting death. If not for the inheritance, I would have destroyed them long ago. Unfortunately, there are only 3 drops of my heart's blood in this coffin. I can't use all my power. Forget it, I'll lead them away." One of the drops of heart's blood suddenly exploded with endless power, and directly attacked the outside. With a loud boom, everyone felt a sense of terror. Retreat. The Earth Immortals took their princes and fled madly. The place they were originally at immediately turned into nothingness. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The barrier in the distance shook violently. The endless blood-colored light seemed to have turned into a peerless spatial energy. It directly opened a passage into the barrier. Great, the passage appeared. The Earth Immortals exclaimed. This was the result they wanted. Go. The first prince roared. Go. The prince's eyes turned red. Thank you. Xianxia, heavenly wolf god, and the others did not immediately move. They first stopped and looked at the ancient coffin in the distance. First, he bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude. Then, they left with their princes. The mysterious barrier had been opened. The Celestial Emperor's spatial magic was too terrifying. Those Earth Immortals were also shocked. They quickly rushed in with the princes. After entering, they were able to sense a vast and mysterious power. Everyone began to tremble. The princes were even more excited. I can feel Father's aura here. Father once fought here. I can also feel the aura of the Sovereign Soul Jade. Great, the Sovereign Soul Jade is really here. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Wuti and the others have been here for a long time. They absolutely can't let them continue to lead. We have to catch up with them. Angry roars came one after another. These people rushed towards the top of the mountain like crazy. Inside Boundless Peak, Lin Xian also frowned. How could they not know about the opening of the space channel? They looked up at the sky. So scary. Who was buried in that ancient coffin? Who could open the barrier? One had to know that so many people had joined forces before, but they couldn't open it. Now, it was opened. How terrifying was the person who did it, the Empress said. This is not opening the barrier, but directly creating a space channel. This person's spatial power was unimaginably powerful. Space was king, and that was not just a saying. Let's hurry up. Lin Xian took a deep breath. They continued to move forward. However, a few days later, they were still caught up. Because the Earth Immortals behind them had joined forces and attacked together. With so many powerhouses attacking together, their power was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian was caught. Ha 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 ha, Lin Wudi, you didn't expect it, did you? You didn't expect us to be able to come in. Lin Wudi, this time I will definitely teach you a lesson. This sovereign soul jade is ours. Don't even think about getting it. The first prince, the third prince, and the others sneered. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said, you delivered it so quickly. Didn't you stop? Boy, are you doubting our strength? Although this place is very mysterious. But with so many Earth Immortals together, our speed is far beyond yours. We won't stop. Lin Xian sighed, idiot, you've missed a great opportunity, do you know that? There's something mysterious at the foot of the mountain, but you didn't notice it. What a fool. What was this mysterious thing? The first prince was taken aback. The third prince also said, everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. He just wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Trying to trick us. Lin Xian indeed had such an idea, but he was using an overt scheme. That was because there was indeed something below. There was the dragon-elephant technique. Lin Xian looked at the Crimson Dragon and said, Rizalong, show them your supernatural power. The Crimson Dragon walked out and waved its hands. A dragon and an elephant appeared between heaven and earth, giving off a vast and mysterious message. What a terrifying absolute art. What was this thing? Damn it, did they find it at the foot of the mountain? Why didn't I notice? Many people's eyes turned red. Let's go down and take a look. We definitely can't miss such a peerless divine ability. That's right, they couldn't let Lin Wudi and the others get away with it. Those powerhouses were all tempted. Even the Earth Immortals' expressions changed. To be honest, they were also a little tempted. However, the first prince roared, damn Lin Wudi, how dare you trick us? He was really mad. Lin Wudi was using a peerless divine ability to restrain them. Once the powerhouses returned, their speed would be slowed down. They would have no chance to obtain the sovereign spirit jade. No one is allowed to go. Whoever dares to leave will be betraying me and will be killed without mercy. At this moment, the first prince was murderous. On the third prince's side, the heavenly wolf god also roared, let's see who dares to leave. A shocking murderous aura appeared on his body. The Earth Immortals also snorted coldly. They began to intimidate everyone. Sure enough, the powerhouses who wanted to leave changed their expressions drastically. Damn it, Prince, you have to think about us. Someone persuaded. Shut up, all of you. The seventh prince shouted coldly. At this moment, their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Wudi was trying to sow discord, and their subordinates were already beginning to be divided. Oh, a peerless technique? Interesting, I have to take a look. At this moment, Xianxia chuckled. She waved her hand, and the four maids beside her who were holding swords bloomed with light. For sword chi tore through the void, and she disappeared. Did any Earth Immortals go? The eyes of the others were red. However, not long after, Xianxia walked back again. She stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, Kid, do you know what the consequences of lying to me are? Xianxia was very angry. Being fooled by a great emperor made her lose face. A dreamy murderous intent appeared on her body. Lin Xian snorted coldly, you're too impatient. I haven't finished yet. If he wanted to cultivate the dragon form technique, he had to use the bloodline power of the descendants of the emperor. For example, the bloodline of these princes should be able to stimulate the cultivation method of the dragon form technique. Hearing this, the prince's expressions changed drastically. The Earth Immortals beside them even released terrifying immortal chi and divine fire, enveloping them. Who dared to make a move? Go, 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 the ninth prince kept urging him. Ghost Immortal took the ninth prince and quickly left. As for the great emperors and super great emperors under them, they couldn't care less. Because they were in danger themselves. They had the bloodline of the emperor. However, they couldn't use it casually. They turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed over. Xianxia gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. She also chased after them. As for whether to make a move, she had to wait and see. Master Qin didn't say a word. He looked extremely mysterious and unfathomable. He said, "There seems to be an unexpected power ahead. Let's go and take a look." "Let's go too." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon-shaped sword Qi danced in the air and slashed forward, tearing apart all the void. They also moved forward quickly. These people were competing with each other in speed. The Emperor's Soul Jade was extremely important, so no one was willing to give it up. However, half a day later, they stopped. Even the ones who were closest to the front were shaken back. Yue Fei's blood boiled. The heavenly wolf god roared, "Damn it, who dares to sneak attack me?" They were all mad with anger. The people behind them all stopped. What's going on? Is there another change ahead? They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian was also surprised. He used his Rinnegan. The next moment, he saw 3 ancient coffins in front of him. The 3 incomparably dark ancient coffins floated there, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. "Ancient coffins again," the eldest prince and the others exclaimed. When they were outside, the ancient void coffins gave them a headache. Fortunately, they succeeded in breaking through the barrier in the end. They didn't expect to see another ancient coffin here. Was it a blessing or a curse? Lin Xian took a deep breath and used his Rinnegan to the extreme. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared around the 3 ancient coffins. The power of reincarnation kept erupting and sweeping across this part of the world. Master Qin and Xianxia were extremely surprised. They stared at Lin Xian. This was the first time they saw Lin Xian. Although the young man in front of them was only a great emperor, the power of reincarnation was too strong. What kind of divine being was this? The 7th prince raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Seniors, don't underestimate this kid. This kid has the Rinnegan and the great dragon sword. He is a top genius." He was obviously trying to sow discord and kill with a borrowed knife. Sure enough, Master Qin and Xianxia's pupils shrank when they heard this. The great dragon sword was with him, their eyes instantly turned red. Sensing the 2 Earth Immortals' unfriendly gazes, Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced at the 7th prince and said coldly, "You talk too much. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." The 7th prince snorted, "You have to get through this first." Obviously, his attempt to sow discord had succeeded. The light in the eyes of the 2 land immortals became more and more terrifying. They all wanted the power of the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian also frowned. He took out the immortal killing sword. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, the 3 ancient coffins in front of them changed. One of the ancient coffins fell from the sky to the ground with a boom. It made an earth-shattering sound. A vast amount of energy flew out from the coffin. At the same time, a low laughter came from inside. It was a laughter. As soon as the sound came out, everyone's expression changed. Master Qin and Xianxia also retracted their gazes, not daring to make a move. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked. He came to Xing'er's side and said, "Be careful." The laughter became louder and louder. Then, like a thunderclap, it resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone only felt their souls shake, as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Damn it, what a powerful soul aura. Quickly defend. Countless angry voices came, and they began to form a soul defense. Ah, the weaker ones screamed, and their souls were immediately shattered. "Senior, please help." They asked the land immortals for help. Several land immortals snorted and joined forces to release a terrifying light, which enveloped their respective princes. At the same time, their expressions were extremely ugly because they also felt a sense of pressure. A voice could make them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The people in front of them were probably not simple. The 9th prince said, "Is it another Sky Emperor?" As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Impossible, right? There was already a Sky Emperor before, how could there be another one? The land immortals also shook their heads. Absolutely impossible. What kind of existence is the Sky Emperor? How could there be so many? They didn't believe it. Lin Xian and the others were surprised. Sky Emperor? What's going on? He knew that the great emperor of the Yi clan was Celestial Emperor Yi. Other than him, was there another Celestial Emperor? Could it be that the one inside the ancient void coffin was a Celestial Emperor? Thinking of this possibility, Xianxia gasped in shock. The Empress said, "Don't think too much. Let's deal with the current situation first." The three ancient coffins were clearly blocking their path. If they couldn't deal with them, no one would be able to advance. Not to mention obtaining the sovereign spirit jade. Boom, the coffin on the right let out a rumbling sound. Then, the lid opened and a figure sat up. This was a woman who wore a black dress. Her skin was fair, and her hair was casually scattered. His hair was disheveled. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. In her hand, there was a paper crane. She sat there in a daze, but the aura she exuded was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Everyone retreated. The earth deities were also on high alert. They snorted coldly, and the immortal chi and divine fire on their bodies completely erupted. A thunderous sound rang out. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Inside this ancient coffin, there was actually an earth immortal. This was too unbelievable. Everyone went crazy. Because in their knowledge, could an earth immortal die? Not a single earth immortal died, right? Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He had seen many earth immortals. In fact, a few earth immortals even ended up very miserably. For example, those who were petrified couldn't move at all. They were living a life worse than death. If there was an earth immortal who died, it would be the saber immortal. However, that was killed by his father, Lin Zhan, who used a method of mutual destruction to kill him. Now, who killed the earth immortals here? Could it be the Dizun? The Dizun was too terrifying. Something was wrong. At this moment, Ghost Immortal said, "Look, although he is dead, he doesn't seem to have any injuries on his body. What kind of method is this? I don't understand. Do you know?" Heavenly Wolf Deity, Yun Xian, and the others looked carefully. Then, their pupils constricted. Indeed, the woman in black in front of them didn't have a single crack on her body. It was impossible to directly destroy her soul. Was this an instant kill? Who could kill an earth immortal in an instant? They were going crazy. Not necessarily. At this moment, Master Qin spoke. He formed a seal with his left hand and pointed the finger of his right hand. One finger Tongxian, mysterious runes bloomed on his finger, covering 9 days. Those mysterious runes spun rapidly, forming a mystical pattern. Everyone couldn't understand. The Crimson Dragon frowned tightly. He understood a little. Master Qin cried out in surprise. In the next moment, he said, "Maybe it was broken and then reformed. Who knows?" No way, the surrounding people were shocked again. Ahead. The woman in black, who had been sitting, turned her head. His neck made a cracking sound. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they unconsciously took 3 steps back. Moved, this earth immortal moved. Was he dead or not? Everyone went crazy. The woman in black turned her head. Her face was extremely pale and expressionless. In a trance, everyone seemed to feel the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Was she smiling? Damn it. Not good, everyone quickly defend. Exclamations sounded one after another. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. At that moment, his Rinnegan began to rotate violently. He felt a peerless crisis. With a cold snort, sword chi instantly flew out and condensed into a sword screen in front of him. Boom, his sword chi had just condensed. The attack came. The paper crane in the woman in black's hand suddenly flapped its wings. Then, it turned into thousands of paper cranes and flew over quickly. Each paper crane was the size of a palm. It was just formed by folding ordinary paper. However, at this moment, it was incomparably sharp, like a peerless flying sword that could shatter everything. Each paper crane was like a divine beast. At this moment, countless paper cranes covered the sky as they rushed over. The great emperor was instantly sent flying. His bones were shattered and his body split open. Damn it, quickly counterattack. The third prince shouted angrily. Everyone attacked crazily. A great battle broke out in an instant. The ninth prince led his people to attack. However, they were quickly beaten back. The immortal chi on their bodies became dimmer and dimmer. They were about to collapse. At this moment, the ghost immortal made his move. The ghost immortal snorted coldly. 9 white bones appeared in front of him. They spread their wings, covering the sky and the earth. A piercing hot aura came from them. It's time to send you out. Go out, burn the sky and destroy the earth. With an order, 9 white bone golden crows flew out. Like 9 suns, they floated between heaven and earth. The terrifying golden crows floated between heaven and earth, carrying an extremely terrifying aura and a strange power of death. Their appearance covered the sky and the earth. Everyone looked up at the sky. What was that? The bones of demon beasts. They were so powerful. And there were 9 of them. They should be golden crows from the primordial era. And they should be extremely powerful golden crows. Were they being controlled? Countless people were shocked. The Crimson Dragon and the others also gasped. Oh my god, this ghost immortal's methods are so strange. We have to be careful. The 9 golden crows burned the sky and the earth, and the paper cranes nearby were all turned into ashes. The 9th prince heaved a sigh of relief, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Great, the crisis was temporarily resolved. There was no danger on their side, and the other earth immortals were also using their methods. At this time, Xianxia made his move. He charged toward the 3rd prince. With a wave of his hand, 4 flying swords rushed over like lightning. 3 of them charged toward the heavenly wolf deity. One of the flying swords charged toward the 3rd prince. The flying sword was very fast, and the 3rd prince did not have time to react. He really did not expect that the earth immortals would attack him. And it was a sneak attack. By the time he wanted to use the 4 beasts cube, it was already too late. The flying sword directly pierced through his body. And it pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt that his life was in danger. Was he going to die? The 3rd prince was completely dumbfounded. How dare you, the heavenly wolf deity roared. He rushed over like a madman and knocked away the 3 flying swords. A crack appeared on his body, but he did not care about anything. He quickly rushed to the 3rd prince's side and firmly protected him. Seeing that the 3rd prince's heart was pierced, but his life was not in danger. The heavenly wolf deity heaved a sigh of relief. But he still roared, "Crazy woman, do you want to die? I don't mind having a life and death battle with you." The 4 flying swords flew back, and Xianxia grabbed one of them. There were a few drops of blood on it, dripping down. Xianxia waved his hand and quickly hid the few drops of blood in a jade bottle. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. I've got the Dizun bloodline. I'll go comprehend the dragon elephant technique first. You guys can have fun here. After that, she turned and flew down the mountain. Damn it, did this woman sneak attack the 3rd prince just for the dragon form technique? The heavenly wolf deity roared in anger. The 3rd prince also had an ugly look on his face. The other princes were even more horrified as they looked at Lin Fan. Previously, when Lin Fan tried to trick them, they thought that it wouldn't work. But to think that it still worked. For a moment, they were on guard against each other, as if they were facing a great enemy. Their alliance was no longer perfect and seemed to be united on the surface but actually divided at heart. The few earth immortals also frowned. There was still a powerful Master Qin who had yet to make a move. Would the other party launch a sneak attack? They had to be careful. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile at the sight. Being able to break up the alliance of these people was extremely good for him. This way, he wouldn't have to face so much pressure. Of course, he did not dare to be careless. He had to protect Xing'er. On the other side, Ghost Immortal laughed. 9th Prince, you don't have to be afraid. I will protect you. With a wave of his hand, 3 white bone golden crows surrounded the 9th Prince, forming an absolute defense. The other 6 white bone golden crows spread their wings and flew towards the black-clothed woman. Under the scorching heat, the paper cranes were reduced to ashes. Ghost Immortal was unstoppable. He arrived in front of the black-clothed woman. The 6 white bone golden crows acted as support while Ghost Immortal attacked. He took out the Book of Life and Death and the judge's brush, drawing a circle on the ground. With a wave of the judge's brush, a black dungeon appeared around the ancient coffin, directly enveloping it. This was an extremely terrifying immortal art that could seal and suppress everything. The black-clothed woman's body also shook slightly. She suddenly raised her head, and a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in her dim and empty eyes. Obviously, she was in danger. She was resisting. However, Ghost Immortal was also extraordinary. The other party was a living earth immortal, and the Book of Life and Death in his hand was even more strange. With a wave of the Book of Life and Death, an army of ghosts and 100 ghosts rushed out. The terrifying ghosts rushed over. In addition, the 6 white bone golden crows moved out crazily. Good opportunity, let's go too. When Xianxia saw this scene, he cried out in alarm. The clouds see 9 heavens. There were 2 pieces of the 9 heavens above his hands that pressed down fiercely. Seeing that the black-clothed woman was about to be suppressed. However, at this moment, an ancient coffin next to her began to shake again. Then, an even more scorching aura flew out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The clouds see 9 heavens shattered and Xianxia retreated. He cried out in alarm. Even Ghost Immortal's expression changed. The ghost aura on his body was also torn apart. This aura made her hair stand on end. On the other side, Lin Xian also exclaimed. What a terrifying flame. His 9-yang body began to sway slightly. What kind of flame was this? At the moment of crisis, he used his golden right hand. His right hand had been tempered by the 3 true flames. It was extremely terrifying. The golden right hand used the great solar undying palm. It was like a flaming mountain standing in front of him. Only then did he block the scorching aura. However, the others were not so lucky. They were sent flying by this force and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them were charred black. The fiery pain caused the super great emperor's face to contort in pain. This was still too far away. The few great emperors who were close were instantly turned into ashes. There was even a super great emperor's body that was shattered into dust. Everyone went crazy. Just a wave of aura was so terrifying. They did not dare to go forward anymore. Ghost Immortal snorted coldly and summoned. 6 white bone golden crows came in front of him and lined up in a row. He snorted coldly. I want to see who you are. So what if you are the fire god? I can control the white bone golden crows. Your flames can't hurt me. At this moment, Ghost Immortal was extremely powerful. Buzz. In the ancient coffin in front of him, a tall figure stood up. It was a man with golden flames dancing all over his body. This was the Sun Fire. It was extremely terrifying. On his back, there was a pair of golden wings. Monstrous flames flowed on them. It was like the 9 heavens' divine fire. With a light sway, it brought about a scorching storm, causing everyone to be terrified. Who exactly was this person? Ghost Immortal was also frowning. In the next moment, his expression changed. Because the 6 white bone golden crows in front of him began to sway violently. They seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. Damn it, what's going on? Ghost Immortal controlled them tightly. However, it was useless. The 6 white bone golden crows knelt on the ground with a plop. They kept kowtowing to the flame-like figure in front of them. These white-boned golden crows were extremely terrifying. They were ancient powerhouses. Although they were dead, the power in their bodies had not disappeared. When they joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, such a terrifying powerhouse knelt down so easily. Who exactly was that golden flame-like figure? Could it be the Golden Crow God? Master Qin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Ghost Immortal's pupils constricted. No matter how strong the 9 golden crows in his hands were, they were not Earth Immortals. And the golden figure in front of him was a genuine Earth Immortal. And it was an immortal of the Golden Crow clan. No wonder his white-boned Golden Crow had to kneel down to it. Damn it, was it restrained? Ghost Immortal was extremely unwilling. The Golden Crow God. On the other side, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He could also feel his 9 sons trembling. Both of them had flame-like bodies, but the other's divine fire seemed to be more terrifying. Of course, Lin Xian was still in the Great Emperor realm. Once he became an Earth Immortal, his body would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. But now, there seemed to be something more important to do. That was to leave this place and continue to climb to the top. The 2 people in front seemed to be blocking the way. After the Golden Crow God came out, it spread its wings and covered the sky and earth, blocking a part of the world. On the other side, the woman in black was also waving the paper crane in her hand, blocking another part of the world. The 2 of them attacked and cut off the path. Just 2 Earth Immortals? You want to block our path? You're looking down on us, right? Heavenly Wolf God snorted coldly. Xianxia also sneered. Everyone, let's rely on our own abilities. After saying that, he led the people on the 7th prince's side and quickly rushed over. In his right eye, a light appeared. A purple hammer appeared and fell down fiercely. There was purple lightning on it that could pierce through heaven and earth. After he made his move, the others also made their moves. In their opinion, they had far more Earth Immortals than the other side, so there should be no problem. However, things were not like that. The golden light energy and the cold energy of the woman in black actually fused together perfectly. The power of yin and yang, this power fused together and multiplied, blocking the attacks that filled the sky. That's impossible. All the immortals were going crazy. What kind of divine ability was this? How could his strength increase by several times? They couldn't believe it. Let's go too. Lin Xian also let out a low shout. He led Xianxia and the others over. Terrifying flames appeared on Lin Xian's body. The great solar indestructible palm flew out. He charged towards the paper cranes that had been flying for a long time. In the previous battle, he could tell that the paper crane was afraid of flames. His 9 yang divine flame was also incomparably terrifying. Sure enough, the surrounding paper cranes shook violently. 9 yang divine sword. Lin Xian coldly shouted as the great dragon sword chi flew out, bringing with it powerful flame energy. It turned into a sword of light and slashed down. The paper cranes in front of him were reduced to ashes. He slaughtered his way out. However, at this moment, the power of the Golden Crow flew over from the other side. The golden palm blotted out the sky and blocked the fire dragon. With a loud boom, Lin Xian and the others were forced back. They attacked together. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded and took out a semi-divine weapon sword. Black light bloomed in the sky. At the same time, the battle robe on his body also erupted with power. The power of this divine weapon and semi-divine weapon was stronger than before. Xianxia was only a king before, but now she was a super great emperor. She could now mobilize more power. The Empress also attacked. The Crimson Dragon also set up a formation. Nameless Sword couldn't help much at this moment. He could only helplessly stay in the dark red dragon's formation. Damn it, I'm still too weak. If I were to recover to my peak, I could also fight. The Empress shot out an extremely terrifying light. She raised her palm, and the bright divine fire danced on her palm. Their cooperation was terrifying. It wasn't just them. The others also attacked. A great battle broke out. Everyone wanted to kill their way out. However, the Golden Crow and the black-clothed woman's cooperation was too perfect. The 2 seemed to have merged into one. The power of light and darkness kept erupting, engulfing everything like the sea. Everyone seemed to be swept into it. Damn it, what exactly is this thing? The heavenly wolf god roared crazily. He felt the pressure. Yunxian's brows were tightly knitted together. Her method of using gentleness to conquer strength did not seem to work here. It was the same for Ghost Immortal. Xianxia snorted. His left eye glowed. A shield enlarged and blocked in front of him. Endless starlight and Dao runes intertwined on the shield. It emitted a mysterious aura. He blocked the Golden Crow's claw. It let out an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, the purple lightning hammer in his hand struck the black-clothed woman. It was useless. The others shook their heads when they saw this. They had attacked like this before, but it was useless. However, there was a change this time. Just as Xianxia made his move, another black figure quickly rushed over. This black figure was like black lightning. It charged directly at the black-clothed woman. The paper cranes in the sky kept shattering. The black-clothed woman's ancient coffin also shook violently. The surrounding sky and earth cracked as if it couldn't withstand this power. What was this? What a terrifying aura. The people around felt their hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. His pupils constricted, and an extremely terrifying light burst out of his rinnegan. This aura was so familiar. Damn it, that's impossible. How could that guy appear here? And he didn't notice it at all before. Lin Xian was too surprised. Great, it worked. Xianyan's lips curled up into a smile. This was his killing move. It was unexpected. The others couldn't guard against it at all. No matter how strong the black-clothed woman was, she probably couldn't resist it. A rumbling sound came from the front. Heaven and earth shattered. The great path rumbled. The black-clothed woman's black hair danced in the wind. She seemed to be in a sorry state. However, she still managed to block the attack. A diagram appeared behind the black-clothed woman and the golden crow, slowly rotating. It was an extremely mysterious diagram. It was like the fusion of yin and yang. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this scene. A yin-yang diagram? They actually controlled the power of yin and yang. No wonder their combined power could increase several times. The power of yin and yang was also extremely terrifying. Everyone was both envious and afraid. On the other side, Lin Xian's face darkened. He stared at the pitch-black figure. Hey Juetian. The other party actually appeared here. How could Lin Xian not know He Juetian? The two of them were sworn enemies and had fought several times. However, He Juetian was just a remnant soul. He should be in that ancient battlefield. How could he come out? His brows furrowed tightly. The others also cried out in surprise. They had also discovered a mysterious expert. Was this a new powerhouse? They were extremely shocked. This was especially true when they sensed a bone-chilling power from the other party's body. What kind of powerhouse was this? Why did he look so familiar? Those land immortals who had been to the ancient battlefield frowned. Although the other party's body had become very small, he looked very much like a powerhouse from the ancient battlefield. You actually came out alive, they were extremely shocked. He, since you know who I am, why don't you get lost? He Juetian snorted coldly, extremely domineering. The other land immortals' expressions changed drastically. They had also seen the other party's methods. However, the other party was too arrogant. Lin Xian frowned, and his rinnegan quickly turned. This was not He Juetian's voice, and even his soul was not right. Was He Juetian possessed? He didn't quite believe it. The next moment, he sneered, what's there to be proud of? Aren't you still unable to pass? Damn brat, are you challenging me? He Juetian, who was in front of him, suddenly turned his head, and a trace of extremely sharp killing intent burst out from his eyes. This killing intent was too strong. Because, at this moment, the one controlling this body was not He Juetian. It was the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal was a powerhouse of the Nirvana realm. He and Lin Xian were sworn enemies. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill Lin Xian in an instant. Ignore this brat first, deal with the powerhouses in front of him first. Xianxia said in a low voice. The virtual immortal nodded. He turned his head and looked, and then, his brows furrowed tightly. The gazes of the others also turned to look at him. Yin-yang diagram? They were shocked. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He was also extremely familiar with this diagram. Moreover, he did not expect that it would appear here. It was really surprising. The next moment, he sneered, how stupid. Who said this is a yin-yang diagram? Kid, what did you say? The virtual immortal roared. The heavenly wolf god, Yunxian, and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Kid, so what if you're the descendant of the great dragon? Although your combat strength is strong, however, in terms of foresight and experience, you are far behind us. You're not even 5,000 years old, but we've lived for more than 500,000 years. The treasures we've seen are far beyond your imagination. If this isn't a yin-yang diagram, then what is it? The Earth Immortals were extremely arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Look carefully, the yin-yang diagram is just a simple yin-yang fish that fuses together. However, the eyes of these two yin-yang fish were different. The yin fish's eyes contained the power of yang, while the yang fish's eyes contained the power of yin. Have you ever seen such a yin-yang diagram? The land immortals had long discovered this. They had indeed never seen such a yin-yang diagram. However, in their eyes, although the yin-yang diagram was a little strange, it was still a yin-yang diagram. They snorted, "What do you know?" There were many forms of the yin-yang diagram, and this was just one of them. That's right, kid, with just you? You want to teach us a lesson? You're too weak. Become a land immortal first. After Lin Xian heard this, he laughed out loud. How stupid. You old things are really ridiculous. The land immortals were furious. They wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He said coldly, this thing is not called a yin-yang diagram. It's called a taiji diagram. Taiji diagram? What's that? They were stunned. They had never heard of this name before. Kid, you're deliberately mystifying us. You want to scare us with a random name? Do you think we're scared? Yunxian sneered. The heavenly wolf god also snorted. Idiot. The ghost immortals, essence immortals, and the others didn't believe it. However, Lin Xian sneered. Open your eyes and see clearly. What is this? In the next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand. A taiji diagram appeared in his hand. It was blooming with an extremely terrifying yin-yang aura. As soon as this taiji diagram appeared, the huge taiji diagram in front of him also began to slowly rotate. The two emitted the aura of yin-yang and were extremely mysterious. When the land immortals saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it, it was exactly the same as this diagram. How could he have such a thing? What was his connection with this place? He actually knew about the taiji diagram. Could it be that Lin Wudi had an even more secret inheritance? The land immortals went crazy. The princes were gnashing their teeth in anger. Their eyes were red with envy. To be honest, as the sons of the Dizun, how noble were their identities? How powerful were their bloodlines? What kind of divine ability did they not have? However, they realized that compared to Lin Xian, they were far inferior. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword of the 5 swords in the world, but they didn't. Now that Lin Xian had taken out the taiji diagram, they didn't have it either. In fact, they had never even heard of it. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. The first prince gritted his teeth. Humph, I don't believe in the taiji diagram. This kid must be lying. That's right. The third prince also snorted coldly and said, he has the great dragon sword soul. Legend has it that the great dragon sword is not only powerful in attack, but it can also evolve into all things. Maybe he used the great dragon sword to evolve it. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. This is just the yin-yang diagram. Go, attack. The 7th prince let out a roar. He had to kill this kid. The other party was too strange. If the two taiji diagrams had any connection, it would be troublesome. The other land immortals also thought so. Therefore, for a moment, they all made their moves. However, Master Qin didn't make a move. His left hand kept forming seals, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He was speculating about Lin Xian. However, the more he speculated, the uglier his expression became. In the end, a drop of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. This guy was too mysterious, he didn't dare to act rashly. The people in front of him pounced on Lin Xian. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, Xing'er exclaimed, not good. The empress also said, we can't fight head-on. The number of land immortals far exceeded theirs. They were no match for them at all. Lin Xian said, don't be afraid, I'll do it. After that, he waved his hand, and the taiji diagram flew forward. The small Taiji diagram merged with the huge Taiji diagram. With a boom, the Taiji diagram spun violently. The vast power of yin and yang surged in all directions like the sea. The land immortals resisted while attacking. They still didn't give up on killing Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. He activated the Taiji diagram with all his strength, and the power of yin and yang completely erupted. The golden crow god and the woman in black also stood up at this moment. They floated in the sky, and endless bridal power erupted from their bodies. At this moment, the ancient coffin in the center of them also shook violently. At the same time, a deep and old voice sounded, "Sword out of Wudong." The sword came out of Wudong. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. They all stopped. They looked at the coffin in the middle in shock and bewilderment. The coffins on both sides were already extremely terrifying. How terrifying was the one in the middle, they didn't dare to be careless. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. He felt the dragon in his body roar. Monster sword energy flew out of his body and flew forward. What a terrifying sword intent. A sword light suddenly flew out of the ancient coffin and rushed toward the nine skies. Then, the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. The power of yin and yang danced quickly and then formed a sword array. Yin-yang sword technique. Boom. The terrifying sword array was earth-shattering. The people around were all forced back. Lin Xian roared to the sky, "Block it." Endless sword light condensed on his body. A terrifying dragon roar sounded. He seemed to have turned into a dragon god and slashed out with his sword. The two collided. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Endless cracks appeared around Lin Xian. The Tai Chi diagram on his body also kept spinning. He managed to block the attack. In the next moment, he said to Xing'er and the others beside him, "Be careful. This sword technique is extremely terrifying." He activated the dragon sword soul with all his strength. Endless sword energy formed a sword Dao domain. It enveloped Xing'er and the others. Boom. The yin-yang sword formation in front was getting more and more terrifying. The black and white sword energy merged together and tore the world apart. Streaks of yin-yang sword shadows appeared between heaven and earth. Then, they quickly charged toward Lin Xian and the others. These sword chis were extremely terrifying. Many people's bodies were torn apart. Lin Xian roared to the sky. His expression became extremely serious. Just now, he blocked the sword. So, at this moment, the yin-yang sword formation seemed to be targeting him. With a cold snort, Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword. The murderous aura on his body kept spreading. He waved his sword energy and used the dragon-elephant technique. A dragon and an elephant appeared between heaven and earth. The dragon's shadow pierced through the 9 heavens, and the statue stepped on the ground, trying to suppress the yin and yang sword formation. The duality sword formation quickly combined. The dragon and elephant collided, blocking the terrifying dragon and elephant attack. However, at this time, the immortal slaying sword came over again. It transformed into a lightning dragon that tore through everything. It directly split apart the sword chi of the yin-yang sword formation. Xing'er and the others cried out from behind. They could sense the terrifying battle of swords, and they gasped. Even though Xing'er was wearing a divine artifact, she did not dare to rashly approach. One could only imagine what kind of attack Lin Xian had suffered. "No, we can't let Lin Xian face this alone. We have to take action as well." Xing'er said to the empress beside her, "Senior, please help me." Her lady queen nodded and channeled her power into it. Xing'er's black feather sword exploded with light. It turned into a peerless beast and slashed forward. On the other side, the other princes also made their moves. The yin-yang sword formation that filled the sky was too strange. They had to be on guard. A great battle erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Not long after, the first prince retreated, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. However, fortunately, he was wearing a divine artifact, so it was not fatal. However, the 9th prince was not so lucky. His body was penetrated by 2 sword chi. His internal organs were severely injured. He let out a miserable cry and retreated to the back. Aren't you going to work together? Xianxia snorted. Even he felt the pressure. This yin-yang sword formation was too terrifying. If they did not work together now, they would probably be injured. Let's work together. Yunxian took a deep breath. Immortal qi kept spreading from his body. Sky Wolf deity also roared. Divine fire danced. The earth immortals worked together. However, this action seemed to have angered the yin-yang sword formation in front of them. Especially on the coffin in the middle, a new Tai Chi diagram appeared and kept spinning. The sword chi became even more terrifying. Kill. The battle became even more intense. At this moment, Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi diagram with all his might. Sword chi flowed on it. He charged to the side, tearing a crack in heaven and earth. Oh no, he was going to charge over. The surrounding people exclaimed. The first prince's eyes were red. The seventh prince also roared, "Stop him." However, the earth immortals did not have the extra strength to stop Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, were they going to let Lin Wudi go over? The surrounding people gritted their teeth. At this moment, the Tai Chi diagram on the coffin in the middle seemed to have turned into a Tai Chi sword and slashed over. The Tai Chi diagram on Lin Xian's body cracked. Oh no. Lin Xian roared. He took out the great dragon sword, fused it with his right hand, and stabbed out. At the same time, he activated the power of the ancient land. Boundless power poured into the great dragon sword's soul. This sword was extremely powerful. With a boom, the Tai Chi sword was blocked. The Tai Chi sword shook violently. Then, it turned into a Tai Chi diagram and fell into the coffin in the middle. He did not attack again. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and disappeared with everyone. Damn it. When the people behind saw this scene, their eyes turned red. They also wanted to rush over. However, the yin-yang sword formation firmly enveloped them. The sword light flashed in front of them. Lin Xian and the others came out. They looked at the shocking battle behind them with lingering fear. The Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Great, we successfully left. The world is ours now. Ha 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 ha. Like an old monster, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Lin Xian said, "We can't be careless. We haven't reached the top of the mountain yet, but it's already so terrifying." Who knew what was ahead? Then, Lin Xian and the others set off. This time, it was much safer. There were no attacks. Finally, they arrived at the top of the mountain. To be exact, it was not the top of the mountain because the top of the mountain was cut off by a sword. The place they came to was a huge platform. In front of them, there was a huge statue. It was a palm, a stone palm. It seemed to have merged with the entire mountain. Although this hand was made of stone, it carried a monstrous power. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. Even Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying pressure. Light bloomed on Xing'er's body. The bloodline power in her body kept erupting. She said, "I feel Father's power." This palm is related to Dizun. A palm related to Dizun? It was indeed terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Not only that, Lin Xian also found that in the center of the stone palm, there was a bead. The sovereign soul jade, Lin Xian exclaimed. However, he found that this bead was actually a stone bead. It seemed to be carved out of stone. Was this another sovereign soul bead? Xing'er sensed for a moment and nodded. It should be. But it looks a little strange. Forget it, forget it. Let's get this soul jade first. Xing'er walked forward. The stone hand in front of him let out a rumbling sound as an extremely strong pressure swept over. All the world seemed to be shaking. Xing'er's body also trembled as he felt a powerful force. In the next moment, he took a deep breath. He unleashed the bloodline of the sovereign to the extreme. The rumbling sound of the great Tao came from his body. The mysterious power of the bloodline surrounded him. Xing'er began to attack. In the distance, those who were still fighting felt a mysterious power erupt. The expressions of the first prince and the third prince changed. Not good, the power of the bloodline. Could it be that Xing'er had been found? Damn it, we have to leave here quickly. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. These princes attacked like crazy. On the other side, Xing'er's heart was beating wildly. Even though he had the bloodline, he still felt a huge pressure. He knew that this was the sovereign's test for him. If he wanted to obtain the power of the sovereign, he had to complete the test. Lin Xian and the others did not move. They watched silently from the side. They could not help much now, but they had to prevent the people below from rushing up. Below, the land immortals attacked like crazy. Especially on the seventh prince's side, Xianyin and the virtual immortal had completely erupted. Although the virtual immortal was half a remnant soul, his body was black extinction sky. The power that he displayed now was extremely terrifying. As for Xianyin, he was fully mobilizing the power in his body. Many divine weapons appeared in his eyes as he cooperated with Master Qin and the others. They were about to shatter the duality sword formation. At this moment, a mysterious power of space suddenly swept across the sky, enveloping everything. The power of space was extremely terrifying. When they felt this power, the first prince and the others' expressions changed. Damn it, this was the power of the void heaven and earth. Was the void heaven emperor going to attack? They suddenly raised their heads. The ancient void coffin kept shaking as a figure appeared in front of the ancient void coffin. This was an extremely handsome man. He was wearing void armor, and the power of the void was constantly emanating from his body. Damn it, it was that kid, they recognized him. He had entered the ancient void coffin before. They did not expect him to attack them again. This man was Gu Santong. He transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. I can use the power of space to stop them for a while. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Then, he asked, how are things on your side? What was going on? Gu Santong said. It was a long story. This ancient void coffin belonged to my Gu clan's ancestor. I obtained a powerful void energy from it. Gu Santong was extremely excited when he said this. This was because its power was rapidly increasing. He was rapidly reaching a realm that others couldn't reach in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The two mountains of divine blood that were left in the ancient void coffin were truly terrifying. After absorbing all of it, Gu Santong would probably reach an unimaginable level. The yin-yang sword formation, coupled with the power of space, blocked everyone. Xianyin frowned. He said to the virtual immortal, go. This body is extremely strong. You can leave this place first. Okay, then I'll take the lead. I'll kill my way over and stop Lin Wudi and the others. The virtual immortal nodded. In the next moment, his soul was completely hidden in this body. He crazily urged his body to move. Boom. A land immortal went all out. The power was extremely terrifying. In the end, the virtual immortal left. The price was a few more cracks on his body. However, he didn't care. Because this wasn't his body in the first place. He didn't feel bad at all. He dared to do this, but the other land immortals didn't. Because it might hurt their roots. They wouldn't be able to recover even after tens of thousands of years. Haha, Lin Wudi, I won't let you get what you want. The virtual immortal snorted and flew forward. Soon, he saw the huge palm, Lin Wudi, and the others. He also saw Xing'er walking towards the huge palm. And in the palm of the huge palm, there was a stone bead that was emitting a mysterious light. Humph. The virtual immortal snorted. The black palm immediately shot out towards Xing'er. This move was extremely vicious. Xing'er was currently using all her strength to deal with the pressure of the palm. She didn't have the energy to dodge at all. If this palm hit, even if she was wearing a divine artifact, she would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Lin Xian snorted and used the dragon elephant technique. A dragon and an elephant blocked the black palm. A rumbling sound was heard. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xing'er. Don't worry, I'm here. Then, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Get over here, Lin Wudi, you're courting death. Do you really think I can't kill you? The virtual immortal's voice was extremely cold. New grudges and old grudges. Today, he would settle them all. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. So it's you. I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect you to be able to obtain this body. Unfortunately, even He Jiutian is no match for me. You're a person who has taken over a body. You can't unleash your full strength. You're no match for me. Get lost now. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Stupid thing, you don't understand the power of this body at all. I'll let you know what kind of power I have now. When I catch you later, I'll torture you to death. And your companions, I won't let any of them off. The virtual immortal's eyes. An extremely cold light burst out. The black immortal chi on his body continued to spread. This body was like a demon god that suppressed heaven and earth. In the next moment, he punched out. On the fist, there was a shocking power. It was as if a true god had awakened. Retreat quickly. Crimson Dragon, Nameless Sword, and the others quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes also bloomed with a terrifying light. A shocking killing intent spread out from his body. The Rinnegan in his right eye bloomed with light. The 6 paths of reincarnation completely erupted. In the next moment, the virtual immortal felt his soul tremble. There was an extremely cold power above it that wanted to tear his soul into pieces. The other party was targeting his weakness because he only had half of his soul. However, he was already prepared for this weakness. A small pagoda flew out from half of his soul. The 9-layered soul pagoda. This was a soul-type treasure. Its defense was unparalleled. It could protect his soul. As soon as the 9-layered soul pagoda appeared, it kept spinning. It emitted a powerful defensive force that collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The void was destroyed. The virtual immortal snorted coldly. With this 9-layered soul pagoda, I have no weakness. Lin Wuti, what can you do to me, a soul treasure? Lin Xian frowned as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. A terrifying light erupted from Lin Xian's body, turning into streaks of sword chi like giant dragons. These giant dragons floated in the air, their gazes fixed on the virtual immortal. In the next moment, these terrifying sword chi charged over, shattering everything. With an invincible power, they charged towards the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal snorted coldly and slapped out with his hand. It was like an ancient mountain blocking in front of him. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The huge hand swayed, blocking the terrifying sword chi. At this moment, a black stone tablet suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying immortal chi as it quickly suppressed down. Dragon Suppressing Monument. The terrifying stone tablet wanted to suppress the dragon-shaped sword chi. The sword chi began to shake violently. The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed. It was so powerful, one had to know how terrifying the power of the great dragon sword soul was. However, these stone tablets actually showed signs of suppressing it. After this virtual immortal had this body, his strength seemed to be even stronger than before. Boom, the virtual immortal kept attacking. The stone tablet in his hand became more and more terrifying. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if it was the sky, ruthlessly suppressing down. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he used the dragon elephant technique. A giant dragon soared into the 9 heavens, causing the entire world to shake. A statue stepped on the ground and roared towards the sky, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was as if it was going to overturn the world. The power of the dragon elephant continued to erupt as it began to bombard the dragon suppressing monument. Boom, the dragon suppressing monument shook violently. Then, it was blasted away by the dragon elephant technique. The virtual immortal retracted his palm and gasped. Such terrifying power, damn it, was this the new ultimate technique that the other party had obtained? It was indeed strong. A hint of passion appeared in his eyes. However, he would not admit defeat. The two of them charged forward again, and the battle was earth-shattering. It had to be said that He Jiutian's body was really too strong. He could actually fight against the dragon-shaped sword chi with his bare hands. Lin Xian's arm was also numb. When He Jiutian was at his peak, he definitely surpassed ordinary land immortals. Therefore, this body was very strong. It was comparable to a divine artifact. He snorted coldly and took out the great dragon sword tip. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The power of the great dragon sword point completely erupted. Its power had doubled from before. The sword slashed down. The virtual immortal's expression changed as he quickly retreated. In the next instant, one of his fingers was chopped off. The virtual immortal's expression was extremely ugly. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it meant that the other party had used the great dragon sword point to injure him. This time, it was his finger. Next time, it might be his head. Damn it, the great dragon sword was too powerful. Fortunately, using the tip of the great dragon sword required a lot of energy. No matter how strong Lin Wude was, he could only be used as a trump card. Otherwise, he would not be a match for him. Kid, how many times can you use this kind of power? The virtual immortal snorted. In the next moment, he made his move again. This time, he used an immortal technique. While Lin Xian was fighting, the battle between the princes and the duality sword formation was even more terrifying. The yin-yang sword formation had completely trapped these people. However, these people working together were terrifying to the extreme. Finally, they seized the opportunity and tore apart a corner of the formation. Then, he charged out. Not good. The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lin Xian blasted away the virtual immortal's palm with his sword and quickly retreated. The two sides confronted each other. One of the princes said, "Damn it, stop Xing. They saw that Xing had already walked onto the stone hand and was not far away from the sovereign soul jade. Their eyes were red. Heavenly Wolf God and the others attacked. However, their attacks were shattered just as they approached the stone hand. This shocked everyone. Even the power of an earth immortal couldn't get close. This was the power of an overlord. Moreover, it was an overlord who specialized in testing his descendants. The others couldn't help, so they could only rely on themselves. Heavenly Wolf God, Yun Xian, and the others looked at the princes. The rest is up to you. Alright, I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to bloodline and strength. The eldest prince snorted and took a step forward. He walked out domineeringly. The third prince, seventh prince, ninth prince, and the others also went forward. The others waited patiently. Are my brothers here? Xing narrowed her eyes. She sensed the auras of the princes. Soon, she retracted her thoughts and attacked with all her might. She didn't think that her bloodline was weaker than theirs. Moreover, she had an advantage. She had already advanced a long distance. These people couldn't catch up to her. Sure enough, not long after, the eldest prince roared. Damn it, why is the pressure so great? They roared crazily. How did Xing get past this pressure? Damn it, ignite your bloodline. The seventh prince gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as he began to ignite his bloodline. His speed increased. However, this method of risking his life could only last for an instant. Soon, he stopped using this method. His speed slowed down again. Everyone, let's attack. Even if we can't attack Xing, we can attack Lin Wude and the others. This way, Xing will be distracted and her speed will be much slower. The corner of the virtual immortal's mouth curled into a cold smile. Hearing this, everyone's gazes shifted over. That's right, they had to stop Xing. Otherwise, they would lose without a doubt. Damn it, despicable. When the Crimson Dragon and the others heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Then let's fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was not afraid. At the same time, Gu Santong's figure appeared in the sky again. He was also preparing to use the power of the void. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the Crimson Dragon. Set up an array later. I'm going to use the yin-yang sword technique. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was stunned. Kid, do you know how to do it? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm confident. I can use the great dragon sword soul to manifest it. However, I'm not sure how powerful it is. However, I hope that it can trigger the real yin-yang sword technique from afar. When the time comes, set up a few more arrays and absorb the power over there. No problem, leave it to me. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and began to set up the array. In an instant, the array that covered the sky and earth swept through everything. It's useless. The Heavenly Wolf God sneered. A mere array can't do anything to us. With a swipe of his claws, he shattered several arrays. However, among the arrays that filled the sky, the spirit-gathering array formed by the Crimson Dragon quietly hid. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. The virtual immortal sneered. "Useless kid, you might be able to resist for a while in a one-on-one fight. However, once we join forces, you won't be a match at all. Next, you can just wait for your death." A few Earth Immortals erupted with terrifying auras. Meanwhile, the immortal slaying sword in Lin Xian's hand danced wildly. A Taiji diagram appeared on his body. In the next moment, a cold voice sounded. "Yinyang sword technique." When they heard the sound, the land immortals were startled. The other experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Yinyang sword technique, this was their nightmare. They had just escaped from the Yinyang sword technique. They didn't expect to face such a terrifying sword technique now. No, how could Lin Wudi know the Yinyang sword technique? He was deliberately mystifying things. Yunxian snorted and took the lead. Lin Xian waved the sword in his hand. Yin and Yang sword chi appeared, and the Taiji diagram condensed into a terrifying sword formation. It was very similar to the previous Yinyang sword formation. Yunxian was shocked and quickly dodged. He retreated into the distance, his expression uncertain. The others also exclaimed, "Yinyang sword formation, it really is the Yinyang sword formation. Damn it, what's going on with this kid? Don't be afraid." The Essence Immortal gritted his teeth and said, "He only used the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. It's not the real Yinyang sword technique. It doesn't have that kind of power. Everyone, let's attack together." The Land Immortals joined forces again. At this time, Ruzalong and Gu Santong attacked. Ruzalong used the spirit-gathering array and began to absorb the power of the Yinyang sword formation. Gu Santong was even more direct. A spatial passage was opened. Originally, this place was quite far from the ancient coffins. However, with this spatial passage, the two sides seemed to converge again. The three ancient coffins bloomed with light. The sword came out of Wudong, the Yinyang sword formation. The expressions of the immortals changed drastically. Damn it. They no longer attacked, but quickly dodged. Damn it, the power of the void. They gritted their teeth. Lin Xian seized the opportunity. His sword chi was like a dragon, and instantly, a few figures were sent flying. They screamed, and blood dyed the sky. After a few more slashes, a few more heads flew up. The other experts were so frightened that their hair stood on end. The prince's expressions also changed. "How dare you?" They were all mad with anger. Lin Wudi was mercilessly killing their subordinates. "If you want to attack me, you have to bear my anger. Let's see who dares to come." Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions, extremely powerful. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. At this time, another figure flew over from afar. This was an ancient tree. It was very old. It was Tsang Song, who had been guarding the True Dragon chess game earlier. After Tsang Song arrived, he said coldly, "Next, no one is allowed to attack. Only the descendants of the venerable sovereign can attack. Those who disobey, don't blame me for being impolite. I guard the True Dragon chess game. Not only is the True Dragon chess game a competition between young people, it is also an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be a problem for me to trap you guys for 100 years. The faces of the Earth Immortals changed. The True Dragon chess game was set up by the Venerable D himself. Maybe it could really trap them. Therefore, for a moment, the surroundings became much quieter. When Song Song saw this, his figure flickered and disappeared. Next, everyone began to wait patiently. 3 months passed. In the end, Xing'er walked to the center of the palm and picked up the earthly soul jade. "Did you get it?" The Crimson Dragon, the Empress, and the others let out a sigh of relief and smiled. The faces of the other Earth Immortals turned extremely ugly. Damn it, the situation is not good. Xing'er already had a sovereign soul jade. Now that she had another one, the advantage was too great. They had to attack. The princes also gritted their teeth and prepared to join forces again. Especially the 7th prince and the eldest prince. This time, they were determined to win. But they didn't expect to fail again. Xing'er's expression was extremely strange. She looked at the jade stone in her hand and then looked into the distance. What was she thinking? What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. He had already sent a voice transmission to Gu Santong and was ready to use the power of space to leave. Xing'er said, it's a bit strange. Although I have this sovereign soul jade, I can't seem to open it. What does that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. Xing'er shook her head, the sovereign soul jade is in the stone, but this stone is very hard. I can feel the power inside, but I can't extract it. It seems that some conditions are still missing. Lin Xian was stunned. At this moment, the three ancient coffins in the distance suddenly shone. The coffin in the middle with the Taiji diagram suddenly rose into the air. It tore open the void and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Xing'er's pupils shrank. The key to breaking open the stone bead seemed to be in the coffin. However, the coffin flew too fast. The yin-yang sword formation on it directly tore open the barrier and flew away. Forget it, let's not talk so much and get ready to leave. Lin Xian waved his hand and led Xing'er and the others into the air. Where are you going, Lin Wudi? You can't run away, that's right, hand over the sovereign soul jade, or you will die without a burial place. These people were murderous. If I want to leave, who in the world can stop me, with just you? It's not enough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand and a sword chi flew into the sky. Gu Santong activated the power of the starry sky with all his strength. A spatial rift directly swallowed Lin Xian and the others. Damn it. The expressions of the earth immortals and princes changed. It was the power of the void ancient coffin again. Damn it. They rushed over, but they missed. No matter where they were, they had to find them. These people quickly left. On the other side, in the vast void, Lin Xian and the others appeared. They finally teleported away. Ben Huang was scared to death. The Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress said, don't let your guard down. They definitely won't let this go. By the way, what was going on just now? Is there a problem with the sovereign soul jade? Xing'er said, there is indeed a problem. Try and see if you can open this stone. The sovereign soul jade is inside. The Empress and the Crimson Dragon tried and found that they couldn't open it at all. Let me do it. Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed down. His sword technique was terrifying. However, the stone pillar didn't move at all. Lin Xian even used the tip of the great dragon sword, but the stone bead still didn't break. Moreover, Lin Xian also sensed that mysterious patterns seemed to appear on the stone bead. It directly absorbed the power of the great dragon sword. Xing'er said, I can sense that the key to breaking the stone bead is in the coffin that escaped. But I can't find it now. Leave it to me. Lin Xian said, I'll look for that ancient coffin. You go back first and let Lord Alcohol, the fighting god, and the others come to help. Go back to the divine realm first. Can you do it alone? Xing'er was worried. The Empress also said, you have to be careful. Lin Xian smiled, no problem. As long as I'm not surrounded by them, my life won't be in danger. Moreover, Gu Santong is still here. If I can't, I'll ask him for help. Gu Santong's strength had increased greatly. Coupled with the power of the ancient void coffin, it would be terrifying to the extreme. The Empress and the others nodded, okay, then we'll leave first. Next, they split into two groups. Xing'er and the others left and returned to Shangqing City. As for Lin Xian, he continued to stay in Qingguang City. He wanted to find the ancient coffin with the Tai Chi diagram. Firstly, the ancient coffin was the key to opening the stone bead. Secondly, this ancient coffin carried a peerless sword technique, the yin-yang sword formation. Lin Xian wanted to get it. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and flew into the distance. Qingguang City was very big. He didn't know where the Taiji ancient coffin flew to. A day later, Lin Xian stopped because there was a powerful aura rushing towards him. It was the aura of a super great emperor. In the next moment, a super great emperor appeared in front of him. Kid, the sword in your hand is not bad. This super great emperor was also a swordsman. He carried a huge sword on his back. However, his eyes were incomparably greedy. He stared at the immortal slaying sword under Lin Xian's feet. The ancient immortal slaying sword was obviously a divine item. If he could get it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, "Are you trying to steal my sword? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll let you leave alive." "Stupid thing, can't you sense my aura? I'm a super great emperor. And you're only a late great emperor. I'm a realm higher than you. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? To be honest, I can turn you into ashes with a gentle wave of my hand. Brat, even if you come from a powerful family or sect, so what? After killing and robbing, I can hide for a few hundred years. No one can find me." The burly man sneered, pulled out the huge sword on his back, and slashed down. This sword seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. How dare the other party have ideas about him? He didn't care about the early stage of a super great emperor. He didn't even move his hand. Using the power of the Rinnegan, his gaze turned into a sharp sword of reincarnation and stabbed out. There was a loud boom. The super great emperor's body swayed. In the next moment, he hugged his head and screamed. His soul was severely injured. What kind of power was this? He couldn't withstand a single gaze from the other party, too strong. This was definitely not a young man. This was definitely a terrifying old monster. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. Purple divine fire spread out on his body. He turned into a purple sword light and was about to escape. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Do you think you can escape from me?" The Rinnegan once again bloomed with light, and the 6 paths of reincarnation formed a cage, completely enveloping the opponent. "No, please spare me." The burly man began to beg for mercy. He really didn't want to die. He knelt down and said, "I was wrong. Senior, please give me a chance to save my life." He had already regarded Lin Xian as an old monster who had lived for millions of years. Lin Xian snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this time, a few ear-piercing sounds came from afar. The leader was a young man. They shouted coldly, "Jiankong Great Emperor, you are going too far. Give me back my baby." A cold voice rang out as a few figures appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived nearby. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. What was going on? The big man's expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. He looked ahead and asked, "Who are you?" In front of him, the dozen or so figures also looked over. When they saw Lin Xian, they were also surprised. He was so young, and so unfamiliar. Jiankong Great Emperor was kneeling in front of him. What was going on? Could it be that this young man was extremely powerful? For a moment, they were all stunned. "Senior, we have some grudges with Jiankong Great Emperor. We didn't know he was your descendant. Sorry for disturbing you. We will leave now." The few of them were about to leave. In their opinion, Lin Xian should be Jiankong Great Emperor's ancestor. Otherwise, why would Jiankong Great Emperor kneel down? Lin Xian smiled. "No need to leave. I have nothing to do with him. This guy wants my sword, so I am going to kill him." Buzz. After that, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation turned into 6 sword lights and instantly pierced through Jiankong Great Emperor's soul. Jiankong Great Emperor screamed. His soul was torn into pieces and flew into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is he dead? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. An early-stage transcendent emperor was killed just like that. This was too unbelievable. They looked at Lin Xian and their bodies trembled. The leader of the group said, "My name is Nan Yun. I am from the Nan family. How should I address you, senior?" Actually, Jiankong Great Emperor deserved to die. For tens of thousands of years, he has stolen many people's treasures. The few herbs that I found were all stolen by him. Lin Xian smiled. Is that so? Then I am doing justice for the heavens. Senior, why don't you come to my Nan family as a guest? My Nan family will definitely treat you well. Nan Yun said respectfully. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I have something to do. He turned around and was about to leave. At the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Are you guys from Qingguang City?" "Yeah. Nan Yun and the rest were stunned. Aren't you guys from Qinguang City? They did not dare to ask. Lin Xian said. Then, did you guys see an ancient coffin fly out of the sky? Yes. Nan Yun and the rest said. The ancient coffin flew towards the depths of Qinguang City with a terrifying force. But we don't know where it went. Senior, do you want to look for it? From the looks of it, quite a few people had witnessed that shocking scene. However, Qinguang City is too big and there are some taboos in it. We can't explore it easily. We can only think of other ways. The yin-yang sword array grew out of the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram has the power of yin and yang. It seems that we should look for the power of yin and yang. Qinguang City was a city of hell. The power of yin and yang was very common. As for the power of yang, is there any here? He was very doubtful. Forget it, let's ask. Lin Wan looked at Nan Yun. He asked, do you know where there is the power of yin and yang? Nan Yun was surprised. He thought, Senior is indeed here to look for that ancient coffin. I wonder what's inside. He was very curious, but he did not dare to ask. He answered respectfully, the power of yin and yang? I do know. There is a kind of flame called the spirit fire. It is very terrifying. Although it is a flame, it has an extremely cold aura. I don't know if it is the power of yin and yang. Lin Xian was surprised. Spirit fire? Interesting. He nodded and asked, where is it? I don't know. However, I know of a person who has the spirit fire. Lin Xian asked again. Who is it? Nan Yun took a deep breath. His expression became serious. The owner of the spirit fire is the pill god, Shi Jingtian. Pill god. Lin Xian was surprised. An earth immortal? That's right. Nan Yun said. The pill god is an earth immortal. Moreover, he is the founder of the pill god sect. His attainments in the pill Tao are very terrifying. Every day, countless people kneel outside the pill god sect and beg for pills. That scene is very spectacular. I went there once with the elders of my family. Until now, I still remember that shocking scene. There are even great emperors and super great emperors kneeling on the ground and begging for a divine pill. Lin Xian was also surprised when he heard about the legend of the pill god. He asked about the location of the pill god sect. Nan Yun said, I'll bring you there. Alright, thank you. Nan Yun then bid farewell to his family. He brought Lin Xian to the pill god sect. 2 rays of light flashed past. After flying for half a day, Nan Yun stopped. He pointed at the buildings below and said, Young master, let's take a rest here. Let's ask about the pill god sect. It's only open for a few days every month. And it's open randomly. Let's ask around first. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. It would be good to know more about Qinguang City. It was very lively below. There were many skeletons walking on the streets. There were also some ghosts floating around. There were even some zombies and undead creatures. Qinguang City was a city of hell. Most of the creatures here were of the dark element. Therefore, people like Lin Xian who had powerful blood and qi was very eye-catching. Many people turned their heads. One of the skeletons grinned. It had been a long time since it tasted such powerful blood and qi. I really want to try it. There was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Nan Yun frowned. He took out a token and said, I'm a disciple of the Nan family. You dare to attack me? Sorry for disturbing you. The skeleton's expression changed. They turned around and fled. Young master, you don't have to care about them. My Nan family still has a certain status. Lin Xian didn't bother with these ants as he looked into the distance. There was a manor there. The 1,000-fruit orchard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What is this? Oh, this. Nan Yun explained. This is a very good place. There are tens of thousands of spiritual fruits. Each one is very special and delicious. Young master, why don't we go and try it? Lin Xian grinned. He summoned Little White. Little White's eyes were in a daze. It yawned. However, when it sensed the 1,000-fruit orchard, it immediately became alert. Yeah, I want to eat. Alright, let's see what's so magical about the 1,000-fruit orchard. Lin Xian brought Little White forward. Nanyun exclaimed. What a cute little monkey. Sir, is this your pet? Lin Xian said that he was my friend. Squeak. Whitey also made a funny face at Nanyun. When it arrived at the 10,000-fruit orchard, it turned into a white light and disappeared. In the next moment, a cry of surprise rang out from afar. My spirit fruit, damn it, who dared to make a move here? Do you want to die? Angry shouts rang out one after another. The 10,000-fruit orchard was guarded by experts. Soon, the power of extreme Tao erupted, and the expressions of the people in the myriad fruit orchard changed. Did someone want to die? Nanyun's expression also changed greatly. Lin Xian said. Xiaobai, come back. With a whoosh, Whitey returned to Lin Xian's side with its little paws holding a treasure bowl filled with dozens of spirit fruits. It was him. In the distance, a team quickly rushed over. Their bodies were surrounded by the power of the extreme Tao. All of them were brimming with killing intent as they stared at Little White, Lin Xian, and the others. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Are you tired of living? Nanyun walked out and said, I am a disciple of the Nan family, and these are my friends. Please give me some face. So they were the distinguished guests of the Nan family, but don't be like this in the future. The teams reminded him. Nanyun nodded. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, you are the 10,000-fruit orchard, and you should have tens of thousands of spirit fruits, right? As soon as he said this, the people in the fourth row quietened down. Everyone widened their eyes. Even the experts in the teams were dumbfounded. They were the 10,000-fruit orchard, and there were indeed tens of thousands of spirit fruits. However, each person who came here would only try a few. At most, they would only try a few dozen. Because these spirit fruits were very expensive, and ordinary martial artists were not qualified to come here. Only the young masters of the big families were qualified to try them. Tens of thousands of spirit fruits, how expensive was that? Was this brat joking? Nanyun was also shocked. He hurriedly explained to Lin Xian, young master, tens of thousands of spirit fruits, I'm afraid that's a shocking price. No matter, if Whitey likes it, I'll buy it for him no matter how expensive it is. After saying this, he waved his hand, and tens of storage rings floated in the air. These were the storage rings of the strong enemies that he had killed before. Lin Xian was not interested in ordinary storage rings. These were all great emperors, super great emperors. He waved his hand, and treasures fell from the storage rings. It was as if it was raining treasures. Instantly, treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs piled up in front of Lin Xian. When had they ever seen such a scene? Their eyes were about to pop out. Even the guards at the front were dumbfounded. They only felt dizzy. Was this a dream? Nanyun, who was at the side, was shocked as well. This was too extravagant. Although their family had a high status, even their family head couldn't possibly take out so many treasures. Was it enough? Lin Xian said calmly. If it wasn't enough, there was more. There was more, everyone was going crazy. Just what kind of divine being was this? The experts in the 10,000-fruit orchard were also alarmed. An elder walked out personally and cupped his fists. He was the elder of the 10,000-fruit orchard. Seeing this, the others exclaimed. It was Elder Wan. Oh my god, Elder Wan actually came out personally. This was unbelievable. It was obvious that Elder Wan's status was very high. Lin Xian asked, is this enough? Elder Wan quickly found out about the situation. He said, it's enough, it's enough. Actually, there was no need for so many. After saying this, he waved his hand and grabbed some treasures from the mountain. Then, he said, young master, there's no need for the rest. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the rest of the treasures. Then, he said, please hurry up. Whitey, wait patiently. The last sentence was said to Whitey. Whitey blinked his big eyes and started counting with his fingers. He really could not wait any longer. Elder Wan smiled. What a cute little monkey. He ordered his subordinates to prepare. Lin Xian and the rest found a place to sit down. Nan Yun recovered from his shock. He said, "Young master, we seem to be targeted." Indeed, many people in the 10,000 fruit orchard looked at them. Some of them did not hide the greed in their eyes. "No matter." Lin Xian smiled. "Those who are my enemies have long gone to hell." He said it casually as if he did not care about the world. Not long later, the 10,000 spirit fruits were served. Whitey was so happy that he squinted his eyes. With a whoosh, he rushed over. His treasure bowl enlarged and instantly filled up the 10,000 spirit fruits. Then, he flew to the ancient land and slowly tasted them himself. Lin Xian's face darkened. This guy did not leave anything for him. Helpless, he could only go and buy more spirit fruits. This time, he only asked for 1,000 types of spirit fruits. But this was still a shocking amount. This was a fat sheep. Some emperors were ready to make a move. At this moment, many people walked out of the 10,000 fruit orchard. Among them, a surprised voice could be heard. "Lin Xian, you're here." When he heard this voice, Lin Xian also turned his head. "It's you." The others also turned their heads to look at him. In the next moment, they saw a beautiful woman walking over. The great Tao on this woman was extremely terrifying. It was as if her every move could bring about the great Tao of heaven and earth. They gasped. What kind of physique was this? It was so strong. The man next to him also exclaimed. Was this the legendary physique? Otherwise, it would be impossible to create such a terrifying phenomenon. Lin Xian smiled. That's right. This physique was the born Taoism aptitude. The woman who came out was Xianxia. Lin Xian hadn't seen her for a long time. He didn't expect her to be here. Moreover, looking at her aura, it seemed that her cultivation had improved very quickly. She must have reached the super great emperor level. It was incredible. One should know that Lin Xian became a great emperor first, but Lin Xian was only a late-stage great emperor now. However, this was normal. Lin Xian had too many trump cards. Every time he improved, he consumed several times more energy than others. The great dragon sword's soul even needed to absorb more energy, possibly more than 10 times. Therefore, Lin Xian's cultivation improved very slowly. However, the growth of his strength was terrifying to the extreme. The born Taoism aptitude was different. The born Taoism aptitude was originally integrated with the great Tao, so its strength improved extremely quickly. Even among the divine bodies, there was probably no one who could improve faster than the born Taoism aptitude. Therefore, it was natural for Xianxia to become a super great emperor. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming a super great emperor." Xianxia sensed Lin Xian's cultivation and said, "Although my cultivation is higher than yours, my strength is far from yours. Don't make fun of me." She knew that Lin Xian's strength was far beyond hers. It could be said that he was unfathomable. "Fairy Zhong, who is this?" A cold voice came from behind, seemingly carrying a hint of jealousy. Lin Xian looked up and saw a man in a battle robe walk out. The man's face was cold, and his expression was extremely unfriendly. He stared at Lin Xian with hostility. Xianxia frowned slightly. A trace of disgust appeared in her eyes, but it was quickly concealed. She said, "This is my old friend. We came from the same world." Old friend, Shui Jin's lips curled up. In other words, he came from a small world. How could the outside universe compare to Qingguang City? His status was so high, therefore, the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. He said condescendingly, "Kid, we're old friends. Just reminisce about old times. Don't think about other things. Understand, although you two come from the same world, Fairy Zhong has the legendary divine body." How does an ant know the vastness of the world? Shui Jin was immediately angry. "Kid, do you want to die? How dare you call me an ant? Do you know who I am? I can crush you to death with a single finger. If it weren't for Fairy Zhong, do you think you can still stand and talk?" "Humph. You're too much. Lin Gongzi is not someone you can imagine. Lin Gongzi is very strong. Even a super great emperor is no match for him." Nan Yin couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xian could be considered his benefactor because Lin Xian had killed the Sword Sky Great Emperor, which could be considered as avenging him. Moreover, no matter how powerful the Sword Sky Great Emperor was, he was easily killed by Lin Xian. These people in front of him dared to despise Lin Xian, they were too reckless. Who are you? Are you qualified to talk to me? Xuejin glanced at Nan Yun. Nan Yun snorted. I'm from the Nan family. Our Shui family doesn't care about the Nan family. Xuejin was very arrogant. Nan Yun gritted his teeth in anger. Xuejin sneered and ignored these people. He looked at Zhong Lingxiu and said, Fairy Zhong, let me take you away. Zhong Lingxiu frowned and said in a low voice, Xuejin, be polite to my friend and you'd better apologize to him. Because he's not someone you can provoke. Apologize? To him? Xuejin was stunned. Fairy Zhong, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on the Shui family? Zhong Lingxiu sighed. I'm doing this for your own good. If you offend him, you'll end up miserable, and so will the Shui family. Why do you have to make an enemy for no reason? Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, don't lower yourself to his level. He doesn't know your strength. Xuejin was mad. Zhong Lingxiu didn't take him seriously at all. Could it be that in her heart, he was not as good as him? Damn it. He didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth in anger. Kid, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Xuejin took a step forward and the power in his body exploded. He was also a super great emperor. Although he was only in the early stage, he was extremely terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They retreated frantically. Just as he was about to make a move, another person rushed over. This person's sword energy was monstrous and murderous. He stared at Lin Xian and said, Are you the one who killed my junior brother, Jiankong? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even Xuejin was stunned. Jiankong? Which Jiankong? Was it Jiankong the Great Emperor? That was impossible. Jiankong the Great Emperor was a super great emperor. His sword technique was amazing. It was hard to find an opponent in the same level. Was he dead, and he was killed by this kid in front of him? That was impossible. Even Xuejin was stunned. He was in the same level as Jiankong the Great Emperor, but his strength was not as good as Jiankong the Great Emperor. Was he really not as good as this kid? Damn it. He didn't believe it. He looked at the person in the distance and asked, Are you sure that Jiankong was killed by him? Of course, we have a secret method to sense it. Kid, no matter who you are. How dare you kill my junior brother? You're dead. The newcomers were very strong. They also carried terrifying giant swords on their backs. There were 3 of them, Sword 3, Sword 4, and Sword 5. These 3 were even stronger than Jiankong. Xuejin sneered, There's a good show to watch. So what if this kid is strong? So what if he really killed Jiankong? The other party was not dead for sure, so there was no need for him to do anything. These Sword Dao Great Emperors were enough to take his life. Sure enough, the 3 peerless Sword Emperors in front were murderous. They looked at Lin Xian and said, Kid, are you ready to die? Lin Xian shook his head and sighed, Stupid. Do you think you're qualified to use your sword in front of me? His eyes were full of disdain. This shocked everyone. Is this person really so strong? Xuejin sneered, Idiot, you'll be desperate soon. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered with anticipation. Maybe she would have a chance to see what realm Lin Xian had reached. Nan Yun was a little nervous. Although Lin Xian was very strong, the 3 emperors in front of him were even more terrifying. Moreover, the strength of each of them was even more terrifying than Jiankong's. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to resist the 3 of them together. He said, Young master, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Why don't we hide for a while? Hide for a while? Just the 3 of them. Lin Xian smiled. They don't have the right. Not to mention them, even an Earth Immortal doesn't have the right to make me leave. After hearing this, the surrounding people went crazy. The more you talk, the more ridiculous it is. How can you be stronger than an Earth Immortal? Are you kidding? An Earth Immortal can crush everything with one finger, okay? Xuejin snorted. He originally thought that Lin Xian had some strength. However, from the looks of it now, the other party was just a fellow who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The three sword emperors' faces also changed. How dare the other party look down on them? You're courting death. Fine, I'll let him die in despair. Extremely terrifying sword Dao power burst out from their eyes. Stop. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the powerhouse of the Thousand Fruit Orchard walked out. The leader was Elder One. After he came out, he shouted coldly, "The Thousand Fruit Orchard has rules. No fighting is allowed here. Otherwise, you can't afford to damage the spiritual fruit." As soon as he said this, the three sword emperors' faces changed. The power behind the Thousand Fruit Orchard was shocking. It was said that there was a peerless powerhouse as their backer. They couldn't provoke him. They stared at Lin Xian and said, "Boy, come out if you have the guts." Elder Wan frowned. They are here to trouble Lin Xian. He came to Lin Xian and asked, "Young master, do you need help?" The surrounding people were all stunned. Elder Wan's status was very powerful. He didn't care about ordinary great emperors. But now, he was so respectful to Lin Xian. Damn it, why? The three sword emperors were stunned. Even Shui Jin's face changed. Damn it. He realized that he had underestimated the other party again. Elder Wan was very respectful because Lin Xian had taken out so many treasures in an instant. How could he not have a powerful background? Even if the other party wasn't strong, there must be a top-notch clan behind them. Such a person must be befriended. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No, I don't care about the three of them." Elder Wan nodded and did not say anything else. He believed that the other party had the ability to do so. In the next moment, he lifted his head and stared at the three sword Dao great emperors. He said coldly, "You are welcome to taste the spiritual fruits in the myriad fruit orchard. If you want to fight here, don't blame us for being rude. Also, Lin Gongzi is a guest of the 10,000 fruit orchard. That is to make an enemy out of me." Damn it. The three great emperors of Sword Dao were stunned. Who was this kid? Good lad, you're quite capable. However, you'll have to stay here for the rest of your life. Otherwise, when you get out, we'll make you wish you were dead. Go. The three great emperors of Sword Dao snorted and turned to leave. Lin Xian didn't care about these three little ants at all. These three people might be very strong in the eyes of others. However, in his eyes, they were really weak. Lin Xian looked at Zhong Lingxiu again and chatted with her. The two of them talked about their experiences. Shui Jin, who was beside them, gritted his teeth. Was he treated like air? Damn it. Kid, I'm warning you for the last time. Stay away from Fairy Zhong. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. He emitted a gloomy killing intent. However, the answer he got was a slap. Lin Xian slapped Shui Jin's face with a backhand. Shui Jin couldn't dodge at all and was sent flying by the slap. Half of his face was shattered. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people were scared silly. God, this guy actually dared to make a move and ignored the rules of the myriad fruit orchard. Moreover, he even injured Shui Jin. Was he going to become enemies with the Shui family? He had just defended three great emperors of Sword Dao and now the Shui family. Was he tired of living? How dare you hit me? Are you courting death? Shui Jin roared crazily. Lin Xian ignored him and looked at Zhong Lingxiu. He frowned and said, "Why are you with such a guy? This isn't your style." Zhong Lingxiu sighed. "I have no choice. I need a kind of elixir. This kind of elixir can only be refined by the alchemy sect. However, there are many rules in the alchemy sect. It's very difficult for me to ask for an elixir. And this Shui family knows an alchemy genius from the alchemy sect. Therefore, I want to use their relationship to ask for an elixir." I see. I'm also going to the alchemy sect to take a look. When the time comes, I'll bring you there. Lin Xian said with a smile. Really? You want to go to the alchemy sect too? That's great. Zhong Lingxiu was delighted. Although she had the born Taoism aptitude and was powerful, there was an alchemy sect on the alchemy sect. However, the alchemy sect had an earth immortal. She couldn't enter the earth immortal's eyes. However, if it was Lin Xian, then it would be different. Therefore, she heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't care if she offended the Shui family. She also hated Shui Jin. "Kid, are you deaf?" Shui Jin roared crazily. He was so angry that he was stunned. He was threatening Shui Jin, but the other party completely ignored him. Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "In my eyes, you are no different from an ant. I really don't put you in my eyes. Not to mention you, I don't even put your Shui family in my eyes." Shui Jin vomited blood. At this moment, an even colder voice sounded between heaven and earth. "Kid, you really have courage to say such words. I want to see where you get the qualifications to do so. You don't put the Shui family in your eyes." As soon as this voice came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. They only felt cold all over. Shui Jin cheered. "Uncle, you're here." This was the true powerhouse of the Shui family. His strength was much stronger than his. He could even be ranked on the emperor leaderboard of Qingguang City. The crowd was also frightened. They saw a pale-faced man walk in. This man's body was withered, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. After he came, he was like a demon god that suppressed everything. He stared at Lin Xian and asked coldly, "So you're the one who doesn't put the Shui family in your eyes?" "Oh no, this person is too strong." Nan Yan's expression changed drastically. Even Zhong Lingxiu's pupils shrank. Her born Taoism aptitude bloomed with light to resist. Her heart was beating non-stop. Her body would only be like this when she was in a great crisis. This showed that the person in front of her was extremely terrifying. "Uncle, you're here." "Great, kill him. You must kill this kid. Not only did he slap my face, but he also doesn't put the Shui family in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll make him live a life worse than death." The skinny man, Shui Yan, sneered. In the next moment, he waved his hands. Terrifying flames flew out from his body and formed a world of fire. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Fan was engulfed in flames. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. This kid was dead for sure. Yes, no matter how strong he wasn't Shui Yan's match. Shui Yan had been famous for many years and was quite famous. His flames were invincible. Everything was over. Shui Yan laughed coldly. Shui Jin laughed maniacally. "Kid, this is what you get for offending my Shui family. Did you see that? Once my uncle attacks, you will definitely die." Hearing the maniacal laughter, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Shui Yan was too strong and no one dared to offend him. However, at this moment, a faint voice came from the flame world ahead. "Is that so? You want to kill me with these flames? Don't you think you are too naive?" Boom. The moment he said that, a sword energy flew out from the flame world. It was a sun sword that slashed across the sky, bringing with it a scorching aura. It instantly engulfed Shui Yan. Shui Yan's expression changed. Damn it. What was going on with this attack? That kid didn't die, impossible, he roared maniacally and attacked with all his might. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky was filled with the sun, moon, and stars, all shaking. However, it was useless. This sword split him in half. The terrifying god flames engulfed him. In the next moment, he turned into ashes. The surrounding people were stunned. What happened? They were all stunned. Many people felt cold. Shui Yan was dead, not even his corpse was left behind. The world of flames disappeared, and Lin Xian walked out from it, completely unharmed. He laughed coldly. "You are really courting death to play with fire in front of me." "Uncle," Shui Jin was stunned. He realized that his uncle had disappeared. "Damn it, what did you do? You killed my uncle. You are dead, the Shui family won't let you off. Before the Shui family finds me, you will be dead." Lin Xian scoffed and struck out again. The great solar undying palm covered the sky and charged towards Shui Jin. Shui Jin roared maniacally. "You can't attack me, the thousand fruit orchard has rules." However, no matter how he shouted, it was useless. This palm strike had reduced him to ashes. A crack appeared in the void. The surrounding people were shocked. Dead again, even Shui Jin is dead, they were dumbfounded. This kid was too terrifying, too arrogant. Would the myriad fruit orchard spare him? However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that the people from the 10,000 fruit orchard did not make a move. They were all dumbfounded. Even the myriad fruit garden didn't dare to provoke him, one had to know. When the three great emperors had arrived, the experts of the myriad fruit orchard had reprimanded them. However, no one from the myriad fruit orchard had appeared. There was a palace in the depths of the 10,000 fruit orchard, and there were several experts there. One of them was clad in armor. He cupped his fists and said, "Was Elder One really not going to do anything? This kid is ruining the reputation of our 10,000 fruit orchard." Elder One sighed and pretended that he did not see anything. He was also shocked because he realized that Lin Xian's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Don't offend such a person. He had to give the other party face. But what if the Shui family came? That expert asked. Elder Wan snorted coldly. If the Shui clan wanted to make a move, they would have him wait outside the 10,000 fruit orchard. In the 10,000 fruit orchard, the Shui family did not have the right to do so. Two of the Shui family's experts had died. How could they not be angry? At that moment, the Shui family was furious. They gathered their experts and charged over. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook and the void shattered. It was a scene of destruction. Soon, they arrived outside the myriad fruit orchard. Everyone in the myriad fruit orchard was terrified and their scalps went numb. Oh no, the Shui family's army is here. No matter how strong this kid is, can he fight against an entire family? Whoever dares to kill the Shui family, come out and die. A cold voice sounded like rolling thunder. Then, another voice was heard. Unless you don't come out for the rest of your life, the Shui family's army will seal the entire area. On the other side, Jian San, Jian Wu, and the other two great emperors appeared. They didn't give up either. As long as Lin Xian came out, they would kill him mercilessly. Everyone in the myriad fruit orchard looked at Lin Xian. They sighed in their hearts. This kid probably doesn't dare to come out. Nan Yin said, "Lin Gongzi, why don't we ask Elder Wan for help? Let him teleport us away. After we leave, I'll ask my family to help us. This way, we can escape." However, Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just kill their way out. Nan Yin was dumbfounded. Were they going to contend against those experts outside? That was an army of thousands of people. So what if there was an army of thousands of people? Lin Xian sneered. I'll destroy them with my sword, I know. Nan Yin nodded. Perhaps Lin Xian's strength was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and arrived outside the myriad fruit orchard. He said coldly, "Shui family, leave. You're not Lin Gongzi's match." Everyone went crazy when they heard this. Was Nan Yin crazy? Did he really believe this kid? In the sky, the Shui family's experts were filled with killing intent. They looked down. Nan Yin couldn't withstand the pressure and was forced to retreat. An elder snorted. An ant-like existence couldn't even block our gazes. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of us? Another middle-aged man frowned. Looking at your insignia, you should be from the Nan family. Does your Nan family want to become enemies with our Shui family? Humph. Nan Yun gritted his teeth. Humph, your Shui family is too arrogant. You deserve to be killed after offending the young master. I'll give you a chance to live. Leave quickly. Otherwise, if the young master gets angry, you'll all die. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Nan Yun really dared to say that. The people from the Shui family were furious. We'll cripple you first. Then, we'll kill that detestable kid. The great emperor made his move. Coiling dragon hand, he reached out with his palm. It had a coiling power that seemed to be able to kill everything. Countless people cried out. This was the Shui family's ultimate technique. Legend had it that this ability was extremely terrifying. In the past, the ancestor of the Shui family had used this technique to suppress a true dragon. From then on, this technique was called the coiling dragon hand. Nan Yun roared furiously and blocked with his full strength. However, he was no match for Qianlong. Very soon, he was bound by the coiling dragon hand. Her body trembled as if she was about to be sealed. Stupid thing, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your Nan family's elders. I'll let you know how high the sky is. Not good. Nan Yan's expression changed drastically. There was a trace of despair in his eyes. At this moment, a sword light flew out from behind him. It charged towards the coiling dragon hand. With a flash, the coiling dragon hand was severed. Emperor blood danced in the air. A miserable cry rang out. Nan Yan felt the pressure around him disappear. He regained his freedom. With a flash, he retreated to the back. The others cried out in alarm. What a terrifying sword chi! Who was it? The emperor from the Shui family roared crazily. Who dares to sneak attack me? Come out and die. The great emperor of the Shui family had his coiling dragon hand cut off. He roared crazily, who is it, damn it, who dares to hurt me, come out. However, he was answered by another sword. This sword was like a peerless immortal light. It carried a powerful force and was extremely dazzling. With a snort, the great emperor of the Shui family stopped screaming. His body was cut in half. Everyone was terrified. What kind of sword was this? It was too terrifying. One sword killed him instantly. The people of the Shui family were on high alert. They roared crazily, who is it? Come out. A super great emperor roared. A giant axe appeared above his head. Extremely terrifying divine fire bloomed on it. Another great emperor took out a black pagoda. He shook it gently, and lightning kept erupting on it. It turned the void into black holes. The Shui family was on high alert because they found that their opponent was stronger than they had imagined. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian walked out. He looked forward and said coldly, get out or die. Did you do it just now? The experts of the Shui family were stunned. They looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Wasn't he too young? How could a late-stage great emperor be so powerful? They didn't believe it. Who cares? Let's kill him first. In the sky, the giant axe and pagoda fell with a monstrous aura. The three great emperors of the sword Dao in the distance also frowned. When they saw this scene, they snorted. It seemed that they didn't need to do anything. The people of the Shui family could kill this kid. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The immortal slaying sword in his hand bloomed with killing intent. He didn't hold back at all. As he raised his hand, a terrifying sword energy flew out. Dragon elephant technique. Didn't the Shui family have the coiling dragon hand? I'd like to see if you can entangle this true dragon of mine. A dragon and an elephant appeared between heaven and earth. They quickly attacked. The two extreme weapons in the sky let out a terrifying roar. Soon, they were sent flying. Damn it, how could it be? They attacked together. The experts of the Shui family roared. However, Lin Xian coldly shouted, childish. He slashed out with his sword. This time, terrifying sword chi danced in the air, turning into tens of thousands of sword rays. Every single one of them turned into an image. Countless dragon elephant cultivation techniques were unleashed. 4 weeks of crushing. Lin Xian not only used the dragon form art, he also used the great dragon sword spirit, the invincible power, and the Zhuxian sword, the terrifying power of a divine weapon. How could those people at the front possibly withstand it? Ah! A cry of agony rang out as the old man with the giant axe was sliced in half. The body of the martial monarch with the pagoda was also shattered. In the blink of an eye, the experts of the Shui family fell one after another. When the figures of Long Shao that filled the sky disappeared, everyone was stunned. Because they discovered that the Shui family's people were all dead. None of them were still alive. The air was filled with the stench of blood. The people who were watching the battle felt cold and trembled all over. Is he dead? It was too unbelievable. Even Zhong Lingxiu was stunned. One should know that the Shui family had sent so many terrifying experts this time. If a super martial monarch saw them, he would probably run away immediately. However, Lin Xian had effortlessly killed all of them. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that he had surpassed the super martial monarch level? Thinking of this possibility, Zhong Lingxiu felt her heart beating wildly. She had the born Taoism aptitude. Her cultivation speed was much faster than her peers. At such a young age, she had already cultivated to the super-martial monarch level. She originally thought that even if Lin Xian was stronger than her, it shouldn't be by much. But now, she realized that she was wrong. Lin Xian was ridiculously strong. The three Sword Dao Great Emperors in the distance were also dumbfounded. Was the Shui family dead just like that? They felt like they were dreaming. One should know that even the three of them could only run away when facing the Shui family's army. Moreover, they would have to kill their way out. But now, the other party had easily wiped out the Shui family's experts. What kind of strength was this? He had completely surpassed them. To think that they dared to provoke the other party before. They were simply courting death. Thinking of this, the arrogance and anger on their faces all disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of fear and trembling. They had to leave quickly. This was a peerless enemy. They couldn't fight it head-on. Buzz. In the next moment, the void shook and Lin Xian appeared in front of them, blocking their way. He looked at the three Sword Dao Great Emperors and said coldly, "Didn't you come to kill me? Why did you run away? I'll give you a chance to attack. Make your move." The three Sword Dao Great Emperors' expressions were extremely ugly. They looked worse than crying. "Misunderstanding, Master, this is a misunderstanding. Yes, my junior brother was too arrogant and offended you. He deserved to die. Master, we were just joking with you." The three Sword Dao Great Emperors were so domineering and arrogant before. But now, they had to beg for mercy. Lin Xian looked at the three and said coldly, "Take my sword. If you can live, I won't attack you again." Only one sword, the three super great emperors were moved. "Is this true? Okay, we'll take your sword." No matter how strong the opponent was, one sword couldn't kill them. The three yelled angrily and ignited their bloodline. Their divine fire and immortal energy kept erupting. Their sword energy was extremely powerful. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. One of them held a long sword with endless starlight. Like the Milky Way, it swept across the sky. This was the sword in Sword 3's hand. Terrifying golden light appeared in Sword 4's hand. It was the power of gold, extremely sharp. Once it appeared, it seemed to be able to pierce the sky and earth. Sword 5 was even more terrifying. Endless demonic beasts circled in his hand. The demonic beasts' phantoms all merged into this sword. Such terrifying Sword Dao power. Were the three Sword Dao Great Emperors going to risk their lives? The surrounding people exclaimed. It seemed that it wasn't impossible to block the sword. The three Sword Dao Great Emperors could live. However, Zhong Lingxiu shook her head slightly. She knew that the three Sword Dao Great Emperors would probably have a tragic end. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Are you ready? I'm going to make my move." Sword 3 said, "Young master, come on. We can definitely block your sword." As soon as he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out with the immortal slaying sword in his hand. It was like a blooming sun. Lin Xian didn't hold back with this sword either. It merged the power of the nine-yang divine body, the terrifying immortal power, the immortal slaying sword, and the great dragon sword. As soon as this sword appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The three Sword Dao Great Emperors' expressions changed immediately. Damn it. What's with this sword? It was even more terrifying than before. They couldn't block it. Run. The three didn't dare to fight anymore. They turned and ran. Their speed was extremely fast, and they even fled in 3 different directions. However, it was still too late. The sword swallowed the 3 of them. When the sword energy disappeared, everyone found that the 3 Sword Dao Great Emperors were no longer there. Dead again? Were they all dead? Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this too unbelievable? 3 great emperors of the Sword Dao couldn't even block one sword strike? Not only could they not block it, but they were even killed by one sword strike. What kind of sword energy was this? How terrifying was this young man? Someone said, he has probably reached the peak of the Supreme Great Emperor. Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? Such a young Supreme Great Emperor had a limitless future. It wouldn't be a problem for him to become a land immortal. Many people looked at Lin Xian with envy and fear. Zhong Lingxiu was shocked again. Has Lin Xian's strength reached such a heaven-defying level? She felt the pressure. It seemed that this time, she must get that elixir from the alchemy god sect. In this way, her strength could still improve. After dealing with the enemy, Lin Xian put away the immortal slaying sword. He turned around and came to Zhong Lingxiu's side. Let's go to the alchemy god sect. The surrounding people were stunned. Go to the alchemy god sect? What for? To ask for an immortal elixir. Once he ate the immortal elixir, how terrifying would this young man's strength be? It would be even more terrifying. They were shocked again. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the void. Who is it? Who killed my friend Shui Yan? Come out and face your death. This voice was originally from afar, but it soon rushed over. Buzz, then, a man in a blue Taoist robe appeared in the void. There were blue flames dancing on his body. This flame was extremely terrifying and carried a biting cold aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. They were terrified. This man was so strong. This person was stronger than the 3 great swordsmen and the experts of the Shui family. He had reached an unbelievable level. Furthermore, his opponent's blue flame was even stranger. Although it was a flame, it was very strange. Although it was a flame, it carried a cold aura. Who is this? Lin Xian also frowned. Is there someone who doesn't know what's good for him? If that's the case, let's get rid of him. He snorted and stared at the other party. Do you want to die too? He asked faintly. The man in blue lowered his head and looked at Lin Xian. Was it you who did it? Very well, kneel down and wait for death. I, Wang Chao, will not let you off. Hearing this name, Lin Xian and the others didn't think much of it, but the man next to them narrowed his eyes. Wang Chao, he took a closer look and saw a pale furnace drawn on the other party's blue battle robe. It looked like the furnace of heaven and earth. You're from the Danshan sect. Ma Yin exclaimed. The others were also shocked. Someone said, I remember now. The Dan God sect has a top genius called Wang Chao. Could it be that it was him? Heavens? Were the experts from the Danshan sect here as well? Countless people's eyes were filled with fear. Even though the Sword Emperor from before was as terrifying as the Shui clan, he was nothing more than an ant compared to the Pill God sect. What kind of existence was the Danshan sect? That was a sect with a land immortal. More importantly, the Danshan sect was an alchemy sect. The pills they refined were things that countless martial artists dreamed of. Even if you were a great emperor or a super great emperor, you would still have to kneel down and beg for the pills from the Danshan sect. Such a sect was like a god in their eyes. Who would dare to offend them? When they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with sorrow. This brat had finally kicked an iron plate. Yes, he was dead for sure. After offending the Danshan sect, he probably had no way out. Unfortunately, he was so talented. His achievements were limitless when he grew up. However, he was probably going to die here today. A dead genius was not considered a genius. Some people sighed. Others said, not necessarily. If he kowtows and admits defeat, he might be able to live. However, would such a genius kowtow and admit defeat? They didn't know. Lin Xian was also surprised. The people from the Danshan sect really surprised him. To be honest, he originally planned to go to the Danshan sect because he had something to do with the Danshan sect. He didn't expect to see a powerhouse from the Danshan sect now. He nodded and said, I'll give the Danshan sect face. I can pretend nothing happened. Hurry up and leave. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of attitude was this? He didn't put Wang Chao in his eyes at all. Wang Chao's face also darkened. Stupid thing, are you sparing my life? How ridiculous. Do you think you can compete with me, stupid thing? I'm not an existence you can imagine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're the stupid one. I didn't kill you because of the Danshan sect's face. Otherwise, do you think you're qualified to talk to me in front of me? You're not qualified to compete with me. Get out of here. Ah, this kid was too arrogant. He didn't put Wang Chao in his eyes. An old man said, I remember Wang Chao is the Danshan sect's disciple. How terrifying is his status. When other super great emperors saw him, they had to bow respectfully. No one dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Zhong Lingshou also frowned. If they offended the Danshan sect, their following journey would be very troublesome. However, she didn't say anything. She knew Lin Xian's temper. She couldn't persuade him. Moreover, this Wang Chao in front of her was indeed too much. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone a top expert like Lin Xian. Zhong Lingshou could only watch silently. Wang Chao's face darkened. You're courting death. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He waved his hand. The terrifying blue flame turned into a square palm and fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. I'll suppress you first and then break your limbs. Let's see how you can be arrogant in front of me then. Looking at the palm coming at him, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he said coldly. Very well, you'll get what you say. The 9 suns divine fire on his body burst out and turned into 9 suns, sweeping across the world. A scorching aura swept out. It collided with the blue flame, shattering the sky and the earth. The surrounding people were stunned. Flames again. This kid was also a flame dance expert. The surrounding people retreated in horror. The reason for that was because the blazing power was capable of reducing them to ashes. They did not dare to resist. When they retreated to the back, they cried out in surprise. He actually blocked it. That's impossible. He can compete with Wang Chao. It's unbelievable. He's really strong. Wang Chao's face was also extremely ugly. He originally thought that he could easily crush his opponent. However, he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Moreover, the flames on his opponent's body were also extremely terrifying. Kid, I've underestimated you. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. However, you've underestimated me too much. My cultivation is now close to the demigod realm. I'm not someone you can resist. I'll let you see my true strength. Wang Chao waved his hand. The blue flame condensed into a blue lotus in his hand. Extreme Ice Fire Lotus. Wang Chao sneered. He pushed his hand. The blue lotus spun and fell. It carried an extremely cold energy. Blue flames danced on it. It was extremely strange. The terrifying flame lotus fell. As soon as it appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian sneered. He took out the immortal killing sword. Sword chi swept out, and sword light danced, transforming into a giant dragon and a giant elephant, killing in all directions. With a boom, the sky and the earth shook. The surface of the blue lotus was covered with cracks. Then, it abruptly opened. No, Wang Chao screamed in horror. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. His unique skill, the Extreme Ice Fire Lotus, cracked. Damn it, how could this be? As if struck by lightning, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Everyone exclaimed, Wang Chao lost. This is impossible. Is he injured? God, even the disciple of the alchemy god is no match for this kid? This kid is too heaven-defying. Who on earth is he? Exclamations came one after another. Wang Chao gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up and fight again. However, at this moment, a foot stepped on his head. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure came from the sole of the foot. It seemed that it could easily crush his head. Wang Chao screamed in horror, Damn kid, let go of me. My master is the alchemy god. He's not someone you can mess with. So what? Lin Xian snorted, I'm not someone you can mess with either. You like to break other people's limbs, don't you? I'll let you have a taste of being broken. Then, he waved his hand and broke Wang Chao's limbs with the 9 suns divine fist. Wang Chao screamed miserably. He could feel the scorching flames crazily destroying his body. His whole face twisted, damn it, my master won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped and his teeth were broken. Lin Xian said coldly, I'm going to the alchemy god sect now. When I see the alchemy god, I'll see if he'll let me go. Then, Lin Xian waved his hand. 9 suns fell, forming a cage and sealing Wang Chao. After doing this, Lin Xian looked at Zhong Lingxiu and said, "Let's go to the alchemy god sect." "Ah, still going?" Zhong Lingxiu was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Is this kid crazy? He had just beaten up the pill god's disciple, yet he still wanted to go to the pill god sect. Were they trying to start a war with the pill god sect? Wasn't he courting death? Even Zhong Lingxiu was frowning. This was not a good idea, was it? If we go now, I'm afraid we'll completely offend the pill god. Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. Let's go. I have to make a trip to the Danshan sect. Lin Xian soared into the sky and said to Nan Yun, "Lead the way." Nan Yun felt his scalp go numb. Everything he had experienced in the past few days was like a dream. Especially now that he had to go to the Danshan sect, he began to worry about his own fate. Nan Yun then led the way. Zhong Lingxiu gritted her teeth and said, "Let's follow them and take a look." She had to go as well. The three of them left. The surrounding people went crazy. Let's go to the Danshan sect and see if this kid can survive. I was also very curious. These people also rose into the air and followed from a distance. However, they soon lost him. Because Lin Xian's speed was too fast, these people could only speed up and go to the Danshan sect. If they were late, there might not be a good show to watch. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't compete with the pill god. The pill god was a real immortal. If the pill god wanted to kill him, he only needed one move. The Danshan sect was extremely sacred. At this moment, countless figures were kneeling outside the Danshan sect, begging for divine pills. Among them, there were even great emperors and super great emperors. They begged and were ready to pay any price to get the pills they wanted. At this moment, the void flashed and 3 figures appeared in the sky. The people below exclaimed, "Someone else is coming. How dare he fly above the Danshan sect and not come down?" Hearing this roar, Nan Yun's scalp went numb. He said, "Young master, the Danshan sect has rules. You must go down and kneel. You can't fly." Lin Xian ignored him. The next moment, he looked forward and shouted coldly, "Lin Wudi of the God realm is here to pay a visit to the pill god." His loud voice was like the roar of a giant dragon. Countless people's bodies swayed and felt their souls tremble. The experts below exclaimed, "What a terrifying aura. This person's background is not simple." But what was the God realm? Who was Lin Wudi? Why hadn't they heard of him? In the Danshan sect, countless alchemy disciples also looked up. Who was making a ruckus outside the Danshan sect? This is too much. Is he challenging us? Let's go out and take a look. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out. These people were wearing robes and looked young, but their eyes were full of arrogance. After they came out, they looked at Lin Xian. When they saw that the other party was just a young man, they despised him even more. "Who are you? How dare you make a ruckus here? Quickly go down and kneel. If you want the pills, wait patiently." Lin Xian ignored these people and said again, "Lin Xian of the God realm is here to pay a visit to the pill god." This time, Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul. His voice carried an invincible power and directly shattered the 9 heavens. The alchemy disciples in front wanted to scold him. When this power appeared, their bodies swayed and directly fell from the sky. It was too terrifying. Their souls couldn't withstand this power at all. Countless arrays flashed in the entire Danshan sect. The experts in the Danshan sect were also stunned. Who is this expert? Just his voice was so terrifying. Could it be that a strong enemy was attacking? They were facing a great enemy. At this time, in the highest hall of the Danshan sect, an old man walked out. This old man had the demeanor of an immortal, and his eyes were bright. After he came out, he tore the void and flew out. Countless people below heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the pill god has come out. We don't have to be afraid. The pill god was the god in their hearts, the pillar of the Danshan sect. Outside, countless people were terrified. They were shaken to the brink of death by this sound. In the next moment, they were even more terrified because a terrifying aura rushed out. They looked up at the sky. A crack appeared in the sky, and an old man with the air of a transcendent being walked out from the crack. Was this the pill god? They kept kowtowing. Greetings, pill god. They were too excited. One had to know that the pill god was so mysterious that even a super great emperor couldn't see him. They came to ask for immortal pills and could only see the other alchemists of the Danshan sect. But now, they could see the pill god with their own eyes. They were so lucky. This trip was not in vain. Fellow Taoist, why are you here? When the pill god looked at Lin Xian, he was stunned. To be honest, the cultivation of a late-stage great emperor was too weak in his eyes. Usually, he wouldn't care about such a person. However, the other party could make such a terrifying voice. It really surprised him. He asked, young friend, what's the matter? Lin Xian looked ahead. Looking at this sage-like old man, he was surprised. Is this the alchemy god? He is indeed very strong. Moreover, he felt a mysterious flame power from the other party. It should be the so-called ghost fire. Fellow Taoist alchemy god, greetings. I am from the divine realm, and there are some things I would like to ask you for advice. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Fellow Taoist? Are you kidding me? A great emperor dares to call an earth immortal brother? Are you courting death? Are you tired of living? Sure enough, the genius alchemists of the alchemy god sect were also angry. Kid, you are too unruly. Just you? Do you dare to be on equal footing with the alchemy god? You should address him as an elder. Their voices were incomparably cold. The alchemy god stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. To be honest, he was also very dissatisfied. However, he didn't care to deal with a young junior. Let his disciples make a move. Seeing that the alchemy god didn't stop them, the geniuses of the alchemy god sect became even more arrogant. They walked out and said, I want to see what qualifications you have. How dare you address the alchemy god as a fellow Taoist? After saying that, an extremely terrifying flame emitted from this person's body. The surrounding people all exclaimed, what a strong flame aura. This should be the alchemy god's disciple. I have heard of him. He seems to be Emperor Void Fire. Not only is he powerful, but he is also a very powerful alchemist. Usually, no one dares to provoke him. I didn't expect him to personally make a move. Are you worthy of fighting me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Emperor Void Fire was angry. You are courting death. He slapped out with his palm. Lin Xian only took a step forward, and the sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A monster sword intent swept out. As if struck by lightning, Emperor Void Fire flew backward and vomited blood. The surrounding heaven and earth shattered, and endless cracks spread everywhere. The disciples of the alchemy god sect turned pale. They trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. They even found that cracks had appeared on their bodies. Damn it, what kind of sword energy is this? Isn't it too terrifying? A single strand of sword intent was enough to annihilate them. The pill god's expression also changed. He had not expected the young man before him to be so frightening. He had far surpassed the strength of ordinary emperors. In the next moment, he waved his hand and blocked the sword intent. He said coldly, little friend, please calm down. These disciples of mine are too rude. Then, he glanced at the geniuses behind him and said coldly, apologize to this young master. The faces of the Void Fire Emperor and the others were pale, and there was even blood on their bodies. When they looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. He was too strong. They could only lower their heads and apologize. Lin Xian said, it's okay. Little friend, please. The pill god didn't know Lin Xian's background. However, judging from the other party's posture and the strength he displayed, the other party's background was definitely extraordinary. There was also an earth immortal behind him. Therefore, he didn't want to offend them. However, he was curious as to why they were looking for him. He invited Lin Xian and the others in. The people outside exclaimed, heavens, this young man is too impatient. Other than earth immortals, no one else was qualified to be invited in by the pill god. But now, this young man actually did it. It was incredible. After entering, the pill god waved his hand, and immediately 9 suns bloomed. The alchemists of the Pill God sect exclaimed, "What a terrifying flame." They were all alchemists, and each of them had a kind of flame. However, they found that Lin Xian's flame was much stronger than theirs. Although it couldn't reach the level of an earth immortal, it had surpassed everything. Was this a divine flame? The eyes of the Void Fire Emperor and the others turned red. They were too envious. A good flame was too important for the improvement of the quality of the pills. Even the Pill God was surprised. This young man is really not simple. However, when he saw the scene inside the 9 suns, his face darkened. The surrounding people also exclaimed, "Isn't this their senior brother Wang Chao?" At this moment, Wang Chao only had his limbs broken and was in an extremely sorry state. When he saw the Pill God and the others in front of him, he also became excited. "Master, save me, kill this kid. Damn it, how dare you suppress senior brother Wang Chao." The surrounding alchemists were angry. The Pill God frowned and said coldly, "What do you mean by this?" Lin Xian said lightly, "I don't know this guy at all, but he tried to kill me as soon as he came up. I wanted to kill him at first. But I heard that he is your disciple, so I gave you face and didn't kill him. I just broke his limbs and spared his life. Breaking his limbs is giving him face?" The surrounding people were furious. This guy is too arrogant. The Pill God's face was also cold. He said coldly, "You are too much. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson." He waved his hand, and a terrible flame rushed over. The 9 suns kept breaking. Wang Chao was happy. He laughed grimly, "Do you see? My master is a real earth immortal. He can kill you with one hand." A terrible sword intent suddenly burst out of Lin Xian's body. He waved his hand, and the sword chi was like a dragon, directly blocking the opponent's flame. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Wang Chao was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He can compete with an earth immortal for 9 years. The Pill God was also stunned, and he suddenly stood up. "Who are you?" Lin Xian withdrew his sword chi and said lightly, "I am Lin Xian Wudi. God realm, Lin Xian Wudi." The Pill God repeated with a serious expression. The next moment, he slapped Wang Chao's face. Wang Chao was stunned. "Master, why did you hit me?" The Pill God said coldly, "This young master has the strength of an earth immortal, and you dare to challenge him. You are very lucky to be alive. Hurry up and apologize to the young master." The Pill God knew that earth immortals had their own pride, and those below them were ants. If a little ant wanted to kill him, he would send him to hell without mercy. Now, his disciple was alive because of his face. Wang Chao was scared and could only apologize. He was about to cry. Unexpectedly, his master didn't help him. Lin Xian waved his hand, "It's just a small matter, I don't care." The Pill God looked at Wang Chao and snorted, "Get out of here. Listen, face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to come out for 1,000 years. Little friend, please." This time, the Pill God looked serious. Previously, he only thought that Lin Xian came from a big force and had something to do with an earth immortal. That was why he treated the other party with respect. Now, he found that was not the case. Lin Xian was an earth immortal, and he was on the same level as him. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. After the two sat down, the Pill God asked, "May I know why you are here?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I heard that you have a kind of flame called the ghost fire. May I see it?" The Pill God was stunned. He wanted to see the ghost fire. "No problem." The next moment, he waved his hand, and a white flame appeared in his hand, jumping non-stop. Suddenly, the surrounding void changed, and endless cracks appeared. Even the disciples and geniuses kept retreating. Their master's fire was extremely terrifying. It was a real divine fire. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sensed carefully. This kind of fire had a cold aura, and it was indeed a divine fire. It was what he was looking for. The next moment, he asked, "Where did you find this ghost fire?" Hearing this, the Pill God was stunned. He said, "This is my secret. I'm afraid it's not easy to say." The Pill God was indeed unwilling to say. He was the only one who had this kind of fire. He didn't want others to find out, nor did he want others to study it. If they found out his weakness, it would be troublesome. Lin Xian said with a smile, fellow Taoist, you're too nervous. I'm not targeting you. I'm looking for something. He briefly told the pill god what had happened. The pill god was also surprised. He had heard about this matter. He naturally sensed the battle at Wufeng Mountain. It was just that he was refining pills at that time, so he didn't go there. Moreover, he was afraid of that place and didn't dare to go there. Later, he also heard that an ancient coffin broke through the sky and went to the depths of Qinguang City. He just didn't expect that the young man in front of him was looking for this ancient coffin. Could it be that he also participated in the battle at Wufeng Mountain? He survived the battle of so many Earth Immortals. His strength was too strong. But he was still a little hesitant. Lin Xian smiled. He naturally knew that the pill god wouldn't say it out easily. If someone asked him about the origin of the Fire of Nine Suns, he wouldn't tell them easily. However, he had already prepared for it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a treasure box and placed it on the table. He said, "This is a greeting gift." The pill god reached out and took it. After opening it, his pupils shrank. Then, he gasped. "This is? Where did young master get this?" He was really excited. The alchemists behind him were also surprised. Their master was the pill god. What kind of treasure had he not seen before? One had to know that there were tens of millions of people who came to beg their master to concoct pills every day. Even those peerless experts had to beg bitterly. The treasures that were delivered to him every day piled up like a mountain. However, he had never seen the pill god so surprised. What was it? They were also extremely curious. What Lin Xian gave him was a stock of spiritual medicine. Logically speaking, what the Danshan sect lacked the least was spiritual herbs. However, Lin Xian's stock was extremely special. This was because it was a spiritual herb that grew in the ancient lands. The ancient land was one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It existed within Lin Xian's body. How could people from the outside possibly enter? It was impossible for outsiders to possess the things inside. Therefore, this spiritual herb carried the aura of the ancient land. This was something the pill god had never seen before. He was astonished. Lin Xian said that he obtained it by chance when he was cultivating in the universe. It's useless for me to keep it. Why don't I give it to you? It was too precious. The pill god was extremely excited. He smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. The other alchemists were also shocked. This young man is so generous. However, Lin Xian didn't care. There were many such pills in the ancient lands. Fellow Taoist, this is the ghost fire? The pill god took a deep breath. Ah, the ghost fire is a kind of flame that I obtained before I became a god. Back then, when I was training in Qinguang City, I went to a place of death called the Burial Ground. It was an ancient battlefield where an earth-shattering battle had once taken place. There were even Earth Immortals who fell. There, I obtained the ghost fire. The burial ground? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist, can you give me a map? Sure, no problem. The pill god was happy because he felt that Lin Xian was too generous. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. First, he showed his strength to intimidate the other party. Then, he gave the other party a gift. First, he gave a big stick, then a sweet date. The effect was indeed good. The pill god gave Lin Xian a map and then said, "The burial ground is very big, and it's very dangerous inside. There are even some places that even I don't dare to enter easily. When you go in, you must be careful. One more thing, is there still a ghost fire in the burial ground?" "I'm not sure." Lin Xian nodded. "I understand." He prepared to go. However, when he saw Zhong Lingxiu, he patted his head. "Oh right, there's one more thing. This is a friend of mine. She wants to refine a kind of pill. I wonder if the pill god can help." The pill god glanced at Zhong Lingxiu, and then his eyelids twitched. It was another terrifying physique. Although Zhong Lingxiu was only a super great emperor now, she felt a kind of Tao of the great Tao of heaven and earth from her. Since she was Lin Gongzi's friend, there was no problem. Lin Xian looked at Zhong Lingxiu and said, "What kind of pill do you want to refine?" "Tell the pill god." Zhong Lingxiu was stunned. To be honest, she did want to refine pills before, but she didn't expect that the pill god would personally refine pills for her. This was too big of a deal. She looked at Lin Xian and was extremely grateful. I owe you another favor. She took a deep breath, took out a lot of spiritual herbs, and then said, I want to refine a kind of pill called the Infinite Creation Pill. As soon as the pill came out, all the alchemists in the main hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the pill god was surprised because this was a legendary pill. It was 10% difficult to refine. He asked, are the materials ready? Xianxia said, they're all ready. They're all here. The pill god was shocked again. The materials for the Infinite Creation Pill were very difficult to find. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to have found all the materials. He said, don't worry, I'll help you refine it. To be honest, except for me, the success rate of others is less than 1%. Thank you, senior. Xianxia was extremely happy. Lin Xian stood up and looked at the pill god. He said, fellow Taoist, my friend will stay in the pill god sect for now. I'm going to the boneyard. If there's a chance in the future, let's spar. Okay, Lin Gongzi, you're my friend. Oh right, I'll have a disciple take you there. It'll be faster this way. Hupa, come here. In the distance, a woman walked over. She had a delicate face and long hair. The pill god said, take Lin Gongzi to the boneyard. At the same time, you can train there. Yes. Hupa nodded respectfully and said, Lin Gongzi, please. Then, Lin Xian left and Xianxia stayed. Outside the pill god sect, Lin Xian looked at Nanyun and said, thank you for the information. Here's a cultivation method for you. Lin Xian waved his hand and a scroll appeared in his hand. He handed it to Nanyun. Nanyun took it and looked at it. Then, he exclaimed, isn't this too expensive? This was a cultivation method for super-great emperors. It was a secret method and was very precious. It was as precious as life for super-great emperors. Lin Xian smiled and said, take it. It's useless to me. He had killed quite a number of super-great emperors, so he had even more spoils of war. He didn't need these secret methods at all. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Nanyun was extremely grateful. Then, he bid farewell to Lin Xian. He didn't dare to go to the boneyard with his strength. As for Lin Xian, he took Hupa with him and transformed into a beam of sword light, disappearing into the sky. Outside Qingguang City, the wind and clouds gathered. Lord Alcohol and the fighting god had arrived. When Xing'er came out, they immediately took her away. The land immortals behind them chased after them. The fighting god pressed down with a big hand and pushed them back. A devouring vortex appeared, coupled with the heavenly cycle master's array. The land immortals had no choice but to watch Xing'er being taken away. Damn it. The first prince and the others gritted their teeth and roared. The seventh prince frowned. That's not right. Why didn't Lin Wudi follow us? He's still in Qingguang City. What does he want to do? There should be other clues. Let's go and chase after Lin Wudi. They returned to Qingguang City again. Of course, some princes gave up. They felt that it was better to search for the next clue of the Sovereign Soul Jade. Perhaps they could seize the initiative. For a moment, these princes also split up. In Qingguang City, a sword light streaked across, flying towards the depths of the situation. In the depths of Qingguang City, there was a very terrifying place called the Burial Ground. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. He felt an extremely terrifying aura. It was a bit like the ancient battlefield of the Dizun in Yuqing City. However, the aura was even colder. Hupa said, Lin Gongzi, this is the burial ground. The burial ground is very big, and some places are very dangerous. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. He looked at Hupa and said, next, I'm going to go alone. Where are you going? Go back. Or stay here? Hupa said, Master asked me to come here to gain experience. I'm going to gain experience here. Lin Xian nodded. He took out a voice transmission talisman and gave it to Hupa. If you are in danger, you can ask me for help. With that, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he entered the burial ground and disappeared. After entering, Lin Xian felt a cold and gloomy energy rushing towards him. He snorted coldly and used the Nine Suns body. Terrifying flames blocked the cold aura. However, his Nine Yang divine body was like a bright light in the darkness. It was too dazzling. Countless terrifying demon beasts rushed towards him crazily. A terrifying roar shook the heavens and earth. Before Hoopa even entered the land of buried bones, he heard it. She cried out in alarm. Did Lin Gongzi attract the demonic beasts? Not good. Her expression changed. Then, in the next moment, she saw a shocking sword light streaking across the sky. Then, all the roars of the demonic beasts disappeared. He had killed them all with a single sword strike. Hoopa exclaimed, so strong. From the looks of it, she didn't have to worry about him. In front, Lin Xian put away the immortal extermination sword. The surroundings became much quieter, and it felt as if the whole world had become peaceful. However, he did not use the Nine Yang divine body. It was indeed too dazzling. He had a Taiji diagram draped over his body to block the cold energy around him. At this moment, he used Rinnegan and began to search. He didn't come here to look for the ghost flame, because it was useless to him. What he was looking for was the ancient coffin with the Taiji diagram. There must be a secret in there. The power of Rinnegan is equally powerful and mysterious. Lin Xian looked around and suddenly he was stunned. Because he found that there were quite a few remnant souls in this world. These remnant souls were originally sleeping. They were killed by a peerless powerhouse, and it was even possible that they were killed by an ancient giant. After they died, their souls could not reincarnate and could only stay here. At this moment, they felt the power of reincarnation and immediately rushed over. In an instant, dozens of remnant souls covered the sky and earth, enveloping Lin Xian. Although they were remnant souls, these people were all peerless powerhouses when they were alive. They were extremely powerful. After they arrived, a cold and gloomy aura erupted, like 100,000 mountains, enveloping Lin Xian. One of the remnant souls had white hair fluttering like a demon king. He said sternly, "Boy, hand over the power of reincarnation." There was also a burly man who stood tall like a giant spirit. He said coldly, "Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." There was also a person who was incomparably dark and had a ferocious ghost face. He laughed and said, "A complete soul really makes people jealous. I want to tear your soul apart and let you have a taste of becoming a remnant soul." These people had been floating in the burial ground for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, they were incomparably crazy. Lin Xian glanced at these people and sneered, "Just demons and monsters. Get lost, or I'll completely destroy you." His great dragon sword could cut through the void, let alone these remnant souls. "Stupid boy, a mere great emperor dares to be arrogant in front of me. Even if we are remnant souls, we are not existences that you can imagine. We were all peerless powerhouses when we were alive." As he spoke, the white-haired man made his move. An extremely terrifying sword light appeared in his hand and slashed down. The void was immediately split into two halves. On the sword chi, there was a terrifying immortal chi flickering. The gigantic spirit punched out. The terrifying punch was able to pierce through the heavens and earth. And that ghost face condensed into a ghost fog that filled the sky. A cold and gloomy aura erupted as if the gate of hell had opened. It was as if it was going to swallow Lin Xian. "With just you," Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He snorted coldly, and the Nine Suns body erupted. The great solar eternal palm directly attacked the gate of hell. The boundless flames caused the surrounding ghostly fog to dissipate continuously. A scream rang out, and the ghost face retreated in horror. Then, Lin Xian slashed out again. This time, the sword directly attacked the giant spirit with a terrifying sword chi. With a boom, the giant spirit's fist was smashed, and the long sword was also sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the three remnant souls retreated. They were extremely frightened. "Damn it, this kid is so strong." Everyone attacked together. The dozens of remnant souls around were about to attack. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Dragon elephant technique." A giant dragon swept across the 9 heavens. A statue stepped on the ground, directly trampling dozens of remnant souls into the ground. Then, Lin Xian attacked one after another, and several remnant souls were destroyed. "Spare me." The white-haired remnant soul screamed in horror. The giant spirit also said, "We were wrong, Senior, please spare us." They found that this young man was too strong for them to resist. Lin Xian sneered, "Give me a reason not to kill you. You have angered me. If you can't calm my anger, it's impossible for me to spare you." The white-haired man said, "Senior, we have stayed here for countless years. We know this burial ground very well. We know where the treasures are. Senior, you are here to find treasures, right? We will lead the way for you." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't attack. The remnant souls were relieved. "Senior, what kind of treasure are you looking for? Is it a treasure of heaven and earth, a medal, or a martial arts manual?" Lin Xian asked, "You said you have been here for a long time. Then let me ask you, have you seen an ancient coffin come here?" Hearing this, the remnant souls were stunned. The giant spirit said, "A few days ago, an ancient coffin did pass by here." "Did he really see it?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Where did it fly to?" the remnant soul said. "It flew to the depths of the burial ground. This burial ground is very big, and there are many places that are very terrifying. Even we don't dare to go in easily. We can only watch it fly into the depths and disappear." "Did he actually stop? Or did it leave?" "We don't know." Finally, he found a clue. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Is there a treasure here? Let's go, take me to find it." He was going to search for treasures while heading into the depths of the burial ground. Next, dozens of remnant souls began to lead Lin Xian to search for treasures. Lin Xian was not interested in some broken weapon fragments and lost cultivation technique manuals. However, there were indeed some unique treasures here. These were some spiritual herbs and souls that grew in the burial ground. Among them, there was a stalk called the Netherworld flower, which was very hidden. It was found by the ghost face remnant soul. The ghost face remnant soul said, "This Netherworld flower contains extremely powerful Yin power. Even with our remnant souls, we dare not absorb it. Otherwise, we will be broken." Indeed, although they were unable to reincarnate now, they were still alive. Once they died, it would be even more tragic. Lin Xian felt the aura of the Netherworld flower and was also surprised. The Taiji diagram contained the power of Yin and Yang, and this Netherworld flower could improve the strength of the heart. He waved his hand and swallowed it directly. "No? You won't be able to hold on," the ghost face exclaimed. Some of the others also shook their heads and sighed. "This young man won't die immediately, will he?" Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the Taiji diagram rotated quickly, absorbing the power of the Netherworld flower. The aura of Yin on the Taiji diagram bloomed and became even more mysterious. The remnant souls were shocked. "What a terrifying diagram. What is this? It makes my hair stand on end." They were so scared that they kept retreating. "Are there any more treasures?" Lin Xian continued to ask. The white-haired man said, "Yes, but we can't enter that place." "Lead the way," Lin Xian said. Following that, the white-haired man and the others continued to lead the way until they arrived at a valley. The white-haired man said, "There is an array formation below the valley. We can't open it." "Could it be a trap?" Lin Xian glanced at these people. The white-haired man and the others shook their heads and said, "No, we definitely don't dare." They were almost scared to tears. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the power of the immortals danced, directly tearing the ground apart. Sure enough, he heard a clang. His immortal power was blocked. That was interesting. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. In the next moment, he challenged the power of the great dragon sword. As the sword slashed down, a sky-shaking sound was heard, and the ground shook violently. Then, an aura spread out. 9 nether fruit, the white-haired man exclaimed, his eyes turning red. The eyes of the other remnant spirits were filled with greed, but they did not dare to make a move. They could feel that Lin Xian's sword just now was too terrifying. It would be easy to kill them. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to look and found that there were 29 nether fruits below. Each of them was crystal clear and the size of a fist. They were purple in color, and the cold power on them was extremely terrifying. This was good stuff. Moreover, it was unique to the 9 nether land. Coupled with the mysterious earth vein of Qingguang City, the quality of this 9 nether fruit was definitely top-notch. The best 9 nether fruit. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the 29 nether fruits in his hand. He took one and swallowed it. Immediately, the Tai Chi diagram spun again. And the effect of this 9 nether fruit was even more terrifying than the previous netherworld flower. It was indeed a good thing. Lin Xian put it away and prepared to take it slowly. He cultivated the power of the immortals, which was much more terrifying than the average person of the same realm. However, if he wanted to break through, the power he consumed was far more than the people of the same realm. It even required more than 10 times the power. Therefore, Lin Xian would not let go of any opportunity to cultivate. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the void suddenly shook. Then, terrifying black clouds filled the air. From inside, blood-red eyes appeared. Those eyes were as big as houses. As soon as they appeared, their gazes shrouded the area below and pierced through the space. The faces of these remnant souls changed. Some of them were penetrated by the gaze, and their bodies immediately split open. They let out a miserable cry, "Oh no, what is this?" It was too terrifying. They asked Lin Xian for help. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped them. Then he said, "Those who want to be reincarnated, jump in. The others, leave." Although these remnant souls knew some treasures, they were all at the edge of the boneyard. These remnant souls didn't know the depths of the boneyard, so it was useless to stay by their side. "Thank you, young master." Some of the remnant souls were overjoyed. They wanted to be reincarnated. Then, they would cultivate again. Therefore, they entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, there were also some remnant souls who didn't enter. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this level. Although they were remnant souls now, they were still very powerful. Moreover, they could live for a long time. If they were reborn and cultivated again, there would be too many variables. Yes, they fled into the distance. Lin Xian didn't leave because he was very curious. What was attacking? Was it a powerful remnant soul from the depths? If so, it would be a good opportunity to suppress and capture them and go to the depths. He waved his sleeve, and the cracked ground closed again. It was as if it had never been opened halfway. Just as he finished doing all this, the black cloud descended, and a few figures walked out from it. There were both men and women among these figures, but they all looked quite young. However, their real age was estimated to be tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This was because their auras were very powerful. They weren't even great emperors. They were all super great emperors. These people were also sizing up Lin Xian. When they sensed that Lin Xian was only a late-stage great emperor martial artist, they were all stunned. Wasn't such a cultivation a little too weak? Such a person dared to come to the land of buried bones. Was he here to die, or was it because he was with his family and got lost here? "Which family are you from?" among them, a beautiful woman asked. This woman was extremely adorable. Her ears had a hint of jade-like luster. Furthermore, he had a fox's tail on his back. She was from the Jade Fox clan. Her name was Bai Yao. Lin Xian said, "I'm a rogue cultivator. I don't belong to any sect." "Which sect are you from?" "I'm from the Jade Fox clan. My name is Bai Yao." "They are also from big families. We are working together to explore the land of buried bones. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Why don't you come with us?" As soon as he said this, the person next to me was unhappy. "Come with us, with a burden? He is so weak. If he encounters danger, he will kill us." Another tall and handsome man frowned and asked, "I seem to sense the aura of a treasure here. Boy, do you know anything?" He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the other party coldly. Suddenly, the tall young man's body swayed. For a moment, his heart suddenly stopped beating. Even his soul felt a sense of fear. Damn it, what was going on? At that moment, he felt as if he was being looked down upon by a god. However, this kid was only a great emperor. His cultivation was far weaker than his. Why did he have such a feeling of fear? His expression was ugly. However, he didn't ask anything else. Instead, he snorted and turned to look for it himself. This kid in front of him was too strange. He ignored him and looked around. Then, he said suspiciously, "Previously, I clearly sensed the aura of a treasure here. Why? Why can't I sense it now?" The other super great emperors were the same. They frowned. Why? Could it be that we sensed wrongly? Bai Yao said, "Maybe. This burial ground is so strange and magical. It's normal that you can't sense it. After all, it was said that all the land immortals had fallen here. Perhaps the legendary power of the land immortals affected the surroundings. Let's go look for it elsewhere." That's true. The surrounding super great emperors nodded. After all, this was only the edge. They were ready to go deeper. Lin Xian originally didn't plan to pay attention to these people. However, at this moment, the tall and handsome man in front of him waved his hand and took out a mirror. The mirror emitted a mysterious light. There were various images flashing on it. This mirror is quite strange. Lin Xian was surprised. The tall and handsome man in front of him was named Li Qingyun. He smiled and said, "Of course. This is the sky mirror. It's the treasure of our Azure Valley. I begged my master for several years before he agreed to lend it to me. Kid, you've never seen such a good treasure, have you?" The corners of Li Qingyun's mouth curled up. He looked high and mighty. He was eager to prove himself. Because he had felt fear in front of Lin Xian before. He wanted to erase this feeling. Sky mirror, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Is it used to find treasures? Bai Yao also nodded and said, "Yes, this is an excellent weapon for finding treasures. Previously, we relied on it to find quite a few treasures. Let's go. If you follow us, I can't guarantee anything else, but at least you'll be safe. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll get some treasures too." Looking for treasures? Interesting. Lin Xian nodded. In any case, he didn't have any clues at the moment. He might as well follow these people and see if he could persevere and find any clues regarding the mysterious ancient coffin. Then, the group set off. Including Lin Xian, there were 6 people in total. Their speed was extremely fast. During this time, the other people's expressions were incomparably cold. Only Bai Yao would remind and explain to Lin Xian from time to time. 3 days later, they found a treasure. The people around them were overjoyed. The corners of Li Qingyun's mouth curled up as he glanced at Lin Xian proudly. He said, "Boy, did you see that? This was the power of the heaven mirror. They found a piece of metal the size of a millstone. That should be the fragments left behind from the battle between the 2 experts. Although it was a fragment, it was extremely terrifying. If he went back and refined it properly, he might be able to create another extreme weapon." In the next 5 days, they found 2 more treasures. This surprised Lin Xian as well. The heavenly mirror was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian thought of Little White's treasure bowl again. He summoned Little White. However, Little White was sleeping soundly in the ancient land. Little White had asked for 10,000 types of spiritual fruits in the orchard of 10,000, but this little guy was too greedy and ate all of them. The surging power made the little guy very uncomfortable. He could only go to sleep and slowly digest this power. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Little White's treasure bowl couldn't be used. They could only rely on the heaven mirror. After another 3 days, the heaven mirror suddenly emitted a shocking light. Li Qingyun and the others exclaimed, "What a treasure!" They had never seen such a light before. In other words, the treasure they were looking for would surpass everything. "Let's go." These people sped up. One of them looked at Lin Xian and said, "This kid is a burden. He hasn't been of any help at all these days. Should we throw him down?" Li Qingyun said, "No, he's just a country bumpkin. Let him follow us and broaden his horizons." These people sped up and came to a forest. It was extremely quiet here. Li Qingyun said, "Everyone, be careful. The treasure is here. Let's set up the array first." Hearing this, a woman in black next to him waved her hand. Immediately, the surrounding clouds rolled and formed a terrifying cloud array. It directly enveloped the entire forest. Next, they would be able to act freely. There was a burly man with a bone lamp in his hand. There was a strange flame dancing on it. This flame jumped out and flew in all directions. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. There was also a burly man with a giant axe in his hand. He waved it easily, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. They began to search frantically. At this moment, a shocking aura spread out, and everyone stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingyun exclaimed, "Nine curl ginseng. This is a good thing." Their eyes were red. The nine curl ginseng was originally a heavenly treasure. This one was most likely very old. With a swoosh, a ray of light flew out like a bolt of lightning. It wanted to escape. The cloud array began to roll violently. The burly man with the bone lamp sneered. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying bone flame flew out and enveloped the surroundings. It condensed into a flaming stone tablet and suppressed fiercely. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The light was repelled and turned into a spirit ginseng. The spirit ginseng had a strange shape and 9 holes on it. Everyone's eyes were red. Bai Yao exclaimed, "This is a 100,000-year-old 9-curl ginseng." They all went crazy. 100,000 years, what a long time that was. This kind of heavenly treasure, unless it was specially cultivated, would have been picked long ago. Now, this one had not been discovered and had grown for 100,000 years. It was really amazing. Not only did the 100,000-year-old 9-curl ginseng have amazing medicinal effects, but its combat power was also very strong. Terrifying immortal chi emerged from his body, turning into 2 beams of immortal light that shot forward. Its cultivation base had reached the level of a super great emperor. It was too incredible. However, Li Qingyun and the others sneered, "You want to fight us? Stupid." Each of them was a super great emperor, so they were not afraid of each other at all. A great battle broke out in an instant. Not long after, they joined forces and suppressed the 9-curl ginseng. The 9-curl ginseng was sealed in a small space. Ha 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 ha, great. Li Qingyun and the others looked up to the sky and laughed. They were really too excited. With this thing, they could save thousands of years of cultivation. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from afar, 9-curl ginseng? Very good. Now kneel on the ground and obediently hand over the 9-curl ginseng. I'll give you a quick death. Kneeling on the ground and handing over the treasures would be a quick death. Who was it? How arrogant. Did he have a death wish? These super great emperors were instantly enraged. They immediately suspected that it was Lin Xian. However, they soon realized that it wasn't this kid. The reason for that was because the voice was coming from even further away. Who was it? How dare you snatch our treasures? You must be tired of living, aren't you? Li Qingyun sneered. Beside him, the burly man holding the bone lamp snorted coldly. Get over here and kowtow to me 30,000 times, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll break your head. The few of them didn't place the other party in their eyes because they were strong enough. Who could be a match for the 5 super great emperors? You really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll make you wish you were dead. Then, I'll send you to hell. The cold voice sounded again. Only then did everyone hear clearly that it was a woman's voice. In the next moment, they saw that the surrounding clouds were even more terrifying than their array formation. In an instant, a mysterious aura appeared around them. With a loud boom, the world trembled. Then, a figure walked out from between heaven and earth. It was a woman wearing a long green dress and holding an umbrella in her hand. She was a beautiful woman who seemed to have walked out of a painting. Her other hand was holding a round fan. There was a picture of a flying immortal on it, like a goddess of the 9 heavens. When they saw this scene, their pupils constricted. Qing Luo fan. They shouted almost at the same time. He 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 he. The beautiful woman in green covered her mouth with a fan and chuckled softly. You guys actually recognized me. In that case, you should know my rules by now, right? You provoked me before, so I'll make you wish you were dead. Any last words? Stay here. The woman in green's voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have some kind of magic. Li Qingyun and the others began to tremble as cold sweat poured down their backs. At this moment, the super great emperors were as insignificant as ants. This surprised Lin Xian. They were too timid. Damn brat, what do you know? Li Qingyun and the others roared. Do you know what Qing Luo's little fan represents? She was Yan Luo. Bai Yao, who was next to him, also said, she is our famous master, Qing Luo, little fan Yama. It was said that her cultivation had already reached the demigod realm. Such a person has completely surpassed us. We are no match for him at all. The other man, who was holding the bone lantern, continued with a trembling voice. More importantly, according to the legends, Yan Luo is a demoness. The other party was decisive and merciless, but those who were targeted by her all died miserably. I'm so beautiful, yet you dare to call me a demoness? Very well, I'll remember you. Later, I will let you die in the most despair. Yan Luo stared at the man holding the white bone. The big man was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. No, I was wrong. Yan Luo fairy, please spare my life. Li Qingyun's face was also pale. He cupped his fists and said, I am a disciple of the Azure Valley. My master is Qingyun Zi. I hope that for the sake of my master, you can let us live. After hearing this, Yan Luo sneered, Qingyun Zi? He's just a demigod, the same level as me. I won't give him face. And her. Li Qingyun quickly pointed at Bai Yao and said, she is the pride of the Imperial Fox clan. Her father is also a demigod. Bai Yao walked over, bowed, and said, greetings, Senior Yan Luo. She was very respectful and polite. However, Yan Luo's face changed. Senior? Are you saying that I am very old? You all deserve to die. Several people went crazy. This is really a demoness. Her mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Spare our lives, fairy, spare our lives. Several people were frightened. Bai Yao was also stunned. Did I say something wrong? Shouldn't I call her senior? Li Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, this 9-curl ginseng, we are giving it to you. Please spare our lives. I will take it, and I don't need you to give it to me. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. You are holding Qingyun Zi's sky mirror, right? I have long heard that it is a treasure. It just so happens that I lack such a treasure. Yan Luo's voice sounded, and Li Qingyun's face changed drastically. The next moment, he roared, run. As soon as his voice fell, he turned around and fled. At the same time, 3 thunder pearls appeared in his hand, and he threw them out. Terrifying thunder and lightning swept across all directions. The other few people also fled one after another. Bai Yao said to Lin Xian, run quickly. Can you survive? It depends on your luck. Lin Xian didn't run. He narrowed his eyes because he knew that these people couldn't escape at all. In front of a demigod, a super great emperor couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, even though they tried their best and even took out their treasures, they were still stopped. Yan Luo didn't chase at all. Instead, she gently turned the umbrella in her hand. Suddenly, endless raindrops bloomed from the umbrella, shrouding in all directions. A world of rain was instantly formed, enveloping the entire forest. With a boom, several super great emperors were forced back. The burly man holding the white bone cave said, fight it out with her. My flame can destroy everything. He activated the white bone lamp in his hand with all his strength. Terrifying flames flew out and swept in all directions. Yan Luo sneered, you? Stupid thing. After saying that, she slapped out with her palm and instantly slapped the white bone lantern into 2. The burly man's face changed. No? His treasure was so weak that it couldn't withstand a single blow. With a boom, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. In the next moment, Yan Luo gently grabbed and caught the burly man in front of her. Then, a strange light appeared in her eyes. I said I would let you die in despair. The small fan in her hand gently fanned, and the aura of the soul covered the sky and earth, enveloping the burly man. The burly man let out the most miserable cry. His soul was drawn into an illusory world, and inside, he was tortured to death. In the end, he died in the most terrified of death. Only a few seconds had passed outside. Li Qingyun and the other super great emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. One of their companions died just like that? They couldn't resist at all. With a plop, they knelt on the ground. Mercy, we were wrong. Mercy, fairy. They kept kowtowing. buzz, however, what answered them was a saber light. The arm was like a heavenly saber, directly cutting open the black-clothed woman's body. Another super great emperor had died. Bai Yao, who had escaped before, was also forced back. Her face was pale. Damn it, what should I do? Li Qingyun looked at Bai Yao and said, burn your bloodline and destroy the extreme weapon. Maybe we can still live. The two of them attacked. The divine fire and immortal qi on their bodies kept erupting, sweeping through the 9 heavens. They attacked with all their strength. However, Yan Luo sneered. She still didn't move. Instead, she activated the umbrella in her hand. The umbrella in her hand was an extremely terrifying weapon of the extreme Tao. The world and the rain shook rapidly, condensing millions of raindrops. She attacked them. With a roar, the two of them retreated. Many cracks appeared on their bodies, and their bodies were dyed red with blood. How could it be? Were they defeated? Their full-strength attack couldn't even block the opponent's casual wave. Bai Yao's eyes were filled with despair. Li Qingyun knelt on the ground again with a plop. He begged for mercy again. Yan Luo looked at Bai Yao, and a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. She said lightly, you didn't challenge me before. So, kneel. I'll give you a quick death. Bai Yao snorted coldly, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Kneeling to death? She didn't want to. She would rather die standing. You're really stubborn. However, I'll see if you still dare to be stubborn when you're desperate. Yan Luo sneered. She was ready to attack. However, at this moment, she was stunned. Because she found that there was another figure standing there. And this person wasn't even a super great emperor. He was just a late-stage great emperor. Damn it. Such a small ant dared to stand in front of her. She stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, little thing, I'll crush all the bones in your body later. Lin Xian looked at her and frowned slightly. I was going to let you live, but you actually have ideas about me. You're really reckless. He said in a deep voice, kneel, and I'll give you a quick death. Didn't she like to make people kneel to death? As for Lin Xian, he would use the same method to let him experience what despair was. Bai Yao was stunned when she heard this. Li Qingyun's pupils shrank. Is this kid crazy? He dared to offend Yan Luo. He said quickly, Yan Luo fairy, I don't know this kid. I have nothing to do with him. He was just trash. Li Qingyun tried his best to distance himself from Lin Xian because he knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. His end would be very miserable. Moreover, he might be tortured by Yan Luo for tens of thousands of years. The smile on Yan Luo's face disappeared as her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Bai Yao's eyes widened. She said, no, you can't offend her. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Perhaps, he would be able to die a quick death. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. Kowtow and apologize? Was she worthy? She should be the one kowtowing to me. He looked at Yan Luo and said lightly, hurry up, my patience is limited. He was courting death. Yan Luo snorted coldly. The umbrella in her hand spun again, and the endless light of the world and the rain rushed over. These raindrops were extremely frightening. Each one of them contained an extremely powerful force. So many super martial monarchs had been injured. How could a mere martial monarch stand a chance? Buzz. In an instant, the terrifying raindrops enveloped Lin Xian. Where Lin Xian was, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, turning into an endless black hole that floated between heaven and earth. Bai Yao retreated in fear. Li Qingyun, who was kneeling on the ground, also snorted coldly. Stupid thing, die. However, at this moment, Lin Xian walked out of the broken void. He was unscathed as if he had not been attacked. How was this possible? Li Qingyun was dumbfounded. Yan Luo's pupils also shrank. She seemed to have underestimated him. Kid, who are you? She asked coldly. Lin Xian said, you are not qualified to know who I am. Kneel down and accept your death. You are courting death. Yan Luo snorted coldly and attacked again. Just now, it was just a casual attack. Now, she was angry. The small fan in her hand waved gently. Suddenly, a terrifying soul storm appeared. It swept in all directions. Bai Yao and Li Qingyun felt their souls shake as if they were about to be torn apart. They kept retreating. Soul attack, Lin Xian raised the corner of his mouth. How stupid. He opened the Rinnegan and the 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of the 6 worlds appeared and directly shrouded the soul storm. With a boom, the soul storm was torn apart. It was not over yet. The 6 paths of reincarnation quickly flew over and sent out endless soul swords to kill Yan Luo. Yan Luo felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her soul was injured. She hugged her head and screamed. She no longer had the calm and elegant appearance from before. Li Qingyun was stunned. His mind was blank. What did he see? The dignified Yan Luo, the demoness, was actually hovering between life and death. It was just because of a gaze from the other party. Heavens, just how terrifying was this kid? He had surpassed the demigod realm. This was impossible. The other party was clearly just a great emperor. Bai Yao was also scared silly. She did not expect that the young man who she casually helped would have such strength. Was this an unintentional willow growing? Perhaps she could survive. A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You? You are still no match for me. Kneel on the ground obediently and accept your death. His voice was calm and indifferent. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? I will let you know how powerful I am. This time, Yan Luo took the initiative to attack. She turned into a stream of light and was extremely fast. In an instant, she was in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell. The umbrella and fan in her hand moved crazily. The dazzling immortal energy was as vast as the sea. It could kill all the powerful enemies in the world. Yan Luo, the demoness, had completely gone crazy. Even a demigod of the same level would not be able to resist this combat power. An extremely terrifying flame appeared on Lin Xian's body. Then, a sword energy flew out. This sword was extremely fast. It was like a giant dragon flashing past. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sword slashed out and split the world in half. Yan Luo's figure appeared. A line of blood appeared between her eyebrows. Then, her body split in half. She let out a miserable scream. Her eyes were filled with fear. Run, the opponent's sword could split her body. This showed that the opponent's strength had completely surpassed her. She kicked an iron plate. The next moment, she turned around and fled. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to run now? He used the dragon elephant technique. A statue directly stepped on the broken body and suppressed Yan Luo. No, you can't kill me. I still have a senior brother. He is also a terrifying demigod. He is not far from becoming an earth immortal. Yan Luo roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered. A demigod is just an ant in my eyes. Yan Luo continued to roar. I still have a master. Do you know who my master is? My master is the famous Master Qin. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Lin Xian was surprised. She is actually Master Qin's disciple? However, he soon sneered. So what? Soul search. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan. His terrifying gaze enveloped the opponent's soul. He wanted to collect the opponent's soul to see if there was any useful information. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and began to collect the other party's soul. Not long after, he snorted coldly, you don't know anything. Just a piece of trash. After that, he summoned the reincarnation sword phantom and directly killed Yan Luo's soul. Ah! Yan Luo screamed and turned into ashes. Dead. Li Qingyun and Bai Yao were both stunned. A demigod died just like that, they couldn't believe it. Spare my life. Li Qingyun came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xian. He kept begging for mercy. Before, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all, and even treated him as a servant. He was provoking Lin Xian all the time. Only now did he realize that he was constantly courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword, directly splitting Li Qingyun's body. Li Qingyun screamed and also turned into ashes. Did he die again? Bai Yao was so scared that her face turned pale. She looked at Lin Xian with a trace of horror in her eyes. Lin Xian turned his head, looked at Bai Yao, and said lightly, "Before, you were a good person and said a few words for me. So, this time I won't kill you." After hearing this, Bai Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It was really a turn of events. She didn't expect that her previous help would save her life now. "Thank you, young master." Bai Yao was extremely grateful. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the 9-curl spirit ginseng in his hand. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. The 9-curl spirit ginseng shook slightly and sent out a message of mercy. Its soul became extremely frightened. "Spare my life, young master." It also saw the previous scene. Lin Xian's strength was beyond its expectation. It was no match for him at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will send you to a better place, where you can grow better." After that, he sent the 9-curl spirit ginseng to the ancient land. The 9-curl spirit ginseng only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. When it came back to its senses, it found that it had already arrived at a strange place. Where was this place? The 9-curl spirit ginseng was stunned. The place it was at was the burial ground of Qin Guanqing, which had an extremely terrifying aura. However, the place in front of it was not inferior to Qin Guanqing. It seemed to be completely different from Qin Guanqing's aura. There seemed to be an aura of eternal aura. "Stay here." "Well. That's right, the man under the ancient tree is my father. He's currently heavily injured. Every once in a while, you can provide him with a strong life force." "Young master, I understand." The 9-curl spirit ginseng it hurriedly flew over and dripped a lot of life spirit liquid onto Lin Zhan's body. Of it was absorbed Luo's Lin of Lin. Although Lin Zhan was still in a deep sleep, his face was no longer pale. Instead, it became rosy. Next, the 9-curl spiritual ginseng stayed in the ancient land. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out another item, the sky mirror. This was Li Qingyun's treasure, which was used to find heaven and earth treasures. With it, Lin Xian could continue on his journey. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura coming from afar. This aura was even more terrifying than Yan Luo. Moreover, it seemed to be directed at him. "Someone is coming. You'd better find a place to hide." Lin Xian looked at Bai Yao and said. Bai Yao was stunned. She hadn't sensed it yet. However, not long after, her face turned pale and her body trembled. Under this power, she couldn't help but want to kneel down. Boom! In the next moment, the ground cracked and several stone tablets appeared, completely enveloping the surroundings. A sealing power enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian frowned. What a strange method, it was somewhat like a formation. However, it was much more powerful than an ordinary formation. It was somewhat similar to the Crimson Dragon's method. 15 figures appeared in the sky. Each of them had prominent horns and a powerful aura. They stood there like gods and demons, able to crush eternity. The most terrifying thing was the man standing at the front. This man was wearing black armor, and his expression was extremely cold. His long black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was filled with the aura of death. He lowered his head and looked down, his brows tightly knitted together. Junior Marshall's sister was actually dead. "Who killed her? Was it you?" He stared at Lin Xian, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Suddenly, the void around Lin Xian shattered and turned into nothingness. Bai Yao exclaimed. She felt the aura of death coming towards her. She couldn't resist it and was about to be killed. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and blocked this aura. He pulled Bai Yao to his side. Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief. She was saved. "Thank you." She was extremely grateful. Lin Xian looked forward and frowned slightly. This was the power of a land immortal. However, it wasn't exactly the same. This person seemed a little strange. The man in black armor in front was also stunned. The surrounding people were also surprised. It was unbelievable that he could block senior brother Lung's attack. Who was this person? They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. One of the men exclaimed, "Could it be that he is the underworld child?" It was possible. He looked young and had the cultivation of a great emperor. However, his strength far surpassed that of a great emperor. he was the underworld child. Unexpectedly, they finally found him. However, he actually dared to kill senior sister Yan Luo. It was unforgivable. Angry voices sounded one after another. The man in black armor, Leng Huapin, also lowered his head and looked at Lin Xian. He said coldly, "Underworld child, kneel down and accept your death." Lin Xian frowned. Underworld child? Did the other party think he was the underworld child? Did he recognize the wrong person? He snorted coldly. What underworld child? I don't know what you're talking about. Underworld child, you don't have to pretend anymore. In this world, other than you, the great emperor, who has heaven-defying combat strength. Who else has such an ability? You actually dared to steal master's things. This time I will definitely capture you and make you suffer for 100,000 years of pain and torture. You have the wrong person. Bai Yao, who was beside him, also shook her head and said, "This young master is not some underworld child. Did you recognize the wrong person? We have the final say. And even if we recognize the wrong person, so what? He killed junior sister Yan Luo, no matter who he is. He will definitely die. Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the dragon-seeking ruler." Ignorant. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Hurry up and get lost, or I will send you to hell." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The surrounding people were furious. You're courting death, how dare you be rude to senior brother Leng? Senior brother Leng is a land immortal, not something you can imagine. Underworld child, hurry up and kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, you will die without a place to hide. A cry of alarm sounded. When Bai Yao heard this, she was so scared that she almost fainted. Land immortal, oh heavens, this man is actually a legendary deity. Her body trembled. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Land immortal? This is really beyond my expectations. But, so what, land immortal, what can you do to me? Lin Xian's eyes carried a trace of coldness, there was no fear at all. This made Leng Huapin completely furious. The other party was not afraid of him. He was courting death. He could destroy the other party with a single finger. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, moved his finger, and pointed forward. It was as if the finger of a god had mercilessly pressed down. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. No matter if you were a super great emperor or a demigod, you wouldn't be able to resist it. Not good. Bai Yao was in despair. The person in front of her was much stronger than the previous Yan Luo. He was even completely above Yan Luo. Could Lin Xian withstand it? Although Lin Xian's strength surpassed Yan Luo's, he was facing an earth immortal. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and endless sword chi flew out. At this moment, the stars in the sky seemed to have been cut down, blocking this finger. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Heavens, what did they see? Their senior brother Leng Huapin's attack was actually blocked. This was impossible, the other party was only a great emperor, how was this possible? Blocking the attack of an earth immortal. Although this underworld child was said to be very powerful and could fight above his level. However, he couldn't be so heaven-defying. A great emperor challenging an earth immortal, how many realms did he cross? They couldn't believe it. Even Leng Huapin was stunned. It was indeed the underworld child. You really exceeded my expectations. However, it was a pity that it was just a casual attack from me. You used all your strength just now, right? How many times can you use such a full-strength attack? Next time, you won't be so lucky. In his opinion, Lin Xian had risked his life to block it. A full-strength attack? Lin Xian sneered. This guy in front of me is really an idiot. How could you tell that he had used all his strength? He just casually waved his sword chi. Okay, kid, I'm going to be serious next. You can die now. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely violent aura erupted from his body. Then, a pair of black wings appeared on his back. It turned into a black blade of death and slashed down fiercely. Wherever the blade light passed, the aura of death exploded, destroying everything. When Bai Yao saw this scene, she was completely stunned. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent Bai Yao far away. Then, he slammed his palm forward. Dragon Elephant Art. A statue of a deity appeared between heaven and earth, stepping on the black saber in all directions. With a clang, the two collided, shaking the heavens and the earth. The black demonic blade was actually stomped down. How could this be? Leng Huapin was shocked. How could this person's strength be so terrifying? The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation technique was this? That was too scary. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. You're an earth immortal, aren't you? There was some water. Did he use medicinal pills to raise his cultivation? You're courting death. Are you looking down on me? Leng Huapin's expression was extremely ugly. This earth immortal was indeed different from ordinary earth immortals. Because he had used a secret technique to obtain this earth immortal. This was Master Qin's method. However, whether it was using a secret technique or a medicinal pill, he was still an earth immortal. He was above everything. It was not something that this little ant could provoke. Courting death. He let out a long roar and the aura of death on his body exploded. Then, he turned into a ray of light and quickly charged over. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. His fists kept moving, shattering heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and fought with him. He used the Dragon Elephant Art. The phantoms of the giant dragon and the divine elephant kept erupting. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Leng Huapin had gone crazy. He had actually met a peerless opponent. Although the person in front of him was only a great emperor, it made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He was even terrified and trembling. All the bones in his body were shaking. This power was too strong. He formed a seal with his palm and 3 stone tablets appeared around him. There were mysterious scrolls on them. Each of them was extremely ferocious. An extremely terrifying aura of death flew out from those scrolls, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The phantoms of the giant dragon and the statue in the sky were enveloped by the aura of death in the painting. Then, they were suppressed. Seeing this scene, the corner of Leng Huapin's mouth raised into a smile. Kid, you're only SOSO. Everything can end now. Although the other party was strong, he was still not his match. Capture the other party, torture him, and avenge his junior sister. At the same time, bring him back to the sect and offer him to his master. Thinking about it, his master would definitely reward him handsomely. Perhaps, he would even pass on some secret techniques to him. Thinking of this, he was incomparably excited. Lin Xian frowned. These 3 stone tablets did indeed possess an extremely strange power. It should be the power of heaven and earth. These 3 stone tablets absorbed the power of the stars in the sky and the power of the spirit veins in the earth. It was exceptionally terrifying. Any one of them might have been suppressed by the seal. But, to suppress him? It was simply too laughable. With a clang, he took out the god-slaying sword and slashed down. The sword chi carried a sharp power. With one slash, all the death chains were split apart. The aura of death filled the air, and the 3 stone tablets shook violently. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi turned into a dragon. The terrifying fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, bringing with it an incomparably powerful flame as it charged towards the stone tablet. Boom! A stone tablet was sent flying. Cracks appeared on it, and then, it actually turned into ashes. This was impossible, Leng Huapin cried out in alarm, and then, he spat out a mouthful of divine blood. His face instantly turned pale. This was his determination. The 3 stone tablets suppressed everything and had never failed. But now, one of his stone tablets had actually been shattered. Damn it, how did this kid do it? He stared fixedly at the other party. The sword in the other party's hand was actually a divine artifact. He was shocked. That's impossible, I've never heard of the underworld child having such a terrifying divine sword. Could it be that you're not the underworld child? Then who are you? Lin Xian said coldly. I told you a long time ago, I don't know what underworld child is. As for who I am? You don't deserve to know. However, since you dare to attack me, I won't let you off. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent. The god-slaying sword was raised high. Then, it suddenly slashed down. It was still the dragon elephant technique. However, this time, it was the dragon elephant formed by the great dragon sword soul. Its power was many times stronger than before. A huge dragon roared towards the sky, turning into a sharp sword chi that fell mercilessly. Damn it, block it for me. Leng Huapin activated the remaining 2 stone tablets and surrounded them. He resisted with all his might. With a boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 2 stone tablets were split apart. One of Leng Huapin's arms was cut off. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Leng Huapin was actually injured. This was a land immortal. However, one of his arms was cut off by someone. Their bodies trembled in disbelief. Looking at Lin Xian, their eyes became incomparably terrified. Even Baiyao exclaimed, so strong. Leng Huapin retreated to the back. He held his broken arm, his face full of fear. He really couldn't imagine that he would be injured by the other party. Damn it, why? Why would a great emperor have such powerful combat strength? Damn brat, you've completely angered me. I'll let you see my true ultimate skill. Death is like the wind. With a cold shout, the surrounding black storm swept in all directions. The world was dark. Nothing could be seen. The surrounding people all cheered, great, this is Senior Brother Leng's ultimate skill. Previously, when Senior Brother Leng became a land immortal, he used this move to kill a demigod of the same level. Becoming a land immortal. This death is like the wind, it will be even more terrifying. Killing this brat was as easy as flipping his hand. This brat was too stupid. He dared to fight against Senior Brother Leng. Let's see how he dies later. The black storm swallowed everything. The surroundings darkened and nothing could be seen. Even his soul was suppressed. However, Leng Huapin was not affected at all. He laughed coldly and said, brat, you will know what despair is next. His silhouette disappeared as soon as he landed. He then charged at Lin Xian at high speed. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't resist at all. The other party would be mercilessly suppressed by him. Lin Xian felt the black storm around him and the suppression of his soul. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile, with just you. You still want to suppress my soul, what a foolish man. In the next moment, the light of reincarnation in his eyes bloomed, forming a terrifying reincarnation flame that kept jumping. A ray of light shot out from the reincarnation eye like a peerless sword light. At this moment, the surrounding black storm seemed to be suppressed. The originally dim world immediately brightened up. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised, I found you. He discovered that not far behind him. The surrounding people also saw it, and they exclaimed, this is impossible, this kid actually broke through the wind of death. Damn it, I don't believe it. They all went crazy. Their senior brother's death was like the wind, just how terrifying was that, but why? What if it was broken so easily? Leng Huapin was also stunned. To be honest, the smile on his face froze. Originally, he had planned to ambush Lin Xian and break his arm, making him wish he was dead. But now, his heart was beating wildly. That pair of eyes was like the eyes of a deity, causing him to be incomparably terrified. Damn it, it was this pair of eyes, a single gaze, that had broken his death wind. Lin Xian sneered. Your divine power is too weak. After that, Rinnegan looked at the other party. There was a loud boom. Leng Huapin's soul received an intense impact. In that instant, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His soul was about to split open. He clutched his head and screamed. He looked up to the sky and roared, you're courting death. A crack appeared between his eyebrows, and then, a black bottle flew out. Endless black light flew out of the black bottle. Leng Huapin gritted his teeth. He fused his divine blood into the black bottle. Then he said, brat, although using this move will make me weak, in order to kill you, I will do anything. Go to hell. The divine blood entered the black bottle and immediately rolled out violently. Then, they turned into black swords of blood one after another. It danced quickly. The moment the 9 blood swords appeared, the heavens and earth were filled with killing intent. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. No matter how many divine powers you have, you can't block the blood sword. The corner of Leng Huapin's mouth raised again, a smug smile. However, this smile didn't last long. because Lin Xian had made his move. The immortal slaying sword slashed down, bringing with it a shocking killing intent and an invincible power. The 9 blood swords in the sky shook violently, and the light on them dimmed. Then, with a cracking sound, a crack appeared. This was impossible. Leng Huaping's expression changed drastically. He roared crazily. He couldn't believe it. What kind of sword chi was this? It was too strong. Even if you have a divine artifact in your hand, you can't break the blood sword so easily. Lin Xian sneered, and didn't answer. Another sword strike. This sword strike also carried a powerful killing power, turning into a blood dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The dragon claw fell, shattering the blood sword. Then, the dragon tail swung, and like a blood sword, it charged towards Leng Huaping. Leng Huaping blocked with all his might, but he was pierced through by the sword. He let out a terrified cry. He retreated into the distance, wanting to heal his body. However, he discovered that this time, its healing speed was extremely slow. An invincible power crazily tore his body apart. Damn it, why, who exactly are you? Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to attack. The sword chi was like a dragon. Not long after, there were a few more sword marks on Leng Huaping's body. His body had split open, and he couldn't recover in a short period of time. Leng Huaping was scared silly. He turned around and fled. You can't escape. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He took out the great dragon sword tip and summoned the phantom of the Samsara sword. He even took out the fragments of the Samsara sword. This time, he was going to kill the other party. The fragments of the great dragon sword and the Samsara sword were used at the same time. Lin Xian opened the ancient land, and the power inside flew out. Kill. With an angry shout, 2 sword lights appeared between heaven and earth. Leng Huaping was in despair. No, my master is Master Qin. If you kill me, Master Qin will not forgive you. I beg you, please spare my life. Okay, I don't dare to do it again. No matter if he threatened, begged for mercy, or roared or shouted, it was useless. 2 sword chi descended. Leng Huaping had fallen. Lin Xian's face was pale. He kept the fragments of the great dragon sword and the Samsara sword. Using such a trump card consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he had the ancient land. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to use such a trump card so easily. This was his most powerful trump card. The surrounding people were stunned. Was Leng Huaping dead? They couldn't believe it. This was a land immortal. Damn it, you actually killed senior brother Leng. Master won't let you off. Do you know how much senior brother Leng had to pay to become a land immortal? Even if he is a nihility god, he is not someone you can kill. You are finished. You have offended not only Master Qin, but also Qin Guangqing. You are dead. These people roared crazily. Lin Xian frowned. Nihility god, what does that mean? This was the first time he had heard of this word. He snorted coldly, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. Although he couldn't use the Samsara sword again, it wasn't a problem to use the Eye of Reincarnation. The remaining experts' souls were enveloped by reincarnation, and they let out miserable cries. Not long after, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. His expression was strange. Lin Xian obtained some information from the souls of these people. Although there were some places that he wasn't sure about, he could roughly guess. Normally, those who could condense 3 strands of immortal chi or divine fire were called land immortals. They were existences that surpassed super great emperors. They were extremely terrifying existences. It was extremely difficult to become a land immortal. Some super great emperors spent millions or even tens of millions of years but still found it difficult to reach this realm. It could be said that countless people looked up to them and even felt despair. However, this Master Qin seemed to have a method that could allow a warrior to become a land immortal after paying a price. This kind of land immortal was not a cultivation that he had truly cultivated. Therefore, he was called a void god. However, this was already very terrifying. One had to know that even if one could become a void god, it was still the dream of many super great emperors. The conditions to become a void god were also very harsh. What exactly were they? Lin Xian wasn't sure. However, Lin Xian could feel that this Leng Huaping was slightly weaker than the heavenly wolf god, Xianxia, and the other true land immortals. It was truly a strange method. Was Master Qin actually so terrifying? Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. During the battle at Wufeng Mountain, other than displaying his extremely powerful formation skills, Master Qin didn't do anything else. Could it be that the other party had hidden his strength before? Lin Xian didn't know. However, he was becoming more and more careful. I wonder if there are any other secrets in Qingguang City. With a cold snort, Lin Xian waved his hand and killed all the remaining experts with the immortal slaying sword. After that, Lin Xian kept all their storage rings. Especially Lin Huaping's storage ring. Lin Xian checked it carefully. He wanted to find more clues about the void god from it. However, he didn't. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Right now, the most important thing for him was to go to the depths of the burial ground. To find the Taiji ancient coffin. There was one more thing that made Lin Xian extremely surprised. It was about the underworld child. These people had previously thought that he was the underworld child and had come to hunt him down. He also received information about the underworld child from these people's souls. It turned out that this underworld child was also one of Master Qin's disciples. Even though he was only a god monarch at the moment, he was extremely intelligent, and his talents were unparalleled. Thus, Qin sure thought highly of him. However, the other party was extremely daring and directly stole one of Master Qin's divine weapons, the dragon-seeking ruler. This made Master Qin extremely furious. Thus, Master Qin sent his disciples to hunt him down. They had to retrieve the dragon-seeking ruler no matter what. The underworld child had a divine ability called myriad transformations, which allowed him to transform into the appearance of others. Furthermore, such transformations were very difficult to detect. Hence, Great Master Qin's disciples could only be judged based on their cultivation and combat strength. The dragon-seeking ruler. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. For a land immortal like Master Qin to care so much, it must be something incredible. If he could meet that underworld child, he might as well snatch it from him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to leave. Behind him, Bai Yao hurried over and said, "Young master, where are you going?" Lin Xian looked at her and sighed. "Your cultivation is too weak. Next, I'm going to the depths of the burial ground. I'm afraid you can't resist the power there." Bai Yao gritted her teeth and said, "You don't understand Master Qin's methods. Their sect is called the Qin sect. They have mysterious and unfathomable power, and their array formations are extremely terrifying. They even have some methods that can predict the future. Although no one saw you kill these people, if Master Qin wants to know, there must be a way. And if I stay by your side, I'm afraid they've already considered me an enemy. So, take me away. Otherwise, if I'm caught by them, I'll suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Xian looked at him and nodded. He waved his hand and left with Bai Yao. On the way, Lin Xian took out the sky mirror and injected the power of an immortal. The sky mirror bloomed with light, and one scene after another appeared. Lin Xian headed to these places. In the depths of the burial ground, there was an abyss. There were white bones around it, and it was extremely terrifying. Basically, not many people dared to come here. However, there was a figure in this abyss. It was a purple figure. He was actually a skeleton. Moreover, it was a purple crystal skeleton. He sat there cross-legged, absorbing the power on the surrounding white bones and silently cultivating. Beside him, there was an extremely terrifying array formation. It was extremely mysterious, and one's soul would shake just by looking at it. Buzz. Suddenly, at this moment, another spatial array formation appeared in front of him. Immediately after, a figure walked out from inside. It was a middle-aged man. He looked at the purple crystal skeleton in front of him with incomparable respect. "Greetings, Lord Zihuang. What's the matter? Speak. You better have something important. Otherwise, if you disturb my cultivation, you know the consequences." The purple crystal skeleton in front of him asked coldly. The middle-aged man's body shook. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said, "Lung Huapin is dead. Yan Luo is dead." Hearing this, the purple crystal skeleton was stunned and abruptly turned its head. An extremely terrifying purple light flashed across its eyes. Like purple lightning, it shattered the 9 heavens. The middle-aged man was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. "Lord Purple Phoenix, please calm down. How did he die? Who killed him? We can't guess." The middle-aged man was sweating profusely. "Trash, how did the Qin sect raise trash like you? Let me do it." The purple skeleton stood up and stopped cultivating. Its skeletal hands kept forming hand seals. One mysterious rune after another appeared on his fingertips. It didn't matter if the others died. However, Yan Luo and Leng Huapin were the top geniuses of the Qin sect. One was a demigod, and the other was a nihility god. Especially Leng Huapin, he had paid a huge price and used up countless resources of the Qin sect to become a nihility god. Now, he died just like that. His master, Master Qin, would probably be furious when he found out. He had to deal with this matter. The mysterious runes between his fingers kept jumping, and then connected into one. An array formation appeared in his hand. The purple skeleton pointed with its finger, and ripples appeared on the array formation. Following that, broken images appeared one after another. Only bits and pieces of these broken images could be seen. However, the skeleton was extremely terrifying. It combined these images together. So young. The purple skeleton was incomparably shocked. The image after the combination was a young man. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was incomparably handsome. The other party had a battle sword in his hand, and his killing intent was surging. He was still a young swordsman. This was the enemy. Go, and find him. With a wave of the purple skeleton's hand, countless runes condensed into a picture scroll and landed in the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man received it with both hands, turned around, and entered the spatial gate, disappearing. Following that, several teams quickly set off. They began to search. They had to find this young man. As for the purple skeleton, it sat down cross-legged. Interesting. He dared to kill my Qin sect's people. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If I find his tracks, I'll personally take action. Who knows, I might even be able to refine him into an interesting puppet. Ever since they lost in Immortal City, Eternal Land had restrained their arrogance. They called back all the experts from all over the universe and they all retreated to Eternal Land. At this moment, everyone in the Eternal Land was cultivating silently. Because they were unwilling. They swore that they would take revenge and teach the Divine Realm a lesson. In the depths of Eternal Land, the aura of eternity was even more terrifying. Ordinary people couldn't come here. In this place, there was a mysterious river. The origin of this river was extremely terrifying. Even in the Eternal Land, countless people didn't know where this river came from. Where did it flow to? It was as if it had suddenly appeared in Eternal Land. Previously, there were some experts in Eternal Land who wanted to explore this river. They had been flying along the river. However, after flying for hundreds of years, they still couldn't reach the end. In the end, these experts gave up. At this moment, on the shore of the Eternal River, a figure stood. It was a figure that looked like a ruler. He was the Grand Supreme. He stood there, his eyes burning like torches as he stared at the Eternal River. The river's flow wasn't fast. There were no waves hitting the shore, nor were there any huge rocks in the sky. This river gave people the feeling that it was still. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice that the river was flowing. The Grand Supreme's eyes flickered. He muttered to himself, "My deduction should be right. It's about to come." Not long after he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile. On the surface of the Eternal River, a bridge had appeared. A stone bridge appeared. If someone was here, they would be scared silly. This stone bridge appeared very suddenly. However, after it appeared, it wasn't out of the blue. It was as if it had always been here. It appeared. When the Grand Supreme saw the stone bridge, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Boom boom boom. Cracks suddenly appeared on the stone bridge. Following that, a golden light emerged from the stone bridge. It was as if a spatial door had opened. Then, a golden figure appeared on the stone bridge. This figure had an extremely terrifying flame aura. The moment it appeared, it swept through the 9 heavens as if it could destroy the world. The surrounding void continued to shatter as endless cracks spread out in all directions. The warriors in Eternal Land looked up at the sky. They were terrified. What happened? That was the depths of the Eternal Land. There was a terrifying aura there. Mysterious golden flames covered half the sky. Countless people were stunned. Other than Earth immortals, no one else could go to that place. They guessed that it was a land immortal who was cultivating. Or could it be that their exalted eternal overlord was practicing a new cultivation method? No matter what the reason was, they were all extremely excited. However, they did not know. In addition to them, even the martial monarchs, and Earth immortals were startled. For example, Xianming gawked and dropped his jaw. Sensing this aura, his body trembled slightly. Could it be that they're back? He looked into the distance in disbelief. That was because he couldn't imagine that the other party would be able to return. On the mysterious stone bridge of the Eternal River, a golden figure appeared. As soon as it appeared, towering flames swept out in all directions. This immense pressure was enough to tear everything apart. At this moment, many martial artists of the Eternal Land knelt on the ground. Ha 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 ha, I'm back. I'm finally back. A loud sound reverberated through the 9 heavens. At this moment, all the people of the Eternal Land raised their heads. Their ears were injured and bleeding. They were terrified. Who was this? What a terrifying aura. And they had never sensed this aura before. What did it mean that the other party was back? Was this the powerhouse of the Nirvana realm who had rushed back from the outside? They were all stunned. Why had they never heard of it? Xianming trembled with excitement. A hint of shock appeared in his eyes. Did the other party really come back? It was unbelievable. You're finally back. Are you alone? Around the Eternal River, golden flames covered the 9 heavens as if they could destroy the world. However, the Eternal River was not affected at all. There was another person who was not affected, and that was the exalted Eternal River. The exalted Eternal River stood there. Not a trace of golden flames could get close to him. He was like a supreme existence, standing with his hands behind his back. He looked at the other party and asked, "Are you the only one who came back?" Hearing the exalted Eternal River's words, the figure on the stone bridge retracted the flames in the sky. Then, his true body appeared. It was actually a vine. There was a golden vine with golden flames on it. It was pulsating continuously and could easily shatter the void. These golden vines intertwined with each other and formed a figure. Then, the golden vine bowed respectfully. "Greetings, exalted Eternal River. I'm Fiery Vine. So far, I'm the only one who came back. Welcome back. The Nirvana realm needs you very much." The exalted Eternal River waved his hand. A terrifying immortal aura enveloped Fiery Vine. Then, the two of them disappeared into the void. After they left, the stone bridge also mysteriously disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared in the first place. On the stone bridge, there was also a mysterious aura accompanying the fire. These auras dissipated between heaven and earth at the same time. In the void, Fiery Vine was surprised. "This aura," the exalted Eternal River said, "this is the aura you brought with you when you crossed the long river of time. Your appearance changed heaven and earth. Naturally, you will bring some different power. This is an opportunity, but it is also a threat. It won't be long before there will be some changes in this world. I've already sent a message to Xianming. I asked him to take the warriors of the Nirvana realm to train, fight, and absorb this power." Sure enough, Xianming got the message and immediately gathered the geniuses of the Nirvana realm. These geniuses were very curious. What happened? Soon, they found that the power of the Eternal Land was boiling violently. The power of heaven and earth became much easier than before. They were very excited. "I feel like I'm about to break through. God, I should still have 500 years to break through. I didn't expect that I'm about to break through now. Great!" These geniuses were very excited. Even Xianming gasped. He said, "Hurry up and absorb this power. This power won't stay in the Eternal Land for long. It will soon spread to the universe." The people of the Nirvana realm moved quickly. At this moment, the people in the universe didn't know. As for Lin Xian, he didn't know either. At this moment, he was searching the boneyard with all his strength. On this day, he stopped and furrowed his brows tightly. Now, he was no longer at the edge of the world. He had come to the depths of the boneyard. However, the burial ground was extremely huge. He could sense that there were two teams rushing towards him at high speed. The two teams were full of murderous intent. They seemed to want to attack him. Not good, there's danger. It's the people from the Qin sect. Bai Yao also sensed this aura. At the same time, he saw many arrays covering the sky and earth, directly sealing the entire space. With a rumbling sound, two spatial doors appeared in the sky. Then, two teams walked out from inside. These two teams were full of killing intent. They wore battle armor, had cold expressions, and held sharp swords in their hands. After these people came out, they looked down. It's this kid. You dare to challenge our Qin sect? Obediently surrender and follow us back. Listen to Lord Zihuang's punishment. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said coldly. Either scram or die. Choose one. The two leaders snorted coldly. Kid, I know you're very powerful. Senior sister Yan Luo and senior brother Lung both died in your hands. But you're too arrogant. Our Qin sect is not something you can challenge. Putting aside how powerful our master is, just Lord Zihuang, who has come this time, is not someone you can contend against. If you obediently allow yourself to be captured, you might be able to suffer less. Otherwise, if Lord Zihuang really makes a move, you will definitely die. Zihuang, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Oh, is there an existence more powerful than Lin Huapin here? Interesting, but he didn't put it in his eyes. Bai Yao's expression changed. What? Even the other party is here? He had naturally heard of this name before. This name was like a nightmare, causing them to be terrified. Not only her, but everyone in Qingguang City was afraid of this name. Because this Zihuang was a legendary existence. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you don't want to leave, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. An extremely terrifying fire of 9 suns appeared on his body and swept out in all directions. It turned into 9 suns in the air. The surrounding arrays shook violently, and cracks appeared on them. So terrifying, this person was actually so terrifying. The surrounding people were incomparably shocked. This guy was only a great emperor. Could he be the underworld child? Other than the underworld child, he had never seen any great emperor with such strength. However, they weren't sure if it was the Nether Child because the Nether Child had an ability to transform into a myriad of forms. The underworld child could transform into any shape, be it a demonic beast or a human, and no one would be able to tell the difference. Hurry up and attack, he unleashed the Divine Monument formation. Create a spatial array to suppress him first, then teleport him away. The two teams quickly made their moves, and many flags appeared in their hands. With a light wave of his hand, a series of formations appeared in the surroundings, linking together to form a single piece. 72 stone steels appeared in the sky, each of them extremely mysterious. The sky diagram was able to suppress everything. The 72 stone steels fell together, shaking heaven and earth. Everything was suppressed. Bai Yao's face was pale. She felt the power in her body freeze. She couldn't use it at all. Her face was filled with terror. How terrifying. Legend had it that the Qin sect was a sect that specialized in array formations. There were tens of thousands of exquisite array formations inside. Every single one of them had endless uses. Now, he had finally seen them all. After the 72 sky steels, these people attacked again. They took out some more formations. These array formations condensed into a huge spatial vortex, connected to an unknown place. Kid, this is the result of going against us. So what if you're strong? The Qin sect's array formations had endless uses, and they're not something you can imagine. Just surrender obediently. You want to suppress me with these array formations? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. How foolish. He formed a seal with his palms and waved his sleeve. The dragon soul in his body erupted, and the flames on his body condensed, turning into tens of thousands of fire dragons. Lin Xian pointed his finger and shouted coldly. Shatter. Tens of thousands of fire dragons roared into the sky and charged towards the surrounding sky steels. These sky steels had endless uses, and there were mysterious sky diagrams on them that could suppress everything. However, Lin Xian's fire dragons were also extremely terrifying. The two of them engaged in an earth-shattering battle. The fire dragons roared and waved their dragon claws, tearing heaven and earth apart. Soon, the 72 sky steels shook violently. Finally, one of the sky steels couldn't take it anymore and cracks appeared on it. With a crack, it shattered. After the first one, the second one, the third one, and so on. The surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? Their eyes were about to pop out. Those were sky steels. Those were the Xianxia array formations. They were usually used to suppress enemies, and they had never failed. But now, it was shattered by someone. Just as they were in a daze, the 72 sky steels completely shattered. The two teams seemed to have been struck by lightning. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and their faces turned pale. Damn kid, just you wait. They gritted their teeth and wanted to enter the space gate. They had miscalculated. With their strength, they weren't strong enough to capture the other party. They had to go back and ask for more powerhouses. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You still want to leave? I told you to scram, but you didn't. Now, go to hell. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of fire dragons rushed towards the space vortex. Feeling the scorching aura, the Xianxia's martial artists' expressions changed drastically. Leave quickly. They activated the space array formation. They roared crazily. The space vortex slowly disappeared, and these people heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped. However, in the next moment, a sword chi slashed down from the sky. The space shook violently, and then the Xianxia's martial artists were forced out. They were all stunned. What happened? Shouldn't they have been teleported away? Why were they forced out? Can this kid break their space array formation? Impossible. This isn't an ordinary space array formation. It's a space array formation created by the Xianxia. Who can break it? Lin Xian sneered. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? He waved his hand again, and tens of thousands of fire dragons enveloped the two teams. The martial artists of the two teams roared miserably. Soon, they were turned into ashes. Let's go. After doing this, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and left with Bai Yao. Bai Yao was dumbfounded. He's too strong. However, she still reminded him. Young master, the Xianxia's strength is far beyond your imagination. And this time, it seemed that they had brought quite a number of people. Even Zhuang is here. He must be in the burial ground. Let's not meet him. Zhuang. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll send him to hell. The news of the battle here was still spread. Zhuang was furious. She sent out even more experts. At the same time, the other martial artists in the burial ground found out. Have you heard? Someone actually dares to offend the Xianxia. Now, the Xianxia is chasing after him. It can't be, right? Who is so daring? How terrifying is the Xianxia? I don't know, but the other party seems to have a strong background. It seems that some Xianxia martial artists have died in his hands. It's over. He's dead meat. No one has ever dared to offend the Xianxia. Someone said, why don't we help to search too? Maybe the Xianxia will give us some powerful array formations. In an instant, many people in the burial ground began to join the search team. However, they still didn't find Lin Xian. This was because they were all searching from the inside to the outside. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to go inside directly. This place was even more dangerous and there were more people from the Xianxia. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? Lin Xian continued to move forward and found two treasure locations along the way. He took out the treasures inside as well. One of the treasures shone brightly and filled the sky with multicolored light. It was extremely dazzling. Soon, it attracted the attention of others. A treasure of heaven and earth had appeared there. Let's go and take a look. These people quickly rushed over. Very soon, they saw a young man tear open the ground and a metal piece the size of a millstone appeared under the ground. It should be formed after a weapon was broken. On the surface of the black metal, there were mysterious patterns, which made it look extremely extraordinary. Kid, put it down obediently and I'll let you leave alive. Get lost quickly or I'll turn you into ashes, the super great emperors who came shouted coldly. Their eyes were red and they were determined to get this treasure. However, the young man in front didn't seem to care at all. With a wave of his hand, he put away the metal piece. You're courting death, an old man was very angry. On the other side, there was a middle-aged man with a cold gaze. In the distance, more figures flashed over. When they saw this scene, they all exclaimed. This brat was too reckless, wasn't he? Since that was the case, they would send him to hell. The young man in front of them was none other than Lin Xian. He turned his head and looked at these people. He said with a frown. Get lost. You're courting death. The old man attacked and his terrifying palm covered the sky and earth. It was like the hand of heaven that fell fiercely. On the other side, the middle-aged man slashed out with his saber and the saber light turned into an azure dragon. It covered the sky and descended. The two super great emperors attacked with a fatal blow. The people in the distance sneered. This kid was dead meat. With a flash of sword light, the two super great emperors. It was split in half. All the attacks between heaven and earth disappeared, and it became extremely quiet. The surroundings were completely silent. The people in the distance trembled in fear. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. What happened? He had killed two super great emperors with a single slash. What kind of skill was that? That was too scary. Lin Xian said to Bai Yao, who was beside him, as he was too lazy to do anything. Bai Yao was also speechless. When did she become a follower? But forget it. Staying by Lin Xian's side was at least safe for now. She personally took the storage rings of the two super martial monarchs. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. Heavens, this fairy was so beautiful. Why do I feel like his servant? Impossible. Don't talk nonsense. Absolutely impossible. Those people only felt dizzy. Young master, here you go. Bai Yao handed the storage ring to Lin Xian. Lin Xian put it away and said, let's go. They continued to set off. After Lin Xian left, the people in the distance came back to their senses. What a terrifying young man. Who exactly is he? I feel that he is extraordinary. Could he be a top genius of the Qin sect, or could he be the descendant of a land god? Because other than such a status, they couldn't think of anyone else who could be so arrogant. At this moment, a young man said, I feel that he is too familiar. Where have I seen him before? Don't tell me, I have the same thought. Everyone thought for a moment and then cried out in surprise. They took out a scroll with a portrait of a young man. It was this kid, he was the enemy of the Qin sect. Heavens, he didn't escape. Instead, he went into the burial ground. Was he going to challenge the Qin sect? I heard that the Qin sect's supreme expert was in the burial ground. The two sides would definitely meet. Let's go and take a look. The group of people quickly followed after him. At the same time, the news spread. When the others heard about it, they all cried out in surprise and rushed over to watch the battle. A good show was about to begin. After the people of the Qin sect heard this, they were furious. That damn kid, he didn't take them seriously at all. Was he challenging them? Kill them back. These people were furious. The experts who were already inside also received the news. The purple skeleton sneered. Oh, he actually dared to come? He really surprised me. His courage is commendable. When the time comes, I will personally send him to hell. The person beside him said, there's no need for you to do anything. We can deal with him. There were 4 people who said this. The armor on the 4 of them flickered with different lights. The auras on their bodies were also different, but there seemed to be some kind of connection between them. The 4 of them worked together, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared. It seems that your 4-season sword formation has been mastered. Alright, I'll let you do it. The purple skeleton glanced at the 4 of them and nodded. yes. The four of them were very happy. The four of them had cultivated a formation called the Four Seasons Sword Formation. The 4 seasons were spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When the four of them worked together, the formation was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party was a void god, they were not afraid. Because this sword formation was created by Master Qin. They had already cultivated it to the small success stage. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The four of them went out to prepare. Each of them carried a battle sword on their backs. Killing intent surged, surrounded by terrifying immortal qi. On the other side, Lin Xian flew all the way. The heavenly mirror in his hand bloomed with light, and a canyon appeared on the surface of the mirror. There should be something good inside. It looked even more mysterious than before. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian rushed towards the canyon. At the same time, the people behind him also followed. They exclaimed, "Heavens, isn't that canyon where the Qin sect is?" This kid was really going for the Qin sect. There was going to be a good show to watch. After the people around the canyon sensed it, they also stood up one after another. They set up a terrifying array formation to block the path. Courting death. Who dared to come here and behave atrociously? This is our Qin sect's place. Everyone else, get lost. A roar sounded, extremely domineering. In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and narrowed his eyes. Qin sect, Bai Yao, who was beside him, also exclaimed, "Oh no, young master, leave quickly." These people were all core disciples of the Qin sect, and it was possible that Lord Zihuang was also here. We must not meet him. Bai Yao was very afraid and anxious. Lin Xian smiled. It doesn't matter, I don't care who he is. No one can stop me. At this moment, his eyes were filled with incomparable confidence, as if he was a supreme ruler. Lin Xian's arrival in the vicinity of the Grand Canyon frightened the people around him. They could not believe that someone could be so arrogant. Was he not afraid of the Qin sect? Many people looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Bai Yao, why are you here?" There was a man in the crowd who was extremely shocked. This man was extremely handsome, and he also had a tail on his back. He was also a member of the Jade Fox clan and an expert of the Jade Fox clan. He was also Bai Yao's brother. They were also here to watch the battle, but they did not expect to meet him here. Moreover, Bai Yao was with him. His expression changed instantly. Rumor had it that this arrogant kid was an incredible guy and could be a demon king. He said coldly, "Damn kid, let Bai Yao go, or don't blame me for being rude to you." This person was called Xia Fan. He walked out quickly and his eyes were red. There were many elites of the Jade Fox clan around her, as well as other elites. They were all staring at Lin Xian. It seemed that they would make a move as soon as the situation went south. The people around them also exclaimed, "Isn't this the Jade Fox clan?" This was an extremely terrifying clan. Could it be that this woman was a proud daughter of heaven from the Jade Fox clan? Oh my god, is she being suppressed? This young man is really arrogant. Is she from the Jade Fox clan? Lin Xian looked at Xia Fan and the rest with a smile on his face. He said calmly, "I think you're wrong. I saved your sister's life, so I'm the benefactor of the Jade Fox clan." Is this how you treat your benefactor? Hearing this, the people around them were stunned. Xia Fan snorted, "Kid, do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll believe you? I'll suppress you now." An extremely terrifying immortal qi appeared on his body. However, Bai Yao walked out and said, "Brother, don't do it. Lin Gongzi is really my benefactor. If it wasn't for him, I would have been killed." What? Xia Fan was stunned. The others were also in an uproar. The situation was getting interesting. Do you think the Jade Fox clan will help this brat escape? The surrounding people asked. Perhaps the Jade Fox clan would fight against the Qin sect. As soon as these words came out, the martial artists of the Jade Fox clan were startled. They said, "Big brother Xia, we are no match for the Qin sect. Even if he saved Bai Yao, we can't help him deal with the Qin sect." That's right, if we were to fight against the Qin sect, we would definitely die. These people all shook their heads. Xia Fan's face darkened. Lin Xian smiled. "You're thinking too much. I don't need your help. All you need to do is watch from the side. This brat was too arrogant. Who did he think he was? Could he really contend against the Qin sect? Why do I feel like he doesn't care about the Qin sect at all? The surrounding people were shocked. He's really courting death. Someone dares to look down on us. At this moment, several cold voices came from the distant canyon. Immediately afterward, several streaks of sword chi tore through the void, and they appeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, they brought with them an incomparably powerful force that swept through everything. When they felt this aura, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. What a terrifying power! They turned their heads and saw 4 figures standing between heaven and earth. The sword chi on their bodies was like rainbows that pierced through the clouds. These 4 people were actually demigods, and they seemed to be spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Don't tell me they're going to use the 4 seasons sword formation. I've heard of this sword formation before. It's extremely terrifying. Once it's mastered, it can trap existences of a higher realm. If these 4 people joined forces, they might be able to trap an earth immortal. No matter how strong this brat was, he would probably have to bow his head in the face of the 4 seasons sword formation. That's right, we've already mastered the 4 seasons sword formation. The man in the lead walked out. His name was Autumn. The aura on his body was incomparably cold, like the autumn wind. He said coldly, "You're that arrogant brat, right? I'll give you a chance now. Obediently kneel on the ground and surrender, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what despair is." A woman walked out from the side. Her name was Winter. The aura on her body was even colder. She was like an ice goddess. Boundless icy sword chi revolved around her. Sword technique? Lin Xian laughed. In the world of sword arts, I am the ruler. With just you guys, you don't have the qualifications to talk about sword arts in front of me. When these words came out, the surrounding people were all stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. This brat was too arrogant. Sword Dao is the ruler, what a joke. Who does he think he is? Sword God, but I feel that he's just an emperor. A mere sword emperor dares to be arrogant in front of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The faces of the 4 swordsmen in front also turned gloomy. Autumn said coldly, "Stupid thing." Winter said, "Stop talking nonsense with him and let him know how powerful we are." "Alright, then I'll kill him in one move." This time, not only did they want to defeat their opponent, they also wanted to use extremely cold methods to kill him in one move. They wanted to let everyone know how powerful their Qin sect was and that they were not allowed to be challenged. With just you guys? Truly stupid. Lin Xian sneered, "That Lin Huapin from before was a land immortal, right? Even he died in my hands, let alone you guys. You guys are too trash, you guys are not worthy of being my opponent. I can feel that there is an even more powerful aura inside. Let him make his move, isn't there Huang here? Let him out." Lin Xian's voice resounded throughout the 9 days. The surrounding people were all stunned. The other party killed Lin Huapin? Impossible, right? Didn't Lin Huapin already become a land immortal? Heavens, he could actually kill the other party. I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. He actually wants to challenge Huang. Who exactly is he? The 4 swordsmen were furious. "You're courting death. You actually dare to look down on us, attack." With a wave of his hand, the battle sword on his back flew out, blooming with light between heaven and earth. It turned into 4 sword lights that enveloped the world. One of the sword lights. It landed. The void shattered with a rumbling sound. At this moment, the sword chi shone brightly, as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people said, "I think this kid is just bragging, he's not that powerful. Just watch, this sword strike will turn him into ashes." Buzz. When the sword chi was less than 10 meters away from Lin Xian, it suddenly stopped. The light on it shook violently, as if it had become dim. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They saw that the sword seemed to be trembling in fear. That's impossible, right? Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. The terrifying sword chi started to tremble when it reached Lin Xian. This shocked countless people. This was impossible. They were all dumbfounded. The 4 seasoned swordsman's pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian smiled. He said, you guys are no match for me. Your sword chi is useless against me. He stood with his hands behind his back like a supreme ruler. How could this be? The four-seasoned swordsman frowned and snorted coldly. I don't believe it. Use the four-seasoned swordsmanship. Autumn said. The four of them nodded. Their auras erupted completely, and a terrifying sword array appeared between heaven and earth. It enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people retreated frantically. They widened their eyes and exclaimed, look, it's here. Four-seasoned swordsmanship. This is an array that can trap an earth immortal. This kid is dead. Go to hell, kid. Spring, summer, autumn and winter swordsmanship. A cold voice sounded. Then, the four swords danced between heaven and earth. Terrifying sword chi danced in the air, heading straight for Lin Xian. The sword chi had a dazzling light and destructive power. It was extremely terrifying. Oh no! Bai Yao exclaimed. She wanted to rush over, but she was held down by Xia Fan. You can't go over. This kid has offended the Qin sect. He's dead. After he dies, I'll take you and apologize to the Qin sect personally. I hope the Qin sect can forgive us. Bai Yao said. No, I want Lin Gongzi to hold back. I don't think there's a need to offend the Qin sect. There might be a chance. Xia Fan and the other members of the Jade Fox clan were stunned. What? You want this kid to hold back? Do you think he can break the four-seasoned swordsmanship? Are you kidding me? This kid will definitely die. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed it. Boom, the sword slashed across heaven and earth. Everyone seemed to see a divine dragon flying out. In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying huge cracks spread out in all directions. The four-seasoned sword formation was split into two halves. The four swordsmen spat out blood and were sent flying. They fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They could not imagine it. The four-seasoned sword formation was actually broken by someone. Furthermore, it was done so easily, a single sword strike had broken through. How was this possible? This was a legendary array formation. It was a formation that could trap land immortals. How did it break so easily? They felt like they were dreaming. The people of the Jade Fox clan were also scared silly. They didn't believe Bai Yao's words before. Now it seemed that Bai Yao was right. This young man was simply a godlike existence. Like I said, you guys are no match for me. Let Zi Huang come out. The cold voice rang out again. The people from the Qin sect were trembling slightly. They were well aware of how terrifying the four-seasoned sword technique was. But now, such a sword technique was easily shattered. Even if they attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. The only one who could defeat him now was Zi Huang. They gazed into the distance and respectfully said, Lord Zi Huang, please take action. Lord Zi Huang, please avenge us. Deep in the canyon. The purple skeleton opened his eyes. His face darkened and there was a terrifying anger jumping on his body. To be honest, he was incomparably shocked. Because he originally thought that the four-seasoned sword formation would be able to deal with the other party. But he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. No wonder the other party was able to kill Yan Luo and Ling Huapin. From the looks of it, he had to personally take action. With a flash, he left the canyon and arrived outside. When he appeared, a ball of purple flame swept out in all directions. A terrifying aura suppressed heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble in fear. They knelt on the ground, their faces filled with shock. This was the aura of a land immortal. Great. After seeing Lord Zi Huang, the people of the Qin sect were incomparably excited. The four swordsmen said, Lord Zi Huang, we have lost. The purple skeleton looked at these people and snorted coldly. Trash, the Qin sect's face has been completely lost by you. Open your eyes wide and watch how I attack. The purple skeleton stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, Brat, tell me your background. For a moment, he even suspected that the young man in front of him was the underworld child. However, when he felt the terrifying sword energy on Lin Xian's body, he shook his head and denied it. He was definitely not the underworld child. Although the underworld child was strange, he was not such a swordsman. Lin Xian also looked at the other party. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He said, "To be honest, I'm not interested in you. Now kneel to the side and make way. I'm going to search the canyon. See if there's anything I want. If you obediently do as I say, I can spare your life." Everyone was stupefied. Was this guy threatening Zhihuang? Did he know what he was doing? The people of the Qin sect were also furious. "Brat, you're courting death." Lord Zhihuang, yes, it's not something you can imagine. He far surpasses the four-seasoned sword formation, an existence that surpasses senior brother Lung. You're dead. They all sneered. Zhihuang's face also darkened. He said coldly, "The last time you dared to be so arrogant in front of me was 100,000 years ago. In these 100,000 years, I've been too invincible. No one dares to behave atrociously in front of me. I didn't expect to meet you today. You really surprised me. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. How about this? I'll suppress you and then make you into the most powerful puppet." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple skeleton stretched out his palm. It was like the hand of a demon god, grabbing forward. The surrounding people cried out in alarm and quickly retreated. They all retreated. This was a real Earth Immortal making a move. This brat is dead. I don't think he can block even one move. Not necessarily. He was able to destroy the four-seasoned sword formation with one strike, which means that he might also be an Earth Immortal. I think this will be a pinnacle duel. Perhaps this brat can really compete with Zhihuang. In the sky, a large palm fell. The power contained in this palm was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the four-seasoned sword formation. One could imagine how powerful Zhihuang was. Lin Xian snorted and also punched out. A divine elephant appeared between heaven and earth. With an incomparably terrifying power, it fiercely suppressed. Rumbling sounds rang out. The moment the two collided, a terrifying aura swept in all directions like seawater. The purple palm was blocked, and the terrifying divine elephant also shook violently. In the end, the two disappeared from heaven and earth at the same time. The surrounding heaven and earth had turned into countless black holes. The spectators were extremely terrified. Some of them were hit by the aura. Some of them used their armor and shields to defend. The people of the Jade Fox clan also cried out in alarm. They retreated into the distance, many of their faces pale. It's too terrifying. Is this the power of an Earth Immortal? After the attack, Lin Xian retracted his palm and nodded slightly. Not bad, you are stronger than the previous 4 pieces of trash, and you are also stronger than that void god. I feel that you are worthy of being my opponent. There was an extremely cold light flickering in the eyes of the immortal. On the other hand, Zhihuang's expression became incomparably ugly. This was different from what he had imagined. According to his calculations, he should be able to kill the other party with this slap. Even if the other party did not die, he should be severely injured. However, it was completely different now. They were evenly matched. Zhihuang was extremely dissatisfied because he was already a void god 100,000 years ago. In the past 100,000 years, he had been cultivating with all his might and had long become a true Earth Immortal. Therefore, he would not allow a puny great emperor to be arrogant in front of him. He had to destroy the other party. He snorted coldly, and the purple flames on his body became even more terrifying. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, you have some strength that is beyond my expectations. However, that was just a casual attack of mine just now. You didn't expect it, right? I guess you should have used your most powerful secret technique and trump card just now. Your strongest attack is comparable to my casual attack. You should be proud. However, it is a pity that I only need to be a little serious and you will be turned into ashes. Next, I will let you see my true strength." A cold look appeared in Zhihuang's eyes. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. The people of Qin sect also heaved a sigh of relief. So it was just a casual attack. As I said, how could Lord Zhihuang not be able to defeat him? Just you wait, it will be the death of this kid. The people of Jade Fox clan also sighed. Bai Yao, come with me to apologize later. You must be sincere, understand? Bai Yao said. Brother, Lin Gongzi will definitely not lose. Just you wait, Lin Gongzi's strength will be beyond your imagination. Another middle-aged man of Jade Fox clan said, I think water has entered your brain. You actually believe this kid? That's right. The others also sneered. They felt that Bai Yao was too stupid. A casual attack? A full attack? Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian also laughed. He shook his head slightly. The other party was too arrogant. Was he going to attack with his full strength? Unfortunately, that was not the case. He said, let me see what level you, a legendary expert, have reached. You will see, and you will despair. Purple flames danced between the heavens and the earth. Then, they turned into a purple long saber and slashed down. This blade was like the blade of the fire god. It was extremely terrifying. The entire world was split in half in an instant, and Lin Xian was enveloped by this saber. However, he was not afraid. With a wave of his hand, he used the dragon form art again. A giant dragon rushed over with bared fangs and brandished claws. With a boom, the dragon claw slammed onto the long saber, creating an earth-shattering sound. Blocked it again? Countless people were shocked, not daring to believe this. The people from the Qin sect were also dumbfounded. Huang's expression changed drastically. Previously, he had only mentioned it casually, but now, he was serious. But the result didn't change. He still couldn't do anything about it. Both sides were still evenly matched. Damn it, how is this possible? A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he had really underestimated his opponent. The person in front of him was probably more terrifying than he had imagined. The other party shouldn't be a virtual god, but an earth immortal. An emperor-level earth immortal, although he didn't understand what was going on, he had to be serious. He had to get the secrets of this kid. Boom, boom. The purple long saber continued to fall, and every strike could destroy everything. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the dragon form art and transformed into a dragon and an elephant to fight between heaven and earth. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the two exchanged more than 10 moves. It was earth-shattering. Everyone was extremely shocked. They clenched their fists, and their hearts were filled with excitement. This was an earth immortal. He was too strong. A casual move could turn them into ashes. Lin Xian laughed. So this is your strength when you're serious? It's just SOSO. To be honest, you have disappointed me a little. You're courting death. Huang was completely enraged. He collided with the giant dragon in the sky again. Then, he rose from the sky. A pair of purple flame wings appeared on his back. They rotated gently, shattering heaven and earth. The flames on the wings were extremely terrifying. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. He said coldly, "Kid, go to hell." He threw a punch forward. Lin Xian snorted. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky as if he had transformed into a young sword god. The terrifying sword chi attacked in all directions. The flames that had just approached were immediately extinguished. Clang. The purple flame wings descended like heavenly sabers. However, they were all blocked by the sword chi. Even the purple flame wings were violently beating, and cracks appeared on them. Lin Xian sneered. Dragon's hand. He stretched out his right hand like a dragon's claw and fiercely clawed forward. Lin Xian's every move was filled with invincible power. Buzz. After Huang saw the power of Lin Xian's sword chi, he didn't resist it. The wings on his back rotated as he quickly dodged. He dodged this attack. At the same time, he frantically retreated. The long saber in his hand became tens of thousands of meters long and slashed down again. This time, he didn't dare to attack at close range. Instead, he attacked from afar. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. He wasn't afraid of long-range attacks either. The god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Then, he stabbed out with the sword. This sword was like a meteor that pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom. This sword was too terrifying. It carried an extremely sharp power. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. As soon as this power appeared, it was accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar. Countless people felt their souls shake as if their bodies were about to split apart. On the opposite side, Zhihuang's pupils shrank. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. His heart beat fiercely. He felt a sense of crisis. A fatal crisis. Damn it. This sword could threaten him. No, he had to dodge quickly. The wings on his back kept dancing as he moved quickly. However, he found that his body was trembling slightly. Damn it. He roared to the sky to suppress the fear in his heart. At the same time, he pushed his speed to the extreme. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, a large number of feathers fell from the sky. There was even a terrifying drop of divine blood. A figure landed on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Suddenly, the ground cracked and cracks appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They couldn't believe it. Was Zhihuang injured? He was actually injured by a sword. This is impossible. The people of the Qin sect shouted crazily. The people of the Jade Fox clan were also dumbfounded. A huge crack had appeared on the purple wings behind the purple phoenix. Divine blood was dripping from them. Every single drop could shatter heaven and earth and shatter the ages. Zhihuang was injured, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Even the people of the Qin sect were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect their lord Zhihuang to be injured. Could it be that he had lost? Lin Xian looked at Zhihuang and said coldly, "You are no match for me. Boy, how dare you underestimate me?" Zhihuang suddenly looked up and roared crazily, "I was careless just now." Lin Xian laughed, "Even if you are serious, you are no match for me because your strength is not enough. You are courting death." Zhihuang roared crazily. His voice contained a biting cold power that caused the surrounding void to shatter continuously. Then, he slapped out his palm. It was the mountain river array. The void kept shaking, and endless light burst out and swept around. An array was quickly formed. The Qin sect was an array sect. Master Qin was an extremely terrifying array master, and he was called half a heavenly master. His methods were extremely strange. Therefore, many of the unique skills of the Qin sect were arrays. At this moment, Zhihuang displayed it, which was really terrifying. The surrounding people trembled in fear when they felt this aura. They felt as if 100,000 mountains were falling from the sky and were about to suppress them. "Boy, I will let you know how powerful I am." Zhihuang shouted coldly. Endless mountains appeared around them. At the same time, a terrifying sea appeared. The terrifying power was about to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and the sword energy on his body was monstrous, like a young sword god. The god-slaying sword in his hand emitted an extremely terrifying light. He stabbed out with the sword, which turned into a sword of the sun, as if thousands of suns were falling. With terrifying power, it collided with countless mountains. There was a rumbling sound, and the sun bloomed with bright light. The bright light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, he slashed out with the sword again. Like a river of stars, it charged into the endless sea. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could evolve into anything. At this moment, his attack was really terrifying. His swordsmanship was even more terrifying than an array formation. The mountain river formation shook rapidly, and cracks appeared on its surface. A vast amount of energy swept out from his body. Zhihuang retreated again, his face pale. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really couldn't believe it. Even with such great power, he still couldn't do anything to the other party. One must know that this mountain river formation was even scarier than the Four Seasons sword formation from before. From the looks of it, he could only use that formation. Taking a deep breath, an even more terrifying light burst forth from his eyes. 10,000 demons array. As his voice fell, many figures appeared in the surroundings. They were like gods and demons. They emitted a terrifying devil chi that swept in all directions as if the devil clan had descended. After the 10,000 demons array was activated, it was as if a world of demons had been opened. Terrifying power spread out in all directions. After everyone felt this aura, their scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of formation was this? The people from the Qin sect also exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's the myriad demons array." Who would have thought that Lord Zhihuang would actually use this array formation as well? Would he be in danger? The 10,000 demons formation was an extremely terrifying formation in the Qin sect. Very few people could use it. Even if he became an earth immortal, he wouldn't dare to use it easily. Because this 10,000 demons array was very likely to summon a real devil god. Once it couldn't be suppressed, even the person who used the formation might be injured. However, this formation was truly terrifying to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of devil shadows appeared, bringing with them a powerful force that tore everything apart. The surrounding galaxies and the terrifying light of the sun actually shook, and cracks appeared on them. This was too unbelievable. One must know how terrifying Lin Xian's attack was. But now, it seemed to be blocked. Countless people were horrified. It seemed that Zhihuang was really angry. He had used a super powerful technique. The people from the Qin sect also sneered, "Kid, so what if you're strong? In terms of foundation, you're no match for us at all. Once Lord Zhihuang is angry, you won't be able to resist. Just wait, you'll be suppressed soon. At that time, we'll make you wish you were dead. Kid, take my anger." Zhihuang also snorted coldly and completely activated the 10,000 demons array. In the next moment, endless devil shadows all rushed toward Lin Xian, wanting to tear his body apart. The surrounding spectators looked at this scene in horror, and their faces were extremely pale. The reason for that was because the spirit formation was simply too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they probably couldn't resist this formation, right? Indeed, Zhihuang was a supreme existence that was above all of them. This time, even Bai Yao was a little worried. She didn't know if the young master could resist it. Bai Yao was extremely worried. The people of the Jade Fox clan next to her shook their heads. This time, this kid definitely can't resist it. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, it was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying formation. But so what? He snorted coldly, and his expression became extremely cold. The sword chi on his body became even more terrifying. He was like a sword god. It was as if a sword could split heaven and earth. A sword to kill demons. On the long sword, there was actually endless lightning, as if it had turned into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon roared, destroying everything in all directions. This sword fell and collided with the tens of thousands of devil shadows. The surrounding devil shadows bared their fangs and brandished their claws, and they were extremely terrifying. However, when they encountered this destructive lightning, they began to shatter. The thunder dragon roared in all directions, and the devil shadows in the sky kept falling. This scene was simply too shocking. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. The people of the Qin sect exclaimed, "This is impossible. He could actually block the 10,000 demons formation and even destroy these devil shadows. How did he do it?" One had to know that the 10,000 demons formation was very terrifying. Once it was formed, the devil chi would multiply endlessly, and the devil shadows inside would not be destroyed. They would quickly recover. But now, they found that the devil shadows that were cut down by the sword had disappeared. This was too unbelievable. The sword chi could suppress the devil chi. The people of the Qin sect were extremely frightened. On the other side, even Zhihuang's pupils shrank. He seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing. The other party's sword was too cold and too powerful, and it was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he could only use that move. Zhihuang had no other way to defeat the other party, so he prepared to summon the demon god. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and shouted coldly, "Summon the demon god." A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Inside the 10,000 demons formation, the devil shadows erupted with endless aura. They knelt on the ground and opened a door to the demon realm. The next moment, a devil shadow appeared in the void. In the void, a black figure appeared. He sat there cross-legged, and the demonic chi on his body became even more terrifying. The surrounding demons all knelt on the ground. When everyone felt this aura, they trembled in fear. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. "Could it be a demon god? Oh my god." He actually summoned a demon god. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Even the expressions of the people from the Qin sect changed drastically. No, Lord Zihuang, you must be careful. Don't be hurt by the demon god. They were extremely worried. Zihuang's expression was solemn. To be honest, summoning a demon god was also a great threat to him. However, in order to defeat this kid, he had no other choice. He could only do this. However, so far, everything was going smoothly. Moreover, he was very happy because the demon god's phantom that he summoned this time was stronger than before. This meant that the power that the demon god could use was also stronger. Great, let's see how this kid can resist it. He snorted coldly. Kid, if you have any last words, leave them. Because you are not a match for this demon god at all. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. His expression was incomparably grave as he looked at this group of figures. He didn't expect this array to be so magical that it could summon an ancient existence. This should be a very terrifying earth immortal. However, the other party was not in his original body. It was just a demonic phantom. So what if the other party was strong? He snorted coldly, and an extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. He said indifferently. You don't belong to this world. Go back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. When they heard this, the surrounding people were stunned. What was this guy doing? He was actually threatening the demon god. That's impossible. Is he crazy? He was angering the demon god. The people from the Qin sect also laughed. Stupid kid, do you know the consequences of angering the demon god? Zihuang also sneered. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He couldn't control the demon god too much. However, he didn't need to say anything in this situation. The fiend celestial would probably be enraged. As expected, the demon god that appeared, although he didn't say anything, he snorted coldly, and the demonic chi on his body became even more terrifying. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. He was still sitting there cross-legged, but he flew towards Lin Xian and landed quickly. From the looks of it, he wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. You can't do it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge. Instead, he raised his head and looked up. He said coldly. Since you dared to attack me, you will have to suffer my wrath. In his right eye, the Rinnegan erupted with endless light, and the aura of reincarnation emerged. At the same time, two fragments were rotating in his eyes. They were the fragments of the Samsara sword. This was something that Lin Xian had obtained previously. The power of the Samsara sword that he summoned was equally terrifying. An extremely terrifying sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth, bringing with it the power of the 6 realms of reincarnation. The moment he appeared, everyone felt as if their souls were about to be extinguished. What is this? What a terrifying soul sword. This guy was actually a soul expert. This was impossible, right? His swordsmanship was already so powerful, so how could his soul be so terrifying? One must know that even if you are a land immortal and spent hundreds of thousands or millions of years, you can't be so terrifying. It was even more difficult for a land immortal to cultivate. Once you cultivate a sword technique, how could your soul still be so powerful? So they all went crazy. More importantly, Lin Xian was only a great emperor. He was not even a land immortal. Looking at his young appearance, he was not even 10,000 years old. Such a person's talent was too good. The phantom of the Samsara sword was summoned and collided with the demon god. The shocking sword chi soared into the sky. Endless black holes appeared around them, and the surrounding demonic shadows were torn apart. They entered the 6 realms of reincarnation and disappeared. The phantom of the demon god in the sky also shook violently. In the next moment, he actually opened his eyes. They were like 2 black vortexes. Black light swept across. This gaze was really terrifying. At this moment, cracks had already appeared on the 10,000 demons formation. Zihuang's face was pale to the extreme. This was his strongest move. He should be able to win. However, he did not kill his opponent in an instant. This was already beyond his expectations. Moreover, this demon god could actually open his eyes. This was even more out of his expectations. Because he had used the 10,000 demons formation twice before, but that was just the demon god sitting there. He did not open his eyes at all. This scene was too shocking. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The other party could actually block the sword. It was too unbelievable. However, he could still slash out one more time. The power of reincarnation in his eyes became even more terrifying. Lin Xian was about to slash out a second phantom of the Samsara sword. At this moment, the demon god in the sky snorted coldly. He turned around and returned to the gate of the demon world, disappearing. Then, the gate of the demon world slowly closed. The surrounding demonic chi dissipated, and the world fell silent. It was as if nothing had happened before. Everyone was dumbfounded. The surroundings were completely silent. What happened? Did the demon god leave? Everyone was shocked. The people of the Qin sect were also dumbfounded. No way, they had never seen an array that could disappear on its own. And it was the demon god who left on his own. This was impossible. Could it be that the demon god was afraid? No. When they thought of this result, they felt like they were going crazy. That was the demon god, an incomparably terrifying existence, but now he was afraid of a young man. They could not accept it. Zhihuang even spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell to the ground. The purple light on his body had dimmed a lot. It was obvious that he was injured. The 10,000 demons array was broken, causing him to be seriously injured. At this moment, he could not accept it. Why? Why did this happen? He could actually scare the demon god away. Damn it! Who are you? Who the hell are you? He kept roaring. I am Lin Wudi. Lin Xian's voice sounded. At this moment, this name was like 10,000 mountains, shocking countless people. Invincible. How powerful was he? How confident was he? Who in the world dared to claim to be invincible? This young man was too terrifying. Alright, Lin Wudi, I will remember you. I have failed this time, but this is not the end. Just you wait. When I go back, I will cultivate a few more terrifying arrays. I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, Zhihuang turned around and was about to leave. Lin Xian sneered. Go back? You are too naive. Why should I let you go back? A hint of cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. How dare you? Zhihuang roared crazily. He was going crazy. This guy wanted to kill him, what a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to fight? You want to leave? You don't take me seriously, you want to leave? Sure, pay a price. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhihuang's face was also gloomy. The next moment, he took out a shield from his storage ring. He said, this is an incredible weapon. I found it in this burial ground and now I'm giving it to you. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people of the Qin sect were also scared silly. They had never seen Zhihuang lower his head like this. It was too unbelievable. It seemed that Zhihuang had really lost. Lin Xian sneered. Don't take out such trash. Cripple your own arms and I'll let you leave. What? Everyone went crazy. Zhihuang shouted angrily. Don't even think about it, damn brat, you've really angered me. Zhihuang roared like a madman. The next moment, he charged over fiercely. On his palm, there were purple flames dancing, as if they had turned into a purple mountain that quickly fell. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the great dragon sword chi to fight with him. With a boom, the purple flames were split apart. Zhihuang retreated, and a crack appeared on his body. This time, his injuries were even more serious. Lin Xian said coldly. Since that's the case, don't blame me. He held the immortal slaying sword in his hand and quickly walked over. You can't do this, quickly protect Lord Zhihuang. When the people of the Qin sect saw this scene, they roared angrily. They set up countless arrays. The arrays that covered the sky and earth blocked the other party. There were even some arrays that enveloped Lin Xian. However, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body was like a rainbow that swept through everything. The fire dragon sword chi and the terrifying thunder dragon sword chi. The terrifying green dragon sword chi. Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a dragon god and was extremely powerful. The surrounding array formations instantly shattered like a painting. Lin Xian walked over again. He was getting closer and closer to Zhihuang. Zhihuang wanted to escape. However, the surrounding sword chi blocked his way. Zhihuang's eyes were filled with despair. "Master, save me!" A roar spread into the distance. Lin Xian sneered. "No one would be able to save you." He raised the sword in his hand high and was about to bring it down. However, at this moment, an aged voice sounded from afar. "Lin Wudi, stop. In front of me, you can't hurt my disciple." As the voice rang out, the power of heaven and earth began to rotate rapidly, forming a pagoda. It directly enveloped Zhihuang. The surrounding sword chi hit the pagoda, creating a deafening sound. However, he didn't manage to break the pagoda. This left countless people shocked. How valiant! Who was it that came? His strength had surpassed Zhihuang's. Inside the pagoda, Zhihuang also heaved a sigh of relief and laughed complacently. "Ha ha 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 ha, that's great. Greetings, Master." The people from the Qin sect also knelt on the ground. "Greetings to Master Qin, what? Was Master Qin here?" Countless cries of surprise could be heard. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect that Master Qin would appear here. This was the sect leader of the Qin sect. More importantly, he was Zhihuang's master. Zhihuang was already a land immortal. How terrifying was his master, he was simply a legendary existence. Bai Yao and the others also exclaimed again. To be honest, their minds were blank. Previously, Lin Xian broke the 10,000 demons array and defeated Zhihuang. It was beyond their imagination. Especially the people from the Jade Fox clan, they were all stunned. One had to know that that was the 10,000 demons array. It was actually broken. They could only say that this kid was too strong. In their opinion, when Zhihuang was defeated and might even die, they didn't expect Master Qin to come. Could this brat withstand it? After thinking about it, they shook their heads. They were afraid that no one in this world could stop Master Qin. Because Master Qin was too strong and had lived for countless years. In the distance, an old man walked over. At first, he was on the horizon, but after a few steps, he had already arrived in front of everyone. The old man had a sage-like demeanor and a mysterious aura. It was completely different from the cold energy around him. He also had a dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. When Lin Xian looked at the other party, he snorted coldly. It was indeed you. He recognized the other party. He had seen this person before. When he was at Wufeng Mountain, the other party's array was very powerful. Master Qin glanced at Zhihuang, his brows tightly knitted together. He pinched his fingers and calculated again. When he found out that Ling Huapin and Yan Luo had died, his face darkened. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. You actually dared to kill my disciple. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Seeing that you are a disciple of the divine realm, I will spare your life. Hand over the power of the great dragon sword and I will let you leave alive. When these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the two of them to know each other. More importantly, this kid in front of them was actually the successor of the great dragon sword. Some weaker martial artists might not understand what this meant. However, those super great emperors cried out in surprise. Even Zhihuang's pupils constricted. The great dragon sword was one of the 5 swords in the world. How powerful was its attack power? No wonder this kid was only at the great emperor realm and had the power of a land immortal. So the other party was the successor of the great dragon sword. Thinking of this, their eyes turned red. Master, you can't let him go. Zhihuang roared from inside the pagoda. If you obtain this kind of power, then no one in Qinguang City will be your match. The people from the Qin sect also shouted, asking Master Qin to make a move. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Once Master Qin makes a move, no matter how strong this kid is, he won't be able to withstand it. That's right. Even if he is the successor of the great dragon sword, his cultivation is still too weak. Master Qin is an expert who has lived for countless years. Lin Xian's face darkened. The other party was actually having designs on the great dragon sword. He was really courting death. Are you trying to make me your enemy? Become enemies with the divine realm? I'll give you a chance to take back your words. Lin Xian said coldly. Master Qin laughed. Young man, you are too naive. Although the divine realm is powerful, this is Qingguang City. Those experts from the divine realm might not be able to enter. Even if they did, they would have to pay a huge price. Is that so? Even if other experts can't enter, I can kill you with my sword alone. You should have seen my strength at Wufeng Mountain. Do you think you can withstand the power of the great dragon sword? Master Qin laughed again. I admit that you are indeed very strong. You are only at the late-stage Great Emperor realm, but you can fight against a land immortal and even defeat one. You are fighting across 6 realms. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with such combat strength. Therefore, I want to obtain the power of the great dragon sword even more. Hand it over obediently because you are not my match at all. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't even dare to think about crossing 6 realms. How heaven-defying was this? Lin Xian snorted coldly. It was useless to say more. Then let's fight. He took a step forward, and the sword intent on his body completely erupted. The dragon soul in his body kept roaring. Lin Xian was like a sword god, emitting an extremely terrifying sword intent from his body. The surrounding people exclaimed, Master Qin. Has he made a move? However, Master Qin smiled. Young man, I think you're too naive. Do you think that was my true strength in Wufeng Mountain? You're wrong. In Wufeng Mountain, I didn't use my true strength at all. Because I've deduced that Wufeng Mountain contains the power of an emperor, and I don't want to alarm the emperor. So when I was in Wufeng Mountain, I didn't use much strength at all. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't believe it. The immortal slaying sword in his hand slashed over as if it could split heaven and earth. However, Master Qin smiled. Alright, I'll let you see my true strength. Master Qin sneered with his hands behind his back. In the next moment, he stretched out a palm. He stretched out a finger and gently tapped it in front of him. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lines of mystical runes appeared on his fingertips. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth boiled rapidly. This finger was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it immediately condensed into an array formation. With Master Qin as the center, it swept in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt dizzy and their bodies trembled. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The terrifying sword chi collided with the terrifying array formation, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Though sword chi were actually blocked, Lin Xian was surprised. So powerful. Just a moment ago, Lin Xian had sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the other party. His expression became incomparably solemn. He knew that the other party wasn't lying. The other party didn't use his true strength in Wufeng Mountain. Once he used it now, it would be beyond imagination. This was a peerless enemy. He was the strongest powerhouse Lin Xian had encountered so far. With a cold snort, Lin Xian used the Chankuan sword technique. Everything was used as a sword. A terrifying sword formation appeared between heaven and earth. The biting cold sword chi rushed over and collided with the other party's array formation. It was earth-shattering, and cracks were everywhere. The formation formed by Master Qin also started to shake violently. This shocked countless people. Especially those in front, they were all stunned. The sword chi was so powerful. As expected of the legendary Great Dragon Sword, it was actually able to shake the formation. Even Master Qin was astonished. But he didn't care. He smiled faintly. Not bad, your strength is really beyond my expectations. To have such strength at your age, you really are a secret. But it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Showing off his ability, he did not know how to endure. Of all the things you should have done, you shouldn't have offended me. Young man, you have to keep a low profile, understand? Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes. Speaking up to here, he pointed out with a finger. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying formation appeared once again. This time, 3 types of formations appeared between heaven and earth. It was a terrifying lightning array formation. It was a terrifying storm array formation. There was also an extremely terrifying ice formation. These three formations were no ordinary formations. They were extremely terrifying. Even an earth immortal would turn around and flee upon seeing this. This formation could be called a divine formation. The lightning in the sky bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it had transformed into a lightning kirin. Its huge body flickered with a cold light. A roar tore through the 9 heavens. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The sky was completely covered by a sea of lightning. A Qilin lowered its head, and a cold light bloomed in its eyes. Then, a Qilin claw fiercely slapped down. A large area of the void was completely reduced to ashes. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The power of the great dragon sword erupted and turned into a thunder dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws and rushed over. Thunder against thunder. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 At the same time, the surrounding storms also rushed over. These storms seemed to have turned into wind god beasts. They whistled past. They could easily tear the void apart. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again. A wind dragon roared. He fought against it. The vast wind dragon swept between heaven and earth, bringing with it endless storms. Kacha! 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 Ice covered the surroundings, forming a world of ice and snow. It could freeze everything. The frost around Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Even the 9 suns' divine fire on Lin Xian's body was frozen. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Endless sword chi rushed out of his body and swept in all directions. It shattered all the ice. At the same time, his sword chi slashed out again. The golden crow sword. The great dragon sword soul could evolve into all things. At this moment, Lin Xian's sword chi turned into golden crows one after another, roaring between heaven and earth. This time, there were more than 10,000 golden crows. They swept across heaven and earth, fighting against the surrounding world of ice and snow. It was a battle between ice and fire. 3 formations, 3 types of sword chi, collided between heaven and earth. The surrounding people all retreated into the distance. They trembled in fear. The people of the Qin sect were also extremely nervous. Zihuang was also shocked. This guy could actually fight against her master and block Master Qin's formation. It was too unbelievable. No wonder he lost. His defeat was not undeserved. In a shocking battle, Lin Xian blocked his opponent's attack. He said coldly. "You're only SOSO. Even if you hid your strength before, so what? You can't suppress me. Is that so? Young man, don't speak too early. Next, you'll know my true strength." Master Qin smiled again. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 formations quickly fused together. They formed a new formation. With a boom, the power increased by more than 3 times. It was simply too powerful. The surrounding sword chi and lightning dragons were all blasted away. The lightning dragons disappeared and turned into lightning that filled the sky. The wind sword was split in half. Lin Xian also kept retreating. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning and his face was pale. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack had actually appeared on his arm. It was so terrifying. The sudden increase in the power of this formation was really beyond his expectations. His 9 yang divine body could not withstand it at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment, countless sword chi rushed out of his body and condensed into a divine dragon armor. Only then did he block the other party's attack. After that attack, Lin Xian frowned tightly. So powerful. The other party had indeed hidden his strength. The person in front of him was not on the same level as Zihuang. He was too strong. The surrounding people also exclaimed. This kid was injured. The people of the Qin sect laughed loudly. I told you, you're not a match for Master at all. Master Qin laughed. Young man, do you see? My formation is beyond your imagination. Hand over the great dragon sword obediently and I'll give you a quick death. To be honest, you could have lived, but your talent was too good. If I let you continue to grow, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest easy in the future. So no matter what, you must die today. Or you can kneel down and submit to me and become my disciple. I can let you live." Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he used the god-slaying sword to the extreme and slashed fiercely. Xianxia still stretched out a finger and fought with it. There was a boom. This finger, like the finger of the god of war, blocked the god-slaying sword. Lin Xian was surprised. The other party's physique was too strong. However, when he used the Rinnegan, he found that it was not like this. On the other party's finger, there were extremely mysterious runes. The other party's finger should be a kind of array, and it was an extremely powerful array. Xianxia retracted his finger and said indifferently, "As expected of the power of the great dragon sword. Moreover, the weapon in your hand is a divine weapon, right? Unfortunately, my means are not what you can imagine. Even if it's a divine weapon, I can take it." As his voice fell, his finger pointed out again. The three arrays merged together. There was the power of ice, thunder, and storm, and they merged together. Those forces attacked with all their strength to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the sword chi on his body soared to the sky. The shadow of a dragon surrounded him. The whole world seemed to have turned into a world of swordsmanship. Every sword slash could shatter heaven and earth. All the sword chi turned into a divine dragon, roaring for 9 days. It collided with the other party's divine array. At the same time, Lin Xian used the Rinnegan, and the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. The soul sword stabbed fiercely. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation attacked Xianxia. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed. Because they had seen such an attack before. It was too terrifying. Even Zhihuang exclaimed, "Master, be careful." Xianxia sneered. His figure instantly disappeared and appeared outside the 6 paths of reincarnation. Behind him, there was a spatial door, flickering. "I didn't expect that your eyes were also extraordinary. The power of reincarnation, it seems that your entire body is a treasure. I really can't bear to kill you. I have to suppress you and then study the power in your body." After saying that, the spatial door behind him flickered again. Xianxia disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian. A palm came crashing down. There were also countless formations on the palm. They condensed and formed a heavenly steel formation. It was like a stone tablet that wanted to suppress Lin Xian. "Get lost." Lin Xian roared and unleashed his immortal force. This was an extremely terrifying and mysterious power. It was a power that only he could control. Although Lin Xian was only a great emperor, the power of an immortal was very strange. Clang. He dodged the heavenly steel and retreated far away. This scene left Master Qin astonished. In fact, his aged eyes were emitting an astonishing radiance. He glared at Lin Xian. "What is the power of your aura?" It was neither divine fire nor immortal qi. "How did you do it?" He was truly shocked. This was even more shocking than seeing the great dragon sword. This was because he had heard of the legend of the great dragon sword countless times. In fact, the great dragon sword had more than one successor. However, this was the first time he had seen this kind of power in Lin Xian's body. It was even the first time he had heard of it. How could he not be shocked? The spectators also exclaimed in surprise. What kind of power was this? This young man was really magical. Why do I feel that it is as if the divine fire and immortal qi have fused together? Don't joke around. No one had ever been able to fuse the two powers together. They could only choose one of them to cultivate. No matter how heaven-defying this kid was, he couldn't do this. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a sneer. He snorted and said, "So there are things that you don't know. I thought you could calculate everything in the world. Aren't you very powerful? Then calculate, what kind of power is this?" Master Qin snorted. "Kid, are you challenging me? Then you're going to suffer a little." After saying that, he waved his sleeve and directly formed a formation. Heaven and Earth sleeve. At the same time. In the distance, the divine formation that had fused 3 types of power also fell crazily. Lin Xian felt a fatal crisis. He knew that he couldn't hold back anymore. He had to attack with all his strength. With an angry roar, he took out the great dragon sword and fused it with his right hand. He slashed out with his sword. This power was increasing rapidly. Between heaven and earth, a giant dragon roared, tearing the 9 heavens apart. The universe seemed to be about to break open. The entire bone burial ground shook violently. Countless people felt fear at this moment. They even wanted to crawl on the ground. Damn it, what was going on? Why did the sword energy in this kid's hand become so powerful? Look at his palm, it's glowing. What is that? It's like a dragon claw. Could this guy be the rebirth of the dragon god? The power of the great dragon sword erupted. It was extremely terrifying and directly blasted the divine formation away. It even tore open a crack in the heaven and earth sleeve. Lin Xian came to another void. He stood there like a peerless sword god. This time even Master Qin was surprised. He was incomparably surprised. After retracting his palm, he looked at his torn sleeve and then looked into the distance. He stared at Lin Xian's palm, and a strange light burst out from his eyes. In his eyes, there were endless runes flickering. It was extremely strange. Soon, he said in surprise and bewilderment. Could it be that the sword energy fragment in your palm is the fragment of the legendary Great Dragon Sword? I didn't expect that you would even get such a thing. No wonder you could break my heaven and earth sleeve. Young man, you make me too happy. I'll accept the fragment of the Great Dragon Sword without hesitation. After saying that, Master Qin no longer used a finger, but his palm. He snorted coldly. The 9 heavens and 10 lands, the power of 10,000 worlds, are for my use. With an angry roar, the entire burial ground shook violently. Endless power quickly condensed in this direction. Azura technique, dragon trapping formation. A cold voice sounded. 18 statues appeared around him. Each statue was enveloped by endless runes. The 18 statues had cold expressions and were wearing ancient battle armor. In each statue's hand, there was an ancient seal. The 18 ancient seals were completely different. The 18 statues appeared and condensed, forming an even more terrifying formation that enveloped Lin Xian. The people outside the formation were also extremely terrified. What was this? This was too terrifying. I feel that it can easily suppress everything. Even Zi Huang cried out in surprise. Heavens, this was Master's ultimate technique. Was Master finally going to get angry? He was extremely excited. Because there was once another land immortal who fought with Master Qin. In the end, he angered Master Qin. Master Qin used the dragon trapping formation and directly suppressed that land immortal. Moreover, it was suppressed for 80,000 years. From this, it could be seen how powerful this formation was. Thinking about it, that kid definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. Young man, if you have any last words, leave them behind because you will be suppressed next. My dragon trapping formation has suppressed more than one earth immortal. Each of them has been suppressed for more than 50,000 years, and you will not be an exception. As soon as he finished speaking, endless light burst out from Master Qin's body. Then, the 18 Azura statues emitted a mysterious light. The 18 ancient seals joined together to form a barrier. A terrifying power swept out. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically when he sensed the power. His expression was extremely solemn, and it seemed like he was going to go all out. He gripped the tip of the great dragon sword tightly. At the same time, he took out 2 fragments of the reincarnation sword. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen storage rings floated in the void and instantly shattered. A vast power swept out from within. At the same time, he secretly opened the ancient land. This time, he was going to go all out and use the power of the great dragon sword and the reincarnation sword. At this time, the great dragon sword spirit said, "Kid, this Azura technique is very terrifying. I'm afraid you can't resist it with your current realm." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. I can't use the power of the great dragon sword with all my strength? The great dragon sword spirit said, the power of the great dragon sword is not only related to the power it absorbs, but also the cultivation of the user. Although you have many trump cards, you are not an earth immortal. Therefore, you can only use a part of the power of the great dragon sword. And this guy in front of me is very strange. I can feel that his soul is different. Moreover, he can use the Azura technique and is half a heavenly master. He is very likely to have a mysterious relationship with the Azura tribe and the heavenly master. This dragon trapping formation is very terrifying. You have to be careful. If you really can't, you can hide in the ancient land. Lin Xian frowned and gritted his teeth. I'll go all out first. If I can't resist it, I'll leave. In the next moment, Lin Xian snorted and began to absorb the power around him. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. The two fragments of the reincarnation sword also floated in the air. A terrifying phantom of the reincarnation sword appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Xian went all out. Come. The reincarnation sword slashed out and enveloped the 9 Azura statues. At the same time, the great dragon sword also exploded with endless power, enveloping the other 9 statues. The moment these two divine swords appeared, two extremely different types of power filled the vast space between heaven and earth. Countless people were terrified. He was too strong. The entire heaven and earth shook violently as everyone retreated in horror. Endless white bones floated out of the bone burial ground. They looked into the distance and roared. This was the place where they existed, but at this moment, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as the two gods of war battled each other. At this moment, Lin Xian used the two divine swords and attacked with all his might. On the other side, Master Qin's expression was incomparably solemn. He had to admit that Lin Xian was indeed very strong. However, he was even more powerful. He had unleashed the dragon trapping formation to the extreme. 18 formations and 18 ancient seals began to suppress everything. The two collided, shaking heaven and earth and destroying everything. Endless light was blooming. The Azura technique was extremely terrifying as it blocked the sword chi that filled the sky. At the same time, the 18 statues continued to expand. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down fiercely. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. Cracks appeared on the 9 Yang divine body. The 9 Yang divine blood dyed his body red. Ah, he roared towards the sky as a terrifying illusion of the sun appeared on his body. At the same time, the terrifying divine dragon armor appeared to resist. He kept retreating. However, the sword in his hand became sharper and sharper as if it could cut through everything. The battle between the two sides was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked. However, Master Qin frowned tightly. He didn't expect the other party to be able to persist. It was really beyond his expectations. Because previously, when he activated the dragon trapping formation, the enemy would be suppressed very quickly. This was the first time he had seen someone like the other party who could contend against it. Master Qin's face darkened. He bit his finger. The divine blood fell and merged with the 18 statues. Immediately, the power of those statues increased exponentially. The great dragon sword chi was sent flying, and the illusion of the reincarnation sword began to dim. Finally, it disappeared between heaven and earth. Not good, kid, run. The great dragon sword spirit roared quickly. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. So powerful. His body swayed and turned into a divine dragon. He was about to leave. Kid, where are you going? Suppress me, you can't get out of the dragon trapping formation. Sure enough, the formation was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was actually blocked. The blood in his body was boiling, and he even vomited blood. He was extremely shocked. It was so terrifying. It seemed that he could only enter the ancient land. However, the ancient land was his biggest secret. He didn't allow others to know. It seemed that he had to think of a way. At this time, the 18 ancient seals had connected into one and came to his side. They wanted to completely suppress it. Lin Xian snorted and retracted his Rinnegan. He used the great dragon sword with all his strength. The great dragon sword transformed into a spatial dragon. Although Lin Xian didn't have the power to control space, the great dragon sword could be evolved. He had seen Gu Santong and even the void ancient coffin. At this moment, endless dragon-shaped sword chi danced around him and condensed into an ancient coffin. It was just like the void ancient coffin outside Windless Mountain. When this ancient coffin appeared, it also released a vast aura. Although it was evolved, it seemed to be the real Heavenly Emperor's ancient coffin. Seeing this scene, Master Qin's pupils shrank. Damn it, I can't let him escape. Completely suppress. The Shura ancient seals crazily fell. Lin Xian snorted. Break, the void ancient coffin suddenly cracked open. A terrifying black hole floated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the 18 ancient seals fell. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body dimmed, and his body cracked open. He kept vomiting blood. At this critical moment, he entered the ancient land and disappeared. Boom, in the void, the 18 ancient seals fell, and the sky and earth were turned upside down. Not only that, the black hole was directly sealed. Everything inside the black hole turned into nothingness. No one appeared inside, but there was an extremely terrifying golden god's blood dripping down. Each of them was like a sun, and there was a dragon's shadow circling above. This was Lin Xian's emperor blood. The countless golden dragon's blood seemed to have turned into a sea of blood, vast and boundless. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Could it be that the kid was dead? Bai Yao's eyes instantly turned red. No, she couldn't believe it. Master Qin frowned. Could it be that he was really dead? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. He still wanted to ask about the other party's secrets. But forget it. Even if he was dead, he still wanted to find the other party's corpse and find out the other party's secrets. Between heaven and earth, the golden dragon blood danced, creating an extremely shocking scene. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Was that kid dead? Had the successor of the great dragon sword fallen? It was too unbelievable. Where was the great dragon sword? They had seen the power of the great dragon sword. It could contend against an earth immortal. If they could get it, thinking of this, their eyes were filled with endless excitement. Let's see who dares to make a move. At this moment, Zhihuang walked out and snorted coldly. Powerful immortal energy danced and swept in all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they retreated in horror. No one dared to make a move. Zhihuang alone was already so terrifying, not to mention that there was an even more powerful Master Qin here. Master Qin's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and shattered heaven and earth as he began to search. However, he found that other than the golden dragon blood, there was nothing else. The power of the great dragon sword was not there at all. How was this possible? Master Qin roared. The power of the myriad worlds is for me to use. At this moment, he began to search the myriad worlds of the world. However, he still found nothing. Damn it, Master Qin was really angry this time. He roared towards the sky, and the power in his body erupted. The surrounding sky collapsed and earth cracked. Many people were torn into pieces by the terrifying aura. The remaining people were so frightened that they trembled in fear. They fled frantically into the distance. At the same time, they were shocked. Where did that kid's great dragon sword go? Could it be that that kid didn't die? That was impossible. Even Master Qin couldn't find him. It was impossible for that kid to escape. Cries of surprise and discussion could be heard. Bai Yao and the others were also stunned. Bai Yao said that perhaps Lin Gongzi wasn't dead. Beside her, the people of the Jade Fox clan said, "Don't be naive. Under such power, even an earth immortal would die without a doubt. Not to mention this kid. It was impossible for him to still be alive." The people of the Qin sect also joined the search team. Zhihuang's soul covered the sky and earth, but they still found nothing. Did he really disappear? What should he do? He looked at Master Qin. Master Qin's expression was extremely cold. The power of the great dragon sword and the power of the reincarnation sword were both the 5 swords of the world. Moreover, the other party had the even more mysterious power of an immortal. He had to get these secrets. So he took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to use that power." Hearing this, Zhihuang's pupils constricted. "Master, is this worth it?" Master Qin's expression was incomparably solemn. He thought about it and said that it was worth it. This kind of power was extremely precious to him, and he couldn't use much of it. Using it once consumed a lot of his energy. For the time being, he wouldn't be able to use it. It would even consume his source energy. However, for the sake of the great dragon sword, he decided to go all out. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. An extremely mysterious ancient seal appeared in his hand. At the same time, the 18 Azura statues around him began to spin rapidly. The ancient seals in the hands of the 18 statues also changed. This time, the 18 ancient seals were the same. Furthermore, it was identical to the ancient seal in Xianxia's hands. These ancient seals flew out and connected together, forming an extremely terrifying aura. It enveloped an area of space. This space was not big, but it was incomparably mysterious. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Huang led the members of the Qin sect and retreated to the side. They watched silently. At the same time, they were guarding against sneak attacks. This was because Xianxia had to pay a huge price to use this move. There was absolutely no room for any mistakes. Azura technique, time, as his voice fell, an earth-shattering change occurred in the space. The shattered space was quickly restored, and the destroyed things were also restored. It was as if they had returned to the time before the battle. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Even the people from the Qin sect were dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? The power to restore everything? No, an older generation great emperor exclaimed. This was the power of time. He was using the power of time. When these words came out, everyone went crazy. The power of time was the most mysterious. They didn't expect Master Qin to be able to use this kind of power. Sweat appeared on Master Qin's face. Using this kind of power consumed a lot of his energy. However, he was going to give it his all. With a roar, time returned to how it was before. A figure appeared in the void. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a trace of confusion. He was extremely shocked. How was this possible? What happened? Why did he come out? Shouldn't he have entered the ancient land? The other party shouldn't be able to find him. But why did he come back? Moreover, he realized that the energy in his body had been restored. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the Great Dragon Sword and Reincarnation Sword Shadow had consumed a lot of his energy. He didn't have much energy left, so he had to leave. But now, his energy had returned. What was going on? In the next moment, he felt his soul tremble. His memory seemed to be erased. How was this possible? Someone wanted to attack his soul. With a cold snort, he used Rinnegan. Boundless power blocked the attack. However, Lin Xian felt that this power wasn't weak either. It wanted to suppress the power of reincarnation. The Great Dragon Sword soul in his body said, "Kid, be careful. This is the power of time. He wants to restore his previous state. He doesn't want you to escape again." What, the power of time? After hearing this, Lin Xian was completely stunned. The power of time was so mysterious. He had used the power of time before. He had returned to 100,000 years in the future and fought a great battle with the people there. Then, he came back again. However, the power of time in front of him was completely different from before. Lin Xian had completely returned to the past. As for Xianxia, he had returned the time in a space to the past. And the people outside were not affected. This method was too terrifying. This person was really a peerless enemy. Buzz. The surroundings gradually changed. The shattered earth recovered, and the shattered mountains reappeared between heaven and earth. Xianxia's face was extremely pale, but he smiled. He said, "Kid, this time, I won't let you escape again." The dragon trapping formation. With a shout of anger, he attacked again. This time, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. He would never let the other party escape. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. This time, he didn't use the reincarnation sword. Instead, he used the Great Dragon Sword soul with all his strength. He gave all his strength to the Great Dragon Sword soul. The Great Dragon Sword tip in his hand completely erupted. He struck out with a shocking sword. Boom, he didn't know how many times the other party could use this power of time. So this time, Lin Xian not only wanted to break the formation, but also hurt the other party. This sword slashed directly at Xianxia. This sword was extremely terrifying. After colliding with the formation, it let out an earth-shattering sound of destruction. Endless light erupted, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Xianxia snorted coldly. This time, you can't run anywhere. In his eyes, an extremely sharp light burst out, like two divine lamps, staring straight ahead. However, in the next moment, he exclaimed. Not good. Because he found that this sword was actually slashing directly at him. Courting death. His finger seemed to have turned into a peerless divine weapon, fiercely pointing in front of him. With a clang, his finger pointed at the tip of the great dragon's sword, and a thunderous sound erupted. The tip of the great dragon's sword shook slightly, and the dragon's shadow on it roared. It was like 10,000 dragons attacking. On the other side, Xianxia's expression also changed. The tip of the great dragon's sword was extremely sharp. He quickly retreated to resist this force. After retreating far away, his arm fell down. Then, he furrowed his brows tightly. A crack actually appeared on his finger. One had to know that this finger of his was extremely terrifying. All of the formations were activated through this finger. His finger had already reached a profound level. However, a crack actually appeared on it now, and there was even divine blood dripping from it. This was really too incredible. As expected of the legendary great dragon's sword with the strongest attack power. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the injury on his finger and raised his head to look ahead. He found that there was already chaos there. Countless black holes floated up and down, turning into nothingness. Lin Xian's figure disappeared again. Xianxia frowned tightly. He set up a few formations to form the eye of the formation. It enveloped the world in all directions. He began to search. But he found nothing. The other party disappeared again. Just like last time, he disappeared without a trace, as if he didn't exist in this world. It was too strange. Looking at the golden dragon blood that reappeared around him, Xianxia's face turned cold. Perhaps the other party had been reduced to ashes by his attack. As for where did the great dragon sword go? He didn't know. As expected of the 5 swords of the world, it was indeed mysterious. Xianxia snorted coldly and directly condensed a formation that enveloped this space. This place was completely sealed by him. No one else could enter at all. He no longer had the strength to use the power of time a second time. Moreover, his finger was injured and needed to rest. Turning around, Xianxia sighed deeply. He said to Zi Huang, "Take some people and guard this place. Other than me, no one else is allowed to enter." Yes. Zi Huang nodded. To be honest, he was also incomparably shocked. His master was actually injured. This was inconceivable. Master Qin's eyes flickered. This kid's appearance here might have something to do with the Taiji ancient coffin. I have to go and search as well. He couldn't find the great dragon's sword, but he wanted to obtain the Dizun's power. Therefore, he planned to look for the Taiji ancient coffin after he recovered. After Master Qin left, the other people also left. They were extremely shocked. That kid had actually fallen in this battle. The Qin sect was indeed not to be trifled with. From now on, no one could offend the Qin sect. The surrounding people warned their disciples one after another. They quickly left. Bai Yao was in a daze. His mind was still blank. Xiao Fan of the Jade Fox clan shook her head and said, "You should have a good rest after we return. Don't ever leave the clan again." He didn't want his sister to do anything stupid. If Bai Yao became enemies with the Qin sect, he would probably end up in a miserable state. In the ancient land, a figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. His body was covered with cracks. It was obvious that he was seriously injured when he fought against the Shura technique just now. However, he still survived. And in the last sword strike, he had injured his opponent. Thinking about it, Master Qin would probably have to cultivate for a period of time before he could recover his finger. He felt the pressure. Although he could compete with an Earth Immortal now. However, he still couldn't meet an extremely terrifying old monster like Master Qin. This time, if he didn't have the great dragon sword point, he would probably be in danger. Perhaps he would be suppressed. Therefore, he had to increase his strength again. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He had to find the Taiji ancient coffin. Not only was the Taiji ancient coffin related to the Emperor's soul jade, but it also had the power of Taiji. It could even use the yin-yang sword technique. If Lin Xian could find it, then the power of his Taiji diagram could be increased. At that time, he could even cultivate the yin-yang sword technique. He had seen the terror of the yin-yang sword technique. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to heal his injuries. Then, he prepared to go out and look for the Taiji ancient coffin. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly treasures in the ancient land flew over. At the same time, the 9-curled ginseng also flew over to provide him with energy. Lin Xian began to recover quickly. The ancient land was very mysterious, and there were countless treasures and power inside. Lin Xian absorbed some, and the injuries in his body quickly recovered. At the same time, his eyes flickered. His Rinnegan turned, and he was thinking about the previous battle. The battle with Xianxia had left him deeply injured. However, it had increased his combat experience. In the future, he should have more experience when facing such a terrifying old monster. In order to absorb more power into his body, Lin Xian had to hurry up. Because he felt that Master Qin's appearance here was definitely not a coincidence. It shouldn't be. Master Qin had come here to save his disciple. He must have other motives. And this motive was very likely to be related to the Taiji ancient coffin. Master Qin had also been to Wufeng Mountain and fought with the yin-yang sword technique. The power of Taiji was extremely terrifying. No matter how strong the other party was, he probably would have thought of it. Therefore, it was possible that the other party was also here for the Taiji ancient coffin. Kid, don't worry. The Longsword Spirit said, if you go out now, you might not be able to find the Taiji ancient coffin. After all, that thing is very mysterious. Why don't you recuperate here first? Lin Xian asked. De Long, what else do you know? About the Taiji diagram? De Long said, did you get a piece of 8 trigrams before? Don't you know what it is for? Lin Xian nodded his head. He had obtained this item for a long time. He had studied it many times, but it was useless. So, he threw it into the ancient land. He didn't expect De Long to bring it up again. He asked, is the 8 trigrams related to the Taiji diagram? De Long nodded and said, it's related. Previously, you obtained a heaven mirror, and this mirror is a replica. It was made based on the 8 trigrams mirror. The 8 trigrams mirror can calculate everything and is very mysterious. So, even if the sky mirror is a replica, you can find a lot of treasures. After Lin Xian heard, he was extremely shocked. He was too surprised. He didn't expect that the sky mirror he got casually was related to the 8 trigrams and Taiji. Next, Lin Xian began to recover with all his might. A month later, his strength had recovered to its peak. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian began to take out the 8 trigrams and the sky mirror. The two began to merge. In the end, the 8 trigrams merged with the sky mirror, temporarily forming a replica of the 8 trigrams mirror. The Dragon Sword Spirit said, although it's not as powerful as the real 8 trigrams mirror, it should be able to find the Taiji ancient coffin with the power of the 8 trigrams. Next, Lin Xian walked out of the ancient land. After coming out, he hid in the void and looked around cautiously. He found that there was no one around. This was good news for him. He turned into a sword light and flew into the depths. The replica 8 trigrams mirror in his hand bloomed with a mysterious light. Lin Xian sensed that a mysterious aura seemed to be summoning the 8 trigrams mirror. Great, that should be the place where the Taiji ancient coffin is. Lin Xian flew all the way. During this period, he encountered many creatures of the burial ground and fought with them. The weak ones were instantly killed by his sword. However, he met a powerful one. Originally, Lin Xian was not afraid of the other party. However, he did not want to alarm the other land immortals. If he was targeted by Master Qin again, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he dodged the attack. It took him about 10 days. Next, it was relatively smooth. Finally, Lin Xian stopped. In front of him, there was an extremely mysterious aura. Lin Xian could sense that the 8 trigrams mirror in his hand began to rotate. Is this the place? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He used his Rinnegan to investigate, but he found that even with his Rinnegan, he could not see anything unusual in front of him. There was a valley in front of him. There was nothing in the valley. In the eyes of other martial artists, this should be a very ordinary valley. No one would care about it. However, the 8 trigrams mirror in his hand told him that the thing was here. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian punched forward. A black hole appeared in the valley, constantly bobbing up and down. However, nothing else appeared. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He struck out with sword chi again, but found nothing. Dalong said, "Use the power of the 8 trigrams mirror." Lin Xian nodded and activated the 8 trigrams mirror. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams mirror shone brightly and formed an 8 trigrams diagram. It spun between heaven and earth. A terrifying and mysterious aura appeared, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. The air in front of him started to sway. Then, a spatial door appeared. This spatial gate was extremely mysterious as it floated in the void. That's great. When Lin Xian saw this, he was overjoyed. His figure flickered as he rushed in. After entering, the spatial gate immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. On the other side, Lin Xian was shocked. He entered through the spatial door. After entering, he was extremely surprised. Because he realized that this was another world. The surroundings were filled with a terrifying yin and yang aura, as if this was a world of yin and yang. It was so scary. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around and found that his soul seemed to be suppressed. Lin Xian activated the 8 trigrams mirror and shot out a ray of light that flew into the distance. In the next moment, he found endless yin and yang qi rolling. Lin Xian saw a black shadow. It turned out to be a palace, an extremely terrifying Tai Chi palace. The yin and yang aura on it kept spinning. It was extremely mysterious. The yin and yang ancient coffin should be in this palace. Lin Xian took a deep breath and was extremely happy. Finally, he found it. He walked forward. However, he soon frowned. Because he found that the yin and yang aura here was extremely terrifying. It carried an extremely powerful pressure. His body started to sway slightly. Lin Xian had the power of an earth immortal. Even he felt a lot of pressure here. He was afraid that if someone below the earth immortal came in, they would instantly turn into ashes. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, took out the immortal slaying sword, and slashed forward. The sword chi was like a dragon, sweeping in all directions with terrifying power. The yin and yang energy in front seemed to have been annihilated and cracks appeared. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. However, at this moment, the yin and yang energy condensed again and swallowed the sword chi. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He relied on the sword chi and walked forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. Lin Xian snorted coldly and transformed into a dragon. A divine dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws between heaven and earth. However, it was still met with great resistance. One could imagine how terrifying the power here was. Even an earth immortal would have a headache. Finally, Lin Xian came to the front. The yin and yang aura in front was even more terrifying. This palace was like the yin and yang temple, standing between heaven and earth. Lin Xian took a deep breath, slashed out with his sword, turned into an azure dragon, and rushed forward. With a loud clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. This sword slashed on the yin and yang temple, making an earth-shattering sound. However, it didn't break. In fact, the azure dragon was blasted away, turned back into sword chi, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He snorted coldly and took out the great dragon sword tip. Suddenly, heaven and earth kept collapsing, and the yin and yang energy in the surroundings were suppressed. The power of the great dragon sword completely erupted. Lin Xian's palm turned into a heavenly dragon claw, and slashed down fiercely. Boom! Boom! This time, the power was even more terrifying, and it could shatter heaven and earth. However, it still didn't open. Lin Xian retracted his palm and frowned. No way? He used the power of the great dragon sword with all his strength but still couldn't open it. What should he do? Could it be that he couldn't enter? The treasure was right in front of him, but he couldn't enter. This feeling was unbearable. At this moment, the great dragon said, "Kid, don't attack it. Think of a way to fuse with it. You have the Tai Chi diagram. Use your Tai Chi diagram to fuse with the 8 trigrams." Lin Xian nodded. He took a deep breath and formed a seal with his palms. A Tai Chi diagram appeared in his palm. It rushed forward. It kept spinning, releasing a mysterious yin and yang energy. Lin Xian took out a replica of the 8 trigrams mirror with his other hand. It was formed by the fusion of the sky mirror and the 8 trigrams mirror. At this moment, the 8 trigrams mirror flew out of the sky mirror and fused with Lin Xian's yin-yang diagram. It covered the outside of the Tai Chi diagram, forming the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. Lin Xian used the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror, and a mysterious energy appeared on his body. At this moment, he was like a god. Mysterious and unfathomable. He took a deep breath and walked forward. This time, the terrifying yin and yang temple slowly opened its door. With a rumbling sound, the door opened. Lin Xian was surprised. "Is it okay?" "Great." It seemed that the power of Tai Chi came from the same source. He took a deep breath and quickly walked in. After entering, Lin Xian found that there were 49 stone tablets inside, scattered all over the hall. Each stone tablet carried the aura of yin and yang. There were even mysterious runes on them. It formed a pattern with a pattern. However, it was too mysterious. Lin Xian couldn't understand it at all. He only felt that his soul was about to split open after looking at it a few times. He continued to walk forward. The surrounding yin and yang aura kept spreading. Finally, Lin Xian stopped again. He found that there was a yin-yang crown in front of him. The yin-yang crown was extremely mysterious. There was a terrifying light jumping on it. After seeing this thing, Lin Xian was surprised. He reached out his hand to grab it. A giant golden hand with a monstrous divine power enveloped the yin-yang crown in an overwhelming manner. At this moment, the yin-yang crown suddenly shook. Rays of light flew out from it and collided with the large golden hand. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian retracted his hand and frowned. He snorted and wanted to use the hand of the heavenly dragon. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Under the 49 stone tablets, many figures suddenly appeared. These figures were sitting there cross-legged. They seemed to be comprehending the things on the stone tablets. As soon as these figures appeared, the hall immediately changed. The wind and clouds surged. Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. He stopped and suddenly turned his head to look. The light of reincarnation in his eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. "Damn it, what's going on? Before, there was no one here." He used the eye of reincarnation. But now, so many figures suddenly appeared. It seemed that this place was indeed extraordinary. He took out the immortal slaying sword with a solemn expression. He knew that a great battle was about to come. However, the figures that appeared did not attack him. They were still sitting there cross-legged. This made Lin Xian stunned. What's going on? He used the fragment of the sword of reincarnation and used the eye of reincarnation to the extreme. Only then did he realize that these figures that appeared were not real figures. These were some afterimages left behind back then. They were incomparably real. They were so real that ordinary people couldn't detect them at all. Even Rinnegan couldn't detect it at first. Now, when Lin Xian activated the fragment of the Samsara sword with all his strength, he could see that the fragment was very powerful. It was truly unbelievable. Who exactly were these people? Lin Xian turned around and looked at the yin-yang crown again. In the next moment, he was stunned again. Previously, the yin-yang crown was floating in the air. At that moment, an additional item appeared beneath the yin-yang crown. It was an ancient coffin. It was simple and unadorned, and there was a taiji diagram on it. It was exactly what he had been searching for. Who would have thought that it would really appear here? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not dare to be careless. He secretly activated the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms. A taiji diagram appeared in his hand and spun non-stop. The 8 trigrams mirror circled around him. As soon as the power of the taiji diagram appeared, the surrounding 49 stone steels emitted a mysterious light. The yin-yang crown in front of him shone with boundless radiance. At this moment, an aged voice sounded from the Taiji ancient coffin. Tai Chi, 8 trigrams, I didn't expect you to be able to obtain these things. Young man, you've really surprised me. Lin Xian was shocked. A voice came from inside. He didn't die, he was too shocked. But soon, he remembered that in Windless Mountain, there were 3 ancient coffins. 2 of them had human figures, and each of them was extremely terrifying. The third one should also be an incredible existence. Greetings, Senior. Lin Xian bowed deeply. I don't have any ill intentions here. I just want to completely unlock the Sovereign Soul Jade. What is your relationship with the Sovereign? The aged voice sounded again. Lin Xian said, I don't have much to do with the Sovereign. I'm not from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. It's just that this time, I'm joining forces with the Sovereign's daughter. The aged voice fell silent. Lin Xian thought for a while and asked, Senior, do you have any instructions? Young man, you are related to Taiji. It can be said that you and I are fated. I do have some unfulfilled wishes. I'm waiting for someone to help me fulfill them. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Senior, please speak. The aged voice said, this is not a simple matter. It's very difficult. You might even lose your life because of it. Aren't you afraid? Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm not afraid. I've encountered too many dangers along the way. Many times, I almost died, but my strength has become stronger and stronger because of it. Cultivation is going against the heavens. There's nothing to be afraid of. Good, you have courage. No wonder you can become the successor of the great dragon sword. The aged voice was extremely satisfied. The great dragon sword is the sword of courage. Young man, continue to retain this courage. It will make you stronger and stronger. Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. The sword of courage, this really surprised him. It seemed that this old man also knew a lot about the great dragon sword. The aged voice didn't continue to say anything. Instead, he changed the topic and said, if you can promise me something, I will teach you the yin-yang sword technique. Lin Xian was surprised again. He had seen the yin-yang sword technique before. The yin-yang sword formation was extremely terrifying. Once the yin-yang sword chi was released, it would sweep through everything. Previously, in Windless Mountain, several Earth Immortals fought with it and were almost trapped inside. One could imagine how terrifying this sword technique was. Senior, what do you need me to do? The aged voice said, your current strength is not enough. When you become stronger in the future, help me deal with someone. A person called Wu Xian. Wu Xian, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This person was very strong. Back then, he was already a Earth Immortal. After so many tens of thousands of years had passed, his strength would definitely have improved further. Perhaps he had already become an immortal or a celestial emperor. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew about the celestial emperor. Celestial Emperor Yi, the celestial emperor of the void, how terrifying was his power, suppressing eternity. He also knew about the immortal. Because Lin Xian had been to the immortal city before. The immortal city had a mysterious power. The owner of the immortal city should be the legendary immortal. Should he attack such a person? Lin Xian felt a lot of pressure. However, he still clenched his fists and said, Senior, don't worry. I'll help you with this. The aged voice said, young man, you can think about it again because his current strength is really strong. I don't know exactly how strong he is. And this person also controls the power of yin and yang. Lin Xian was stunned again. The power of yin and yang? Was it Tai Chi? No. The power he controls is not Tai Chi, but yin and yang. This Wu Xian is a friend I met after coming to this universe. I cultivate Tai Chi, and he cultivates yin and yang. The two powers are very similar, so we became sworn brothers. At that time, he was the hall master of the Yin-Yang Immortal Palace, an existence that suppressed the 10,000 worlds. However, after becoming a Earth Immortal, it was difficult for his realm to increase. That's why he attacked me. Hearing this old voice, Lin Xian was also very surprised. It turned out that there was such a grudge between the two sides. He nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. I will avenge you." The old voice laughed. In the next moment, the aura of yin and yang bloomed, and the yin-yang crown fell on Lin Xian's head. A mysterious aura surged into his mind. Lin Xian felt his soul shake. The old voice said, "Don't be afraid. I will teach you the yin-yang sword technique. At the same time, I will give you a good fortune." After hearing this, Lin Xian did not resist. Instead, he began to receive this information. The yin-yang crown above his head floated up and down. On the 49 surrounding stone tablets, the yin and yang aura condensed and turned into a huge taiji diagram, enveloping Lin Xian. The taiji diagram on Lin Xian's body spun quickly, absorbing the power on it. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate here. Outside. In the burial ground. Everyone searched for treasures again and began to train. Among them, there was a figure with an extremely gloomy face. He was Master Qin. Master Qin had previously attacked Lin Xian to snatch the great dragon sword's soul, but he failed. Although he felt that he had killed Lin Xian, he did not find the power of the great dragon sword. He could only suppress that place first and then slowly search for it. However, before that, he stared at the power of the taiji diagram, the yin-yang sword technique. He had also seen the power of taiji. It was extremely mysterious, so he wanted to obtain it. Master Qin made some calculations. He deduced that the taiji ancient coffin had flown to the burial ground. Therefore, he came here to search. However, after walking for more than a month, he found nothing. Damn it. Master Qin gritted his teeth in anger. It's all because of that underworld child who took my dragon-searching ruler. Otherwise, I would have found it long ago. When he thought of underworld child, he was so angry that he roared. This was originally just an inconspicuous disciple. Who would have thought that one day, he would transform into his appearance and directly walk into his ancient palace? He stole his dragon-searching ruler. Later on, he chased after them madly. However, this underworld child was capable of countless transformations. He was able to dodge every single one of them. Until now, he still hadn't found the dragon-seeking ruler. However, even without the dragon-seeking ruler, Master Qin was still a terrifying existence. He had formed 100,000 formation eyes, which began to cover the entire burial ground. He wanted to cover the entire sky and cover the earth in his search. At the same time, his left hand was constantly forming hand seals to divine the heavenly secrets. Finally, he found it. When he arrived in front of a valley, a smile appeared on his face. That was because those formation eyes were shaking slightly. The ancient seal on his left hand began to tremble, indicating that he had found the right place. Very good. Master Qin gazed at the valley before him and smiled. Even though the valley looked extremely peaceful, there was nothing impressive about it. However, he knew that this place should be a world of its own. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and stretched out a hand to grab the space in front of him. His palm contained a vast amount of divine power that was enough to tear everything apart. The valley shook violently. Countless black holes and cracks appeared inside. It was terrifying. However, no other world appeared under the cracks. This caused Master Qin to frown. What's going on? Did he fail? Humph. With a cold snort, Master Qin stretched out his finger. One finger penetrating the mystery. This finger had been injured by the tip of the great dragon sword in the battle with Lin Xian. However, during this period of time, Master Qin had also recovered a little. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak, it was enough. On his finger, there was a mysterious power as he pointed forward. The valley emitted a rumbling sound of shattering. Endless runes filled the air, enveloping the entire valley. However, there was still no other world appearing. Damn it. Master Qin's expression was extremely ugly. As half a heavenly master, his array formation was extremely powerful. He could mobilize the power of the myriad worlds for his use. Unless it was a land immortal, a true heavenly master, who was more powerful than him. The others weren't his match at all. But now, even after attacking continuously, he still couldn't do anything to this valley. He couldn't open it. From the looks of it, the person who set up this mysterious world should be an extremely powerful existence. It was time to use that array formation. Master Qin took a deep breath. He prepared to use a peerless array formation called the Nine Palaces Array Formation. However, the power required to activate the Nine Palaces Array Formation was extremely huge. It was very difficult for Master Qin to complete it himself. Even with the help of the people from the Qin sect, it wouldn't be enough. This was because the Nine Palaces Array Formation would take a very long time to set up. Master Qin couldn't wait that long. He wanted to complete it in the shortest time possible. He needed a vast amount of power. In the next moment, his eyes flickered. He had an idea. He would use the power of the entire burial ground. He formed a seal with his palm and pointed his right finger at the ground. A cold voice sounded. Earth Dragon Array. As his voice sounded, with his finger as the center, it spread in all directions. The ground shook violently. The ground cracked open, and an earth dragon flew out. The entire bone burial ground shook violently. Many phantoms of earth dragons appeared in the surroundings. They enveloped the entire burial ground. At this moment, the people who were searching for treasures in the burial ground were all stunned. They looked around in horror. What happened? What a terrifying aura. Was it a demonic beast? They were facing a great enemy. Someone shouted angrily and charged towards the earth dragons. One person opened the sky with his palm. Someone used a peerless sword technique and charged over. However, these earth dragons were extremely terrifying. This was formed by Master Qin using the power of heaven and earth and combining it with the peerless array formation. How could these people be a match for him? Soon, these people were sent flying. Countless people were in despair. The people of the Qin sect were also shocked. This was Master Qin's method. What was going on? They were all a little confused. In the next moment, an old face appeared in the sky. It was like the face of a god, enveloping the entire world. Master Qin's voice came from above. Everyone, set off towards the valley. I want to use your power. Don't think about escaping. The entire bone burial ground has been sealed by my earth dragon formation. No one can escape. Moreover, the Qin sect will definitely not let go of those who dare to escape. I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, come to the valley where I am. If you can't come, go to hell yourself. After saying that, the huge face slowly disappeared. It turned into countless rays of light and flew into the distance. Then, it condensed into a resplendent sun that floated in the air. Under the sun was the place where the valley was. The surrounding people were all stunned. After a long time, they came back to their senses. What happened? That was Master Qin's voice just now, right? He was gathering us and needed our strength. If we can't go in 5 days, we'll go to hell. What was going on? Why did he order us around? We're not from the Qin sect. These people were very dissatisfied. However, at this moment, 100,000 formation eyes appeared in the sky. Every formation eye flickered with a piercing cold light. The gazes of those eyes fell down like peerless sword energy. They directly killed those martial artists who resisted. Everyone was terrified. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Instead, they all moved and rushed towards the valley. There was no other way. Master Qin's methods were too mysterious and strange. If they dared to make an enemy of Master Qin, they would end up very miserably. No matter how strong the descendant of the great dragon was, didn't he die? Therefore, each and every one of them went forward obediently. The people of the Qin sect did the same. Zihuang took action. Master needed him, so he led the people of the Qin sect and quickly set off. In the valley, Master Qin began to wait with his hands behind his back. 5 days passed very quickly. Countless people came into the valley. The outside of the valley was full of people. These people were very curious. Because after they arrived, they began to investigate. The place that Master Qin had his eyes on was definitely extraordinary. However, after searching around, they were a little dumbfounded. They couldn't see what was so special about this valley. This was just an ordinary valley. Master Qin must have made a mistake. Of course, they only dared to think such words in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Those who dared to challenge Master Qin would end up very miserably. The people of the Qin sect also came. They stood there like gods and demons. Huang came into the valley. He bowed respectfully to Master Qin. Master, why did you gather so many strong people? What happened? Even Huang was very curious about it. Even though he was an earth immortal, he couldn't understand at this moment. Master Qin's eyes flickered. He said, Disciple, a great opportunity is waiting for me. If I can get the power inside, then my strength can be further improved. Perhaps it can allow me to condense the fourth immortal energy. Hearing this, Huang was extremely shocked. How difficult was it to condense a strand of immortal energy? Some people might not be able to condense it even after cultivating for tens of millions of years. Master Qin was the same. He had never been able to condense the fourth immortal energy. Now, did Master Qin finally see hope? Huang was extremely excited. Congratulations, Master. Master Qin waved his hand and said, It's too early to say congratulations. I need to break the array here. I'm going to set up the 9-palace array. So, help me. He was actually setting up the 9 palaces formation. Huang was extremely shocked. No wonder he needed to gather so many people. The 9 palaces array was an extremely mysterious array. After waiting for half a day, seeing that most of the people had arrived, Master Qin turned around and looked at the people around him. The boundless power on his body enveloped everything. The people around the valley felt their scalps go numb. They were extremely terrified. One of the men was clad in battle armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. He cupped his fists and said, Master Qin, what do you need us to do? Just give me your orders. On the other side, there was an old man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His eyes were surrounded by terrifying immortal qi. They were like the eyes of an immortal spirit. However, at this moment, he was also incomparably respectful. Please instruct us, Master Qin. Even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will absolutely not frown. Very good. Master Qin smiled. I'm going to set up the 9 palaces array formation to break the array formation in the valley. This matter is very important to me. Therefore, he could only succeed and not fail. After I condense the 9 palaces array formation, all of you inject your power into it. Once you help me form the 9 palaces formation, you will be rewarded handsomely. You can't enter the valley. However, I can give you some cultivation techniques and unique skills. Over the years, countless experts in Qinguang City have asked me to set up arrays. There are even several land immortals. When the time comes, I will teach you a land immortal cultivation technique. Soul extinguishing saber technique. You should have heard of it. Do you want to learn it? If you want to learn it, then do your best. As soon as Master Qin finished speaking, the people around him exclaimed. The soul extinguishing saber technique was an extremely terrifying saber technique. Once this saber was used, the soul would be destroyed. It was extremely strange. Legend had it that it was a saber technique created by a land immortal. Unexpectedly, Master Qin was going to teach it to them. That was great. Thinking of this, they all became excited. They all cupped their fists and said, Don't worry, we will do our best. Very good. A smile appeared on Master Qin's face. With his strength, it was very easy to threaten these people. However, he knew that sometimes, he couldn't just rely on threats. He had to give these people some benefits. Using a peerless cultivation technique was enough to make these people go crazy. Sure enough, looking at these people's red eyes, Master Qin smiled. He turned around and formed a seal with his palms. Disciples of the Qin sect, listen to my orders. Next, only the people of the Qin sect stayed in the valley. As for the other warriors, they were all outside the valley. Under their feet, huge spirit arrays appeared one after another. They only needed to channel their power into the spirit gathering array. The rest was left to the Qin sect. In the valley, the array masters of the Qin sect began to set up the array. Master Qin's expression was extremely solemn. His hands danced, and one mysterious rune after another appeared between heaven and earth. Gradually, 9 palaces appeared in the surroundings. Each of them was extremely mysterious, like an immortal palace. The 9 palaces were connected to each other, and mysterious runes flickered. This was the 9 palace array. However, at this moment, the 9 palace array had just been set up. The 9 palaces were incomparably illusory. Only when the 9 palaces truly appeared would the array be considered to be formed. Only then would its power be displayed. Channel your power in. Master Qin shouted coldly, and countless warriors outside began to channel their power into the spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array rotated and absorbed the power. Then, it was sent into the 9 palace array. Suddenly, the 9 illusory palaces absorbed the power, bloomed with light, and became more and more real. Even with the help of countless people, it would still take a long time to complete the formation of the 9 palaces array. This was personally set up by Master Qin. If it were Zi Huang, she probably wouldn't be able to do it. Among the crowd outside the valley, the people of the Jade Fox clan were also here. Baiyao's face was pale. She had to help. However, she didn't use her full strength. Beside her, Xiao Fan said, "Sister, there are some grudges that you can't take revenge, so forget it. Don't ever offend the Qin sect again. Otherwise, not only you, but the entire Jade Fox clan will be annihilated." Baiyao's face turned even paler after hearing this. She didn't have the strength to take revenge at all. If only Lin Xian had escaped at that time. Perhaps he could have survived. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the array in front of them, the first palace appeared. It seemed to have crossed the immemorial time and space. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a vast power. The sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if an immortal palace had appeared between heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Master Qin smiled. Master Qin was extremely excited because the speed at which the first palace was condensed was even faster than he had imagined. If this continued, it might not be long before he could condense 9 palaces. At that time, he would be able to break the formation in front of him. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. If he could obtain the power of Yin and Yang and the Yin-Yang sword technique, his strength could still increase. At that time, who would be his match in Qingguang City? Ha 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 ha. For the sake of caution, he had to set up more illusion formations to hide the situation here. Otherwise, it would be bad if other land immortals discovered it and came to snatch it. With a wave of his sleeve, he set up dozens of formations that enveloped the surroundings. He would not let anyone else get the treasures inside. However, he did not know that while he was crazily cracking here, someone had already arrived in the Yin-Yang world in the valley. In the Yin-Yang world, Lin Xian was surrounded by a mysterious Taiji diagram, and countless Yin and Yang auras floated in front of him. He was wearing the Yin-Yang crown and looked extremely mysterious at this moment. Lin Xian opened his eyes and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Through the Yin-Yang crown, he obtained the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang sword formation, which shocked him greatly. The Yin-Yang sword formation was a sword technique that could only be used on the basis of the Taiji diagram. Lin Xian already had the Taiji diagram, so he cultivated the Yin-Yang sword technique much faster than others. The power of the Yin-Yang sword technique was indeed terrifying. It was a mysterious sword technique. Once he mastered it, his strength could still increase. He thought of Master Qin. Previously, he was no match for Master Qin and could only enter the ancient land. However, if he mastered the Yin-Yang sword technique, Lin Xian felt that he could compete with Master Qin. At that time, he would let Master Qin know how powerful his sword technique was. Thinking of this, Lin Xian closed his eyes again and cultivated the Yin-Yang sword technique with all his might. Around him, a lot of sword chi appeared and kept dancing. In the burial ground, the wind and clouds changed. Outside, the people of the netherworld were still waiting. The appearance of Qingguang City attracted the attention of countless people. But they did not know that in another 9 heavens, the eternal land, the changes there were even more terrifying. In the eternal land, there was an eternal sea. There, a mysterious bridge appeared. An earth immortal walked out from the mysterious bridge. This was a fire vine, its entire body surrounded by flames. It returned through the long river of time. His return had caused some changes, bringing with it some terrifying power. These forces began to sweep across the other shore. All of a sudden, the power of heaven and earth on the Nirvana shore changed. Countless young disciples were shocked because they realized that their cultivation speed was much faster than before. Some had doubled, and some had even increased by several times. What happened next was that they all made breakthroughs. Originally, it should have taken thousands or tens of thousands of years to make a breakthrough. But now, in such a short period of time, they'd managed to make a breakthrough. There were even some top geniuses who made consecutive breakthroughs. Ha 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 ha, the geniuses of the Nirvana shore looked up and laughed. They were so excited that they trembled. The great emperors and super great emperors were astonished too. This was because once one reached the great emperor realm, it would be even more difficult to cultivate further. Without tens of thousands of years, it would be very difficult to break through. But now, they saw hope. Their numbers and speed were much faster than before. Moreover, with the personal guidance of the earth immortals on the Nirvana shore, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. There were even some super great emperors who had one foot in the earth immortal realm and became demigods. They were too excited. The earth immortals even began to take action to collect this power. Because they knew that this power would soon leave the Nirvana shore and spread to the universe. A few Earth Immortals took action and even asked the Grand Supreme to take action. The Grand Supreme said that they couldn't stop it, so let it be. The Grand Supreme's cultivation was unfathomable. He knew more. This power brought about by the change of time could not be forcefully controlled because the change of time had caused a lot of uncertainty. After a while, this mysterious power flew out of the eternal land. It flew into the universe. The first to arrive was the deity ground. In an instant, the martial artists in the deity ground broke through one after another. Originally, everyone thought that a top genius had appeared in the deity ground. Later, they realized that something was wrong. Some of the older generation experts who didn't have much potential had also made a breakthrough. There was no hope for these older generation figures to take another step forward. Some of them were even injured and at the end of their lives. But recently, not only had their injuries healed, but they had even improved. Their strength had increased. For a moment, countless people were shocked. They began to crazily absorb this power. The changes in the deity ground attracted the attention of the other worlds in the universe. Countless families and sects headed to the deity ground. The Supreme Hall, Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, and the Divine Realm naturally learned of this situation. The people of the Divine Realm frowned. Heavenly Cycle Master set up his great sky divination array and made some deductions. He said that it was a little strange. This power didn't seem to exist in the world. Lord Alcohol asked, "Will there be any effects after absorbing it?" Heavenly Cycle Master said, "There will definitely be some effects. Perhaps it will cause some changes in fate. But no one can say for sure what will happen in the end. My suggestion is that it's best not to absorb it." Lord Alcohol nodded after hearing that. He told the disciples of the Divine Realm about these matters and the pros and cons, letting them make their own choices. As for the other families, it wasn't the same. They crazily absorbed this power. Every day, martial artists were breaking through, and new geniuses were rising. Between heaven and earth, all kinds of lightning tribulations were constantly erupting. It was incomparably shocking. Everyone exclaimed. This was the true golden age. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. For martial artists, 3 years was very fast. In the valley of the burial ground, Heavenly Cycle Master Qin looked up to the sky and laughed. In front of him, 9 palaces had completely condensed. Each of them was incomparably mysterious. Above the 9 palaces, there were 9 incomparably mysterious runes that were connected to each other, forming a vast power. The 9 palaces array formation had finally condensed. He could finally begin to break the array formation. Everyone, back off. Heavenly Cycle Master Qin roared angrily, then formed a seal with his palms. He completely activated the 9 palaces array formation. The doors of the 9 palaces opened, and 9 different powers flew out from within. Break, with an angry roar, the 9 powers completely erupted. Instantly, the valley shook violently, and endless cracks appeared. This time, a terrifying yin and yang aura emerged from the cracks. A yin and yang world appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the changes in the valley ahead, the surrounding people were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. There was really another world here. It was too incredible. They had explored this valley before and found it very ordinary. They were still wondering if Master Qin had made a mistake in his judgment. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. They were too stupid to find out the secret here. And Master Qin had already seen through it. As expected of the legendary land immortal, he was an existence they looked up to. This kind of strength was heaven-defying. The people in front were also excited. Did it appear? They looked ahead, where a mysterious world had appeared. The yin and yang inside were extremely terrifying, as if they could split the sky and earth. Zhihuang was also stunned. She seemed to see a yin and yang temple standing there. What kind of god was that? A temple left behind. If he could absorb the power of yin and yang, his strength might be able to improve. He might even be able to master the power of yin and yang. Boom. The 9-palace array shook again. There was a kind of force bombarding it, and the cracks in front of it grew bigger and bigger. That world appeared in front of everyone. The yin and yang temple also appeared in front of everyone. The aura coming from it made the whole world boil. Everyone's qi and blood surged. The power of yin and yang seemed to be really absorbable. If they absorbed it, would they break through? They were all crazy. Their eyes were red. Everyone rose into the air, wanting to rush forward. Not good. The people of the Qin sect changed their expressions. Then, Master Qin snorted coldly. You're courting death. He waved his hand, and a terrifying heavenly saber array appeared in the sky. A huge saber light fell. Immediately, the strong people in front were cut in half. Boom. Heaven and earth split open, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. The others kept retreating in fear. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Master Qin said coldly, "From now on, whoever dares to enter the valley, I will turn them into ashes." The biting cold voice, coupled with the surrounding terrifying array and the power of the land immortal, suppressed everything. No one dared to go forward. Although the yin and yang temple in front of them was extremely terrifying, they didn't have the life to take it. Master Qin then looked at the people of the Qin clan, as well as Zhihuang. He also said in a cold voice, "All of you stay here. No one is allowed to move." The disciples of the Qin sect didn't dare to move. Zhihuang also quickly responded. To be honest, he was also looking forward to entering. However, he did not dare to do so now. They could only wait. Shi Qin's expression was solemn. He quickly rushed over and entered the yin-yang world. As soon as he entered, the surrounding yin and yang forces quickly pressed down on him. This power caused everyone's expression to change. Even without Master Qin, it would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to enter. At the front, Master Qin coldly snorted, "All of you, get lost." An extremely terrifying formation appeared on his body, sweeping through everything. 2 heavenly sabers appeared beside him and slashed apart the forces of yin and yang. Boom. Boom, Qin Wendian continued on his way, exuding a terrifying aura. Finally, he arrived at the front. In front of him was an incomparably mysterious palace. The yin and yang auras on it condensed, slowly forming the appearance of a taiji diagram. It covered the entire palace. The power here was even more terrifying. Standing there, Master Qin looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. This is great. He was too excited. Here, he felt a power similar to the yin and yang swordsmanship. This was what he was looking for. The taiji ancient coffin must be in the yin-yang palace. Thinking of this, Master Qin waved his hand. 2 heavenly sabers flew out and slashed fiercely in front of him. He directly split open the palace. He wanted to obtain the treasures inside. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The saber light danced and shattered the void. However, the yin-yang palace was not damaged at all. The 2 heavenly sabers were forced back, and cracks appeared on them. How was this possible? Shi Qin's pupils constricted. This was his heavenly saber formation. It was extremely powerful. Even an earth immortal would have to dodge it. But now, he actually did not use it. This yin-yang palace was too terrifying. Shi Qin's face darkened. There seemed to be divine flames dancing in his eyes. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms, forming an even more terrifying formation. Heavenly Thunder Formation. Earth Fire Formation. Starry Formation. White Bone Formation. 4 formations appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning fell, tearing everything apart. Terrifying flames swept in all directions, enough to destroy everything. In the sky, endless starlight condensed, and terrifying meteorites fell. It was enough to pierce through everything. There were also countless white bone creatures and enormous white bone giants. They soared into the sky and crashed into the shore like raging waves. 4 extremely terrifying formations appeared at the same time and charged forward. Everything was reduced to ashes. An endless black hole appeared in front of them and swallowed the Yin-Yang Palace. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they were extremely terrified. So powerful. Was this Xianxia's method? Any one of these formations would be able to turn all of them into ashes. This time, it should be able to open. The people of the Qin sect also became nervous. When everything disappeared, the Yin and Yang Palace was still standing there. It was not broken, nor was it opened. Damn it, how was this possible? Countless people exclaimed. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. He did not attack again. Instead, he walked forward. He observed carefully. He found that the palace in front of him was extremely mysterious. The power of Taiji rotated and seemed to form a barrier. The others could not enter at all. It seemed that he needed stronger power. It was like the power to open the Yin-Yang world. He turned around and looked at the 9 palace formation in the valley. The 9 palace formation had been formed before, but after the attack, it had changed. Some of the palaces became illusory again. Half of the power of the 9 palace formation had been consumed, but it could still be used. All he needed to do was to replenish the energy he had expended. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked out of the Yin-Yang world. He looked at the people around him and said, "The Yin-Yang Palace has not been opened yet. I still need the power of the 9 palace formation. So, put your power into it again." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. No way? What did he take them for? They had already been told that they did not have much power. They were unwilling to give up. They really wanted to escape. They gritted their teeth. When Xianxia saw this scene, his eyes flashed. Then, he waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in the void. Countless illusions appeared in the scroll. It was a long saber, an extremely terrifying long saber, held in the hand of a figure. Finally, with a slash of the saber, the souls of countless monsters below were destroyed. Although it was just an illusion, everyone still felt their bodies tremble and their faces turn pale. It seemed to be able to destroy all souls. Could this be the Soul Destroyer Saber technique? Someone exclaimed. Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, it is the Soul Destroyer Saber technique. Now, I will teach you half of the saber technique. Continue to attack. As long as you break the Yin-Yang Palace, I will give you the complete saber technique." In the universe, in the deity ground, countless people were cultivating crazily, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Their strength improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, their confidence swelled. They began to sweep in all directions. They also rushed to some forbidden areas that they didn't dare to go to. There were also some ancient cities that they didn't dare to go to. Many people went to the celestial land and the netherworld to explore the secrets of these ancient cities. They even had conflicts with some martial artists and disciples of the divine realm. In the end, these disciples of the divine realm were injured and defeated. It couldn't be helped because the disciples of the divine realm knew more. They knew that this kind of power couldn't be easily absorbed. Therefore, many people chose to give up on absorbing it. Their strength didn't improve by leaps and bounds. When they met other people, they naturally couldn't beat them. When the news spread, they all sneered. What divine realm? It's already a thing of the past. It's just that there are countless geniuses and powerhouses now. The divine realm is already old. It's our world now. These newly risen geniuses were incomparably arrogant. The people of the divine realm gnashed their teeth when they heard this. For example, Toad roared angrily. "I'll teach them how to behave." The North Demon, Baisusu, and the others also frowned. In the end, even Morong Qingqing wanted to attack. However, Lord Alcohol said, "Ignore these people. These people aren't our enemies. Our enemy is Permitha." Previously, the fighting god had already used his fiery eyes of truth to investigate. The source of this mysterious power was Permitha. In other words, this power came from Permitha. "We don't know what's going on with Permitha because we can't enter the eternal land." After the others heard this, they frowned. If Permitha advanced by leaps and bounds like the deity ground, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, they had to be prepared. Permitha had suffered so many losses before and its strength had been greatly reduced. Now that its strength had increased, it should be able to counterattack instantly. They had to be on guard. Therefore, these earth immortals and other great emperors of the divine realm began to silently prepare. They ignored the other geniuses in the universe. These geniuses became even more arrogant. They thought that the divine realm was afraid. They became even more arrogant. For example, the people of the Supreme Palace sneered after learning about the situation. These idiots of the divine realm actually didn't absorb this power. What a fool. We need to absorb as much as we can. When the time comes, we will join forces with Higan to destroy the divine realm. They were seething with killing intent. Upper Qingqing. Morong Qingqing stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. "I wonder how older brother Xian is doing." Lin Xian was currently in Qingguang City. Xiaochen wondered if he could find a way to unlock the sovereign spirit jade. Although the sovereign soul jade belonged to the Yuhua immortal dynasty, it was of great help to them. This was because once they helped Xing and obtained the power left behind by the venerable sovereign, then Xing could help Lin Zhan recover. Lin Zhan was a land immortal. Moreover, he was Lin Xian's father, so his recovery was very important. Once Lin Zhan recovered, the strength of the Nirvana realm would increase again. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Zhan. Other land immortals and geniuses would also benefit from it. Therefore, Lin Xian was the most important. At this moment, an extremely mysterious sword formation appeared beside Lin Xian. It was formed by the condensation of yin and yang sword qi. It was the yin-yang sword formation. This sword technique was extremely terrifying. Some of the sword qi was large and could destroy everything. Some were incomparably nimble, able to overcome 1,000 caddies with little effort. They were both hard and soft, fast and slow. They complemented each other and made it impossible to guard against them. Lin Xian had already mastered the yin-yang sword technique. However, there were some powerful killing moves in the yin-yang sword technique that he had yet to master. Currently, he was cultivating the first one. Clouds parted to reveal the moon. This was the ultimate move of the yin-yang sword technique. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian felt that even Master Qin wouldn't be able to block this move. Just as he was about to continue comprehending, the blood in his body suddenly started to surge. The power of the immortals quickly condensed and seemed to have reached a limit. Was he about to break through? Lin Xian was shocked. The Taiji diagram had absorbed too much power, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. It seemed that he was about to break through to the peak of the great emperor realm. Taking a deep breath, his figure flickered and entered the ancient land. After entering, the heavenly lightning struck. He began to transcend the tribulation. Outside, the 9 palace formation started to move again. Previously, it took 3 years to form the 9 palace formation. This time, it only took a little more than a year to form it. Master Qin took a deep breath. He activated the 9 palace formation and started to attack the yin-yang palace. A rumbling sound could be heard. The 9 palace formation had used up half of its power, but the yin-yang palace still hadn't opened. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the yin-yang world only used half of the formation's power before it was opened. Could it be? Was he going to fail this time? Master Qin gritted his teeth and was ready to gather the remaining half of his power to launch a powerful attack. Boom. 9 palaces floated in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. The palace door opened and 9 different types of power rushed out, forming a palm that slammed down. The yin-yang palace shook violently. The yin-yang aura on it kept on churning. This time, the mysterious palace finally opened slowly. An even more terrifying yin-yang aura emerged from within and swept out in all directions. It broke, it really broke. Zhuang and the other members of the Qin sect were all excited. The experts in the valley outside all fell to the ground. Their faces were pale. They had no strength left. If this went on, their foundation would be damaged. But fortunately, the palace finally opened. Master Qin laughed loudly. At this moment, he was wild with joy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared straight ahead. Then, he stepped forward and walked forward. With every step, his body was trembling. He was too happy. After paying a huge price, he had finally opened it. The treasures inside must not disappoint him. Inside the Yin-Yang Palace, Lin Xian's figure appeared again. He had already passed the lightning tribulation. He had broken through to the peak of the Emperor realm. The next step was to become a super emperor. Although it was only a small breakthrough, Lin Xian's strength had increased by a lot. Together with the Yin-Yang sword technique, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat Master Qin if he met him again. Even right now, he couldn't wait to find Master Qin and have a great battle with him. Suddenly at this moment, with a boom, the Yin-Yang Palace shook violently. Lin Xian was shocked. What happened? Someone came in. Someone used a powerful force to open the Yin-Yang Palace. Young man, I can't help you. Everything depends on you. I've already imparted the Yin-Yang sword technique to you. Don't forget what you promised me. An old voice sounded from the Taiji ancient coffin and then disappeared. The Yin-Yang crown above his head also flew up. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, Senior, don't worry, I will definitely help you complete this matter. In the next moment, he turned his head and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Who opened the Yin-Yang Palace? In the Yin-Yang world. Master Qin stood there, extremely excited. After expending an endless amount of energy, he finally opened the Yin-Yang temple. He could go in now. The next moment, he looked at the people around him and said, All of you, step back. With that, he waved his hand, and another scroll flew out. This is the remaining part of the soul-destroying saber technique. You can comprehend it. Take it. You can leave now. The people around quickly used their souls to examine the scroll. After they received the information inside, they were all excited. However, they didn't leave. They retreated into the distance. Even if they couldn't get the treasures inside, they still wanted to see what was inside the Yin-Yang temple. Master Qin ignored these people. He took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, he entered the Yin-Yang temple. However, after taking 2 steps in, it stopped. In fact, his entire body froze on the spot. The next moment, he gasped and even took a step back in fright. What's going on? What happened? Zhuang and the others were all stunned. The people in the distance were also surprised. Why did he stop? Could it be that there's danger inside? No. Why do I feel that Master Qin is trembling? That's impossible. Who can make Master Qin tremble? They were extremely puzzled. Master Qin's body trembled slightly because he was almost scared to death just now. He had just taken 2 steps when he found a figure standing in front of him. The yin-yang aura on this person was extremely terrifying. It was as if a ruler was standing there. The other party's eyes were extremely cold as they fell on him. Master Qin was almost scared out of his wits. There was someone inside, and it was a living person. Who was this person? Was he the master of the yin-yang temple? The yin-yang temple was so terrifying that even he took many years to open it. How terrifying was the master of the yin-yang temple? It was even possible that he was an expert who had cultivated 4 divine fires. Therefore, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. The people around were discussing animatedly. Zhuang also looked forward. The next moment, she exclaimed, "There's someone." What? There's someone inside. Countless people were in an uproar. Is it the master of the yin-yang temple? Heavens, fortunately, I didn't go in. Otherwise, I would have been slapped to death. Do you think Master Qin can resist it? Countless people were discussing this. Someone said, maybe. Master Qin is so powerful. There were also people who said, that's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that Master Qin was so scared that he didn't dare to move? Master Qin's expression was serious. His eyes flickered, and he took a deep breath. He didn't retreat. He asked in a heavy voice, I accidentally found this divine hall, and wanted to open it to look for a fated chance. However, I didn't know that Senior was resting here. Please forgive me for disturbing you. His attitude was extremely respectful. In his opinion, the person before him was definitely stronger than him. He was an expert with 4 divine fires. That was his senior. The eyes of the figure in front flickered. Then, his voice rang out, since you call me senior, you should know the etiquette of greeting a senior. Why aren't you kneeling on the ground to pay your respects? As soon as this voice came out, everyone's expression changed. Even Master Qin's pupils shrank. Damn it. He gritted his teeth in anger. With a cold snort, he quickly retreated. It was impossible for him to kneel. However, he didn't dare to stay in the Yin and Yang palace. This was their territory, and he would be suppressed. After coming out, he stood in the void, and the array formation around him flickered. He was facing a formidable enemy. However, after waiting for a while, he was stunned. No, why did that voice sound so young? And it sounded familiar. Where have I heard it before? He thought for a long time. Suddenly, his expression changed. It was Lin Wudi's voice. However, that kid was already dead. How is that possible? Who are you? What's your relationship with Lin Wudi? Master Qin shouted coldly. The surrounding people were also stunned. Lin Wudi? What Lin Wudi? Was it that kid from before? That was impossible. Zi Huang and the other members of the Qin sect exclaimed, that kid is already dead. He was killed by Master. How could he still be alive? I don't believe it. They had seen with their own eyes that the sky was filled with golden dragon blood, flying in all directions. That scene was extremely shocking. This kid definitely couldn't be alive. In front of them, the figure walked out of the Yin and Yang palace. His face became clearer and clearer. When he completely walked out of the Yin and Yang palace, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Especially Zi Huang and the others, who were even more stunned. Their minds went blank because they found that the young man in front of them was Lin Xian. Impossible. You're already dead. How can you still be alive? Zi Huang roared in horror. Master Qin's face was also extremely gloomy. Not dead, he could feel that the other party's qi and blood were vigorous and his soul was strong. Obviously, the other party was not dead. It seemed that the other party had escaped from the previous battle. No wonder he couldn't find the great dragon sword. It turned out that the other party was not dead at all. However, he soon smiled. The heavens are really helping me. Do you know how long I regretted letting you escape last time? I didn't expect that the heavens would give me another chance. Great, this time, you definitely won't be able to escape. Master Qin waved his hand. There were formations all around, and in the sky, endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning. Under the ground, earth dragons roared out, forming an earth dragon array. It suppressed everything. The entire space formed an inescapable net. No one could escape. Boy, kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the great dragon sword. Also, tell me how you entered the Yin and Yang palace. What did you get in there? Did you get the power of Yin and Yang? Hand it all over, and I'll give you a quick death. Master Qin shouted coldly. Although he was very suspicious, when did the other party enter? But in his opinion, perhaps the other party was lucky. Even if the other party entered the Yin and Yang palace, so what? Even if he got the treasures inside, so what? Did the other party have time to absorb them? Did he have time to cultivate? It had only been a few years. For the power of Yin and Yang, it was impossible to comprehend it without hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the other party's strength couldn't have increased by much. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Old thing, I didn't expect to see you again. To be honest, I also hope to find you and have a battle with you. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian took a step forward. The power in his body erupted, and his aura reached its peak. Feeling this power, countless people exclaimed, did he break through? Master Qin also smiled. So he broke through a small realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. However, young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You broke through a small realm, and your strength increased. However, you're no match for me at all. I'll make a move again and suppress you. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Master Qin waved his hand, and immediately, 2 arrays flew forward. 2 arrays flew over quickly. One was the heavenly thunder array. Lightning filled the sky with a terrifying aura. The other was the heavenly saber array. The heavenly sabers were extremely terrifying. Each of them could cut through heaven and earth. The 2 sabers attacked together. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 2 arrays enveloped heaven and earth. The surrounding people felt a sense of horror. Their scalps went numb. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. That's right. I didn't expect him to die again after coming out alive. It's really sad. The people of the Jade Fox clan were also in an uproar. Bai Yao's eyes were even redder. To be honest, Lin Xian being able to survive was indeed out of her expectations. The moment she saw Lin Xian, she was extremely happy. But now, Lin Xian seemed to be facing danger again. Other than worrying, she couldn't do anything. She could only pray in her heart. She prayed that Lin Xian could dodge this attack. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Facing the terrifying array, he snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword. The surrounding people exclaimed. He actually wants to fight against Master Qin? It's impossible. Last time, he was lucky to survive. Otherwise, he would have gone to hell long ago. How dare he fight against Master Qin? The people of the Qin sect sneered. Stupid thing. Just you wait. You'll be in despair soon. The 2 formations enveloped Lin Xian from all directions. He's definitely going to die. Everyone sneered. With a boom, a sword light flashed. Heaven and earth were torn apart like a painting. Then, Lin Xian walked out. Lin Xian's sword energy tore apart the array. The sword light on his body was biting cold. He looked like a sword god. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed. He can actually break the array. That's impossible. This is Master Qin's array. It's so powerful. How did this kid do it? The people of the Qin sect were stunned. Master Qin's face also darkened. Good kid, your strength has increased by a lot. I didn't expect your strength to increase by so much after advancing a small realm. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon. It really surprised me. Unfortunately, that's all you've got. You're still no match for me. Next, I will let you know what despair is. 4 seasoned swordplay. This was also an array formation. Previously, when it was used by 4 top geniuses, its power was already very terrifying. However, this formation was created by Master Qin. Now that Master Qin was using it, it was even more terrifying. Kid, aren't you a peerless swordsman? Today, I will defeat you with my sword. The sword chi between heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. Some were as bright as fire, while some were as cold as ice. Some of them carried a powerful vitality, while others carried a powerful aura of death. 4 different sword techniques danced between heaven and earth. This was a killing move that no one could resist. This brat should be dead for sure. The surrounding people sneered. Young master, hurry up and leave. You are not his match. Bai Yao was incomparably nervous. She really hoped that Lin Xian would escape. Lin Xian watched this scene with a cold expression. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? He snorted coldly. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a Taiji diagram appeared in his hand. A terrifying sword chi flew out. The yin-yang sword chi swept out in all directions. With a boom, the sword chi that filled the sky collided with an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying cracks swept through everything. The whole place was shaking violently. The 4-season sword formation was blocked. Countless people cried out in surprise when they saw the scene. He was too strong. This guy was really the young sword god, he could even block Master Qin's attack. What else couldn't he do? Lin Xian smiled. This was just the beginning. In the next moment, his sword chi suddenly changed and became incomparably strange. It was no longer wide, but extremely nimble. The four-seasoned sword formation was sent flying by this force, and cracks appeared on the entire sword formation. Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. He didn't break it, but he broke it. Was it so easy to break it? The eyes of the people of the Qin sect were about to pop out. Lin Xian smiled. Is this all you have? It's just SOSO. I'm completely different from before. My strength has increased greatly. Lin Xian's voice spread in all directions. Master Qin's expression turned ugly. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? It's a little strange. Although Lin Xian was powerful previously, he was no match for him. He didn't expect that in a short period of time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Damn it, this kid is too talented. I can't let him live. Otherwise, he would definitely be a peerless enemy in the future. He had to kill him. This sword technique should be the power of the Yin-Yang Temple. In a short period of time, it could make the other party's strength increase so much. If he got it, he might really be able to break through and condense the fourth divine fire in a short period of time. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll let you see my true array formation. Finger from beyond, he pointed out with his finger, and there were extremely terrifying runes on it that flickered incomparably. Abyss array formation, with a point of his finger, the surrounding runes flickered continuously and then condensed into an abyss. This was a bottomless abyss that was extremely terrifying. It made people feel as if their souls were about to be swallowed by it. A terrifying roar came from within the abyss. Then, a demon beast rushed out. This demon beast was extremely ferocious. Its body carried a powerful aura of death. As soon as it appeared, it covered the entire sky. Then, it charged towards Lin Xian fiercely. After it, a second demon beast appeared. As soon as it appeared, the entire world seemed to be about to split open. This was a powerful flame power. This demon beast also charged out. This wasn't the end. A third demon beast also charged out. This demon beast was surrounded by extremely terrifying lightning. The fourth demon beast carried the terrifying water of the Yellow Springs. 4 demon beasts walked out of the abyss. They swept through the world and quickly attacked. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. What kind of array formation was this? It was too terrifying. One of the demon beasts inside could sweep through the world. As soon as the 4 demon beasts appeared, even the land immortals would turn around and run when they saw them. They were too strong. No one was his match. Kid, this is an abyss beast. You can't resist it. Kneel down obediently and submit. Master Qin threw his head back and laughed. The 4 demon beasts instantly arrived beside Lin Xian. The terrifying power on their bodies descended, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then I'll let you see my sword technique. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He used the Yin and Yang sword technique. The Yin-Yang sword chi appeared beside him and quickly rushed forward. A sword chi was very fast, like lightning. As for the other sword chi, it moved very slowly. The terrifying giant abyss beast made everyone despair. Lin Xian sneered. He used the Yin-Yang swordsmanship. Once the swordsmanship was used, it was fast and slow. It was very strange. In an instant, it attacked the giant abyss beast. The surrounding people shook their heads. They said that it was impossible. No one could resist such terrifying beasts. Boom. Boom, the sword chi was biting cold. It was earth-shattering. The 4 beasts let out terrifying roars. Then, their bodies started to sway. With a slash of the sword, the storm in the sky was torn apart. Cold sword marks appeared on the beasts' bodies. Another sword strike extinguished the terrifying flames and shattered the powerful lightning. The 4 beasts' bodies swayed. Then, with a boom, they split open in the air and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. That was impossible. What a terrifying sword chi. What kind of swordsmanship was that? This Lin Wudi was too strong. The people of the Qin sect were also dumbfounded. Master Qin's expression was extremely ugly. He could clearly feel that the other party's sword chi was much stronger than before. One had to know that Lin Xian was indeed very strong before, but that was a desperate attack with the great dragon sword fragment. That was the other party's trump card. The other party could only use it once or twice before he had no more strength to use it. That was why he could erupt with such a powerful force in an instant. But now, the other party did not take out the great dragon sword fragment, nor did he use the reincarnation sword fragment. Just by relying on the sword chi, he was able to contend with him. That was too unbelievable. No, this was not ordinary sword chi. This sword chi contained extremely strong yin and yang power. It was very similar to the aura of the yin-yang temple. This was the swordsmanship that the other party had obtained in the yin-yang temple. Damn it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned red. Swallowed by the abyss, with a furious roar, the terrifying bottomless abyss flew up and tried to devour Lin Xian. Heaven and earth instantly turned dark. Everyone was terrified. Run. They retreated in horror. If they were too slow, they would probably be swallowed too. They realized that the mountains that were swallowed had all melted. It was useless. Lin Xian shouted. The yin-yang swordsmanship around him kept blooming. Endless yin and yang sword chi spun quickly and charged forward. In an instant, the abyss was blocked. The mysterious aura from the abyss was also blocked by the yin-yang sword chi. In fact, many of them were destroyed. Master Qin roared and waved his finger. Immediately, the water of the yellow springs flew out from the bottomless abyss like a yellow springs dragon. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed over. As soon as the water appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth energy was completely absorbed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. If they were hit by this power, they would instantly turn into white bones. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then I'll let you experience the true might of the yin-yang sword technique. At this moment, he performed the yin and yang sword technique with all his might and charged over quickly. The yin and yang sword chi swept the yin-yang sword had a mysterious power. The sword was Qin Ziyang swordsmanship. Master Qin was shocked once again. This sword technique was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Formation. The yellow springs diagram Master Qin formed. He unleashed a peerless formation. Endless water from the yellow springs gathered in the air, forming a yellow springs diagram. The power of the yellow springs diagram surpassed all of the previous formations. It was terrifying to the extreme. Clearly, Master Qin was truly enraged. The yellow springs diagram covered the sky and covered the earth. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes and bones. From the looks of it, he wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. The yin-yang sword chi on Lin Xian's body was also suppressed, and its light dimmed. That's great. When the people of the Qin sect saw this scene, they all cheered and laughed loudly. Brat, let's see how you die. What a terrifying formation. This person was indeed powerful enough, an exceptional great enemy. Lin Xian also nodded, but he wasn't afraid. Now that his strength had increased in all aspects. In the next moment, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul flew into the yin-yang sword formation. Instantly, the power of the yin-yang sword technique increased again. Roar, 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 a terrifying dragon's roar came from the array formation. The originally dim sword chi once again burst forth with incomparably resplendent light. Boom, the yellow springs diagram shook violently as the water of the yellow springs flew in all directions. Some of the spectators couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the water of the yellow springs. Immediately, they screamed in agony. Their bodies turned into white bones. Damn it, run! They fled frantically. Someone took out a shield to block the attack. However, 3 drops of yellow springs water tore the shield into pieces. That person was pierced through and was seriously injured. This was a super great emperor, and the weapon he used was an extremely terrifying weapon. However, in front of the water of the yellow springs, it couldn't withstand a single blow. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the yellow springs diagram was. Even so, it was still shaken by Lin Xian. How terrifying was Lin Xian's strength, they didn't dare to imagine. Lin Xian waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and activated the power of the gods. This time, the power of the gods, the power of the great dragon sword soul, and the power of the yin-yang sword technique. It directly split the Yellow Springs diagram. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Master Qin was blasted back, his face pale. The blood in his body was boiling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he suppressed it. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were extremely red. He was injured. He was actually injured. Furthermore, his array formation had been broken. This was truly the first time something like this had happened. Previously, although Lin Xian was powerful, he was nothing in his eyes. It was as easy as flipping his hand for him to kill the other party. But now, he realized that he couldn't do it. The other party's strength had increased too much, so much so that he couldn't suppress the other party. During this period of time, what kind of treasure did this kid obtain? He couldn't imagine. The surrounding people were also scared silly. Was Master Qin's array formation broken? Heavens, it was too heaven-defying. The bodies of the people of the Qin sect trembled. Lin Xian looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The power of the yin-yang sword technique was indeed strong. Previously, if he wanted to injure Master Qin, he had to take out the great dragon sword fragment and use it with all his strength. But now, he hadn't taken out the great dragon sword fragment yet. He could only rely on the yin-yang sword technique and the power of the great dragon sword soul. My strength is no longer what you can imagine. What other trump cards do you have? Show them all. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me at all. Can't you use the power of the Azura? Show it. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a cold light. Last time, he was injured by the power of the Azura. The Azura technique, the dragon trapping formation, and the power of time. He didn't know if he could withstand it this time. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Azura technique, Master Qin shouted angrily. He once again used this extremely terrifying legendary array formation. Master Qin formed a seal with his palms and once again performed the Azura technique. This was an extremely terrifying technique. The Azura technique, the dragon trapping array. Last time, it made Lin Xian feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, it appeared again, and the world changed. Everyone became nervous. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? The people of the Qin sect sneered. He couldn't withstand it at all. No one could withstand the Azura technique. At this moment, Master Qin was like the Azura god. With a wave of his arm, 18 statues appeared between heaven and earth. Each statue condensed into an ancient seal and slapped over fiercely. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth collapsed, and countless rays of light shone in all directions. Lin Xian shouted coldly and also charged over with his sword. The yin-yang sword technique completely erupted, and the terrifying yin-yang sword chi collided with the other party's ancient seal. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The two sides were evenly matched in the battle. How was this possible? He actually blocked it. When the people of the Qin sect saw this scene, they were all stunned. One had to know that this was the Azura technique, their Master Qin's most proficient technique. Shouldn't he suppress the other party as soon as he appeared? Why was the other party able to withstand it? Lin Xian shouted coldly again and again, and the sword technique in his hand changed. One sword was wide open and the other was incomparably agile. One sword was as fast as lightning, and the other was as still as a statue. The 18 ancient seals were completely blocked. Not only that, Lin Xian once again used the power of the immortals and the power of the dragon sword soul to the extreme. The three types of power superimposed together, and it was extremely terrifying. Those ancient seals were constantly swaying from the impact. Heavens, am I dreaming? Not only did this guy block it, but he also suppressed the Azura technique. It was too heaven-defying. How did he do it? Master Qin's expression changed drastically. No, he couldn't let the other party continue to be arrogant. Even the Azura technique couldn't suppress the other party. He didn't believe it. In the next moment, he formed another seal with his palms. The ancient seals in the hands of the 18 statues became the same as his palms. Then, he slapped out fiercely. Azura seal. The 18 ancient seals quickly merged, forming a huge seal that pressed down from the sky. As soon as it appeared, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Everyone's bodies split apart. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body also shook violently, and the divine fire on it dimmed. Lin Xian bellowed angrily, activating the yin-yang formation with all his might to resist. Terrifying sword qi circled around him, forming a terrifying canopy in the sky. The two collided, producing a rumbling sound. However, the Azura seal this time was too terrifying. This caused the duality swordsmanship to shake violently. Some of the sword qi was even shattered. That's great. The people of the Qin sect cheered. Master Qin smiled and said, "Young man, it's useless. Even if you improve your strength, you will still be defeated by me. Any last words? Stay here." As his voice faded, the Azura seal in the sky became even more terrifying. It was as if an ancient mountain was crashing down. Lin Xian brandished the immortal slaying sword and shouted coldly, "Do you think you're the only one with supreme skills? Let me show you the unique skill of yin and yang swordsmanship." The clouds parted to reveal the moon. Boom, the yin-yang sword qi spun quickly and shot towards the void. Suddenly, the air shattered like clouds and mist. Then, a full moon appeared in the sky. This was the unique skill of the yin and yang swordsmanship. The clouds parted to reveal the moon. This was the first time Lin Xian had used it. Boom, this move was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power destroyed everything. After parting the clouds, the full moon in the sky descended with a gloomy and cold power. The two forces worked together, and the Azura seal shook violently. The light on it dimmed, and the runes on it were obliterated. There were even cracks on it. Damn it. Master Qin also felt a huge pressure. What was this thing? It was actually able to block his Azura seal. Damn it, I don't believe it. He used the Azura seal to the extreme as if he had gone crazy. That huge seal ripped through time and space, and then slammed down viciously to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and used the moon parted to the extreme. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The Azura seal was sent flying by him. Master Qin took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly aged, as if he had aged 100,000 years. He stood there, his body trembling uncontrollably. How was this possible? Was the Azura seal sent flying? He was injured again. And this time, it was not as simple as a minor injury. He was seriously injured. The Azura seal was sent flying, and his internal organs were injured. When the people of the Qin sect saw this scene, they all knelt down. Even Zihuang's body began to tremble. His master was so powerful. He was a god in his eyes, a powerful ruler. When his master attacked, even other earth immortals would be suppressed. But now, his master had actually been injured by Chu Feng. And the one who attacked was only a young man. Before this young man was just an ant in their eyes. But now, he was so terrifying. Lin Xian looked forward and said coldly, "You are just SOSO." After saying that, he attacked again. This time, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. He would not let Master Qin go. Master Qin was angry. "You are courting death." The ant in his eyes not only injured him, but also wanted to kill him. Damn it. He was murderous. With a wave of his sleeve, 1,000 arrays appeared beside him. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Thousands of arrays exploded together, cutting off heaven and earth. The destructive power was vast in all directions. Destroy. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul. His sword energy was invincible and could destroy everything. With a slash of his sword, countless arrays were cut in half. Originally, these arrays were endless. Even if they were broken, they could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to recover. However, under Lin Xian's great dragon sword, it was difficult to recover after being broken. These arrays fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. Lin Xian soon arrived in front of Master Qin and stabbed out with the immortal slaying sword. Flying immortal sword, buzz. Master Qin's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged. Now he didn't dare to resist. However, this sword was too fast and terrifying. It pierced directly between his eyebrows. It wanted to pierce through his soul. Master Qin shouted angrily. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes and turned into two vortexes. Devouring array. His two eyes turned into black holes and swallowed Lin Xian's sword energy. It even swallowed Lin Xian's arm. It wanted to completely devour Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared. Only two black holes were floating between heaven and earth, blooming with an extremely mysterious aura. They were swallowed. Countless people looked up at the sky in shock. Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. But soon, his smile disappeared. Not good. He quickly dodged. The black hole in front of him shattered. A figure, holding a divine sword, charged out of the black hole. A sword split the sky. Master Qin's expression changed drastically. He cast an array formation and quickly blocked it. 18 Azura statues appeared beside him, forming a powerful defensive array formation. It blocked this shocking sword strike. Lin Xian was forced back. However, he soon attacked again. Yin Yang sword formation. The terrifying Yin Yang sword formation collided with the Azura technique. It was earth-shattering. Lin Xian seized the opportunity to use Rinnegan. The reincarnation sword fragment. He summoned the reincarnation sword. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword light appeared and fell down fiercely. It was as if everyone's souls were about to be destroyed. This aura was too terrifying. They knelt on the ground in fear. Master Qin's expression changed drastically. He resisted frantically. However, the reincarnation sword also had fragments. When it was used by Lin Xian, it was extremely terrifying. In addition, there was the Yin Yang sword formation around him. This time, Master Qin really couldn't resist it. His soul was instantly cleaved into two. He let out a miserable cry. The 9 heavens and 10 earth were shattering. His soul was split open and rolled in the air. The surrounding people were so scared that their faces turned pale. The people of the Qin sect were scared silly. Was Master Qin seriously injured? After succeeding with one sword strike, Lin Xian once again used the reincarnation sword phantom. In the sky, the reincarnation sword phantom that had just disappeared reappeared and slashed down fiercely. This time, he wanted to completely destroy the other party's soul. When Master Qin saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it. He fled crazily. Under his feet, 3,000 spatial arrays appeared and instantly teleported him into the universe. It disappeared. Boom, this time, although he didn't die, his injuries were even more serious. The 2 halves of his soul were covered with cracks again. Lin Xian was filled with killing intent. He frowned tightly. He wasn't dead yet? At this moment, the light of Rinnegan disappeared. Lin Xian closed his right eye. There was no other way. With his current strength, he couldn't use the reincarnation sword phantom again after using his full strength twice. Otherwise, his eyes wouldn't be able to bear it. However, this was enough. The 2 sword strikes had severely injured Master Qin's soul. He probably wouldn't even be able to unleash half of his strength. Next, he unleashed the full power of the great dragon sword. You can't escape. Lin Xian let out a furious roar. His sword was like a dragon as it pierced through the air. With a loud boom, the space shattered and a spatial tunnel appeared. Master Qin had killed his way back from the universe. He roared crazily. I want you dead. Beside him were 18 Azura statues. The palms of the Azura statues came slapping over. Azura's hand, everyone's palms were extremely terrifying. He grabbed at Lin Xian's head, arms, and body. They wanted to tear him into pieces. Yin Yang sword formation, clear the clouds and reveal the moon. Lin Xian once again displayed the Yin Yang sword array's ultimate skill, blocking the Azura's hand. With that, he opened up the ancient land, and the energy within gushed out wildly. Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword and merged it into his hand. Like a heavenly dragon's claw, he grabbed at the void. This time, his target was Master Qin, and it was Master Qin's head. Master Qin's face was pale. Not good. He was seriously injured, his soul was shattered, and he didn't have much strength left. The Azura seal was blocked by the moon in the clouds. What should he do? He couldn't escape. If he was hit by this attack, the power of the great dragon sword might really turn him into ashes. At this critical moment, he gritted his teeth and thought of a way. With a wave of his sleeve, a spatial array appeared in front of him. It's useless. You can't escape. Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon sword was invincible and could slash through the void. It could also slash through space. However, Master Qin didn't say a word. The spatial array appeared in an instant. With a wave of his hand, his palm entered the spatial array. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't know what the other party was going to do. But in the next moment, he understood. Because a figure appeared in the spatial array. It was a purple skeleton that emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. It was Zi Huang. Zi Huang was a little dazed. Originally, he was watching the battle from afar. Suddenly, a spatial array appeared behind him. Then, an old palm grabbed his shoulder. Then, it brought him into the array. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Xian. No, you can't do this to me. Zi Huang instantly understood. Master Qin was using him as a shield to block Lin Xian's attack. He begged for mercy frantically. However, Master Qin said, "Disciple, rest in peace. I will help you take revenge." F***CKU. Old thing, I'm not so stupid. Zi Huang roared crazily. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. Useless disciple, you can't escape. I will remember you in the future. After saying this, Master Qin's figure quickly retreated. In front of Zi Huang, a sword light slashed fiercely. It was the hand of the heavenly dragon condensed by the great dragon sword. Zi Huang was in despair. Now that he couldn't escape at all, he could only fight to the death. He resisted with all his strength. He hoped that he could survive. Even if a trace of his soul escaped, it was still possible. Boom! He roared angrily. The purple flames on his body quickly condensed, then formed a purple pagoda, and fiercely blasted in front of him. This was his full attack. It was an attack that he didn't care about his life. As long as he blocked Lin Xian's sword chi, he could escape. However, how could he block it? Lin Xian's strength increased, and so did the power of the great dragon sword. This sword was Lin Xian's full attack. The tip of the great dragon sword, the soul of the great dragon sword, the power of the ancient land, the power of the immortals, all the power merged together. It was a peerless attack. Boom! The purple pagoda instantly shattered. Zi Huang was struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on his body, and then it suddenly burst open. He turned into a bloody mist. His soul wanted to escape, but a dragon roared and a terrifying dragon claw fell fiercely. Zi Huang's soul also cracked, and endless cracks appeared. Spare me this time. Zi Huang begged in fear. I'm willing to submit to you. Boom boom boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and heaven and earth shattered. A heavenly dragon instantly shattered Zi Huang. Everyone was scared silly when they saw the scene. What kind of power was this? How terrifying was this? Zi Huang was an earth immortal, and an extremely terrifying one at that. He was very famous in Qingguang City. How strong and arrogant was the other party? He didn't care about anything. But now, he had been killed, the people of the Qin sect were scared to death. Master Qin was injured and escaped, and Zi Huang was killed. Had the Qin sect been completely defeated, run quickly. These people quickly fled. But how could they escape? Lin Xian sneered. The yin-yang sword technique flew out, covering the sky and earth. A Taiji diagram directly fell, and the yin-yang sword chi instantly killed all these people. When the sword chi disappeared, everything turned into ashes. The Taiji diagram flew back to Lin Xian's side, and it kept spinning. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand, and looked like a peerless sword god. He looked down and asked coldly, "Who else wants to be my enemy?" The scene that unfolded before their eyes had truly shocked everyone. Countless people were terrified and their scalps went numb. They no longer dared to be enemies with Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and took away the storage rings of the people of the Qin sect. At the same time, he opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and formed a 6 paths world to take away a remnant soul. This was Zi Huang's remnant soul. He did not kill her completely, because he still had a use for her. Zhihuang was Master Qin's disciple. She knew a lot about Master Qin and the Qin sect. Moreover, just now, Master Qin gave up on Zhihuang. Therefore, Zhihuang should obediently cooperate with him. After taking away her remnant soul, Lin Xian left. Now that he had obtained the yin-yang sword technique, he had also obtained the method to unlock the Emperor's soul jade. There was no need to stay in this burial ground anymore. He prepared to go back. "Young master, are you leaving?" Bai Yao walked over with red eyes. Lin Xian looked at her and nodded. "Yes, I'm leaving. This is for you." He waved his hand and a storage ring flew towards Bai Yao. There was a lot of power inside. Then, Lin Xian left. Bai Yao sighed. The people of the Jade Fox clan said, "Let's go too. We are not from the same world as him." These people left one after another. At the same time, the news here spread. Master Qin was defeated. The powerhouses of the Qin sect had all fallen. After this news spread, Qinguang City was incomparably shocked. No way, their first reaction was disbelief. How terrifying was Master Qin? Not only was he a land immortal, but he was also a terrifying array formation master. Who could defeat him? Ordinary land immortals were no match for him at all. Unless several land immortals joined forces to attack him. But in Qinguang City, such a thing shouldn't happen. It was a young man who defeated Master Qin. When this news spread, everyone was even more in disbelief. What a joke, the young man would probably be killed by Master Qin's gaze. No one believed it. However, what happened next shocked them greatly. Because the Qin sect was facing a great enemy. They directly activated the array formation and summoned all their disciples. Countless people were surprised. What happened? Why did they feel so terrified? Could it be that Master Qin was really injured? Thinking of this possibility, they gasped. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty who remained here were similarly shocked. The first prince, the third prince, and the others were shocked. They had seen Master Qin's strength before. What exactly happened? Furthermore, it had been a very long time since they had heard any news about that Lin Xian. Where did he go? The ninth prince was also incomparably anxious, but Ghost Immortal laughed. He said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry. I have good news. Our Supreme Palace's strength has increased by leaps and bounds." A group of experts had already appeared. When the time comes, I will let them in. They will definitely be a powerful force. He was right. After the change in the power of heaven and earth, the strength of the people of the Nirvana realm increased. Those from the Supreme Hall also grew stronger. However, Higgins seemed to be planning something, so she did not come out immediately. But the Supreme Hall couldn't wait any longer. Not only did they increase their own strength, but they also found a group of powerful martial artists to launch sneak attacks, suppress, and make them into puppets. Now, their strength was much stronger than before. Therefore, they immediately allowed these experts to enter. These people belonged to the Supreme Hall's myriad ghost palace. When this group of people entered, the ninth prince was also shocked. So powerful, if you have such strength, why didn't you use it earlier? He looked at Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal said, "You didn't have it before. This is the result of recent cultivation. The changes in the world outside are beyond our imagination." The ninth prince was also envious. If he had known earlier, he might have been able to increase his strength outside. "Don't worry, Your Highness, and don't feel that it's a pity. Once you find the Sovereign Spirit Jade and control the Sovereign's power, your strength will soar to the sky. Do you still care about that?" Hearing this, the ninth prince nodded. What should he do next? Ghost Immortal said, "I'm going to capture Lin Wudi's soul." Then, he began to move. He set up an extremely terrifying formation. This formation was very difficult to set up. With him as the foundation and the Book of Life and Death. Originally, he couldn't set it up with his own strength. However, he could borrow the power of Qinguang City. Moreover, the arrival of the myriad ghost palace and countless experts boosted his confidence. Therefore, he set it up. The Soul Lock Formation. As soon as this formation appeared, Ghost Qi lingered. Qinguang City was originally an extremely terrifying city of hell. All the aura here surged into the soul lock formation. The power of the soul lock formation became even more terrifying. Between heaven and earth an eye appeared. A black eye flickered with a mysterious light. This eye emitted a gaze that flew into the endless distance. Ghost Immortal looked at this scene and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Lin Wuti, just wait for your death obediently. Even if you have the Rinnegan, you can't stop it. Ghost Immortal sneered. On the other side, Lin Xian flew quickly. He had already left the burial ground. He was ready to go out and meet up with Xing'er and the others. He unlocked the Sovereign Soul Jade in Xing'er's hand. In this way, they would have two in their hands. They had the advantage. However, at this moment, he stopped. His brows were tightly knitted together. There was a force that seemed to be heading straight for his soul. It wanted to suppress his soul. Lin Xian snorted and used the Rinnegan. The terrifying light of reincarnation swept out. It shattered heaven and earth. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless cracks were everywhere. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was destroying heaven and earth. The people in the distance were all prostrating on the ground. This force was too strong. Was this the resurrection of the god of war? They were extremely terrified. However, the Rinnegan didn't seem to be able to completely block it this time. Lin Xian's soul was still attacked. This force was too mysterious and too strange. It was invisible and formless. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the power of the great dragon sword soul. He raised his hand and a dragon-shaped sword chi was released. Extinguish. The great dragon sword soul destroyed everything and the void. The strange force in front of him disappeared. However, in the next moment, from all directions, the strange force quickly rushed over. Even, two figures appeared in the void. One had a bull's head, and the other had a horse's face. The two of them stood there, towering over each other. They held the hell chain in their hands, emitting a terrifying aura. They firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He knew that someone was attacking him. Moreover, they wanted to suppress his soul. The one who used this method should be that Ghost Immortal. Courting death. Originally, I wanted to deal with you after a period of time, but since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian snorted coldly, a trace of biting cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian was really angry. This Ghost Immortal was really courting death. Since this was the case, he would not let him go. He did not resist, but let the other party shroud his soul. Then, his body followed the two figures in front of him and left. He was going to beat them at their own game. This way, he would be able to find Ghost Immortal smoothly. At that time, he would let the other party know what regret was. On the other side, Ghost Immortal sensed the change in the array, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. He said, I've already caught Lin Wuti's soul. Really? The ninth prince was happy at first, but then, he frowned. That's impossible, right? I've seen Lin Wuti's combat power. It's very heaven-defying. How could he? How could he be caught so easily? Could it be a trap? To be honest, he was very worried. Ghost Immortal said, don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's just a young man. I can fight against him. And now, with the power of the Myriad Ghost Palace, this guy is definitely no match. The ninth prince was still frowning. He said, how about this, let's leave here first and wait for news in a safe place. Okay, no problem. Ghost Immortal nodded, but he sneered in his heart, what a coward. Ghost Immortal left with the ninth prince. As for this place, he left it to the Myriad Ghost Palace. The Myriad Ghost Palace was very powerful, and there was a land immortal in the Myriad Ghost Palace. This land immortal had just broken through. This guy was a super great emperor who had stood at the peak of the super great emperor for millions of years. He had never had a chance to break through. But this time, he finally seized the opportunity. After the power of heaven and earth changed, this super great emperor decisively unlocked the seal on his body and instantly returned to his peak. Then, he crazily absorbed the power and finally broke through. With the other party here, there should be no problem. After all, Lin Wuti's soul had been suppressed by him. Ghost immortal and the other person left. This place quieted down. Endless ghost chi filled the air, and it was extremely cold. No martial artist dared to approach. After a while, 3 rays of light flew out in the distance. 2 figures, incomparably illusory. These were summoned figures. The chains in their hands locked a young figure. It was Lin Xian. The 3 of them quickly descended. Lin Xian looked down at the array formation and the surrounding ghostly aura. His lips curled into a smile. Have we finally arrived? He could make his move now. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. The golden flames on his body instantly rushed out, turning into 9 suns and falling down. A rumbling sound was heard as the terrifying ghost fog was torn apart. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and many ghostly shadows were torn into pieces. It let out a miserable cry. Damn it, what's going on? Inside the array, countless warriors were shocked. They were all from the myriad ghost temple. When they saw Lin Xian being brought back, they all sneered. No matter how strong you are, you were still suppressed. They were prepared to torture the other party. However, in the next moment, the other party attacked and killed many of them. This stunned them. Wasn't the other party soul suppressed? Why was he still able to attack? Could it be that there was a problem? Damn it, suppress. These people formed hand seals and crazily activated the soul-locking array. The figures of Oxhead and Horseface in the sky became more and more terrifying. The chains in their hands began to shake non-stop. Endless power wanted to suppress Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You think you can defeat me? How stupid. The indestructible palm. After his strength improved, his divine body also became more powerful. The power of the indestructible palm was even more terrifying. A palm, like the god of the sun, fell from the sky and enveloped the endless ghostly shadows. Then, they were turned into ashes. Screams rang out, and a big crack was torn open in the sky. Countless people were stunned. What a terrifying flame. Retreat. Let's do it. In the myriad ghost temple, a black figure floated in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. At this moment, 4 figures walked out of the myriad ghost temple. These 4 people were wearing black robes and masks. Each of them had a terrifying aura. After they appeared, the power and blood in their bodies erupted, sweeping across the world. Countless people's expressions became respectful. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Demigods. And there were 4 of them. Since when did the Supreme Palace have such a lineup? That was impossible. He had fought with the Supreme Palace more than once. Although there were land immortals in the Supreme Palace, there were many. However, there weren't many demigods. Previously, most of them were great emperors and supreme emperors. Now, 4 demigods had appeared all of a sudden, which surprised Lin Xian. No wonder the other party dared to attack him. Was this the reason for their confidence? Were they all out? However, what can 4 demigods do to me? Even a real land immortal is no match for me. With just the 4 of you, kneel on the ground obediently and wait for death, Lin Xian's voice rang out. The 4 demigods opposite him were furious. What do you know? You're courting death, do you know? What kind of changes have happened outside? The power of heaven and earth has changed greatly. The strength of our Supreme Palace has advanced by leaps and bounds. It's not something you can imagine. The 4 demigods sneered. They had broken through from supreme emperors to demigods. Their confidence had swelled, and they had long looked down on everything. So what if it was Lin Wudi? They felt that the 4 of them could completely contend against him. The 4 figures flashed and quickly rushed over. They arrived at the array and stood in the 4 directions of the array, controlling it. They began to suppress Lin Xian's soul. At the same time, they slapped out with their palms, striking out terrifying ghostly hands. Stupid things. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and a taiji diagram appeared. Then, it quickly grew larger. Yin-yang sword technique. With a cold shout, the taiji diagram flew out. Endless sword chi condensed, forming the yin-yang sword formation. These yin-yang sword chi flew out and slashed in all directions. Boom. These sword chi were extremely terrifying. They directly charged into the soul-locking array. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The ghost chi in the soul-locking array was mercilessly torn apart. The martial artists inside were instantly sent flying. Countless ghost martial artists turned into ashes. Those great emperors and supreme emperors couldn't even block a single sword chi. The surrounding people went crazy. Impossible, what kind of sword chi was this? It was too powerful. The power of yin and yang on it was too terrifying. Even the faces of the four demigods changed drastically. Their previous arrogance and haughtiness had completely disappeared. What replaced it was fear and trembling. How was this possible? Even though they were so far away, their bodies were still trembling non-stop. They couldn't resist at all. How could the other party be so powerful? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Xian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Those terrifying sword chi danced in all directions, and no one could resist it. Countless people in the array formation were terrified. They fled one after another, but they kept falling. They began to call for help. However, the four demigods' bodies were trembling, and their expressions were ugly. They were high and mighty before, but now they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Stop! One of the demigods roared and quickly rushed over. He would not allow his subordinates to fall. However, Lin Xian flipped his hand and pointed at him. One finger was like a divine sword, and it immediately split the demigod in half. The demigod was reduced to ashes. Countless people were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This was a demigod. He was one step into the realm of an earth immortal, far surpassing everything. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible for him to kill a demigod instantly. But now, the other party had done it. The other three demigods' pupils also constricted. In an instant, they felt a sense of despair. This was a fatal crisis. Previously, when the world changed, they broke through their cultivation. They became half an earth immortal. They were arrogant and did not take the world seriously. They felt that if they joined forces, they would be able to fight against a real earth immortal. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would be no different from crushing an ant. The three of them did not dare to fight one-on-one. The three of them took a deep breath, and one of the old men said, "Let's join forces and activate the soul-locking array formation with all our strength and use the power of the array formation to suppress him." The three of them activated the array formation crazily. Terrifying chains covered the sky as they flew up into the sky, intending to suppress Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian sneered, "Stupid." With a wave of his hand, a cold sword chi flew out. The sword was like a dragon. The sword chi turned into a fire dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, bringing with it a powerful flame aura that burned the world. Another sword transformed into a terrifying lightning dragon, bringing with it a terrifying lightning aura that destroyed everything. The lightning and fire dragon roared between heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The array formation shook violently. The surrounding people looked at this scene in horror. Even the array formation could not suppress the other party. This was not the end. The fire dragon sword chi instantly turned a demigod into ashes. The thunder dragon sword chi pierced through the body of another demigod. Another two demigods were killed in an instant. Everyone was scared silly. They fainted and fell to the ground in despair. The last demigod was so frightened that he fell to his knees. "Spare my life." His previous arrogance and haughtiness were all gone. Now, he only wanted to live. Boom, however, the only reply he got was a sword. This sword transformed into a huge mountain, descending from the sky like a divine mountain. The demigod was reduced to a bloody mist. With a blood-curdling scream, he fell as well. He was courting death. In the distance, a furious voice came from the myriad ghost palace. Then, a tall figure rushed over quickly. His body carried a terrifying power that far surpassed that of a demigod. He charged over quickly, shattering heaven and earth. He was like a supreme deity, stepping on all directions, and a storm was gathering in the sky. His eyes were like the lamp of a ghost as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Kid, how dare you kill my subordinates? Do you want to die?" A cold voice sounded like thunder. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were about to cry. Greetings, Earth Immortal. This person was called the God of 1,000 Souls, an expert who had just become an Earth Immortal. Previously, he was the Emperor of 1,000 Souls. He seized the power of the changes in heaven and earth and broke through to become an Earth Immortal. As soon as he appeared, the people from the Supreme Hall all cheered. They saw hope. Earth Immortal, please kill this bastard, he is too despicable. He has killed too many of our experts. Capture him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Don't worry, since I'm here, this kid will definitely die. The God of 1,000 Souls smiled confidently. He was like a high and mighty ruler looking down at the people below. Kid, kneel on the ground obediently and wait for my orders. Just you? Lin Xian glanced at him and snorted. You're just a virtual god. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. His voice was filled with disdain. This completely angered the God of 1,000 Souls. I'll let you know how powerful I am. In the next moment, he rushed over. The other party dared to say that he was a virtual god. Unforgivable. However, what Lin Xian said was the truth. Lin Xian felt the same aura from the other party as the virtual god from before. Such a person's foundation was not stable and could not display the true strength of an Earth Immortal. He did not take him seriously at all. The God of 1,000 Souls rushed over quickly. He waved his hand and formed a pagoda of 1,000 souls, which fell down fiercely. There was an extremely terrifying soul power inside, which seemed to be able to destroy Lin Xian's soul. The souls that covered the sky and earth swept over like a sea, making it impossible for one to escape. Moreover, there were extremely terrifying eyes on the pagoda of 1,000 souls. There was an eye on every level of the pagoda. There were a total of 1,000 eyes, which released a terrifying soul sword together. Such an attack was invincible. When the people from the Supreme Palace saw this scene, they all laughed. The pagoda of 1,000 souls, the eye of 1,000 souls. This kid was definitely going to die. That was for sure. Next, he would experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. This was the consequence of offending the Supreme Palace. Lin Xian stood there, not moving at all. He did not need to escape at all. In the next moment, the pagoda of 1,000 souls fell and enveloped him. The eyes of the eye of 1,000 souls all fell on Lin Xian. A rumbling sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. It completely turned into nothingness, and thousands of black holes floated between heaven and earth. Haha, it hit. This kid was too stupid. He did not dodge. How stupid. Next, it would be his death. The martial artists of the Supreme Palace sneered. The God of 1,000 souls snorted in disdain. Lin Wudi? That's all there is to it. I can turn you into ashes with a wave of my hand. Legend had it that Lin Wudi was powerful and could fight against an Earth Immortal. He was a peerless genius, but now it seemed that he was really weak. He waved his hand and was about to collect the pagoda. However, at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that under the pagoda, Lin Xian was not dead at all. Lin Xian was standing there, unharmed. His face was still as calm as ever. There was even a hint of a disdainful smile on his face. Damn it, what was going on? The God of 1,000 souls was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and looked several times. He realized that what he saw was not a fantasy. Lin Xian was indeed not dead. Impossible. The surrounding martial artists also exclaimed. The smiles on their faces disappeared. Every one of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was the pagoda of 1,000 souls. This was the ultimate skill of the God of 1,000 souls. Once this attack was launched, no one could resist it. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, how could he be unharmed? At the very least, he should be seriously injured and kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. Why did this happen? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. The God of 1,000 souls roared crazily. In the next moment, he activated the pagoda of 1,000 souls with all his strength and slammed it down. The thousands of soul eyes on the tower of 1,000 souls glowed wildly and turned into terrifying soul swords. They fell fiercely. However, when these attacks reached Lin Xian, they all disappeared strangely. Beside Lin Xian, there was a six-paths world that swallowed everything. Lin Xian stood there like the god of six paths. He said indifferently, "Your attacks can't even break my defense. You want to hurt me? Ridiculous. You know nothing about my power. Damn it, how is this possible?" The god of thousand souls was dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he attacked. His eyes turned into an extremely terrifying light. It was as if the six paths world had completely appeared around him. Then, the six paths world rotated and struck out the terrifying six paths of reincarnation. Boom, the sword spirit tower shook violently. The thousands of soul eyes on it screamed miserably. Cracks appeared on them. They were in extreme pain. No. Seeing this, the god of thousand souls roared crazily. A trace of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, why is this happening? He quickly put away the tower of 1,000 souls. This was a weapon that he had cultivated for millions of years. He couldn't let it break. In the next moment, the sword spirit tower appeared beside him. The god of thousand souls heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although he had suffered some injuries, his foundation had not been damaged. He only needed to cultivate again. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that even his unique skill couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Is Lin Wuti really as powerful as the legends say? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? If you attack me, go to hell. This will be your burial ground. In the next moment, an extremely cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. The reincarnation sword. With a roar, he summoned the phantom of the reincarnation sword. I can see that you're on the path of soul. However, your soul is too weak in front of me. Let me show you what a real soul attack is. As Lin Xian's voice rang out, an extremely terrifying sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. It was formed by the 6 realms. The power of reincarnation on it was extremely terrifying. No one could withstand it. The surrounding warriors all knelt on the ground. Their souls prostrated themselves on the ground. There was nothing they could do. He was too strong, and they couldn't resist at all. The pupils of the god of 1,000 souls constricted when he saw this. He felt a sense of fatal danger. He knew that he couldn't take it head-on. He quickly dodged. At this moment, the reincarnation sword in the sky ruthlessly fell down. Not only did Lin Xian use the Samsara sword phantom, but he also used the fragments of the Samsara sword. Therefore, the power of this sword was beyond imagination. A huge sword chi descended from the sky. 100 reincarnations. In the blink of an eye, it had shrouded the entire area, making it impossible for the god of 1,000 souls to escape. He could only resist. He turned around and roared, "Block it for me." He attacked like a madman, and the divine fire on his body burned rapidly. At the same time, he frantically activated the Tower of 1,000 Souls. The huge tower shone brightly, towering into the sky and turning into a divine mountain. It blocked in front of him. Then, the two collided. The reincarnation sword phantom fell on the Tower of 1,000 Souls. Could it block it? The god of 1,000 souls' heart was in his mouth. However, in the next moment, he despaired. He couldn't block it at all. In an instant, the Tower of 1,000 Souls was torn in half. The thousands of eyes on it shattered together, turning into a bloody mist. The god of 1,000 souls felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This was a weapon that he had cultivated for millions of years. Now that it was damaged, he suffered a backlash and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Run. He ran like a madman. At this moment, he exerted all his strength to the extreme. In fact, he even began to gulp down medicinal pills and heavenly treasures. However, it was useless. He could feel the 6 realms surrounding him, suppressing him. A sword aura enveloped him. With a cracking sound, his soul shattered. Countless cracks appeared in his soul. It shattered like glass, turning into countless products. Earth immortals were very powerful. Even if their souls were turned into fragments, they wouldn't die. Even a drop of blood could bring them back to life. However, this time, he was facing the reincarnation sword. As soon as his soul fragment fell from the sky, it was swallowed by the 6 realms of reincarnation. Then, it went through 100 reincarnations and completely disappeared from this world. No. The god of 1,000 souls let out an unbearable cry. In the end, his voice disappeared. Between heaven and earth, only the terrifying sword chi flickered, turning into the only thing in the world. When the sword disappeared, everything disappeared as well. The god of 1,000 souls had fallen. A peerless powerhouse who had just become an earth immortal died just like that. In the surroundings, the countless people from the Paragon Hall were all scared silly. Many of them cried out loud. It was too terrifying, too desperate. They didn't even have the courage to escape now. Because they knew that they couldn't escape at all. Even an earth immortal couldn't escape, let alone others. They could only kneel and shout, "Lord Ghost Immortal, please help." They knew that there was an even stronger earth immortal here, and that was Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal was much stronger than the god of 1,000 souls. If he helped, he might be able to change the situation. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He narrowed his eyes and retracted the reincarnation sword chi. He didn't attack again. He was waiting. Logically speaking, it should be Ghost Immortal who attacked him. However, there was only the god of 1,000 souls just now. Ghost Immortal didn't come out. He didn't know what the other party was doing. Did the other party really think that the god of 1,000 souls could kill him? In the endless distance, Ghost Immortal's face was extremely ugly. In front of him, a jade pendant shattered. Damn it, the god of 1,000 souls was dead. His eyes instantly turned red and murderous. To be honest, he was indeed a little arrogant. He felt that since he had condensed the soul-locking pagoda and the god of 1,000 souls, even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian, it wouldn't be a problem to stop Lin Xian. When the time came, he would make a move and suppress the other party in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect that the battle would end as soon as it started. Lin Xian killed the god of 1,000 souls in one strike and didn't give him a chance to react at all. The ninth prince next to him asked, "How is it? Has Lin Wudi been suppressed?" It would have been better if the ninth prince didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Ghost Immortal wanted to slap him to death. Damn it, it was all because of this cowardly guy who wanted to escape. If he was present at that time, the god of 1,000 souls wouldn't have died. He gritted his teeth and roared, "An earth immortal of our supreme hall is dead. I have to kill that kid personally." The ninth prince's scalp went numb. Even an earth immortal was dead. How dangerous was that? "No, I won't go even if you beat me to death." He would stay here with his own experts. Ghost Immortal snorted and ignored the ninth prince. This time, he had to make a move. His body swayed, he tore the void and rushed forward. A figure walked out of the void. It was Ghost Immortal. After he came out, he looked around him. When he sensed the aura of death around him, his expression turned incomparably ugly. Was he really dead? Was there no chance for him to escape? Damn the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seemed that the god of 1,000 souls had no hope. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. Even after the power of heaven and earth changed, it was still difficult to become an earth immortal. Someone like the god of 1,000 souls was too important. But if the god of 1,000 souls died, he would not be able to answer to the Supreme Palace. He had to capture the kid in front of him. "Today, I'll end it with you." Ghost Immortal took out the Book of Life and Death. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Lin Xian laughed. "You? To be honest, you're no match for me. Kneel on the ground and I'll give you a quick death." "You're courting death." Ghost Immortal was angry. "How dare you look down on me? I'm not like the god of 1,000 souls. I've been an earth immortal for tens of millions of years. My power and trump cards are far beyond your imagination." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ghost Immortal struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm seemed to have the power to tear everything apart. What a powerful attack. No wonder he's Lord Ghost Immortal. He's too strong. This time, I'll definitely kill this kid. The surrounding martial artists cheered again. Ghost Immortal's power was beyond imagination. He was a real god in their hearts. Ghost Immortal would definitely kill his opponent. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted and stabbed out with his sword. Like a flying immortal, the two collided and shook the earth. After that, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Show me your real strength. Otherwise, you're no match for me." Ghost Immortal withdrew his palm and frowned. His palm was trembling. Damn it. Has this kid's power increased again? How terrifying. He had to kill him. If he continued to grow, it would be harder to suppress him in the future. This was his last chance. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly, "Soul-seeking chain." As he roared, 9 chains flew out from the soul-locking array. Each of them was extremely strange. They flew toward Lin Xian like vipers, blooming in the air. Each one was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The Qianquan sword technique used everything as a sword. Lin Xian also displayed a powerful sword technique. Suddenly, countless sword lights danced between heaven and earth. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The soul-locking chain was blocked once again. Lin Xian coldly snorted and slashed out with his sword. 8 Emperor's Fire Dragon. The terrifying flames carried a blazing aura, as if they were divine flames descending from the 9 heavens, capable of completely destroying the darkness. The expressions of the people from the Supreme Palace all changed. The Ghost Immortal's pupils shrank, and the ghostly aura around him quickly disappeared. "You actually want to use your strength to suppress me? You're really courting death." He slapped out with his palm. King of Puppets. 2 figures appeared beside him. One of them was pitch black like a ghost. The other one had a boundless aura, like a god of war. At this moment, the person with the boundless aura raised his fist and attacked fiercely. An unparalleled power erupted and attacked the 8 Emperor's Fire Dragon. With a boom, the 8 Emperor's Fire Dragon was blocked. However, this vast silhouette was sent flying. 5 cracks appeared on its body. However, he did not die, nor was he injured. Because he was a puppet, he had no life. The Ghost Immortal frowned. His puppet was actually broken. If that was the case, then there was no need to keep it. With a wave of his hand, the puppet with a boundless aura rushed over. When it approached Lin Xian, it immediately self-destructed. That destructive aura was too terrifying. Even an Earth Immortal would have to retreat. However, the Ghost Immortal did not give Lin Xian a chance to escape. When this destructive aura erupted, the Ghost Immortal's other hand moved. Next to him, the ghostly puppet also moved. This ghost shadow turned into a black mountain, standing tall and blocking Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian had no intention of dodging at all. He just stood there quietly, with a trace of disdain on the corner of his mouth. When the Ghost Immortal saw this, he snorted coldly. The ghostly puppet also self-destructed. The destructive power directly attacked Lin Xian and engulfed him. Great, it hit. The Ghost Immortal snorted. No matter how strong you are, you can't block it. Although this move couldn't kill the other party, it could injure the other party. Next, was his real killing move. The Ghost Immortal took out the Book of Life and Death, and it bloomed with light. He took out the judge's pen and wrote something on it. However, at this moment, he was stunned. He suddenly raised his head, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Because he found that the power in front of him had changed. Amidst the 2 destructive forces, a mysterious diagram suddenly appeared and spun rapidly. In the end, it turned into the power of Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang split heaven and earth. The 2 destructive forces were torn apart by this huge Yin and Yang aura. Then, everyone saw a shocking scene. Lin Xian walked out from there, completely unscathed. In his hand, there was a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram that kept spinning. Lin Xian held the Tai Chi diagram and said indifferently, "It's useless. Your power can't hurt me at all." Damn it. The Ghost Immortal's face was ugly. The Yin and Yang power on the other party was very terrifying. It was even a bit similar to the power he saw on Wufeng Mountain. It seemed that he had to use the Book of Life and Death. The Ghost Immortal waved his hand, drew a circle on the ground, and rushed out. A cage appeared under Lin Xian's feet. This was the power of the Ghost Immortal, coupled with the magical power of the Book of Life and Death. It was very terrifying. Ordinary Earth Immortals would find it difficult to leave in an instant. They would be trapped here for life. This was not the end. After drawing a circle on the ground, the Ghost Immortal continued to use the Book of Life and Death. he struck out again. Song Yen of the underworld. This was an even more terrifying mental cultivation method. The surrounding heaven and earth shook, and a movie appeared. It was like the underworld, with an extremely cold aura. Then, the underworld slowly opened, and a terrifying flame flew out from inside. This flame was called Ashen Flame. It was formless and invisible, and its figure could not be seen at all. However, one could only see the surrounding void shattering. This flame was also an extremely terrifying immortal fire. It was extremely strange. The terrifying ashen flame of the underworld quickly attacked Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Tai Chi diagram to the extreme. The yin and yang aura quickly rotated. Then, he drew a circle with one hand, and countless suns condensed in his hand, and fiercely slapped forward. This season, it was like the sun god's seal. Boom. The sun god's seal shattered the 9 heavens, and the terrifying flame bloomed with a bright light, suppressing everything. Then, there was an invisible confrontation. The strange flame was formless and invisible, but under the sun god's seal, it shook violently. A terrifying and destructive aura swept in all directions. The two types of flames collided with each other, emitting an earth-shattering sound. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The surrounding void could not withstand it at all. The people from the Supreme Palace were scared silly. Could this guy even withstand the underworld's ashen flames? This was too unbelievable. This damned brat. Ghost Immortal's expression was also extremely ugly. He did not expect that the other party could actually contend with him. He snorted coldly and said, "You can't use this kind of power for a long time, right? In my opinion, you can only use one attack. After that, you will definitely die." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the underworld flames turned into a strange invisible sword that quickly attacked. Lin Xian laughed. "Are you worthy of competing in sword techniques?" Yin-yang sword formation. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang sword formation continued to erupt. The terrifying yin-yang sword chi cooperated and quickly attacked. One sword, fast. One sword, slow. One sword, wide open. One sword, extremely cold. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the invisible underworld flames were shattered. No one could see the light, but they could only hear the sound of the sky shattering. Countless large cracks formed between heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're only SOSO. With that, he waved his hand, and the yin-yang sword chi charged forward. Ghost Immortal was shocked. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged. After dodging, his expression was extremely ugly. Buzz. At this moment, another sword chi rushed over. This sword chi was extremely terrifying. It was like an ancient mountain that pressed down fiercely. Ghost Immortal was completely enraged. The power of the Book of Life and Death erupted. The aura of the underworld flame swept out. The space kept shattering. However, at this moment, a cold sword chi came from behind him. It directly turned into a vortex and swallowed him. Ghost Immortal felt this huge power as if it was going to tear his body apart. Damn it, wasn't this the sword technique of Windless Mountain? This brat actually knew the Windless Mountain's yin-yang sword technique. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He shouted angrily. He used a clone to die in his place. Only then did he dodge. When he came to a safe place, he was so angry that his body trembled. He actually suffered a loss. The destruction of his doppelganger had consumed a lot of his energy. The surrounding people were all scared silly. The Ghost Immortal was actually crushed to death. It was too unbelievable. This was the ruler in their hearts. But now, he couldn't even defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the other party and smiled faintly. "You are no match for me. Kneel on the ground and wait for your death." "Good. Good boy, you've really exceeded my expectations." Ghost Immortal's expression was ferocious. He used his immortal blood to envelop the Book of Life and Death. Instantly, the Book of Life and Death emitted a terrifying light. "Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Take one of my moves as well." As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of Life and Death shot out a black ray of light. The light flew out, and the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. He felt the threat of death looming over him. The Book of Life and Death was a legendary treasure owned by the Lord of Hell. No matter how strong one was, it would be difficult for them to escape. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly dodged. He dodged the attack. Useless boy, you can't escape. You'll definitely die. The ghost immortal sneered. The surrounding people also cheered. Great. Lin Wude was so powerful. When did he dodge? But now, the other party dodged. This meant that the ghost immortal's attack was extremely terrifying. This boy was definitely going to die. Buzz, Lin Xian stopped and snorted coldly. Since he couldn't dodge, there was no need to dodge. Yin-Yang sword technique, clear the clouds and see the moon. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the moon had fallen with an extremely powerful force. The entire world was trembling as if the world was about to collapse. This attack was extremely powerful. The surrounding death aura was constantly being destroyed. The light from the Book of Life and Death was also being repelled. The ghost immortal was stunned. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that the attack just now was made with his blood. How powerful was it? How could it be that he couldn't do anything to the other party? How powerful was this Yin-Yang sword technique? Damn it. He waved his hand and called back the Book of Life and Death. In the next moment, the Book of Life and Death merged with his palm and slammed down like a mountain of death. The palm fell and attacked Lin Xian with the Book of Life and Death. At this moment, the ghost immortal used all of his immortal chi. He didn't hold back at all. He had to kill the other party. The surrounding people from the Supreme Palace were also nervous. They hoped that the ghost immortal could win. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood there like a peerless sword god. Around him, the Yin-Yang sword technique kept flashing. The Taiji diagram rotated and released a mysterious aura. Every ray of sword chi contained boundless power. At the same time, Lin Xian activated the power of the dragon sword soul. With the combination of the two, the Yin-Yang sword technique became even sharper. It was indestructible. The sword chi and the hand of death collided violently. It was earth-shattering. The ghost immortal's expression was ugly. He realized that his palm was shaking. Even though he had merged with the Book of Life and Death, he couldn't do anything to the other party. Tens of thousands of sword chi slammed into his palm, causing it to be pushed back. There were cracks on it. Impossible. Damn it, how could this be? The ghost immortal roared crazily. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took out the celestial slaying sword and slashed out. Coupled with the power of the divine artifact, the ghost immortal's palm was instantly pushed back. Immortal blood continued to fall from the sky. The Book of Life and Death flew out of the palm. The ghost immortal's palm split open and turned into a bloody mist. When the people from the Supreme Palace saw this scene, they were all scared silly. The ghost immortal was injured and at a disadvantage. They were terrified. Lin Wude was too strong. He was above the ghost immortal. Damn kid, just you wait. I'll pay you back 100 times for the loss I suffered this time. The ghost immortal snorted. Ghost shadows surrounded his body. He was ready to leave. Because he was no match for him. Lin Xian laughed. Do you think I'll let you leave? You've attacked me more than once. So, I'm ready to send you to hell. You want to kill me? The ghost immortal was furious. He couldn't believe his ears. Who was he? He was a land immortal. It was so difficult to kill him. Lin Xian snorted. I might not have had that strength in the past, but now it's not necessarily the case. Kill. With an angry roar, he took out the great dragon sword and opened his Rinnegan. The power of the great dragon sword and the reincarnation sword erupted together and instantly attacked the ghost immortal. The ghost immortal's expression changed drastically. He used the Book of Life and Death to block, but it couldn't block at all. The Book of Life and Death could only block a portion of the power. The remaining power caused his body to split open. Damn it. The ghost immortal's expression changed drastically. He instantly hid in the underworld. As long as he blocked this attack, there shouldn't be a problem. Because whether it was the great dragon sword or the reincarnation sword, it consumed a lot of power. The other party couldn't use it continuously. Boom, between heaven and earth, the biting cold sword chi charged towards the underworld azure flame, erupting with a shocking sound. These sword lights shone through the ages and were extremely sharp. The underworld mansion shook violently, and the light on it dimmed. Inside the underworld mansion, Ghost Immortal's expression was ugly. He resisted with all his might. He had to block it. However, at this moment, there was a cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the underworld mansion. Not good. Ghost Immortal hurriedly controlled the underworld mansion and quickly fled. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. Under the two sword lights, the underworld mansion was split into two. Ghost Immortal's body was also cut. An arm flew up, and at the same time, a sword mark appeared on his body. Ah! Ghost Immortal let out a miserable cry. Ghost Chi spread out from his body and began to repair. However, his arm was cut off by the great dragon sword. Therefore, the recovery was extremely slow. However, the sword mark on his body could slowly recover. Today, you will definitely die. In the void, Lin Xian's body bloomed with a biting cold light. Around him was endless sword chi. Every sword chi was like a peerless divine sword. Activating the sword chi with all his strength, it swept across the void as if it was splitting heaven and earth, and charged towards Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal roared angrily and fought. Not long after, he was struck again. He was really crazy. What exactly did this kid have on him? How could he have so much power, even he didn't have it? Unless this kid was carrying hundreds of worlds on his back. His guess was right. Lin Xian didn't have hundreds of worlds on him, but only an ancient land. Although the ancient land was incomparably mysterious, and Lin Xian couldn't mobilize all of his power. However, it was enough to mobilize only a portion of his power. Of course, there was another problem. Even if he had enough power, Lin Xian's physique couldn't withstand unlimited use. Therefore, he could only use it a few times. But this was enough. Lin Xian struck out again, dispelling the clouds to see the moon. This time, it wasn't just the power of the yin-yang sword technique. In addition to the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the power of the Great Dragon Sword, Lin Xian's divine body had also fused together. Lin Xian tore the Ghost Immortal's body apart. This time, the Ghost Immortal was torn to pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Not good. When the people from the Supreme Hall saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Was Ghost Immortal dead? The Ghost Immortal also let out a wretched cry. The entire world was in an uproar. Endless ghostly chi filled the air. The Ghost Immortal had lost. He didn't die, but he was heavily injured. His pale face appeared in the ghostly fog. It was covered in runes. He murderously said, "Damn kid, I'll fight you to the death." He had to fight for his life now. This was because he didn't know how many more times Lin Xian could unleash such an attack. Lin Xian was also frowning. He could still use this kind of attack one more time. If he used it again, his body would split apart, unable to take it anymore. This was the last time he had to seize the opportunity. Destroy them. With a cold snort, Lin Xian quickly rushed over. His speed was so fast that it could split heaven and earth. The Ghost Immortal shouted angrily, "Damn it, you've gone too far." He was crazy. He gathered all the immortal chi in his body. It merged with the Book of Life and Death. In the next moment, he used a secret technique. Beside him, 6 mysterious runes appeared and quickly condensed. The Ghost Realm Immortal Talisman. With a wave of his hand, one of the runes quickly flew out and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, activated his sword technique, and slashed at it. With a boom, the sword chi slashed at it, exploding with an earth-shattering sound. Countless flames danced, but the rune didn't shatter. Instead, it bounced off the sword chi and attacked directly. The Ghost Immortal sneered. This rune hit Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian's body swayed, and his shoulder suddenly split open. Golden dragon blood dripped down. Lin Xian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He retreated, frowning tightly. Damn it, what was this thing? This attack was so terrifying. This Ghost Immortal actually had such a terrifying trump card. One had to know that Lin Xian's sword chi was the yin-yang sword chi. It couldn't do anything to the other party. Boy, this is my desperate attack. I've only condensed 6 strands of immortal blood in my body. Do you think you can withstand such a rune? The ghost immortal's expression was ferocious. If you get lost now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll fight to the death. It turned out that he was going all out. Lin Xian snorted coldly, fight to the death? You don't have the right to do so. He strode to the front. The ghost immortal snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, Lin Xian's body trembled again. He furrowed his brows tightly. The ghost immortal sneered, do you think my immortal talisman only has this little power? The immortal talisman contains an extremely strong demonic aura. Once it enters your body, it will wildly destroy your internal organs. You've already been hit. Your entire body is enveloped by the demonic aura. You won't be proud for long. The ghost immortal laughed loudly. When the people of the Supreme Palace saw this scene, they also cheered. Too strong, what a terrifying move. As expected of the ghost immortal. So what if Lin Wude was strong? In the end, he would still be defeated. No one can compete with the Supreme Palace. Lin Xian stopped. He carefully sensed that there was indeed a terrifying demonic aura spreading in his body. He snorted coldly. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light and began to resist. However, the ghost immortal said, it's useless, boy. Your 9-yang divine body is the most masculine flame. But compared to the power of the immortal talisman, it is too weak. Sure enough, the 9-yang divine fire was useless. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Lin Xian suddenly shouted. The dragon soul in his body roared, and thousands of sword chi condensed around him. Then, it quickly flew into his body. This was a peerless divine power. Lin Xian's body was now filled with sword intent. An indestructible sword intent swept across. The demonic aura was constantly distracted by distracting thoughts. The ghost immortal frowned when he saw this. Lin Xian had the dragon sword soul and was indeed very strong. One immortal talisman couldn't kill him. Then let's use another. With a wave of his hand, the second immortal talisman quickly flew over. The immortal talisman was strange. It disappeared without a trace. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. This time, the immortal talisman's target was Lin Xian's head. If he was hit, there would be no turning back. Boom, Lin Xian formed a taiji diagram to resist. With a clang, he was still sent flying. The light on the taiji diagram dimmed, and finally dissipated into yin and yang energy. The immortal talisman only paused for a moment, then attacked again. Boom. Lin Xian was hit and sent flying. He fell from the sky and shattered the ground. A huge canyon swallowed him. When they saw this scene, the people from the Paragon Hall all cheered. Great, this boy is dead for sure. The ghost immortal snorted. I told you, boy, you can't block it unless you use the full power of the dragon sword. When he said this, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. To be honest, he was judging whether Lin Xian still had the strength to use the peerless sword. Ghost Immortal was speculating whether Lin Xian could still slash out that peerless sword. If he could, he would definitely turn around and flee. Because that sword was too terrifying, and he could not block it at all. And if the other party could not use it, then he would torture the other party to death. He had already risked his life, so he could not easily stop. Now that 2 immortal talismans had been thrown out, Lin Xian could not block it. Moreover, he did not use that peerless sword either. This made Ghost Immortal feel that the other party might not have the strength to use it again. Of course, he was not too sure. Therefore, he was prepared to test it again. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from below the ground. Then, a ray of light quickly rushed over. This was a ray of golden light, and it was very terrifying. It instantly cut through the void and rushed towards him. Ghost Immortal was shocked. Oh no. He thought it was the peerless sword. However, he soon realized that was not the case. It was a bracelet. Although it was extremely terrifying, it was not enough to scare him away. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged. However, this golden light followed him like a shadow, and it would not stop until he was dead. Ghost Immortal took out the Book of Life and Death to block it. The Book of Life and Death enlarged and stood in front of him like a shield. With an earth-shattering clang, the Book of Life and Death shook, although it did not shatter. However, the light on it became even dimmer. It would probably not be able to be used in a short period of time. Ghost Immortal gritted his teeth, but he still heaved a sigh of relief. It was because he had blocked the golden light. He realized that this golden light was indeed a bracelet. Come back. Lin Xian summoned back the diamond chakram. He put it away. He stared at the other party. Although he did not hurt Ghost Immortal, he did restrain the Book of Life and Death. Next, the other party would not be able to use this weapon. It could be considered to be effective. The other party still had 4 immortal talismans left. Lin Xian had to think of a way to get rid of them. At this moment, his body was stained with blood, and his face was pale. Previously, he was indeed injured. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian roared angrily. He used the immortal slaying sword to the extreme. He displayed a heaven-defying sword technique. This sword technique didn't need the power of the great dragon sword's soul to be able to erupt with an extremely powerful might. This was because this was Lin Xian's unyielding will. Kill, Lin Xian roared. The divine sword quickly rushed over. Heaven and earth were shattered. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian continued forward, defying the heavens. Ghost Immortal was shocked. This guy actually had such powerful strength. However, when he sensed that there was no power coming from the great dragon sword, he let out a sigh of relief. Without the great dragon sword's peerless attack, he was not afraid at all. He activated the 3rd immortal talisman. It circled around his body, releasing a terrifying aura to face it head-on. A rumbling sound could be heard. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. Ghost Immortal said coldly, "Kid, you are useless. You can't defeat me with your strength." However, Lin Xian did not say a word as he continued to brandish his sword qi. Every sword strike seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-defying sword technique was very simple. There were no complicated moves. However, the simpler it was, the more terrifying it was. Just this sword technique alone would give other Earth Immortals a headache. As for Ghost Immortal, he only focused on dodging. His immortal talisman was used to kill the enemy. After a few more moves, Ghost Immortal was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This heaven-defying sword technique was simply a suicidal sword technique. The opponent didn't dodge at all. He just kept attacking. Attack was the best defense. Ghost Immortal was angry. Damn kid. He threw out the 3rd immortal talisman, which turned into a peerless light and rushed over. Lin Xian performed the heaven-defying sword technique and resisted with all his strength. This time, he blocked a part of the power. However, the remaining part of the power still rushed into his body. He vomited blood again and his body swayed. Ha ha ha, kid, you really don't have any strength left. In that case, I will kill you. Ghost Immortal took out 2 immortal talismans. As for the last one, he swallowed it into his body. This was something he used to save his life. From the looks of it, these 2 immortal talismans were enough to kill the opponent. After killing you, I will get the reincarnation sword and the great dragon sword to make up for my losses. Ghost Immortal was too pitiful. The 6 immortal talismans used up all his immortal qi. Once used, he wouldn't have any strength in a short period of time. He wouldn't be able to fight anymore. He would probably have to go back and cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years before he could recover. This battle was too tragic, so he had to get the other party's immortal talismans. The last 2 immortal talismans? Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed that it was about time. After blocking these 2 immortal talismans, Lin Xian would definitely launch his strongest attack. In the next moment, he rushed out. It was also a heaven-defying sword technique. The unyielding will in his body continued to erupt. At this time, the great dragon sword soul said, "Kid, don't force yourself. Use my power." Lin Xian said, "No, once I use the power of the great dragon sword soul, he will definitely escape. He still has 3 immortal talismans. If he escapes, I won't be able to stop him. This time, I have to kill him. No matter the cost." Lin Xian channeled some spring of life and swallowed it. A powerful life aura appeared on his body and began to heal his injuries. Ghost Immortal was stunned when he saw this scene. What a powerful life aura. Greed appeared in his eyes. This thing was very beneficial for recovering one's strength. Die, kid. He waved the last two immortal talismans and quickly rushed over. In the next moment, the two collided. Lin Xian felt like he was struck by lightning. He used the heaven-defying sword technique with all his might, but he still couldn't completely block it. His body split open again. Fortunately, he had the heavenly spring of life, so his body didn't completely shatter. Even so, he was still severely injured. He felt that his life was in danger. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and used the heaven-defying sword technique to the extreme. He used the heaven-defying 3 consecutive slashes 3 times in a row. He split open the power of the immortal talismans. Then, Lin Xian used the heaven-defying sword technique again. He completely gave up on defense and fused all his strength into the immortal slaying sword. He became one with the sword. His figure swayed, and the world shattered. The power of the immortal talismans was split open by him. Ghost Immortal was shocked. This kid is too terrifying. Even without the power of the great dragon sword, he's still a peerless swordsman. But so what? Break! He directly activated the power of the 2 immortal talismans. The destructive aura turned into a destructive light that engulfed Lin Xian. The yin-yang sword formation. Lin Xian shouted angrily and used the yin-yang sword formation to the extreme. Together with the power of the Taiji diagram and the unyielding sword intent. Boom! Boom! He resisted with all his strength. More and more cracks appeared on his body, and white bones appeared in many places. His aura was also rapidly declining. In the end, he fell from the sky. Ghost Immortal laughed when he saw this scene. Kid, you're dead meat. The other party was so seriously injured, but he didn't use his peerless sword move. He thought that the other party must have no strength left. This time, he was going to kill the other party. Ghost Immortal took a deep breath and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled when he saw this scene. The other party had fallen into his trap. Now, it was time for the other party to die. The great dragon sword soul in his body instantly erupted. Seeing Ghost Immortal rushing over, Lin Xian smiled. He knew that he could launch the final attack. In the next moment, he used the power of the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. He took out the great dragon sword tip and opened the ancient land. He struck out with a peerless sword. The terrifying sword light illuminated heaven and earth, splitting everything. Nothing could stop it. Damn it. When Ghost Immortal saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. He was scared silly. The other party could really strike out with a peerless sword. Damn it. The other party had been pretending to deceive him, and he had really fallen for it. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. However, this sword was really too terrifying. It enveloped the entire world. He had nowhere to run. Then he could only fight. Ghost Immortal roared. As expected of a land immortal who had lived for tens of millions of years. His strength was really strong, and he had a lot of experience. At the critical moment, he roared and the last immortal talisman in his body flew out. He took out the life and death book. Although the life and death book could not be used now, he still used it as a shield in front of him. At the same time, he roared and his soul began to erupt. Previously, the 6 immortal talismans had exhausted his immortal blood. However, his soul power was still there. At this moment, he resisted with all his might. His soul condensed, forming a vortex that spread out in all directions. In fact, Ghost Immortal even kept a part of his soul and turned it into a small figure, ready to escape at any time. In the next moment, the peerless sword descended. With an earth-shattering boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. First, the life and death book was instantly sent flying. The life and death book had a mysterious power, but it had been beaten until it dimmed and did not have much power now. In an instant, it was sent flying. Next, the power of the immortal talisman exploded. Endless power seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, competing with the peerless sword chi. Ghost Immortal also became nervous. Whether or not he could block this attack would depend on the power of his immortal talisman. Thinking of this, he roared and his soul quickly rushed out, cooperating with the immortal talisman. An earth-shattering explosion sounded, and countless people fell into despair. Those people from the Supreme Palace were torn to pieces by the remaining power of this power. Not only them, but those people from Qinguang City were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. God, what happened? This was a battle between land immortals. How terrifying. What kind of divine being was this? Amidst the sword chi that filled the sky, a miserable cry rang out. It was the voice of the Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal was in despair. His immortal talisman and soul power were still unable to stop the sword. The indestructible great dragon sword cleaved everything apart. Run. The spiritual figures that he had prepared earlier quickly fled in all directions. There were 3 in total. They fled in 3 different directions. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Do you think you can escape? Reincarnation Sword Shadow, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Xian once again used the power of the Samsara sword. Blood was dripping from his eyes. However, he couldn't care less. This sword was terrifying to the extreme, and it enveloped all of those spiritual figures. No, Lin Wudi, spare my life. From now on, I will not be your enemy. You can't kill me. If you do, the Supreme Hall won't let you off. The foundation of the Supreme Hall is not something you can imagine. The Supreme Hall has it. Before he could finish his words, the phantom of the Samsara sword ruthlessly descended. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation engulfed everything. The 3 spiritual figures tried their best to resist, but they couldn't stop it at all. In the next moment, they disappeared into the air. Ghost Immortal was reduced to ashes. The people of the Supreme Hall were dumbfounded. Dead. Ghost Immortal was actually dead. This was a true land immortal, a supreme expert who swept through the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, looking down on the eternal firmament. But now, he had died just like that. Everyone knelt on the ground in fear. Spare us, spare us. They screamed crazily. Lin Xian ignored them. He reached out and grabbed the Book of Life and Death. Although the Book of Life and Death had no power, it still escaped. It was as if something was summoning it. He tore open the void and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't chase after him because he didn't have much strength left. This time, he had really used up all his strength. There was nothing he could do. Defeating a land immortal and killing one were completely different. This Ghost Immortal was careless. If Ghost Immortal had used the 6 bats to escape from the beginning, he wouldn't have had a chance to kill him. It could only be said that Ghost Immortal was courting death. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Divine blood fell from the Samsara eye. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to use it for a short period of time. Moreover, all the bones in his body seemed to have shattered. Using the great dragon sword soul was a huge burden on him. However, the effect was very good. He killed Ghost Immortal and severely injured the Supreme Hall. Moreover, the 9th prince was eliminated. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. He quickly waved his hand and grabbed Ghost Immortal's storage ring. Then, he turned around and left. His current condition was very bad. Moreover, he could sense that the other land immortals were coming. Lin Xian tore open the void and disappeared. After flying for a while, he directly hid in the ancient land. Of course, when he left, he still used the immortal slaying sword and killed all the martial artists of the Supreme Hall. This time everyone was reduced to ashes. There was only a sea of blood circling between heaven and earth. Not long after he left, the void was torn open, and many people appeared one after another. Some super great emperors appeared in the distance. Some demigods and void gods appeared. They looked around and sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying scene. Did a land immortal fall? A void god grabbed at the void and sensed. He exclaimed. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. What? A land immortal could fall? Impossible. How powerful was a land immortal? As long as they had a trace of power, they would be able to survive. How could they fall? They had never heard of it. They were all crazy. More and more powerhouses arrived. There were even real land immortals. They sensed for a while and realized that a land immortal had really fallen. Who was the one who attacked? It was too heaven-defying. Could it be that a few people joined forces? They didn't know. However, someone said that the things left behind by a land immortal were extremely precious. Quickly go and find them. And those people who attacked should be seriously injured. Maybe we can reap the benefits. Many powerhouses' eyes turned red. They quickly tore open the void and searched the sky. Even some super-great emperors followed from afar. If they could obtain the treasures left behind by the land immortal, they might be able to break through to become a new land immortal in the shortest time possible. For a moment, Qingguang City was in an uproar. Everyone was frantically searching for him. The people of Qingguang City searched crazily, but they found nothing. They didn't find the treasure of the fallen land immortal. They didn't find out who did it. A land immortal chased after it, but he stopped in midair. Because he realized that the aura had completely disappeared, as if it didn't exist in this world. How did the other party leave? He didn't feel the power of space. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. These people were destined to be disappointed, because Lin Xian had already entered the ancient land. After entering the ancient land, Lin Xian's face was extremely pale. His mother exclaimed, "Xian, how are you?" She was extremely worried. She was really worried that Lin Xian would fall into a deep sleep like Lin Zhan. Lin Xian said, "I'm fine, I just used up all my strength. I'll be fine after I recover a little." He quickly took out some treasures and absorbed the power of the heavenly spring of life to recover. His mother checked for a while and heaved a sigh of relief when she found that there were no fatal injuries. While Lin Xian was recovering, the ninth prince was in despair because he felt that the aura of Ghost Immortal had disappeared. He also followed along. When he learned that Ghost Immortal had fallen, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze like a statue. Ghost Immortal was dead. A land immortal died in front of him just like that. After a long time, he let out a cry of surprise, his eyes filled with despair. The experts around him asked, "Ninth Prince, what should we do?" Their biggest reliance before was Ghost Immortal, but now that Ghost Immortal had fallen, their future was bleak. Go quickly. The ninth prince's scalp went numb. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. On the other side, the first prince, third prince, seventh prince, and the others also received the news. They also had experts under them in Qingguang City. When they learned that Ghost Immortal had fallen, they were first shocked and then gasped. Who did it? Could it be Lin Wudi? Impossible. Lin Wudi definitely didn't have such ability. Even if he could fight against a land immortal, he couldn't kill him. Perhaps it was the terrifying existence of Qingguang City. According to the older generation experts, Qingguang City was extremely mysterious and terrifying. There were even more terrifying existences inside than Earth Immortals. Perhaps this Ghost Immortal did not know what was good for him and had offended that unknown expert. At the same time, they wanted to attack Old Ninth and eliminate him. Following that, the princes sent their experts over. The ninth prince was quickly attacked. He had no choice but to give up in the end. The ninth prince was eliminated. When this news spread out, the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were also shocked. The situation in Qingguang City was really changing. Did a prince get eliminated so quickly? From the looks of it, it would be the first prince, the third prince, the seventh prince and Xing who would fight for the top spot. However, the one with the greatest advantage was Xing. Xing obtained 2 Emperor Soul Jades. There was one seventh prince, and none of the others. Supreme Hall. When they heard that Ghost Immortal had fallen, they couldn't believe it. What kind of joke was this? How could a Ghost Immortal fall? However, when they discovered that the Soul Jade pendant that the Ghost Immortal had left in the Supreme Palace had completely shattered into pieces, they were all dumbfounded. Impossible. The Grim Reaper rushed out crazily, carrying the aura of death that filled the sky as he charged towards Qingguang City. When he arrived at Qingguang City, he roared, causing the earth to shake. Countless martial artists felt this aura of death. Their faces were filled with despair. Heavens, is the Grim Reaper going to make a move? Who is he going to attack? damn it, who is it? I will definitely not let you off. He charged towards the triple gate of hell. After paying the corresponding price of resources, he charged into Qinguang City. He brought with him an endless aura of death in Qinguang City, causing the martial artists in Qinguang City to panic. Everyone's scalps went numb. In fact, anyone who approached him was turned into white bones by the aura of death. Finally, a land immortal couldn't stand it anymore. He fought a huge battle with the Grim Reaper. Only then did the Grim Reaper calm down. He no longer released such a terrifying aura. However, he was still searching for clues. He came to the place where the ghost immortal had fallen. He felt an incomparably sharp message. This was the power of the great dragon sword. Was it really Lin Wudi who did it? Who exactly did Lin Wudi join forces with? In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Xian to kill the ghost immortal by himself. He must have found help. He began to look for Lin Xian, but there was no result. Lin Xian had been in the ancient land, slowly recovering. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. He opened his eyes. He had almost recovered. Other than the Rinnegan, which could not be used for the time being, everything else had basically been recovered. After all, he had just exhausted too much energy before. With a wave of his hand, he took out the ghost immortal's storage ring and opened it. He found that there were indeed many good things inside. The ghost immortal had lived for tens of millions of years. His treasures were piled up like a mountain, enough to make anyone go crazy. Lin Xian found that there were really too many treasures inside. There were some that he had never seen or even heard of. There were also various pills, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, as well as cultivation insights and so on. Of course, the only pity was that there were no divine artifacts. The ghost immortal's divine artifact was the Book of Life and Death. However, this did not seem to belong to the ghost immortal, but to the Supreme Palace. After the ghost immortal died, the Book of Life and Death escaped. But forget it, Lin Xian did not need this divine artifact. He began to absorb the energy in the ghost immortal's storage ring. A few months later, his strength had improved a little. Great, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was about time to leave. He was ready to leave Qinguang City and return to Shangqing City to unlock the power of the Sovereign Spirit Jade. Then, he would look for the remaining Sovereign Spirit Jades. Now, they had 2 pieces. Together with the 7th Prince's piece. In other words, there were still 2 pieces left. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian left the ancient land. When he came outside, he hid his aura and flew quickly. After flying for a while, he found that the entire Qinguang City was in a frenzy, as if they were searching for something everywhere. Among them, there were many demigods and even earth immortals. After asking around, Lin Xian found out that they were looking for the ghost immortal's storage ring. It seemed that some people were unwilling to give up and wanted to benefit from it. However, these people were destined not to be found. At this time, Lin Xian found out that the Grim Reaper had also come in. The Grim Reaper was specifically targeting him. Lin Xian had no intention of fighting with the Earth Immortals now. Therefore, he was prepared to leave quietly. He thought of Gu Santong. I wonder how Gu Santong is doing. His figure flashed and he headed towards Windless Mountain. The surroundings of Windless Mountain became more and more mysterious. Previously, there had been a great battle here, so no one dared to come here. In the void, a sword light flew past and then stopped. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. There was a mysterious aura in the void in front of him. This was the power of space. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Gu Santong and waited silently. He didn't know if there was a response. After a while, Gu Santong's voice sounded. Wait for me for half a month. I can leave soon. This time, Gu Santong had gained a lot. He had obtained the inheritance of the Void Celestial Emperor. Lin Xian waited for him for half a month. Half a month later, the ancient void coffin opened and a figure appeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the crowd. How terrifying. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He couldn't even sense how the other party appeared. The power of space was too terrifying. Gu Santong's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Great Emperor. He would be a demigod if he advanced further. How long had it been? It was good to have an ancestor. Lin Xian was a little envious. What's your strength now? Lin Xian asked. He knew that Gu Santong, like him, should be able to fight above his level. Gu Santong said that he would have no problem fighting a demigod. He wasn't too sure about the land immortals. Why don't we spar? He was also very excited. He also wanted to test his strength. Lin Xian shook his head. No, there are many land immortals chasing me now. I have to leave quickly. Let's go back to Upper Azure City first. There will be plenty of time to spar. Gu Santong nodded. In the next moment, he turned around and kowtowed 3 times respectfully to the void. He said, Ancestor, don't worry. I will come back one day and fulfill your wish. Then he stood up and waved his hand. The power of space enveloped Lin Xian. The two of them disappeared. The two of them quietly left Xinguang City and the 9th Underworld. They flew towards Upper Azure City. Upper Azure City. Everyone was extremely nervous. They had already sent experts there. Even Lord Alcohol was going to take action personally. They had also heard that the ghost immortal had fallen. Who was the one who did it? Was it Lin Xian, or was it someone else? Was Lin Xian in danger? They prepared to take action. However, at this moment, Lin Xian returned. In the void, a terrifying spatial gate appeared. The powerful spatial power shocked countless people. The people of Upper Azure Town were all stunned. The Golden Lion King and the others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. What a terrifying spatial energy. What kind of divine being was this? Lord Alcohol came out and looked at the spatial door with narrowed eyes. This spatial energy seemed to be even more terrifying than the Gu families. Who was it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 figures walked out. They were 2 young figures. The people in Shangqing City were stunned when they saw the 2 of them. Lin Xian, Gu Santong, that's great. They were stunned at first, but then they all cheered. Lord Alcohol also smiled. Little guy, you really made me worried. Lin Xian and the other 2 flew down and said, sorry for making you guys worry. It's great that you're fine. Morong Qingqing and the others are here too. Brother Xian, who killed the ghost immortal, how dangerous was Qinguang City? Black Mountain also looked at Gu Santong. Why do I feel like your cultivation has changed? That spatial door, did you use it? Everyone had too many questions. Lin Xian smiled. Listen to me slowly. On the other side, Gu Santong also said, I had a lot of fortuitous encounters this time. I met the ancestor. No rush. Let them rest first and then I'll tell them slowly. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Then, everyone entered the main hall. They gathered together. Lin Xian and Gu Santong talked about their own experiences. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing this. The Battle of Windless Mountain, the ancient coffin of the Void Sky Emperor. The inheritance of the Void Sky Emperor. Heavens, it was actually the Sky Emperor, many super great emperors exclaimed. Their eyes were red. The ancestor of the Gu family was really terrifying. Someone asked curiously, Santong, what's the relationship between your family's Void Sky Emperor and the Void Sky Emperor? Gu Santong said, they're the same person. Our ancestor is the Sky Emperor. I don't know the details. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the Gu family was the same as the Yi family. Their ancestor was the Sky Emperor. Next, Gu Santong showed his cultivation level. Supreme Great Emperor, peak. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. How long had it been, and he had already reached the peak of the Supreme Great Emperor? How many years would it take for an ordinary Great Emperor to cultivate to the Supreme Great Emperor level? At least tens of millions of years. But now, Gu Santong had reached the peak of the Supreme Great Emperor level so quickly. Coupled with the power of space, how terrifying would it be? The Golden Lion King and the Empress fought with Gu Santong, but they couldn't suppress him. This shocked countless people. Even Lord Alcohol was interested. He also tried to test Gu Santong's strength. He said in surprise, it seems that the demigod is not your match. You should be able to fight against an Earth Immortal. However, it's not easy to defeat an Earth Immortal. This is already very heaven-defying. Gu Santong was very humble. He knew that he couldn't be on par with an Earth immortal. At most, he could block a few moves. Or, he could escape from an Earth immortal. However, he believed that as his cultivation improved and reached the demigod level, he could compete with an Earth immortal. This was about Gu Santong's fortuitous encounter. Everyone was already extremely shocked. As for Lin Xian, everyone went crazy. Because they received a piece of news. It was even more shocking than the news of Gu Santong's heavenly emperor. The ghost immortal was dead. It was Lin Xian who killed him. He was really killed. When this news came out, even Lord Alcohol was shocked. "Kid, how did you do it?" He was extremely surprised. The last time an Earth immortal died, it was Lin Zhan who used the method of mutual destruction. But from the looks of it, Lin Xian wasn't seriously injured. Lin Xian told everyone about it. After hearing it, everyone was also shocked. It seemed that it was a narrow escape. Lin Xian was so seriously injured. If not for the divine spring of life, it would have been difficult for him to recover quickly. And Lin Xian also said that the ghost immortal was too careless. If he had chosen to escape earlier, he wouldn't have died. Lord Alcohol nodded. If the ghost immortal had used the 6 runes to escape, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to keep him. At most, he would have seriously injured him. However, the fall of the ghost immortal was really good news for them. This time, they had dealt a heavy blow to the Supreme Palace. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. Black Mountain said, "When can we kill another Earth immortal from the Permitha realm?" That would be great. When he mentioned the Permitha realm, Lin Xian frowned. When I was fighting with the ghost immortal, I found that there were a few more demigods in their palace. There was even a new Earth immortal. They said that it was a change in the power of heaven and earth. What happened outside during this period of time? Lin Xian was also very curious about what happened outside. However, he found that there weren't many people in the divine realm who had improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they learned about the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Many people had already broken through. Although the speed of their breakthrough was not as fast as Gu Santong's, it was still a huge improvement. However, Zhou Tianchi had predicted that there might be unknown dangers, so there were not many people in the Divine Dominion who broke through. When they learned that other sects and families had begun to challenge the position of the Divine Dominion, they were shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. They really didn't know what was good for them. He looked at Gu Santong and said, "Santong, your strength has just increased. You probably haven't gotten used to it yet. Now is the best time for you to make a move." Gu Santong nodded. That was true. Although his strength had increased, he had not completely controlled this power. Instead of sparring with Lin Xian and the others, it was better to go out and sweep the place. Firstly, he did not have to worry about anything when fighting others. Secondly, he could intimidate others and let them know the power of the Divine Dominion. Next, Gu Santong set off. Lin Xian prepared to go into seclusion again to cultivate the Rinnegan. After all, if there was another battle, the Rinnegan would be a powerful force. At the same time, he was a little worried. Logically speaking, there should be many experts on the other side of the Divine Dominion who had broken through this time. Why did he not see any movements from the Divine Dominion? The Supreme Palace had sent experts to Qingguang City. The Divine Dominion should have gone as well. However, the Divine Dominion did not go. Even now, it was rare to see the Divine Dominion in the universe. He did not know what these people were doing. Don't worry, we have already set up around the Eternal Land. Our people are always scouting for news. As long as they do anything, we will know immediately. Lin Xian was relieved. The Divine Dominion did not do anything at the moment, but that did not mean that they would remain silent. In fact, the Divine Dominion had already begun to move in secret. After the fire vine returned, the power of heaven and earth first changed at the Divine Dominion. Now, there were many experts on the Divine Dominion. Everyone broke through. There were geniuses who became demigods. There were elders who broke through and became new land immortals. Of course, these land immortals were called virtual gods in Qingguang City. The people of the Divine Dominion were extremely excited. The number of demigods was far beyond their imagination. There were even 2 new virtual gods. Ever since they achieved immortality, they had been petrified. Now, they finally saw hope again. Revenge, I must take revenge, many people clenched their fists. The Grand Supreme also snorted coldly, Divine Realm, it's time for you to feel pain. He looked at the fire vine and said, do it. Huating nodded. I can't wait any longer. He smiled and said. This time, their target was the buried Emperor Star. When these words came out, Fire Vine was stunned. The new illusionary God Realm cultivators and the divine battle geniuses were astounded too. The buried Emperor Star was just an extremely ordinary star world in the universe. Before the immortal land and Permitha arrived, the buried Emperor Star was indeed the strongest star world in the universe. That was because more than one great emperor was buried there. But now, great emperors were no longer worth mentioning. This was the era of land immortals. To earth immortals like them, the buried Emperor Star is an ant-like existence. With a wave of their hands, they could turn him into ashes. The Grand Supreme shook his head and said, no, your thinking is too simple. The buried Emperor Star was definitely not simple, it and the true spirit world were twin stars. The true spirit world has the Yuhua immortal dynasty, so we cannot make a move. Everyone was aware of that. But they were not sure. Even if the Yuhua immortal dynasty was inferior to the Permitha immortal land, it should still be at the level of the Supreme Palace. Why would they choose an ordinary star world? A new illusionary God Realm cultivator asked, Grand Supreme, could it be that there is something special about the buried Emperor Star? Indeed, there was. Not only did the buried Emperor Star produce great emperors, it also produced heavenly emperors. In fact, there was more than one heavenly emperor. Therefore, the buried Emperor Star's mysteriousness far exceeded your imagination. Hearing these words, the surrounding people were all stunned. Even Fire Vine sucked in a breath of cold air. That was a realm that surpassed his own, a realm that he envied and yearned for even in his dreams. He nodded and said, rest assured Grand Supreme, we understand. We will go and take down the buried Emperor Star. This time, our target was the Yi family and the Gu family of the buried Emperor Star. You must suppress these two families and bring their people back to me. I must properly study them. These two families have already joined the Divine Realm, so if we make a move, the Divine Realm will not let us off. This battle is actually a battle between us and the Divine Realm. However, the battlefield is on the buried Emperor Star. Go and prepare. I will wait for your good news. Grand Supreme waved his hand and said. Huatin left with his people. They went to prepare. Next, Grand Supreme mobilized a portion of his forces and went to the seventh prince's side. He wanted to split his forces into two. He wanted to take down the buried Emperor Star. He also wanted to take down the Yuhua immortal dynasty and the D realm. Once he took down the Yuhua immortal dynasty's forces, those petrified land immortals would have new changes. They might be able to break through the petrification and embark on the path of immortality. In that case, the strength of the Permitha realm would become even stronger. They might even surpass the Divine Realm. At that time, they would be able to completely destroy the Divine Realm. Thinking of this, his face became gloomy. Damn it. When he wanted to make a move, it was the immortal city that stopped him. Otherwise, with the number of land immortals they had at that time, they would have already destroyed the Divine Realm. On the other side, after Fire Vine came out, he began to send out super powerhouses. Countless geniuses and experts gathered around him. The corners of Fire Vine's mouth curled up. The flames on his body kept jumping. His eyes were like a magic lamp as he looked into the distance. He said, there are a few ants near our eternal land. Let's go and destroy them first. Sure, I'll do it. A young man walked out with a smile. His cultivation base had reached the late stage of the Supreme Realm. He was one of the geniuses whose strength had advanced by leaps and bounds this time. This person's name was Bad Emperor. Shadow Technique. With a sneer, the wings on his back danced. Then, he turned into countless clones and rushed out. Outside the Permitha realm was a void. It was incomparably silent. At this moment, there were a few figures hidden in this void. They were scattered in all directions. These people didn't have any aura on them. They were secretly observing. They were the spies of the Divine Realm. They were responsible for watching every move of the Permitha realm. Suddenly, the void behind them was torn open. A cold voice sounded. How dare you little ants investigate the situation of the Permitha realm, you're courting death. Not good. When they heard this, the expressions of the hidden warriors of the divine realm changed drastically. They suddenly turned their heads. They saw a man with black wings on his back standing there with a disdainful smile on his face. Who was this person? They were so frightened that they quickly fled. However, at this moment, the strange man coldly snorted. With a wave of his wings, he split these cultivators in half. One of the super great emperors didn't even manage to escape and was killed. Furthermore, it was an instant kill. The terrifying sea of knowledge revolved between heaven and earth, emitting a rumbling sound. The Bat Great Emperor sneered. With a flash, he returned to the Permitha realm. He knelt on one knee and said, reporting to Lord Huateng, the enemies have been killed. No one escaped. Very good. The corners of Huateng's mouth rose. Looking at the people in front of him, he was very satisfied. After the changes in the power of heaven and earth, these people were too strong. Their strength had increased by several times. Some people's strength had even increased by more than 10 times. With such strength, coupled with his strength, he could easily suppress the buried Emperor Star. Even the people from the deity realm wouldn't be his match. Set off. In the next moment, Huateng waved his hand. A boundless sea of fire condensed and tore open the void. They set off towards the universe. Xianxia City. Black Mountain frowned. He hurriedly went to find Lord Alcohol. Not good. The soul jade pendants of the cultivators we sent out to investigate have all shattered. They were all killed, and not a single one of them came back alive. Hearing this, Lord Alcohol's expression changed. Damn it. The Permitha realm should be doing something. What are they going to do? These people were all here to investigate the Permitha realm. However, all of them had died. Did the Permitha realm come to attack them? As if facing a great enemy, they started to defend. Heavenly Circuit Master activated the array. The Great Sky Divination Array kept changing. Not long after, they frowned and said, no, the target isn't here. It's the buried Emperor Star. Hearing this, the people from the deity realm were stunned. What? Although the buried Emperor Star was extremely mysterious, it was only a world where great emperors were buried. In this era, it didn't seem to be enough. Moreover, they didn't leave many experts in the buried Emperor Star. The other party attacking the buried Emperor Star wouldn't affect them. The Empress said, their target shouldn't be us but something in the buried Emperor Star. Perhaps we have overlooked something. Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Circuit Master said in a deep voice. Everyone's expressions. The Yi and Gu families. These two clans had produced a heavenly emperor. The Sky Emperor. That was a realm that even Earth immortals dreamed of. It was extremely difficult to find the inheritance of a heavenly emperor. But now, there were actually 2 heavenly emperor clans in one world. Higgin would never give up. Damn it, hurry up. Lord Alcohol's expression changed as he instantly charged out with his men. What about Gu Santong? Was he here? He wanted him to quickly condense a spatial gate. Angry shouts rang out one after another. Gu Santong was not here. He had already left. Zhou Tiancher said, let me do it. As a true heavenly master, his methods were extremely terrifying. Even if they did not have the legacy of the heavens and earth, his array was equally terrifying. He formed a seal with his palms and instantly formed a spatial array. I've already connected to Holy Abyss City. Go. The group of people quickly rushed in. This time, it was Lord Alcohol, the Golden Lion King, the Empress, and the others. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were also preparing to go. Zhou Tiancher said, don't worry, wait for the second batch. Go and wake up Lin Xian. I'll go. Morong Qingqing's figure flickered as she quickly searched for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been in seclusion. When he heard Morong Qingqing's voice transmission, he also came out. When he learned of the situation, his expression changed. Higgin had indeed made a move, and her target was the buried Emperor Star. This was really unexpected. He looked at Zhou Tianchi and said, "Senior, please teleport us away." "Okay, no problem." This time a group of young geniuses and some super great emperors were teleported. Next, the third and fourth batches of experts were continuously sent over. However, not all of them went there. They were afraid of being lured away. What if Higan was only pretending to attack the buried Emperor Star? Instead, she was attacking Upper Azure City. Upper Azure City's strength would weaken and it would be difficult to defend. Boom. Holy Abyss City. Lord Alcohol and the others appeared. As soon as they appeared, Lord Alcohol instantly used the devouring sword. A black vortex swallowed the sky and earth, immediately devouring the surrounding void. It formed a boundless black vortex. Countless people on the buried Emperor Star were terrified. They felt the devouring power and their scalps went numb. The devouring power this time surpassed the power of the earth and seemed to be able to devour the entire world. Countless people were terrified. Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you." After the Yi and Gu families heard the news, they immediately went to ask. The golden lion next to them told them what had happened. When the great emperor families heard this, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly gathered their subordinates and began to defend. For a time, the power of the buried Emperor Star was continuously sent to the ancient city. Then, it was thrown into the black vortex. The power of the devouring sword became even stronger. In the void of the universe, a flaming light flew over quickly. This flaming light was like an immortal fire. It carried a monstrous power as it charged into the distance. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Hundreds of worlds had already turned into ashes. In the universe, countless people were terrified and in despair. They didn't know how many experts would be turned into ashes this time. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Then, the immortal fire was blocked. Immortal flames permeated the air as countless experts appeared. All of them were frowning. What's going on? He was actually stopped? Who could block Lord Huateng? Huateng narrowed his eyes. The vines on his body kept jumping. Instead, he looked ahead. Oh. A black vortex that could devour heaven and earth. This should be the legendary power of the devouring sword. He didn't expect them to act so quickly. The void god beside him said, "Damn it, what should we do?" Huating said, "We've already thought of this situation. Our opponent this time is the deity realm. With our current strength, we don't have to be afraid of them. Let's follow the plan." Yes. The cultivators behind him nodded. A sea of fire spread under their feet, forming a world of flames. They entered the world of flames and began to set up a formation. They used the power of the formation to break the power of the devouring sword. Once they tore open the black vortex, they would descend on the buried Emperor Star. At that time, they would trample everything on the buried Emperor Star under their feet. On the other side, the people from the deity realm also started to act. They poured all their power into the devouring sword. At this moment, the space split open and the Crimson Dragon walked out. He said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I brought the Heavenly Master's formation." The Crimson Dragon had arrived. He had even brought a formation set up by the Heavenly Cycle Master. This formation was called the Star-Moon Formation. It was a formation formed by condensing the power of the stars in the universe. It was endless and terrifying. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claw and sent out the Star-Moon Formation. With the buried Emperor Star as the center, it formed a formation that covered the surroundings. All of a sudden, the power of the stars from all over the universe rapidly converged in this direction. What a terrifying formation. When the people from the deity realm felt the power of the formation, they cried out in surprise. They were extremely excited. This was great. With this formation, their defense would increase exponentially. They were safe. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Yi Wudao had arrived. Black Mountain, Northern Devil, and the others had all arrived. Gu Santong had also arrived. After he heard the news, he quickly returned. After the changes in the universe, the other clans and sects had become confident and began to challenge the deity realm. For a moment, the deity realm ignored them. This made everyone think that the deity realm was done for. However, not long after, Xianxia came out and swept through everyone by himself. No one was able to block a single move from him. This caused countless people to be shocked. The deity realm's Xianxia was already so terrifying, not to mention Lin Wudi. Thus, countless people trembled in fear and did not dare to provoke the deity realm. Xianxia had originally wanted to challenge some older experts. However, at this moment, he heard the deity realm's voice transmission. He immediately returned. The buried Emperor Star was the world of the Gu clan. No one was allowed to attack the buried Emperor Star. The toad had just returned from cultivation. He had already broken through and become a great emperor. It was said that he was not far from becoming a great emperor. He was extremely proud. Haha, my talent is unparalleled and my bloodline is extraordinary. Just you wait, mortals. He was extremely happy. However, when he saw Xianxia, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What? Peak Great Emperor? Damn brat, how did he do it? The toad's eyes instantly turned red and he pounced over. Let me taste your Gu clan's bloodline. Give me a little. Xianxia waved his finger and a spatial crack enveloped the toad. When the crack appeared, the toad had already arrived at the buried Emperor Star's ice field. Toad was shivering with cold. He said, my god, what a terrible spatial power. The others also laughed. Little toad, don't provoke him. Now, even demigods were no match for Xianxia. The toad felt an incomparable heartache. He realized that the bloodlines of the people around him were too heaven-defying. It was either the true dragon bloodline, the phoenix bloodline, or the celestial emperor ancestor. He seemed to be unable to keep up with the cultivation speed of these people. The older generation experts also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing these young geniuses talking and laughing, it showed that they were extremely confident. This time, they would definitely be able to withstand it. In the starry sky outside the buried Emperor Star, there was a world of flames. This was a world formed by the power of fire. The world of flames was filled with people from the Nirvana realm. These people looked ahead, their brows tightly knitted together. Outside the vortex from before, there was actually another array formation. Furthermore, this formation was able to absorb the power of the surrounding stars and convert it for its own use. It was extremely extraordinary. Huating's expression was also solemn. They had already set up many array formations. He said that he should use the formation to blast away the other party's astral energy. Boom, with an order, figures flickered in the formation. Boundless power quickly condensed, and a terrifying formation flew out. A rumbling sound rang out, and the starlight in the sky shook. The buried Emperor Star shook a little. Countless people inside were terrified. What was going on? Was the world going to be destroyed? Even the people from the deity realm were shocked. So strong. Previously, they thought that with the Heavenly Circuit Master's formation, they could relax. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lord Alcohol frowned. He said, don't let your guard down. The Nirvana realm's strength should have increased by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a move at this time. Sure enough, more and more power blasted over. A terrifying rumbling sound rang out, and countless stars disappeared. The great battle of stars and moons shook. However, this was a formation set up by the Heavenly Circuit Master, and it was incomparably wonderful. It could also absorb the power of the surrounding stars, so it didn't shatter for a while. If this continued, it would probably shatter sooner or later. The Golden Lion King said, we can't do this. We can't passively defend, we have to take the initiative to attack. They gathered their strength and prepared to fight outside the formation. Lord Alcohol was overseeing the buried Emperor Star. Next, Lin Xian would lead the attack. Lin Xian now had the strength of an Earth Immortal. Therefore, he could take charge of everything alone. Besides him, the Golden Lion King, Yi Wudao, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others were all preparing to attack. Be careful, Lord Alcohol said to Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be a problem. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and soared into the sky, leading the people behind him and quickly leaving. Countless people knelt on the ground. They prayed in their hearts, hoping that these people could return victorious. Boom, they came out. In the flame world, when the people from the Nirvana realm saw this scene, they laughed. Stupid to the extreme. We can't do anything to you if you hide inside. Since you've come out, there's no need to let you go. Make your move. Huating waved his hand. He mainly dealt with the devouring sword. As for the other experts, his subordinates could deal with them. Hearing this, the void gods, demigods, and other genius experts all walked out. Kill! They shouted angrily. They quickly rushed out of the flame world. Both sides clashed for the first time in the starry sky. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. They rose and fell. Large cracks spread out in all directions. This attack seemed to be able to destroy all things. It was too terrifying. The flame world shook violently. The flames on the flame world kept flickering. The people inside were shocked. What a terrifying power. The divine realm was actually so powerful. On the buried Emperor star, countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb. Because they realized that the stars in the sky had dimmed. This meant that the array formation had suffered a fierce attack. Toad exclaimed. This was impossible. This time, they had sent out such a powerful lineup. But they had just left and they had already suffered a heavy blow. How terrifying was the Nirvana realm. The Yi family, Gu family, and the other great emperor families were also extremely worried. Even Lord Alcohol took a deep breath. It seemed that the Nirvana realm's improvement this time was beyond their imagination. They didn't know if Lin Xian and the others could deal with it. In the universe, the people of the God realm were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He said in a low voice, "Super great emperors, get ready to attack." Hearing this, the super great emperors behind him took a deep breath. Endless divine fire erupted from their bodies. The terrifying power connected together like a million divine mountains. Boom, the surrounding void immediately shattered. Everyone felt a huge pressure. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his long sword, roared, and slashed out. Behind him, the dozen or so super great emperors also quickly attacked. Vast amounts of divine power merged into a single piece. In front, there were also angry roars. There were terrifying earth immortals and even more super great emperors. The power of the two sides collided. It was earth-shattering, as if the world was about to be destroyed. The people of the God realm looked terrible. They could feel that the opponent's power seemed to be much stronger than theirs. The number of super great emperors on the other side was at least twice as much as theirs. They couldn't resist. Fortunately, at this moment, the star-moon array behind them. It exploded with power. Boundless starlight condensed, forming 9 stars that descended. Only then did they block the attacks of those people. After one attack, the people of the God realm said, "No, they have too many people." Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted coldly. The great emperors attacked. As soon as he finished speaking, those people in the distance rushed over. As long as their strength was above the great emperor realm, they all attacked at this moment. However, there seemed to be more people on the other side of this realm. No, if this continues, we won't have any advantage at all. They must have absorbed the power of heaven and earth, that's why they improved by leaps and bounds. What should we do? Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I'll think of a way." He looked at Gu Santong and said, "Santong, use your spatial power to let the great emperors and super great emperors on the other side enter the space. Then teleport. Since we don't have as many people on our side, we'll take them down one by one." Okay. Gu Santong nodded. With a roar, he used the power of the void. The void world. The hand of the void. Spatial exile. All kinds of terrifying spatial energy flew out in all directions. Up ahead, space quickly spun about. Endless great cracks appeared, swallowing up some people. Suddenly, the number of people on the other side of the Higan Heavenly Palace decreased significantly. The people from God's domain heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they could take action. Let's do it, everyone. After the Golden Lion King finished speaking, it charged forward. the Iron Blood Great Emperor, Fantasy World Old Ancestor, and Savage Desolation Old Ancestor all made their moves. All of a sudden, a great battle broke out, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! However, at this moment, several figures quickly walked out of the space crack. The power in their bodies was terrifying. This was impossible. Everyone cried out in alarm. How did these people get out of such a terrifying void energy? They found it hard to believe. Even Xianxia was taken aback. He had said that these were not great emperors. They had surpassed super great emperors. He should have reached the demigod realm. Such a young demigod, looking at the three figures in front of them, they were shocked. Two of them were young and one was an expert of the older generation. They were instantly filled with envy. Lin Xian said, "Don't be envious. They are external forces, and their foundation is not good. They can't unleash their true strength." Lin Xian had fought with such people before. In his opinion, such people could not withstand a single blow. What an arrogant tone, unable to withstand a single blow. "I'll let you know how powerful I am later." Behind these demigods, an even more terrifying figure appeared. This was an earth immortal. He stood there like a demon. Vast power suppressed this part of the world. He stared at Lin Xian. They had all experienced Lin Xian's terror. They would never let Lin Xian attack as he pleased. Lin Xian was targeted by more than one earth immortal. He did not immediately attack. He said to the people behind him, "Attack, I believe in you. I'll do it." In addition to forming a space array, Xianxia also walked out. He looked at one of the demigods and said coldly, "Do you dare to fight with me, you? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." On the opposite side, the demigod from the Nirvana realm sneered. He was also a young man. At this moment, his figure flashed and quickly rushed over. In his hand, there was a battle saber that emitted a biting cold light. "Kill!" The two fought fiercely. On the other side, the Golden Lion King stared at the old man and said coldly, "Come and die." He struck out with the lion seal. The terrifying golden seal charged forward. There was only one demigod left. It was a woman. Her face was ordinary, but her eyes were extremely sharp. In her hand, there was a scimitar. She glanced around and suddenly attacked. Instantly, a super-martial monarch from the deity realm was sliced in half. Boom. Another attack. Two great emperors were killed by her with one strike. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people from the realm of the gods turned red. Detestable, despicable. They roared crazily. But the woman sneered. She was called the demigod moon. She said coldly, "You bunch of ants can't even withstand a single blow." Then, she attacked again. In the blink of an eye, 5 experts had fallen in her hands. "I'll kill her." Morong Qingqing snorted coldly, then rushed over at a high speed. He waved his hand and struck out an immemorial phoenix, blooming with biting cold light. He directly charged forward. "Be careful," Lin Xian said telepathically. He didn't attack because he found that he was being targeted by at least 2 earth immortals. This number was really beyond his expectations. However, these 2 earth immortals should be void gods. One void god wasn't a match for him, but 2 void gods could completely restrain him if they attacked together. He had to make a move at the critical moment. If he didn't move, the 2 void gods didn't dare to move either. The earth immortals confronted each other, while the people below the earth immortals attacked crazily. On the opposite side, a middle-aged man in blue sneered. "Lin Wudi, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your companions fall." Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he laughed out loud proudly. Lin Xian's face was cold and he didn't say a word. He looked into the distance. The battle was very terrifying. There were 3 battlefields that were extremely terrifying. This was a battle between 3 demigods. Morong Qingqing, the Golden Lion King, and Xianxia were all not demigods. However, these 3 were very extraordinary. The Golden Lion King was an expert that had existed since ancient times. Xianxia had just received the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. As for Morong Qingqing, he also had a good fortune. The 7-colored phoenix bloodline and the inheritance of the ancient phoenix were also extremely terrifying. Boom, at this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. Then, Gu Santong walked out. He had endless emperor's blood in his body. Gu Santong walked out of the space crack, his body covered in blood. Seeing this, the people from the god dominion were shocked. Oh no, is Santong injured? On the other side, the Nirvana powerhouses were laughing. Virtual God Blue Ice said with a smile, did you see that? Lin Wudi, your companion is dying. Just as she finished speaking, the situation changed again. After Gu Santong walked out, there were more cracks on his back. They formed a black hole. Another scene appeared in the black hole. Behind him was a broken body. It was the body of a man in purple. It was the young demigod from before. Seeing this, the world was eerily silent. The people from the Nirvana Heavenly King were dumbfounded. This was impossible, one of their demigods was dead. How did this happen? Many people were yelling in anger. Virtual God Blue Ice was also yelling, I don't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed, looks like I'm not the sad one. Santong, beautifully done. Gu Santong also laughed, a demigod like him can't do anything to me. My heavenly emperor's inheritance is not just for show. That's great, the people from the god dominion cheered. Kill, their confidence increased. They killed quickly. Over. Previously, when the power of heaven and earth changed, they did not absorb it and were already a little depressed. In the fight just now, the number of powerhouses on the other side was twice their number. That made them even more frightened. In their opinion, perhaps they were going to lose this battle. However, Gu Santong had killed a demigod in a domineering manner, which made them all excited. They were not weak. At the same time, they also understood that these people who absorbed the power of heaven and earth were not that strong. They were confident, so they attacked like crazy. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Morale was up. The people from the Nirvana Heavenly King were depressed. A demigod could not defeat a supreme great emperor. This was unimaginable. Lin Wudi was unbelievably strong, but how could Gu Santong be unbelievably strong too, damn it. Virtual God Blue Ice snorted, and an endless chill suddenly exploded in her eyes. Suddenly, the void around Gu Santong froze, forming a huge ice sculpture. Gu Santong snorted and used spatial exile. He managed to escape the attack. However, his face was still a little pale. How dare you sneak attack me? Gu Santong gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed the huge ice sculpture in half. He said, do you want to die? I can send you to hell in advance. An extremely sharp sword will appear on Lin Xian's body. The moment this sword was unleashed, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. The entire universe was shaking. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Was a battle between immortals about to break out? They were terrified. I'm not afraid of you. Virtual God Blue Ice gritted her teeth and roared. She really wanted to attack. However, an old man next to him stopped him. This old man's name was God Whitebrow. He said, wait. If we fight now, we won't be able to regain our momentum. Let's wait for the other 2 demigods to win. This way, our aura will be strong to the extreme. At that time, we'll kill Lin Wudi in one go. Alright, let's wait a little longer. Virtual God Blue Ice snorted. He turned his gaze to the other 2 battlefields. There, the battle was even more intense. One of the battlefields was the battle between the Golden Lion King and an old man. The old man held a black gourd in his hand. Terrifying flames kept flying out from it. The Golden Lion King struck out with a terrifying golden hand. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Then, both sides retreated. The old man's expression was ugly. Among the 3 demigods, he was considered the strongest. Moreover, he had rich combat experience. However, he didn't expect that he couldn't do anything to a super great emperor. Even if this super great emperor had an extraordinary bloodline, he couldn't do anything. He must kill the other party. More runes condensed on the black gourd. Boundless black flames danced and finally formed a black longsword. The black flame longsword carried a monstrous demonic aura. Like a demonic sword, it stabbed over fiercely. Go to hell. The Golden Lion King also snorted coldly. His hands bloomed with light. As if they had turned into a golden millstone, they smashed over fiercely. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The Golden Lion King suddenly faced the sky and roared. It let out a terrifying roar. It was useless. The old man opposite him sneered. Soul attacks have no effect on me. After saying that, the surrounding flames condensed into a shield. A total of 5 shields surrounded him, blocking his soul. Boom. The lion's roar landed on the shields, creating a sky-shaking sound. The old man said, "See? It's useless." However, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly. Heavenly thunder, lion's roar, he let out another roar. At the same time, terrifying lightning appeared on his body. This roar was several times stronger than the previous one. Boom. The 5 black flame shields in front of him were struck by lightning. They instantly shattered. As for the old demigod, he hugged his head and screamed. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He directly fell from the void. He was severely injured. Cracks appeared on his soul. He was almost torn apart. The Golden Lion King chased after him and quickly killed his way over. The old demigod's face was pale. He quickly dodged. The black gourd enlarged and tore apart the void with him. He quickly escaped. It was not easy to fight again. He had to return to the flame world. Once he returned, he would be safe. However, the Golden Lion King's strength was clearly beyond his imagination. He used his golden clone, the fearless lion. The golden light on his body instantly rushed out. It directly charged forward. It enveloped the old demigod. The old demigod let out a miserable cry. "Lord Deity, save me." He asked the sky for help. In the sky, Void God Blue Ice was furious when she saw the scene. "You're courting death." She waved her sleeve, and a terrifying frost power erupted. Her frost immortal power instantly froze everything. The old demigod was frozen. At the same time, the golden figure was also frozen. However, at this moment, the golden figure suddenly split open and killed the old demigod. The old demigod turned into ashes. The two disappeared from the world at the same time. He died again. Another demigod had fallen. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The people of the god realm cheered. Their auras were even stronger. The people of the other side were a little dazed. They had once wondered. Were they really weaker than martial artists of the same level when they broke through by absorbing the power of heaven and earth? If that was the case, what was the use of breaking through? If they couldn't compete with those of the same level and were even defeated by those of a higher level, they might as well not break through. Despicable thing. Void God Blue Ice wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian stared at her. In his eyes, the power of reincarnation exploded. Previously, Lin Xian had returned to Upper Azure City to cultivate. The Rinnegan could be used again. At this moment, the power of reincarnation was released. Opposite him, Void God Blue Ice was also facing a great enemy. The Golden Lion King won again. The godly dominions morale soared. The great emperors and super great emperors fought crazily. Their opponents were forced to retreat. The godly dominion had the upper hand. On the other hand, the otherworld heavenly king's expression was ugly. The two void gods stood in the air, gritting their teeth. They looked at the last demigod's battle. It was a battle between two women. One was Morong Qingqing, and the other was the demigod Moon. The two of them were equally locked in battle. Let's do it. Void God Blue Ice could not wait any longer. She was ready to attack. At this moment, the demigod Moon said, "Senior, please give me a chance. I can do it. I can definitely kill her." "Are you sure? This woman is not simple." The white-browed immortal frowned. The demigod Moon said quickly, "Trust me, Senior. I can do it." At this point, her expression was incomparably solemn. This time, she had to win. She had to kill her opponent. Not only was she powerful, but she was also as beautiful as a goddess. She would not allow such a person to exist. She looked at Morong Qingqing with arrogance. She said coldly, "You are no match for me." How much power do you have left to fight me? I'll give you a chance. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. Morong Qingqing did not pay attention to her opponent at all as she continued to push her phoenix bloodline and fight. The demigod moon was furious. So what if her bloodline was powerful? She was just an ant if her cultivation was not enough. She would kill her with her own hands. She would turn her opponent into an ugly monster and let her die in despair. Thinking of this, she attacked. She slashed with her scimitar. With one slash, heaven and earth shattered. Terrifying flames danced on the scimitar, as if it was a miracle. At this moment, heaven and earth cracked. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was as if this slash could cut them in half. So powerful. After this blade appeared, Gu Santong, the Golden Lion King, and the others all exclaimed. One could imagine how extraordinary this slash was. The otherworld heavenly king's people were also surprised. The two foe gods in the sky nodded continuously. Not bad, not bad. The strength of this demigod moon was beyond their imagination. They might even be able to win this battle. Morong Qingqing was Lin Xian's woman. If she died, it would be a huge blow to Lin Xian. If that happened, Lin Xian might go crazy. Perhaps they could take the opportunity to kill him. This slash was truly too powerful. Even a demigod of the same level wouldn't be able to withstand the full power of the half-moon slash. To think that she possessed such divine power at such a young age, it would not be a problem for her to become a true earth immortal in the future. When the time came, she would make all the fairies kneel at her feet. Not good, quickly dodge. The people from God's domain also exclaimed. They felt that Morong Qingqing might not be able to withstand it. Even Lin Xian was nervous. Everyone was worried about Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing, on the other hand, had a beautiful smile on her face. The next moment, she made a hand seal. Feng Wu. 9 days. Her palm formed an ancient seal, and she slapped it. This attack was an ancient great divine ability. Coupled with her cultivation level and the bloodline of the rainbow phoenix, it swept across heaven and earth. This palm seemed light, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. After the attack, Morong Qingqing's body swayed a little. It was obvious that using such an attack was a huge burden on her. The people around were stunned. No way. Morong Qingqing didn't dodge, but took this peerless slash head-on. Could she block it? Why didn't she choose to dodge? What a stupid woman. The people on the other side laughed. Morong Qingqing was definitely going to die. Even Void God Blue Ice and the others were excited. That woman is dead. Lin Wudi would probably go crazy. Before the smiles on their faces could disappear, the situation changed. In front of them, the two collided, making a rumbling sound. A phoenix flew in the sky. That peerless slash should have been able to cut through everything. It should have been able to cut the phoenix in half. However, at this moment, the peerless saber light began to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on it. This is impossible. Everyone shook their heads frantically. My eyes are playing tricks on me. This must be it. They tried their best to open their eyes wide and look at it several times. However, they found that the cracks on it were like a spider web at first. Then, they quickly grew bigger and darker, like a black dragon. Following a crack, the peerless saber shattered into pieces. It turned into countless fragments that danced between heaven and earth like fragments of moonlight. It was very beautiful. However, in the eyes of the demigod moon, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. The demigod moon's heart was broken. She seemed to be dumbfounded. All her strength seemed to have disappeared. How was this possible? Her peerless saber was broken, no. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She wasn't the only one. The people on the other side were also dumbfounded. The smiles on their faces froze, and the two void gods were dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face. Previously, they had mocked Morong Qingqing for being reckless and imagined that Lin Xian would go crazy. But now, it was not like that at all. The demigod moon was reckless, and they were the ones who had gone crazy. Boom, crack, the peerless saber shattered, but the phoenix dancing in the sky did not disappear. It continued to attack the demigod moon with even more terrifying power. In an instant, the demigod moon was enveloped. The demigod moon came back to her senses. She roared in horror, "Damn it, I was too careless. She should have run away just now." Now, it was too late. The shield of moonlight. With a roar, she exerted all the strength in her body to the extreme. Her blood began to boil. Above her arm, a shield was formed. It spun rapidly like a full moon. "Block it!" she roared crazily. There were mysterious runes on it, and it was even more terrifying than the real moon. This was her strongest defense. Even if it was an attack from a demigod, she would definitely be able to block it. Moreover, although the phoenix dancing in the sky was terrifying, her peerless saber had consumed most of her opponent's strength. The remaining strength was not enough to be feared. She could definitely block it. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated Murong Qingqing. Although Murong Qingqing did not fight many times, she had been quietly cultivating in Upper Qingqing. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in Upper Qingqing, including the Golden Lion King and the Empress. In addition, there were also the Land Immortals. They usually gave her pointers when they had nothing to do. Murong Qingqing's combat strength was even more terrifying than these people had imagined. Boom! In the next moment, the phoenix dancing in the sky landed on the shield of moon and exploded with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine beast had appeared between heaven and earth. Then, the terrifying power tore everything apart. The moonlight shield shook violently and finally shattered with a loud bang. This attack completely enveloped the demigod moon. An earth-shattering sound was heard, blood splattered, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The demigod moon felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body split open and she retreated. After one move, she was severely injured. Kill. When Murong Qingqing saw this scene, she made another move. After this move, she no longer had any strength left. However, the effect of this move was very good. It directly killed the demigod moon. Another demigod had fallen. All three demigods had fallen. This scene made the world silent. Everyone was scared silly. They could not imagine. The people on the other side were dumbfounded. The three demigods were peerless geniuses in their eyes. They were unparalleled experts, far surpassing great emperors and super great emperors. Logically speaking, other than the Land Immortals, the three demigods should be able to sweep through everything. But now, all three demigods had fallen, and they were all killed by people of lower realms. Ah! Virtual God Blue Frost roared at the sky. He could not bear it. In the next moment, he attacked crazily. He charged towards Murong Qingqing. The terrifying ice condensed into an ice sword and slashed down fiercely. Murong Qingqing's face was pale. At this moment, she no longer had the strength to dodge. At this critical moment, a light flashed. The biting cold sword Qi was like a giant dragon, splitting heaven and earth. The ice sword was blocked. The two swords collided, making an earth-shattering sound. "Damn Lin Wudi!" God Blue Frost roared crazily. He turned his head to look. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged. Lin Xian charged towards him. A sword flying immortal. The biting cold sword Qi danced, and the power of an immortal erupted. This was an immortal technique, as if a heavenly immortal had descended. Virtual God Blue Frost blocked with all his strength. However, he was still hit by the sword. An arm flew out. Divine blood fell from the sky. He let out a miserable cry. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me," Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Your hand is too far. If you dare to attack again, I will turn you into ashes." A cold voice sounded, extremely domineering. The people of the otherworld Heavenly King felt their scalps go numb. Oh no, why do they feel like they are being completely suppressed? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the shadow of a dragon brought Murong Qingqing back to his side. Lin Xian asked. "Is everything alright?" Murong Qingqing shook his head. He was not injured, but he had used up all his energy. Lin Xian took out a heavenly treasure and fed it to Murong Qingqing. Then, he said, "Leave the rest to me." Lin Xian walked out, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. The auras of the people from the god realm were extremely strong. They won all 3 matches. They saw hope. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and said coldly, "Do you dare to fight with me?" He stared at Virtual God Blue Ice. Virtual God Lanbing was so angry that she was trembling all over. "Damn it, let's fight," the white-browed old man beside him also walked out. A terrifying immortal chi also surged out from his body. Obviously, the 2 of them were going to join forces. Lin Xian said, "What a piece of trash. Not only are demigods trash, but earth immortals are also trash. Are you all the people from the otherworld Heavenly King? What a joke. Since you are so cowardly, I will allow the 2 of you to join forces. Damn it, how dare you look down on me?" Virtual God Blue Ice was furious. The people from the otherworld Heavenly King also looked desperate. He said to the white-browed immortal beside him, "I want to fight him one-on-one." "No," the white-browed immortal said, "he is too strong, don't fall into his trap. I can deal with it. If I can't, then you can attack." God Blue Ice rushed out. A pair of blue ice wings appeared on his back. He waved them gently and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. He was really angry. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. The cold air in his hand completely erupted, and it could freeze the universe. He slapped out with his palm, and the terrifying power made everyone's scalp go numb. This attack seemed to be invincible. So strong. The people from the otherworld Heavenly King cheered. Their earth immortal could definitely sweep through everything. The people from the god realm were also terrified. They were no match for an earth immortal. Endless frost had already appeared on their bodies. "Stop fighting." The Golden Lion King retreated with his people. Gu Santong created a spatial rift to block the frost. At the same time, they retreated into the star-moon formation. Only Lin Xian was left standing in the void. It could not be helped. People below the earth immortal level could not resist at all. Even peerless geniuses like Gu Santong could only dodge and not take it head-on. The earth immortal was too strong. He had completely surpassed them and was above everything. Lin Xian's face darkened. The other party dared to fight him one-on-one. How stupid. Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Buzz. The Tai Chi diagram appeared, and the power of Yin and Yang emerged. The Yin and Yang swordsmanship danced and appeared beside him. Then, the power of the earth immortal completely erupted, and he slashed out with his sword. This slash was so vast that it seemed to be able to split the entire universe in half. The surrounding starry sky shook violently. The endless starlight dimmed, and cracks flew in all directions. Lin Xian's earth immortal power was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the Tai Chi diagram and the Yin and Yang swordsmanship, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the frost and the longsword collided in the air, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. Everyone's eyes widened. Endless light danced in front of them. The frost that filled the sky rushed toward the longsword, trying to seal the sword chi. However, the sharp aura on the longsword kept cutting the frost chi. In the next moment, the frost that filled the sky shattered. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The people from the other side were even more terrified. No way? Crack. Crack, ice sealing heaven and earth. The terrifying chill was enough to turn any powerhouse into an ice sculpture. However, at this moment, cracks appeared on the frost. This slash was like a hot knife through butter. Boom, the frost that filled the sky was split in half. Void God Blue Ice felt like he was struck by lightning. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was cold, and his face was full of shock. His body was trembling slightly. How was this possible? Just now, he had attacked with all his strength and anger. However, he still couldn't block Lin Wudi's sword. How powerful was the other party's sword technique? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian's second slash came. A sword slashed across the sky. Yin and Yang aura erupted from it, shaking heaven and earth. Blue Ice God's pupils dilated. Not good. He quickly dodged. However, it was too late. This sword was extremely fast, and it carried a cold aura. It was extremely strange. In an instant, his body was pierced through. In the next moment, Blue Ice God screamed. He felt the aura of death enveloping him. Boom, he roared angrily and attacked with all his might. His entire body flew backward. Half of his body was shattered, and it was extremely miserable. This scene shocked countless people. Everyone was dumbfounded. Because from the moment Lin Xian attacked to when Blue Ice God was severely injured, it only happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had severely injured an Earth Immortal. This method was too unbelievable. Lin Xian's sword strike was too easy. No one dared to believe it. One had to know that he was an Earth Immortal. After the changes in heaven and earth, he had broken through the limit of the Supreme Great Emperor and entered the Earth Immortal realm. Even on the other side, there weren't many such existences. Each of them was an existence that could sweep through heaven and earth. But now, he was so easily injured by someone like that, the people on the other side couldn't accept it. Their confidence was about to collapse. Was Lin Xian already so powerful? The white-browed god gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. Damn it, let's join forces. Or else. They might not be able to do anything to him. They admitted that Lin Xian was strong and could contend with an Earth Immortal. However, contending and easily injuring an Earth Immortal were two different concepts. The current Lin Wudi was already unfathomable. The Blue Ice God didn't dare to be careless anymore. What one-on-one? Go to the side. They had to join forces or he would end up in a miserable state. The two Void Gods joined forces. The Blue Ice God roared and struck out with his sword again. On the other side, the white-browed Immortal also made his move. He formed a seal with his palms and terrifying immortal chi flew out like a huge net that covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian snorted and took out the immortal slaying sword. He slashed out with his sword. The sword intent was sharp and carried the aura of yin and yang. The sword soared through the sky and destroyed everything. This sword was extremely powerful, like a young sword god. It collided with the attacks of the two Earth Immortals and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The long sword was blocked. The attacks of the two Earth Immortals disappeared into the sky at the same time. What? They were evenly matched again, that was impossible. The two of them joined forces and only tied, damn it, how could this kid be so powerful? The people on the other side went crazy. Even the two Void Gods' minds went blank. Lin Xian smiled. You're wrong, you're too weak. After saying that, Lin Xian slashed out again. This sword actually melted into the void and disappeared. It was extremely strange. No one could sense it. The two Earth Immortals felt their scalps go numb. They hurriedly condensed their defenses. The Void God Blue Ice condensed into a battle armor that covered her body. As for the white-browed Immortal, he drew a sea of stars that revolved around him. Buzz. The extremely bizarre sword chi tore apart the sea of stars in the sky. They charged towards the white-browed Immortal. Their target was white-browed Immortal's head. The white-browed Immortal sensed a fatal danger and quickly dodged. However, this sword followed him like a shadow, making it impossible for him to dodge. He roared at the sky and used all his strength to resist. He took out a pagoda, which floated above his head. At the same time, he waved his hands and terrifying immortal chi gathered to form two shields. He was also wearing a battle gown. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, the white-browed Immortal did not dare to be careless. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The white-browed Immortal's chi and blood roiled as he retreated. His face was pale. Although he managed to block the sword, several cracks appeared on the treasures he had thrown out. This made his heart bleed. Even though he had reached the Earth Immortal realm, his treasures were limited. If this continued, it would not be long before he died. Kill, Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the duality sword formation to fight. He fought against two Earth Immortals alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he even suppressed the two Earth Immortals. The surrounding people were silent. The people from the divine realm were so excited that they could not speak. The people from the Nirvana realm were dumbfounded. This was too heaven-defying and shocking. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Boom, not long after, the Blue Ice God was pierced through by the sword chi again, and blood stained the sky. The two Earth Immortals were finally frightened. They roared and retreated quickly. They quickly retreated back to the flame world with their people. They retreated. That's great. The people from the divine realm were extremely excited. They won, they won. Lin Xian withdrew his sword and stood between heaven and earth. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Virtual God, that was all. In the flame world, after the people from the Nirvana realm learned of the situation, their faces turned ugly. 3 demigods had fallen and 2 earth immortals were injured. This was a huge blow to them. Their faces were filled with despair. Could it be that they could not even take down the buried Emperor Star? Damn it, Lin Wuti was too strong. They had to kill him. They looked at Fire Vine. There was a flaming vine floating in the sky. White-browed Immortal and Blue Ice God walked over and bowed respectfully. Please, Lord Firevine. Although they were both Earth Immortals, they did not dare to be careless in front of Firevine. Firevine frowned slightly. To be honest, he was very angry. It was embarrassing that 2 Earth Immortals could not take down a young man. And this young man was not even a Supreme Emperor. Other than anger, he was also surprised. Lin Wuti was indeed strong. He would kill him, but not now. He said with a sullen face. You two have to go all out. Otherwise, the Grand Elder will blame you. I won't be able to protect you. Yes. White-browed Immortal and Blue Ice God's scalps went numb. Huating said, but, you are not useless. Previously, your battle had already pinned down Lin Wuti and the others, while I used a divine artifact to finish the rest of the matter. Now, just wait and see. Wait for my orders. Blue Ice God and the others were puzzled. They wanted to ask, but Firevine ignored them. He waved his hand and said, go ahead. Behind him, the demigods, supreme emperors, and great emperors moved quickly. Their bodies gradually dimmed. Then, they turned into runes one after another and disappeared between heaven and earth. Outside the flame world, in the universe. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Did they not come out? The people from the divine realm also said. It seemed that they were afraid. Great, they had defeated them in the first battle. They probably would not dare to make a move next. After waiting for a while, the Golden Lion King said, why don't we go back first? Lin Xian nodded. He looked around and said, clean up the battlefield and send our people back. This time, they had lost 5 experts. One of them was a Supreme Emperor. They had to bring back the corpses of these people. Everyone started to take action and carefully sent the 5 fallen powerhouses away. At the same time, the storage rings and weapons of the dead demigods were also collected. After doing this, the group returned to the array formation. Countless people were waiting on the buried Emperor Star. They wondered what the situation outside was like. Suddenly, the void cracked and a spatial door appeared. Lin Xian and the others walked back. How could they be so fast? Was the battle over, or did something else happen? These people were extremely puzzled. Lin Xian and the others had only been out for a short while, but now they had returned so quickly. Could it be that they had lost? The people on the hidden Emperor Star were all nervous. Even the people from the realm of the gods were frowning. Lin Xian looked around, waved his hand, and said loudly, we won this battle. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, but then they cheered. Did they win? That was really great. The people of the hidden Emperor Star heaved a sigh of relief. Their crisis had been resolved. The people from the realm of the gods also laughed. What exactly happened? Tell them. Those who did not fight rushed over and asked quickly. Gu Santong and the others briefly explained what had happened. Then, the Golden Lion King waved his hand, and 5 coffins appeared in the void. These 5 were experts who had fallen in the battle. Everyone looked at this scene and bowed respectfully. Many people cried bitterly. Lord Alcohol looked at this scene with a sad face. He said in a deep voice, bury these people and give their descendants the best cultivation resources. Warriors flew out from below and began to land with the 5 coffins. These people came from all over the world. At this moment, they were buried in the hidden Emperor Star. The hidden Emperor Star was extremely mysterious. Countless great emperors had been buried here. They chose a place with good feng shui and buried these 5 people. The others began to discuss their next plan. Although they had won the first battle, the flame world had not disappeared. Moreover, although the earth immortal was injured, he was not dead. There was still the most terrifying thing. The flame figure still had not made a move. They could not take it lightly. Night came. Everyone began to rest and cultivate silently. Morong Qingqing, Gu Santong, and the others began to recover. However, they did not know that some changes were quietly taking place. The shadows of the warriors who had returned earlier suddenly had strange changes. In the shadows, strange runes appeared one after another. Then, they jumped out of the shadows, merged into the void, and disappeared. Whoosh! Among them, one of the runes flew out, left the holy abyss city, and flew into the vast mountains outside. Then, the rune abruptly enlarged and turned into a figure. It was a man. The handsome man floated in the air. There was a pair of black wings on his back that emitted a piercingly cold light. He was the Bad Emperor. He was also a genius of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, after he came out, he sneered, "Lord Fire Vine's means are really terrifying." He was actually able to enter unscathed. After saying that, he took out a bell and shook it gently, beginning to gather the people. Soon, more than a dozen figures flew over from all directions. They looked at each other and then laughed. The people of the divine realm are too stupid. They actually didn't notice us. This is a good opportunity. Act quickly. These people left quietly. Not long after, an earth-shattering sound rang out from the Yi family. The Yi family's array formation had been torn apart. Not good, hurry up and defend. The elders of the Yi family roared furiously. However, it was useless. The enemy was too strong. A gigantic hand came crashing down from the sky, suppressing them directly. The members of the Yi family did not die because the enemy did not want to kill them. Before they came, the Grand Supreme had already ordered them to bring back the martial artists of the Yi family and the Gu family alive. They had to study them carefully. Damn it, why? Who did it? The young disciples of the Yi family were in despair. As for the older generation powerhouses, their faces were also full of horror. It shouldn't be. The hidden Emperor star should be very safe at this moment. Why would someone still make a move? Damn it, run quickly. An elder roared angrily, and the others fled one after another. In the void, a cold voice sounded, "Want to escape? It's useless. You don't have a chance. Flower blooming one world." The cold voice sounded, and then, a flower quickly bloomed. One flower blooming one world directly enveloped the entire space, and those people who fled were all blocked. Damn it, I created an opportunity for you. Run quickly. An old man soared into the sky. He roared towards the sky and used the bloodline in his body to the extreme. Immortal King descending to the 9 heavens. With an angry roar, he used the Yi family's ultimate technique. A phantom appeared behind him, standing indomitable like the immortal King of the 9 heavens. His fists danced, breaking the sky. However, the surrounding demonic flowers were too strange. These fists couldn't break them at all. It was useless. A woman in white walked out. She shook her head and said, "You're too weak. You're not my opponent at all." There was a trace of disdain in her eyes. This person was called the Flower Demon Emperor. A trace of despair appeared in the eyes of the Yi family's elder. In the end, he closed his eyes. Annihilation. With an angry roar, he turned into ashes. The destructive power tore the 9 heavens apart. A vast aura filled the air, and endless cracks appeared in the surroundings. Elder. Countless people of the Yi family looked at this scene, and their eyes turned red. They shouted crazily. Damn it, why did it become like this? The remaining people said, "Rush out, tell Wu Dao, tell Lin Wudi, let the people of the divine realm come and save us." They rushed towards the cracks in space, ready to escape. However, the Flower Demon Emperor laughed, "Stupid." She gently clapped her hands, and suddenly, the void shattered, and everything turned into nothingness. The destructive power disappeared in an instant. How could it be? The experts of the Yi family who had entered the cracks in space, trying to escape, were all shocked back. Their faces were full of shock. Was the gap so big? Swallow. the flower demon emperor sneered. She waved her hand, and huge petals fell, suppressing the warriors of the Yi family and taking them away. On the other side, the Gu family was also attacked. It was the Bat Emperor who attacked. He appeared outside the Gu family, and with a flap of his wings, he formed two black tornadoes. He directly tore open the Gu family's array. The Gu family people were crazy. Who dared to attack them? Who was it? They didn't know. However, they immediately activated the space array, and all kinds of cracks in space appeared, and the aura of space filled the air. Many people fled. In an instant, they left the Gu family. If they were in danger, they would look for Gu Santong and the Divine Realm. The Bat Emperor's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he watched the fleeing figures. He transformed into doppelgangers. In the next moment, endless power appeared on his body, and turned into countless bats. His doppelgangers quickly rushed out. The warriors of the Gu family who had used the power of space to escape were all attacked. Countless bats, with the power of darkness, quickly attacked. Soon, the Gu family people were also suppressed. These people were too strong. There was a trace of despair in their eyes, and at the same time, they were frightened. These people were obviously from the otherworld Heavenly King. How did these people get in? How did they get through the Star-Moon Array? Yi family. The Flower Demon Emperor looked down at these people with a smirk. Tell me your family's secret. Don't even think about it. The elders of the Yi family snorted. The Flower Demon King smiled, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. She began to collect the souls. But soon, she frowned. Those elders fell to the ground and fainted, but she did not get any useful information. The Yi family's ancient scripture was very mysterious. Even if these elders had cultivated it, there were no words left in their minds. Unless you saw the ancient scripture with your own eyes, it was impossible to search their souls. The Flower Demon King's face turned ugly. As expected of the Heavenly Emperor family, their methods were strange. So what, now that the entire Yi family was covered by her, she could explore it herself. His soul flew out in all directions, covering every inch of space. Gradually, she found that some places were very extraordinary. Among them, there was an ancient cave in the depths of the Yi family. She walked over. When she wanted to enter, she found that her soul was blocked. The Flower Demon King's figure flashed and rushed over. Looking at the ancient cave, the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. This should be something left behind by the Yi family's Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture might be inside. Thinking of this, there was a trace of passion in her eyes. If she obtained the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture, would she break through and become an Earth Immortal? Buzz. With a wave of her hand, the huge petal behind her fell down like a long knife. It split the sky and the earth. With a clang, the sky and earth shook. However, the cave did not move at all. The huge petal was hit back, and the light on it dimmed. The Flower Demon King raised her eyebrows. This is interesting. Then, she snorted and attacked with all her strength. All kinds of terrifying petals fell down, and some even turned into butterflies, bees, and all kinds of terrifying beasts, quickly attacking. At the same time, she used the blooming flower world. But no matter what method she used, she could not open the cave. The Flower Demon King's face turned ugly. She looked at the Yi family and said, "How can I enter?" The Yi family still refused to say. The Flower Demon King could only search their souls. This time, she got a message. The Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. This cave abode was related to the Yi family's extreme weapon, the Celestial Emperor's Cauldron. The Celestial Emperor's Cauldron was not in the Yi clan, but in the hands of Yi Wudao. In that case, Leaf Dao Denier would be crushed. However, through the soul-searching technique, the Demon Queen learned that Leaf Dao Denier was currently in the ancient city. There were countless powerhouses from the domain of the gods there. Lin Wudi, the Wine Sword Immortal, and the others were all there. He didn't dare to go over. That said, he could still trick Leaf Dao Denier into coming back. The Flower Demon Emperor, who was controlling the first elder of the Yi clan, ordered the first elder to send a message. Have Leaf Dao Denier come back. The great elder resisted with all his might. His forehead split open and his soul shattered. He was unwilling. He didn't want Leaf Doudenier to come back. The demonic flower emperor in front of him was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. If Leaf Doudenier came back alone, it would be very dangerous. However, he was unable to resist the flower spirit emperor's soul. The flowers behind the demonic flower emperor danced and scattered pollen. The great elder was controlled. He sent a message to Leaf Doudenier, telling him to come back as soon as possible. And she came back alone. The ancient city. When Leaf Doudenier received the message, he didn't doubt it. After all, no one would have thought that someone from the other world would be able to sneak in. Therefore, Leaf Doudenier didn't bring anyone with him. There was no danger in returning to his clan. The others weren't worried either. Leaf Doudenier came back alone. When he returned to his clan, Leaf Doudenier glanced around. There was no danger. He walked in. As soon as he entered, he realized that something was wrong. The Yi clan disciples had a trace of gray in their eyes. What was going on? His brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, the experts from the Yi family who were standing to the side suddenly attacked. They grabbed Leaf Doudenier's shoulder and said, "Come with me, Doudenier." Leaf Doudenier's expression changed, and his body trembled. "Elders, what's wrong?" The elders didn't say a word, but suddenly attacked. The power in their bodies condensed, and like a million mountains, they pressed down on Leaf Doudenier. The sky fell and the earth cracked. In the surroundings, there were even formations appearing. They wanted to suppress Leaf Doudenier. Leaf Doudenier roared and punched the sky. His fists were so terrifying. This was a divine body. After one punch, all of the attacks were shattered. The elders of the Yi family all retreated, coughing out blood, injured. Leaf Doudenier had held back. He snorted. "Who is it? Show yourself, how dare you attack the Yi clan?" Now he realized that the souls of the Yi clan powerhouses were abnormal. He was probably being controlled by someone. Who would dare attack the Yi clan at a time like this? Did they want to die? Ha ha ha, they were really powerful. As expected of the Yi clan's divine body. At that moment, a burst of laughter was heard from afar. Leaf Doudenier looked up, toward the Yi clan. There were countless petals dancing in the air. It was like a dream. The petals drifted down, forming a world of flowers. Furthermore, the people from the Yi family also flew up. Each of them had a petal between their eyebrows, flickering with light. It was these petals that controlled the Yi clan cultivators. "Who are you?" Leaf Doudenier frowned. Among the petals, a giant tulip bloomed. Inside, a figure sat cross-legged. It was the Flower Demon King. The Flower Demon King looked down and said coldly, "Who am I? Listen carefully. I am the Flower Demon King of the Otherworld." "What? The Otherworld?" Leaf Doudenier's pupils constricted. Impossible. How could someone from the Otherworld come in? One had to know that there was a star-moon formation around them. It was a formation set up by a heavenly master. Even if the Otherworld could come in, the commotion would have alerted them. But now, they didn't know at all. They didn't even notice. This was impossible. "How did you get in?" the Flower Demon King laughed. "How stupid. The strength of the Otherworld is not something you can imagine. We have a lot of trump cards." Leaf Doudenier felt his scalp go numb. It was over. He had underestimated the Otherworld. The situation was terrible. Only the Flower Demon King came in? Were the other clans and sects attacked? Did any Otherworld powerhouses enter Holy Abyss City? He didn't know any of this. He had to hurry back and inform Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he snorted and turned to leave. His fists danced, tearing the world apart. His figure disappeared into the void. The Flower Demon King laughed. "You want to leave? Do you think you can?" He waved his hand gently, and a pair of wings fell from the sky, shattering the void. It collided with Leaf Doudenier's fist. With a boom, Leaf Doudenier was knocked back, his blood boiling. How terrifying. He abruptly raised his head and saw a gigantic creature in the sky. Leaf Doudenier jerked his head up to find that there was a behemoth in the sky, blocking his path. This huge creature was actually a butterfly. It was an extremely terrifying butterfly. The other party's ice-cold eyes were like two divine lamps, staring straight at him. "Get the hell out of here, or die," howling with rage, Leaf Doudenier sped forward in attack. This time, his fist was even more terrifying, tearing apart heaven and earth. In the sky, the giant butterfly was enraged. It flapped its wings, and a terrifying aura descended. It carried a five-colored light that enveloped heaven and earth. When the five-colored light fell, it was enough to turn everything into ashes. It was a type of poison with extremely strong corrosive power. Leaf Doudenier's super-strong attack was quickly dissolved by the poison. Leaf Doudenier's body began to tremble violently. Leaf Doudenier roared, and a figure appeared behind him. Then, it quickly grew larger. It stood indomitable, and turned into an immortal king. The immortal king roared, and an incomparably terrifying palm slapped toward the sky. The palm covered heaven and earth, and its power seemed to be able to shake the dome of heaven. Boom, immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Once it struck, the five-colored poison in the sky was quickly torn apart. A terrifying crack appeared between heaven and earth. This move hit the giant butterfly hard, and an earth-shaking sound rang out. The giant butterfly was sent flying, and cracks appeared on its body. Terrifying five-colored blood dripped down quickly, piercing through heaven and earth. So strong. When some of the other sides saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. They didn't expect the martial Dao to be so terrifying. One had to know that this butterfly was an exotic beast summoned by the Flower Demon Emperor. How strong was it? Who would have thought that it would be sent flying by someone? Leaf Doudenier snorted coldly, and the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens attacked again. The giant palm fell fiercely. It took him 3 moves in a row to destroy the huge butterfly. Its broken body fell from the sky. Leaf Doudenier's gaze swept across the area. "Who dares to stop me?" Everyone was shocked. The Flower Demon Emperor smiled. "Interesting. As expected of the legendary divine body. However, the stronger you are, the happier I am. This means that your Yi clan's ancient scriptures are becoming more and more powerful. After I got it, the benefits were even greater." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a flute and quickly played it. The sound of the flute danced in the air. Suddenly, the huge flower behind her bloomed with a strange light. At the same time, a flowery fragrance wafted out. As soon as this fragrance appeared, the surrounding Yi clan members trembled. They were all knocked to the ground, their eyes filled with greed. Leaf Doudenier's pupils constricted. Not good, this fragrance has a very strong controlling power. He couldn't be influenced. He roared angrily, and the phantom of the immortal king descending to the 9th heaven enveloped him. The terrifying immortal Wang Li directly blocked this fragrance. "It's useless. Don't even think about controlling me." However, the demonic flower queen laughed. "Idiot, do you think I want to control you? You're too naive. The person I want to control is someone else." As soon as he finished speaking, the void beside him suddenly broke open. Then, it turned into 2 black vortexes, and an extremely terrifying roar came from within. Then, 2 huge creatures walked out of the black vortexes. Of these 2 creatures, one was a terrifying black bee. The other was a dragonfly with purple flames burning all over its body. These were 2 demonic beasts, and neither of them was weaker than the giant butterfly from before. In fact, they were even stronger. After the 2 beasts came out, they came to the side of the huge flower. They began to greedily devour the fragrance. Their bodies emitted a strange light. Then, a trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in their eyes. In the next moment, the demonic flower queen played the flute again. As soon as the flute sounded, the 2 beasts suddenly roared to the sky. Seething with killing intent, they turned and charged toward Leaf Doudenier. Leaf Doudenier's face changed. Not good, this guy is controlling beasts. He roared angrily and quickly dodged. However, the 2 beasts attacked crazily. The battle broke out, and it was terrifying. Leaf Doudenier was worthy of being a genius of the Yi clan. He was not at a disadvantage in the battle against the 2 beasts. However, the demonic flower queen summoned 3 more beasts. 5 exotic beasts of heaven and earth charged over. Leaf Doudenier couldn't hold on any longer. He snorted and retreated, vomiting blood. Cracks appeared on his body. Leaf Doudenier roared and took out the heaven and earth cauldron. He blasted one of the beasts away. The beast's blood stained the sky. Its huge body fell to the ground, shattering countless palaces. It let out a miserable cry. The other 4 demonic beasts, on the other hand, were attacking madly. Even a super great emperor couldn't withstand such an attack. However, Leaf Doudenier could withstand it. Leaf Doudenier's cultivation was only a great emperor, but he could fight above his level. He covered his body with the Heaven Emperor Cauldron and used the full power of the Heaven Emperor Cauldron. With the addition of this extreme-grade weapon, his strength increased greatly once again. He began to attack in all directions. Gradually, he was able to withstand the attacks of the 4 beasts. He even suppressed his opponents. The bodies of the 4 beasts were shattered. A terrifying sea of blood danced in the surroundings. The surrounding people all retreated far away. When the demonic flower queen saw this scene in the sky, her face turned gloomy. 5 beasts couldn't take down a puny great emperor, it was too embarrassing. She had to do it herself. Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in her eyes. She stared at the cauldron. Was this the Heaven Emperor Cauldron? Sure enough, she felt a trace of incomparably mysterious aura. This was a weapon left behind by the Celestial Emperor. It had endless secrets. If she took it, she might be able to enter the cave abode left behind by the Celestial Emperor. Thinking of this, her palm fell. As she waved her hand, the huge flower behind her bloomed quietly. The petals of the tulip fell and swept out like a river. It instantly enveloped Leaf Doudenier. Leaf Doudenier felt his body tremble as a huge force imprisoned him. The surrounding void kept shattering. He couldn't move in an instant. Damn it, break for me. The Heaven Emperor Cauldron danced wildly, but it didn't break at all. The demonic flower queen laughed. It's useless. You can't compete with me at all. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Humph. Leaf Doudenier was angry. He used his bloodline with all his strength. In the next moment, he roared and summoned the black dragon sword. Buzz. As soon as his voice fell, the immortal king behind him split open the sky with both hands, tearing a huge crack in the void. Then, a pitch-black sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. End of chapter 66:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.